Hello developers. Today we're going to start building our Shopcart e-commerce website. So that will be a complete fully a backend and a front-end solution for any e-commerce website. So as you see, that will be our entire homepage, which the data is funneling from our backend CMS, and we're using the front-end using the Next.js and Tailwind CSS and a lot of other new features. So first of all, let's just see what kind of scenario we're gonna have. And before starting pouring all the details, just I'm saying you that all of our entire application, it will be a fully responsive application, and also I will provide the link here which is deployed here, because after building the application we are going to deploy it too, and I'm gonna make that one in a very profitable way so you can understand any e-commerce building setup. Even it will be a long video, there will be a parse, but if you combine and finish all of this, trust me, you're gonna have a proper and clear understanding about how e-commerce website function and how you can build it from the scratch. So first of all, let's just go through the features and a stack which we're gonna implement. Then we're gonna go and make things round up. So first of all, as you see, that is our homepage, which having the logo. Then we have our tiny button tab here for the navbar, and then we have our search tab where you can see the search. You can click and just get the search result, and this everything is fully functional. So what I said, link will be provided so you can just have a good understanding how those things is functioning. And then we have our card icon, our favorite icon, our login segment, and then we have our banner. If you click on the banner, it will take us to the shop page where we have a certain kind of like a filter section. We're gonna come back to it later on. So first of all, as you see in the home page, we have that gadget, appliances, refrigerator, like a combination of that. So we can just go through and make that things like, as you see, we can filter the product, the live product which we're having in our data set. That's really happening in a very cool manner, because we are using our CMS like the studio, which we are maintaining using the Sanity, and all of the data is just funneling from there. Then if you click and see all, it will go through directly again that shop page. By the way, if we click any of that images, it will take the slack, that product slack, which is unique for each and every single product. Then it will land in a single product page where we can view the details and all other scenario for this particular product. So now we are in the single product page where in the left we have our product description, we have the images. Now I use the dummy images because we're building it for, so if in a real product, if you change those, it will work perfectly fine. And if you just check in the backend, okay, I need to go with my credential to log in and refactor, because not anybody can log in, and by default Sanity providing a single user authentication, so a particular user can have those access. Now over here, if we just look back through our products, we can see all of those data which we are showcasing in the home, particularly one way or either, it's just funneling from here. You can see the details which we are showcasing at the front end is just passing from here, and if I change anything, it will reflect it directly at the real time. So now we have the description here, then we have the rating here, the price here, then I can go and make add to cart, delete cart, add to like favorite, delete favorite. So also in the characteristic, I can see the product details and other parameter. You see the brand, collection, type, stock, so all other things is just aligned here. Then also I can go with the description, additional info, reviews, everything is covered here. Let's go back to the home and we will just explore a bit here. We can add more product from here. As you see, every time we're adding the quantity increase, and look at the things is here, the calculation here, every time I added the product is adding my subtotal here, and according to that prices which is just applied here. If I remove, you see it just whenever this one is available, only then is appearing. And after that we have the category section. If I click any of that category, it will go through to make the things a little bit attuned up to go and filter with the categories. So now this is a separate one. This is not the shop one. This is only individual for the category segment. So all of the category product, we can just align it here, but we have all other filters also, and particularly we are knowing which category having how many items, as the kitchen appliances 1 item, television 2, refrigerator 1, so item available. Then we have the brand, so we can now go through to make shop by brand, which we're gonna see the selected brand and also is filtered. So this how is combined here. So now before going to explain the blog, let's go in the shop and we're gonna explore all of the scenario. Now in that here by default there is a pagination here. Also you go to the bottom, everything is working perfectly. You can just click on that kitchen, you see the kitchen is applied here. You can click in the refrigerator and you can receive the selection if you want. Let's see the mobile, and I can also go with like a different variation. And by the way, if we go, I think let's go in the Sony, nothing. Okay, the Apple, I have 1 phone, and also I can receive the entire, like I have 2 separate. Also if I go in the price range here, so our 500, I can find it. Now these 3 filters is running here. I can remove it all together, like receive all of the filters, and whenever I'm removing, you see all data is prefetching, and this is super fast. If I go in the television, you can see the television. If I go in the earbuds, I can see the earbuds. I can receive the individual selection here and see the beauty here. Whenever this is applicable, only that time I can see the receipt filters and also the receipt selection. So on the single time, it's just appearing whenever I'm here, and then I can go over and over again, so I can have a proper understanding how those things is working. So this is a very like a very good way to customize the things. And you look at the clean builds here. Also the same thing is responsive here, so you can see the variation you can combine and you can make it align all together. So let's just add some product from here too. Let's go back to the home, and before going to the cart and other functionality, let's just look at through the blog. If I click any of the blog content, it will go with our single blog parameter with that particular slag, and then it's gonna provide all the details. And trust me, all of the data which we are funneling through our blog product or blog category or blog type, it's just coming up from our backend structure. So now as you see, I can go through the blog and I can just go to any other blog, like except the current one. I can just filter through all other blog and just view that one. And also if you go in the blog, you can have your blog section, you can go to the contact, you can have your contact parameter, and in the contact those things to be scenario to like just make that contact segment to be done. And there is a slight error, I think it's just yeah, it's just a hydration error, so nothing to worry. Then also we have our hot deal section where we can just find the product according to our hot deal. So this is all are combining the way it's need to be flourished. So this all are added in the hot deal. And by the way, we have also our other pages, like other separate pages about us, contact us, terms and conditions, privacy policy, FAQs. Everything is available here. If you go in the contact us, if you go in the terms and condition, you can read all of those things. You can just visualize how that can be combined together. And then let's go to our FAQ, so where the people can just find some answers of their questions. Now also if you just toggle through, you see you can just view the details. So now let's look how it can combine here. We have, there is some of the button here. If you go in the search, first of all is passing you some kind of data module. If you click, it will select some of the data. You can add to from card here the same, because all the card and adding functionality, it's just coming with a single property props, right? If you click, if it's not finding, it will just provide you the error. So all of the card and calculation formula we're combining with a particular component by which it's getting dynamic. Everywhere we can use the same thing as we want. Now let's go to look in our card. When you go here, we will let the user to go back to the card. They can come in the card, they can come in the favorite page, but you know, they can't view anything till they are logged in, and we are forcing the user to log in. So if I just go and calculate, okay, let's sign in with that. We have a certain kind of things. We can sign it with a GitHub, Google, and particularly email. It's because we are using that our Clerk, that authentication management system, and I'm going to show you each and everything. I'm going to go in depth to let you understand all of the things from the beginning till end. Again, trust me, if you complete the entire project, it will lend you to find a suitable job for you, because everything here what you're gonna learn, it's gonna be fully compatible for any e-commerce development, or any go with any Next.js project development, or you can say the front-end, back-end, or full stack developments by so far. And our entire project, it will be in TypeScript too. So let's go, and I will just log in with this account, and after logged in, we'll just roll back to our particular scenario here. As you see, we was being in a wish list. So now we can see the wish list item. Let's add to the cart. Let's go back to the cart here. Now in the cart segment, in the right side we have our product, left side we have the product, and the right side we have our description. If you click any of the product, the same thing is gonna happen. It will let you to just go and see the details about the product. And by the way, if we just focus, one of the things is going on here is the stock quantity. So as you see, we have the 9 piece of camera, like. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna want to make it out of stock, so I'm gonna add 9 piece of camera. You see, after adding 9, I cannot add more than 9. It will be like you doesn't have the stock, but you cannot oversell, right? In that way, you are always be in a proper manner. So like you said, you're promising that a user can buy from you, but you doesn't have the stock. How you can provide? So we are encapsulating that one. If I don't have the stock, the user can't add it, or they cannot order it. So by the way, you can just add delete product from here, and you can do all the functionality, right? And also if you click on that, if you say okay, it will reset the entire card. If you just click, you see that card is resetted, and you are having a very good view here. So let's just add some more product here. I'm gonna add from here, and I'm gonna, because I want to make it out of stock, so let's go in the cart, and we will make it as a checkout. And also we can select the address here, so it's up to you, whatever address you are selecting. And now I'm running my webhook, because every time whenever a successful payment gonna happen, I need to track the order, right? I need to pass the delivery segment to our users, so that in that purposes I need to track if his payment is done, or if it's ready to ready to go out, like for delivery or not. I need to check that. So let's go and proceed to checkout, which is $10,824, and I'm using the Stripe payment checkout segment. It's very simple and very easy to implement, and it's worldwide adaptable. So you can go with your regional one, and let me know in the videos which one you're preferring. I will try to consider and make a separate video for it. But for this one, I will go with this Stripe segment, and let's say 12, 34, 1, 2, 3, and I'll go with my name. That's it. Let's hit pay. And after processing, as you see, every webhook is running. So I'm tracking down all of the actions is passing here, and I'm waiting to that like the payment successful, the intent, after intent create to successfully receive the payment, and that time I'm gonna just pass that entire data flow to my webhook, so that I can just track it down and pass that to my like the database. Now as you see, successfully order confirmed, so order is confirmed. And as you see, if I go and check my orders right here, so I'll receive the 10,084. If I click here, I can see my orders, and I can also go to download the invoice, and I can download the invoice too. As you see, now it's very simple to go and download. Now remember, one of the product, if I just recall that, if I go in our product segment, one of the products, which is the Canon, which we are willing to make it out of stock, remember. So let's see the details here, and if we just go at the bottom, as you see, the stock count is 0, right? If we go in our shop cart, if we go in the home page or somewhere, so let's just go back there. Now as you see, that one is unavailable. The stock is changed, and if even you click and go in the single leg, everywhere the same thing is interlinked, so you cannot add it anymore. Like the button is visible, how you can purchase when you cannot add that one, right? So it will not be addable. So that's the way we are combining. Also, if we go back here, anywhere you go in our application layer, everywhere the same setup we combine. So that's the dynamic way we are fetching, we are interacting, and we are individually building all the segment, so that you will be redirected in a proper way, in a valid manner, and you will understand it perfectly. So by the way, now let's go and If you want to explore a little bit more here, you can go through it. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and start the building phase, and there will be a lot of other segments. Each and every single part, I'm gonna explain each and every single in depth what I really want it to do it, and also I'm gonna prefer how you can combine it all together. And it will be entitled within a playlist called a Shopcart e-commerce website. You can find all of the entire videos. How many parts is there? It will get over and over there. And if you are having any trouble to completing, if you're any trouble to bypassing any of the scenario, let me know in the comments. We'll try to resolve it. And of course, let's just go and update. Like, I purchased the product and I want to update it, and let's publish. So now, as you see, I got my stock available. So now I want the user to be able to purchase. So now if we just come back in my application, and as you see, there is a few seconds of the glitch. It's because of that, like, you need to wait for to be hot reload. And even we can pass revalidate 0, it will take a few seconds to revalidate. So as you see, now it's available. Anyone can purchase and, you know, do the tweak. So that's how you can measure. And also, as you see the order tracker, you can do a lot of other things, like this one is paid. If it's not paid, you can also make that one, like if you go in the order and you can find the details here. So that's the one which we are tracking through, and it's all depends on the particular user, right? So now if we just select here, you see there is like paid. We can like unselect that, like best processing, pending, cut off, delivery, shipped, or let's say delivered. I want to make it as delivered, and there is a note that was in case scenario, which will, as you see, the deliver. So it's highlighted, that one is done. You can just make it done. Okay, the order is finished, we're good to go. You can like make that one. And also we can implement to delete method if you want it. So everything is fully customizable. We're gonna make it happen. So I think it will be a complete view for you and others. So let me know in the comments whatever the more functionality you are willing and looking forward, because as we are going to make that one in a very specific way, so we can add and adapt more and more the way we are looking forward. So let's just start building our application. Hello everyone, so we are going to build our Shopcart e-commerce website, and as you see, the overview is already I described in another video. I'm going to drop the link in the description, so you're going to have what kind of feature overall we're going to have within this application. And now, first and foremost, we're going to start building and populate the data and get these things done as soon as possible. And how we're going to combine it, we're going to use the Next.js, the latest one. If you just combine here in the get started, and as you can see, the 15.2.1, which is the latest version, we're going to combine. And also we're going to use the Tailwind CSS version 4. So that's, you need to be very clarify about it. It's just newly launched just within a week, so you need to be very clear about it, and lots of things gonna booming up into this build. So to start that one, it's pretty simple. We are taking an empty directory and we are opening our terminal over here. You can directly just open your code editor here. That's up to you. And how we gonna do it, as you see in the Next.js, for you can go through all the documentation as much as possible as you can consume, because whatever we are dealing in the development phase, all are coming up from the documentation. So if you are go ahead on that, that's a very good tactic for you. And for me, what I'm gonna really willing to go in that installation process, how to set up a new Next.js project. It's very simple. System requirement is that Node.js 18.18. You can click on that and you can find from where you can download it and what's the latest version we have. 22.1.14.0. If we just combine here and we just pass that Node version, and you can see it's 23.7.0. I'm running the canary version. So now we are okay to go. As you see, the macOS, Windows and Linux all are supported for this production build, for the Next.js build. So what I need to do is to copy this command. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to paste that one here and hit enter. And after entering, what it's going to do, as you see, I need to provide the project name. So let's say Shopcart YT, enter. And then our entire build, it will be in TypeScript, okay? Because as you see, there's a lot of pages, more than 20 pages. It will populate here, a lot of data, a lot of condition functions, all are going to come over here. So we're going to manage it within the type set parameter, and as we're using the Sanity CMS, is also going to be coming up within that TypeScript parameter. So yes, and then ESLint yes, and Tailwind CSS of course yes, and then we're gonna go on a source directory for this project. I don't want it, and app router yes, import alias okay, turbo pack yes, and import alias no. Now just take a little break, grab your coffee or tea, let the data pouring up, let's this combination done the process, and install all of this React DOM, Next, and the dev dependency, all of those packages it will install for just creating our dummy application. So the project is created. If we just put ls, you can see the shopcart YT is created, and also in that our directory here we can see the data is foreign right here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go cd into shopcart YT, and then I'm gonna open it within my code editor. Okay, now you can prefer any of the fancy editor you want, like Cursor or others, but for our today's build I'm gonna use the Visual Studio Code because I love to use that one for so long. Now this is the application, the dummy one for the initialized application which providing the Next.js. Now what we want to do, the command J to open our terminal here. Okay, I need to close that one. Okay, so now the first command, it should be run here, which is going to be npm run dev to start spinning our application in our dev server, or we can say the localhost 3000. And first and foremost, all the details it just described here, feel free to go and read, and of course it will be tiresome, it will be difficult to go to each and every segment, but if you want to be a better developer, be used to it. Okay, be used to it, read the documentation and try to have a better idea. Now okay, yeah, it starts spinning. Let's open it in our localhost 3000, and we should be able to see our first and foremost application which the Next.js is providing. So that's the application here. I'm gonna go and bring that side by side so that you can have a good visualization, and for me too. Okay, I'm gonna make little bits okay, like that, so you're gonna have a good overlook idea. Now first of all, I want to clarify one thing. There is a lot of e-commerce project in my channel. You can go and see any one of them, and you can have a better idea. But particularly this Shopcart e-commerce website, this playlist, it will contain this entire build in a very proficient manner. So my purpose is that if you complete this entire playlist, you should be able to create any kind of e-commerce website, and you're gonna have a better idea how to fundamentally like arrange and create any e-commerce website. So that's my purpose overall. So even it's tiresome, it's a long like a long video or so many videos, try to finish it. It will be very good for your career. And first of all, you can just go through all of the segments. So now as you see the next, which after running the application, this is the every single data is providing from the Next, so we are not going to touch that one. Then this app router over here, all the things we are going to put in here later on. So we have our node modules where all our modules is just installed. We have our public folder, and here as you see the images, if I just go and remove all of the images, and you're gonna see there will be a bumpy over here, there would be a missing images. Okay, hot reload is working. Okay, just compiling. You see those images are gone, which probably coming from that public, and we're gonna keep our images whenever is needing. Now we have the gitignore file, ESLint, and next envday, and so many other file. And one need to be clarified here, this package.json file, you need to don't delete it by accidentally, because it's a very healthy for it. And one file is missing. What is the tailwind config.ts? As you see, it's nothing around here, and in our version 4 there will be no tailwind config.ts file, so you need to be very careful for it. It will not be there. So how we gonna combine our custom fonts, how we can combine our custom colors, I'm gonna let you know and set up all the things. So first of all, let's go in the app and go in the page.tsx, which is now running the main page. What I want you to do, I want to select and remove everything. If you save, your application gonna just start crying because there will be nothing here. Now what I want to do, because in our application layer, everything as a function in React, Next.js, whatever you're calling in that, everything written in function, either a page or a component. So we just need to create a function. That's it. So I'm going to create an arrow function const home. Let's see, we're just going to be in a, of course we're going to use the customizing plugin or what you can say extensions to generate all of those things. But first we're going to go in manual. So every function need to be passing a return value. I'm going to pass a return which is going to be a div, and as we created that div, we okay, home, and after creating the div we need to return. So it should be export and then default, and then we're gonna pass the name of the function which maintain here as home. And after doing that, as you see, our home is here. There is a tiny classes are there, and one of the most important file nowadays, which is the globals.css. This is very, very important. Okay, and as you see the theme in line, so there is pretty much important thing, but you know how I like it to do it. I'm except, and previously if you are dealing with a Tailwind CSS, there should be 3 files, right? But nowadays there is only one, which is the imports Tailwind CSS, which coming in version 4. Now here we're gonna combine a lot of other things, but keep on remember that one. So now we have our home. Now instead of creating that one like that, you can also passing that rafce and then can rename the page, so home page. The similar way you can do it. And to explore with that, I'm gonna go with a little bit of extension which you need to explore within this application layer. It's pretty simple. First of all, try to use that auto close tag or auto rename tag. It's very simple, which gonna give you a pretty good hype whenever you are using that HTML tags. Then ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. Remember RFCE, RFCE or RNFE. So whenever you are creating the React Native or React project, ensure to install that one. And after that we have our prettier. I need to set that one to just go and like if I type something, like if I go and make that one, let's say pass a p tag here, so pass a p tag and let's say home, and pass another p tag and let's say another home and save. And as you see, it's combined together and arrange it properly, and that's what is dealing with the prettier. So you need to set up that one. Then we need to also have the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Whenever we are typing any of the Tailwind classes, it's gonna give us the prediction what kind of things can appear regarding the classes, the colors, the font, or any other things. And for the optional, you can create install the Sanity and Sanity snippets. It's just optional. If you want, it's a good ahead of yours. Now we have our home page done. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna combine our global CSS parameter, right? So how we can set that? It's very simple also. So first of all, let's go, this is the home, so I'm gonna put an h2 tag which going to be at home. And by the way, in Tailwind CSS all the tags getting the similar treatment, so it will come with that h1, h2 or h3. It will not go with the text bigger or something, because by default all going to be equal. Then we can customize our parameter whenever we want. Now I'm gonna generate one p tag when I'm gonna pass that to lorem 50, because we want to combine our font. So if I just go and check in the font details, it's running that UI sans serifs and system UI. And by the way, if you go in the page, or not in the page but in the layout, there is some class like styles is font is coming from the Next.js, but I'm gonna use the Tailwind font, so I'm gonna just remove that one. You can keep it for by default parameter, is up to you. And I'm gonna remove all of this. Okay, let's keep that initialized. So, or also we can remove that one, nothing to worry. So now it's going to get the Tailwind font, which is still UI sans and system UI. So now we want to set up our font, and for this application we want to use that Poppins, right? And how we can do that? So let's just try that one. We need to pass a variable called theme, and on that theme we can just simply pass through like -- font. We're gonna write that as Poppins, and then we're gonna pass the variable name, which is going to be Poppins and sans serifs. That's it. Passing that. Now we can access the font from anywhere. I'm gonna go in the layer layout here and put a class name, and font should be font pop-ins, and I'm gonna make it also anti-aliased. Okay. Now, if I just go and check our font details, you see the pop-ins and sans serif is right here. Now, there is also a lot of other way how you can customize, how you can predefine the classes and all other things, but I'm gonna go in this manner. Now, how we can start populating the class name? Very simple. If you go in the pages, I want to make that one like a bigger class name. So text should be Excel, font should be semi-bold, and as you see, title is changed, and also I can make a padding here, put a class name padding, let's say 10, and it's gonna provide the padding. And now if you hover on the classes, you see the padding which is providing all the details, and a 10 pixel into 10 into 4, like in it will always be multiplied by 4, and so in 1 means 4 in Tailwind CSS. If you give 20, it will be 80 pixel, so be careful once you're calculating on that. So if you hover on the text Excel, as you see, it's going to coming one like 20 pixel and font semi-bold. So all the classes you can view here, you can see here. Now what I want to make a background color, let's say red. So that's the background color, but I want that color to be globally adaptable. So to implement that one, how we can, previously we used to make it in tailwind config.ts file, but as now tailwind config.ts file is no more, how we can combine? We need to go and access one variable which is color. Now after color, we can pass the variable name, and then we can just check through and pass the specific color scenario. So one of the color which we're going to use, that which will be like say shop light pink. So it will be shop light pink. Okay, and as we are writing in CSS, remember it's a globals.css file. You cannot use that one, you can't use that. You need to hallmark directly inject the class name, so it should be fcf0e4, and then that is our color. So now if we just go, okay, fcf, okay, I think, yeah, but why is changing the value? Okay, I think that's the color. Okay, let's see. Now if I go in our pages, and here instead of that color, what I'm gonna provide, bj, let's say I'm gonna write the shop light pink, and as you see, that color is available right there. So that's how you can combine together. You can just make the color appearing here, and all the things can be populated within the parameter, and as you see, you are good to go with any kind of scenario. Now we're going to use a lot of color here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take all of the colors, and because that's pretty much a very good build setup, so you need to be very, very careful once you are dealing with that. So what I'm going to do, while I'm going to removing this part, you can just creatively get the colors, and also you can use your predefined color, because as you see, we are handling that one in a very, very proficient manner. So that's where we need to inject the color very carefully and use it in a very good way. Now this one, I think okay, I'm gonna keep that, and I think this much not required. And now from there, I need to grab that color, so copy that, and as you see, we can just pass that variable here. So I'm gonna select all of it, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, Ctrl V to paste that color, and then I'm gonna remove that one. And the problem is there, it will not be a comma, it should be a colon. So I need to provide the colon as we are writing in CSS file, because previously that's the projects which I'm building using that one. Previously the project you are seeing here right here, it's happened to be the project within that parameter of like you can say using that Tailwind, not that version 4. So that's the one which we are newly adapting here. Okay, one thing is missing here. I need to remove that and hit save. So all of the colors is right here. I have my font optimization, so we are good to go and start building. But before going through, there is another setup which we want, which is that Shadcn UI, and we're gonna use that UI to creating a lot of good pages, a lot of things which we are going to combine within our application layer. And to implement that one, let's go within their application, and after that I'm gonna go in the documentation, and as you see, we need to select that Tailwind version 4. If you don't select Tailwind version 4, then you're gonna have a problem. It will not configure properly. So I'm gonna select the Tailwind version 4 and then see what is appearing here. And it's here, Tailwind version 4 and React 19 ready for you to try out. You can start using it today. So we can start it, get it started. And we are using the Next.js application. Now, this is the command, which is the npx Shadcn at latest init. We need to run that one. So copy that and let's go in our terminal. I'm going to take another terminal while keeping open the previous one. Enter. And now it's gonna go to go through a few setup, few calculation here. Now for the base color, I'm gonna go with the natural, and then now you can use force, or what I'm preferring is go in a legacy path dependency. So whenever is the dependency is getting upgraded, automatically it will go and just prefetch that. So now it's installing all the dependency, and to just view that, you can go in the package.json file, and as you see, it's install couple of packages where is coming the class variant authority, CLSX, Lucid React for icon, and then Tailwind merge and Tailwind CSS animate. So that's the things is just created. Now if we go, and as you see, that's the error which is coming. So what I want you to do, just close the terminal and then npm run dev again, because it's using typically the, if you just check over here, okay, there's a lot of things is populated. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we're good. So now you can go through all the class name, because we're gonna use a lot of things from there. Now how we can combine together to encapsulate the things, as you see, if we want to add a button, and we need to run this command. So let's go in our terminal again and hit enter. So now as you see, pretty much just combine here, we doesn't have any components, we doesn't have any other okay, I will go with the legacy path dependency, and there is no components folder or directory here. But as you see, as soon as the command is run, it's created a components library, it creates UI, then button. So in the components, in the UI, we're gonna keep all the Shadcn parameter components, and then in the base components, we're going to keep our own components. So in that way, we can separate the logic for the Shadcn UI and our UI. So now it generate a button. So this button is very good way. It's crafted button because it's have the variants, it has the like the sizes and others, and how we can inject that one. If we go in here, and then I want to just populate the button here. So let's just add the button, and let's say check it out. Okay, so now as you see, our button here, there's some custom class name is provided here. Now we can pass the variant, right? If we just type the variant, and in the variant, I'm gonna go in a string value. Let's say I'm gonna pass the destructive. By the way, is by logic is coming with the default value. As you see, is getting the red. If I just go with the ghost value, and as you see, is providing the ghost value. So now also we can just decipher the size. So if we can just make the size here, let's say size, it will be LG. Okay, so it's getting bigger. Now if you want to manipulate the default parameter, like the default background color, so now it's having the BJ primary, I want to use my BJ color. So let's say okay, it will not give us the thing here, so I'm gonna go with that. Let's say I'm gonna use that shop orange. Let's see how it gonna look alike. So if I just pass that one shop orange, and as you see, okay, and also if we just go in here, let's say shop orange 90% opacity, and you see that's working. So in that way you can like populate your own data, own class name, and so on. So now there is a lot of things we need from the Shadcn UI, and we need our accordion. If you just go here, we need to pass that one, we need that accordion, and that one we're using it. If we just go at the bottom, and if we go in our not in privacy policy but FAQs, and as you see, we are using, and also in our help section we are using this one. So we need that one to be installed here. Then also we need to have so many other parameters. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna clear everything from here and npx Shadcn at latest, and now I'm gonna add those parameters. I'm gonna use that accordion badge. So altogether it's gonna coming that accordion, badge, card, carousel, checkbox, collapsible command, dialog, input, label, popover, radio group, scroll area, separator, table, text area, tooltip. If you want multiple, write that space, and you can add as much as you want. Hit enter. So now what it's gonna do, as you see, previously it's installed those things here in the UI. So I will go in the next command, legacy path dependency, and in that UI it's gonna pop, because that's the custom folder or directory for Shadcn UI to run all the npx related command and install those or created those components there. So now it's gonna do the same thing for this time too. And as you see, it's just populating, and the button is already exists, so I don't want to rewrite it. Let's just go with that. So now you see we have accordion, badge, button, card, carousel, checkbox, collapsible, all of the things is right here. So now there is some little things which we want to combine. As you see, the title and other parameter, we can just pretty much in a good way, we can just rearrange that one. Like say we can like if we using in that parameter in the layout, I don't want to see that create next app. You see the title, I want to change it because I'm using my own e-commerce website. I don't want it to be like that. So what I want to do is here, I'm gonna just rewrite those things here, and it's going to be past that, which going to be the shop cart online store, and then we're gonna just passing the default value, and we will passing a description here. Now you see the icon. Now here in this application I have my own ICO icon. That's the icon is passing with that fabiicon.ico. If you have your own Fabi icon, just drag and drop here, replace it, and it will populate here. So now we have a clear vision of what we are building and what kind of things we are managing. So as we see, we are finishing that setup. Now we can go and combine all together, because there is a lot of parameter we need to cover. We need to cover our data, we need to cover our backend structure, we need to cover our authentication parameter, and a lot of other things. So now as we finish our setup with that initial build, now it's time to go and projectize and create all other parameter like the header, footer, and also our backend structure. So first we're gonna understand the build up scenario. As you see, we have header at the top, then we have our banner, and after that the category criteria, then having the products. Now all of these, as you see, the products and the categories, brands, and the blog, all are funneling through our backend structure. So those data is not static, it would be dynamically fetched here, and we're going to upload it all together, and we're having the footer. So in the cache here, as you see, first we're going to start that header, and also as well as the dynamic structure, as you see how it's combining for the responsiveness. So all together we're going to just combine it to make it a powerful build up, so that it can be look much more similar and also be a combinedly compact with all of the scenario. To start that, we are having here just initialize our application all together. So first of all, what I'm gonna do here, let's just, because we are having our Shadcn is installed and everything properly done. So first of all, in the root, I'm gonna create a component. So it should be a components. Oh, we are having that because remember, when we create the Shadcn UI, you see we install all of that. So we are having a components UI here. So here I'm gonna just name it as a header.tsx. You can name it navbar also, it will be fine. So rfce, we're gonna create our first or foremost header. Instead of the div, I'm gonna make it as a header for SEO friendly design, and we will try to explore a much more bit about how we can combine it for SEO scenario and how we can just go and maturely do all of those things. So as you see, sometimes it's just having an issue. So what I'm gonna do, if you're still having that issue, it can happen, depend on that your hardware's category. Sometimes the TypeScript is taking much more for loading. Just reload the app, it will be fine. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back to my layout first, and as you see, we want header to be injected everywhere, right? All of the pages, and of course it will not be showcasing in the admin, but we're gonna focus it later. But first of all, I want the header to be seen all of the page and all of the scenario. I'm gonna import it here and save it. So we should be seeing one header at the top, and also I want another components, which going to be my footer.tsx rfce. So there we're gonna pass that footer. So let's just combine that footer here. Footer. So we have our header, we have our footer, then we have our home scenario. Okay, so let's go in the page, and as you see, this is the home criteria where we are pretty much define everything. I'm gonna remove that padding. Okay, so it will be altogether similar of this pattern. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, what I really love to make is a container where we are passing that max within height properties. We are passing all of the design criteria we want. So container, okay, container.tsx rfce. So that container going to be responsible to inject our like a normal scenario, the way we are going to inject here. So what kind of things we're gonna define here? First of all, everything we want to inject here as a children, so it's gonna render within that parameter. And of course we need to define the type as you're using the TypeScript. So the children should be defined as a children, and that should be a type of React Node by so far, and that's it. And one more parameter we want to explore also, to get the class name. So like if we are passing any of the class name parameter, it should inject here and do its job properly. So we're gonna pass that also, class name, but not always we're gonna pass the class name. So you're gonna just pass a condition. If we are having the class name, only then it will pass as a string value. Okay, so now we're gonna pass the define parameter here. So first of all, let's go the class name, and instead of that, I'm gonna use that curly braces because we are going to use that cn. Remember, that's actually injected here, created by Shadcn UI, but this is a very powerful. And as you see, if you are using the older CSS, or if you are having the bootstrap development page, then you know that important flag, right? If you want to emphasize any of the class name, we are using that parameter so that the one which we are putting that at important, that would show first, then the other. So this is the similar setup it's gonna do. So within the cn, there should be a two criteria. First of all, our default criteria, the one which we want to make it by default, like say max width, we want that screen axle should be screen axle, and mx auto to keep it in the middle, and then let's say px should be 4. So padding horizontally it would be 4. Now this is the default parameter. Okay, this is okay. If we don't pass any of the class name, that would be shown by default. But what if we want to pass any class name? Then coming this one, our second condition. The second condition, it will be a very first and foremost, it's gonna check the variance, and as you see, it's gonna combine, it's gonna that the merge conflict, it will resolve, and it showcase the proper class name. So you're gonna try one. So here let's say in the header, so after that header, I'm gonna cut it, I'm gonna pass that a container here, because everything we want to pass within our container. Okay, so as you see the header, this is the class name which we want, right? So now I want to make that the class name, let's say now this one here, we're gonna make the class name like the, let's say class name, we want, let's say vg red, just to showcase. So we are getting a red background, but remember, we doesn't pass any background at the primary level, right? So what if we are circulating that max width? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it the full width. Okay, and as you see, what we are passing here, okay, is it getting the full width? No. Okay, I think maybe we're gonna pass the width auto. It will not capture the width because we are not predefinedly passing the width, because we have a max width criteria, so we need to combine that max width as full. So it's gonna take entire max width. You see, it's just passing that whatever we are forecasting here, that is the prime circulation. It will be first, then the other parameter gonna hold. So this is as simple as possible. As you are trying much more, you're gonna understand it pretty much in better way. So what I'm gonna do, so this is the criteria here, and I'm gonna go in the page. Instead of that, I'm gonna just wrap everything as within a container parameter. So it should be container. And of course, need to import it from the container. As you see at import, if you're not importing properly, maybe in your application it will not work in a good and substantial way. So now we are having our header, we are having our footer, and also in the footer I'm going to wrap that. So that should be a footer tag, and I'm going to cut that footer, and I'm going to pass that within a container. So that is looking pretty much clean built. So now we are going to start building first our this parameter gonna be done. So let's go back there. and I'm gonna go in the header and I'm gonna close all others. So first of all, what kind of things it should be in our header? We have one logo, we have one navbar, we have our other icon parameters. So if I just combine and if we just separate it, first we're gonna have our logo, right? Then we have our nav button, then we have our another nav button, we can say. This is similar nav button, so we can say nav let's say nav admin. So that gonna hold the admin portion. You can see the search, or you can just make that nav address, is up to you. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, we need to create the logo. So here instead so we need to have the shopcart logo and other criteria. So first of all, in the header, I'm gonna put some differentiate. So let's say background color, I'm gonna make it white, and also let's say I'm gonna make it like padding Y should be 5, and we're gonna having lots of other things. As you see, once we are scrolling, you see that effect is happening here, like the backdrop blur MD. So that should be also like initialized, but not now. We're gonna do it later. So in the container here, first I'm gonna create a logo, but in the logo you can generate either a PNG or something, but for me here, I'm gonna just create a simple file and then attach it here so that we can just pass that parameter. So should be logo, import from the logo. And now this logo going to be combined in a different way, because so that we can really make the things go some and a very good possible. So first of all, this logo instead of that, I'm gonna pass that a link parameter. Okay, pass that a link which need to coming up from next link. Okay, this is okay, next link. And after that, we're gonna pass an href, because from anywhere we click on that link or that logo, we are going to come back at the home. Then we're gonna take an h2 tag where we're gonna pass that, let's say, shop car, and after that we're gonna take an span tag where I'm gonna pass the t. Done. So we are going to have a shop cart, and this gap, I don't want that, so it should be similar like that. For the class name, remember, now we will not inject any of the class name in a predefined way. We're gonna go in with the cn parameter, because so that we have both criteria and like both class name scenario in top of build each other. So first of all, if we are having a class name, now we didn't try it yet, so I'm gonna just try that. If we're having the class name, then we're gonna pass that class name, which is going to be, let's say, string. So class name. Now here what we're gonna do, first of all, text should be 2XL, and text should be, let's say, shop cart dark green, that's I want, and then a font should be black, so it will be like pretty much bold altogether. And after that, I'm gonna make a tracking of wider, so it will be wide tracking, and also I'm gonna make all the scenario as uppercase, and whenever I'm gonna hover, text should be shop light green. We are having that light green? No, not so far, so we need to like enable the light green parameter. So what I'm gonna do, let's just go in our globals.css. We doesn't have that light green, so I'm gonna add one. So the color should be shop light green, and there we're gonna pass our color scenario, which is going to be hash, and then 3v9c 3c. I think that would be perfect. 9c 3c. Yeah, that should be. So that's the color we can use. So I'm gonna, whenever we hover, text should be this color. So if I hover, as you see, I think this color, okay, anything is happening. Yeah, it's happening, but not so good. I think we need to work on that, our color criteria. Okay, hover text shop light green. This is not getting actually. So if I go over here, hover text shop, no, it's not combining all together, and it's not getting. Remember that one, we cannot directly use that, because now we are not using Tailwind config, we are using directly our embedded CSS, so you cannot use that as you like. So if I hover now, okay, cool, it's working perfectly. So this is the simple strategy which we can combine all together. And then let's just make some other parameter also. I'm gonna pass that hover effect so that the hover it will be go, and I'm gonna make it as a group, and I'm gonna use a font of sans, so it will combine that a bit a bold module. Okay, now here I'm gonna make it define it a bit in a good way. So text should be shop light green, and whenever I'm gonna make that, like say in the group, I'm gonna make it a hover here, then I'm gonna make that one text should be shop dark green. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass that hover effect. So we are having a hover effect combination. Did we have that? Okay, no, I think no, we didn't have yet. So we can just pass that hover effect. Should be hover effect, and that should be, let's say, add apply, and then a transition transform. Transition not transform, I'm gonna make the transition all, and I'm gonna pass the duration of 300 easy in out. Okay, see, that's the one which you're looking for. That's the similar of that. Cool, so we are having it. Now after that, as we are passing our logo, so now we need to create our navigation bar and other parameter. This is also we're gonna do it gradually one by one, and to do that, and there will be another logo here. As you see, once we are going back through in that criteria, you see that logo is coming like beside the logo, right? We're gonna do it first. We're gonna just combine this parameter here. So here I'm gonna just create another components here which are going to be, let's say, header menu.tsx or fce. And now as you see this header, I'm gonna try my best to keep the header as a server side, so it will not drop out in the view. So whenever my page is loading, header will be at the top as always. If I reload, you can see the product is curving, but my header is coming in a static way. It's always there. So we're trying to grab that in a very strategic way, and for that, whatever the client interactivity, like once I click in the search, you see this is the client side. I'm typing is a client side. Whenever I'm gonna go in a login parameter, is a client side. So all client side interactivity, I'm gonna try my best, because as you see also here, I'm gonna show the number for the card, for the favorite, because those number gonna coming up from my state, which is a client side components or the client side library. We're gonna use the Zustand. So that could be in a different way. So we are going to, as much as possible, we are gonna push that client side in that parameter. So first of all, let's see, we're gonna just combine our header menu. Okay, so it will be an header menu. Then after that, we're gonna have another div here directly, so I'm gonna keep that div, and let's say others. Done. So now we are having a 3 parameter, but it's not so good to see how it's combined all together. So I'm gonna make that class name, and first of all it should be flex, and then item center, and then justify should be between. So all together it gonna see in a perfect way, as you see the measure. But first of all, I'm gonna go at the top, and here there actually no border here. Is because of this one is actually serving the purpose, but for right now I'm gonna keep a border. So let's say border B, and I'm gonna pass that border B, let's say black. Okay, just for this parameter. Later on we're gonna withdraw it, so you're gonna have an idea how those things is functioning. And also I'm gonna go with an opacity of 50 so that it will not make any problem in my eyes. Okay, 50 is still having too much. 20, okay, that looks good. So now we need to define that our logo, our header menu. For first to go in our header menu, we're gonna see how we're gonna gradually pass that. In the header menu we have this iconic parameter here, so let's see and pass that. And to implement that, what we can do here, and there is another parameter in any of the, like if I in the shop, my shop is highlighted, and you can see that curve writing is here. And if I go home, if I go in blog, any route, you see it is highlighted or selected. So that's, we need to use that use client flag using the path name. So to do that, first of all, we're gonna pass that the scenario how we can implement that. So this is our header menu, and we're gonna pass that a header data, which should be a static data. So what I'm gonna do at the top layer of my project, I'm gonna use use another let's say we're gonna use that constants to pass there. And here I'm gonna take another file which is gonna be data.ts. There we're gonna pass any of the static data we are passing. Here we need to combine some of the data by which we can pass that at the home. So the data, it will be that header data, which is the title as home, and the / is going to be take us to the home parameter, shop /shop, blog /blog, contact, hot deal. So this is the page scenario it gonna create by so far. So now what we're gonna do, we need to implement that one in a very good fashion. So I'm gonna pass that header data dot map. We're gonna map that, and everything I'm gonna combine it within a parameter of, we can say that as item, or you can just destructurize and take the title and href by so far. Then I'm gonna pass the link from the next link, and then what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna pass our item.title, and as I map through, I need to pass a key which should be item.title, which is different than each and every title. And then also I'm gonna pass that href. The href should be item.href. If I save, we should be able to see the data is funneling right here. So now we need to combine it all together. I'm gonna make it bit smaller so it can fit it here, and you can see it side by side. I'm gonna make it a little bit more here. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide some of the class name to make it look nicer. First of all, by default it should be hidden, right? And as you know, if you're using the Tailwind CSS, it's first is the mobile utility first. So whatever the design pattern you are writing here, first it will be applicable for mobile, then it will go lower by lower uppercase. Like if you didn't explain any of the like device structure like MD or LG or Excel, it will just check. Like if I make it hidden, it will work for all the device flow, right? It will always be hidden. But if I write no, not for all, MD, so if MD I want that inline flex, then it's gonna showcase inline flex in the MD device. And you know the MD means is that 48 frame or 768 pixels. So that's the medium device parameter is coming up. So that's how you can circulate that. And I'm gonna make a weight of 1/3 to just calculate that scenario. So which as you see, this is all center aligned. So don't mind that hot deal. It's just we can remove it, or you can just concat it. You see, this is just a crumble here. So now this is how you can just make the contradict explanation. And I see, because the contract, I'm gonna just comment that contact, so it will not be bypassed, because I think we have a contact here. Yeah, as you see, we are having here in the bottom menu, so no need to pass it here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, and as you see, it's very simple. If I don't want the menu, I'm gonna just pass it here. No need to explain it here. Like if I just map through and pass the data here, it's difficult to like it will hurt the design if I want to make any combination here. Then let's say I'm gonna make flash item should be center, and then I'm gonna pass a gap of 7, and also I'm gonna make the text should be SM capitalized, so first letter should be the bigger, font should be semi bold, and then text should be light color. Hit save. So you can see side by side the same thing, the same scenario, and I think I can say don't mind that, we're fixing it here. So now we are having those scenario, and by so far we're good. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass some class name here, and this class name which we're gonna combine here, I think, yeah, we can directly pass it here, but we will gonna have some styling criteria. So I'm gonna use that backtick here, and whenever I'm gonna make that, whenever we're gonna hover, text should be, let's say, shop light green, so that's the color it will be. And then I'm gonna pass that hover effect to take the effect by so far, and I'm gonna make it as a relative because we're gonna have some absolute scenario. And then I'm also gonna make it as a group. If I hover, as you see, that is green, and if I hover, I think why it's not if I see the inspect in the font details, it's a pop-in sans serif. If I check it here, what's the fonts? Fonts is the pop-ins fall back. So the pop-ins is actually working, and here I think, let's say I'm gonna make that font should be normal. Okay, color font should be normal. Is it taking the bite? Okay, we are making semi-bold here. I'm gonna make it a normal font criteria here. No. Okay, it will be fixed. no worries. I think it's a similar pattern here. So this is the one, and once I hover on that, I want something to appear, and see that the design is coming from the middle. You see, it's middle and its padding is two side by side. So that's how we need to combine that through. And to implement that one, we should be having two separate span, right? And both are independent span, self-closing span here. And we're gonna pass some of the class name, and that class name also going to be within a backtick parameter. And first of all, I'm going to make it an absolute, and as you see, we are making that one as relative here, so this will be within that parameter. It will not go out of that. And let's say minus bottom should be 0.5, and right should be, let's say, 1/2, and also weight, I'm gonna pass that weight, let's say first, let's say the full weight. Okay, then we're gonna combine it how it gonna be popping up. Then height should be 0.5, and also BJ should be sharp light green, so it will match with the text. And I'm gonna make it not right now, transition you can make it later, as you see that one. But as you see the weight, I don't want to provide the full weight, so I'm gonna provide and cramp it like it will be half of that weight. So if I go and define 1/2, so that would be my weight ratio. So this is the half weight here, and I'm gonna copy this portion and I'm gonna paste it here. And instead of that right, I'm gonna make that one as, let's say, first one I'm gonna make it left, then this next one it should be right. So it's picturing all together left right combination, those are getting in the line. So first of all, that weight which we are defining here, first it would be 0. Okay, so both side it would be 0, so no more weight and no more flavor on that. And where are we gonna get the weight? Remember, we make it as a group, right? So whenever we're gonna make it in a group on hover, I want to make that weight 1/2, and I'm gonna pass that hover effects. That's it. And also I'm gonna make that, whenever I'm gonna make it a group hover, I'm gonna make that one as a left should be 0, so it will always, like, it will stay in the left side. If I click, you see, okay, one parameter is done. So I'm gonna just copy this entire scenario, hover effect. No, okay, I'm gonna just, why this really annoying. Okay, I'm gonna go with here, and I'm gonna pass it here. Instead of that left, I'm gonna make that one as a right side. That's it. Hover, you see how it's strategically coming. So now there is another parameter which we need to define as using the path name. So we need to check which path name we are right now. Are we are in the home, or we are in the product, or we are in the deal? So we need to like memorize whatever the screen we are on. So we can define it. There is a name of that, which is the path name parameter, and that should be use path name. You need to combine import add from next navigation, and if we make the log here, we can just grab the path name, and when we save it here, as you see the error is coming here, you are importing a component that needs a use path name. This React hook only works in a client component to fix mark the file or its parent. So as you see that use path name, use client, you can copy it, or you can write it directly here at the top and just pass that one. That's it, your error will disappear. Now this one, it will work as a client side library, and I can grab each and every single thing in the console because it's just a client side. So now as you see, we have /home. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another route here, and it's pretty simple. You just need to grab the folder and you can use the route. So the similar route, which is the shop, and I'm gonna make that paste.tsx rafce, which going to be, let's say it will be a shop page, just to remember. So now if I click at the shop, it would be taking my shop page. You see, we are here in the shop page, and also in the route you can see is shop. If I go in the blog, you know, it will be providing us 404 not found. We're gonna create a 404 not found page too. Like so far, if you just write any page and hit, you see it's popping up with a perfect mess, so the user, it will not fall through. And you see we're hiding the header, and because this is working, this should be working as a global parameter. So that we're gonna do and implement. So first of all, we are not willing to get the 404 page. So what I'm gonna do, let's come back to our header menu, And we know now the path name is working, so now we can make it looks a sound in a better way. So first of all, as you see where it will work, that should be coming up here, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass a $sign and a second bracket. So now we can inject the JavaScript directly here if the path name is equal to that item.href. Okay, as you see, if we go in the item, the href is a similar, we made it similar so that it can match with the route name. So you need to be very careful once you are typing it or you are rewriting it. It should match with those parameters, otherwise it will fall back. So now instead of that a default criteria, I'm gonna just make a single condition. I'm gonna make and. So whenever it is okay, only then it gonna take effect, otherwise it will be just as it is. So and. Hit save, and as you see, it's got the color, and now it would be the similar for these two pattern. I need to combine it all together. So first of all, as you see here, I just need to make that with pattern. So if the path name and href is similar, which should be 1/2, that's the same thing for it. So now we are having it. If I go in the shop, it's staying. If I go back to the home, it's staying. So I think this is a very good deal. If you see, okay, cool. So now our this menu is working perfectly fine, and we are now, as you see, we made that only the header menu is a client side. Still our header is in a good position. We didn't make it as a client yet. So now we are having our header menu, and then we should be having our others parameter, where first we're gonna have our search bar. Okay, and to get the search bar, which in the search bar, it will be a lot of things in the search bar. So it should be a search bar.tsx and rafce. So the search bar, it will be here. Then we're gonna pass directly first. Right now it will be a simple component here, search bar, where we're gonna generate one icon here. So let's say we're gonna just pass in the search bar, we're gonna pass a search icon from Lucid React. And here put a class name, which should be, I'm going to make it a 5x5, so it will be a little bit smaller. And then let's say hover text should be shop light green, so that would be the text color. And also I'm going to pass that hover effects. Okay, now as I'm saying it, all of those single scenarios, you see, if I click on that shop, like in the search bar, there will a lot of things, because those call which we are going to make in the product, this will be a live calling, right? So as you see, this is circulating the product from the live parameter. So that's how we're gonna combine it. So it's gonna take a lot of criteria, a lot of things. So I'm gonna make it a side by side later on. So that's the one then we're gonna have our this card icon and the favorite icon, and all of those are gonna be a client-side library. So to grab that one, we can just make that a card icon and a fab icon. So get another file which gonna be card icon.tsx rafce. So that would be my card icon. Then it should be a favorite button.tsx, and that should be my favorite button. So now I'm gonna grab it here in the header. I'm gonna just import it. Should be my card icon and should be my favorite button. So all together it's gonna define. So as you see, it's coming up. So I need to make it in a very good flexible way. So here it's gonna come in for the class name. First of all, which should be auto in the smaller devices, and in MB devices which should be 1/3. So it will be like it's gonna divide a third portion of that. So every single here it's gonna be having a perfect width ratio. Should be flex, and item should be center, and then I'm gonna make it a justify end, so it will be always in the right side, and the gap should be, let's say, 5. Now you're gonna see it's gonna pass that ratio directly here. So now let's go in the card menu. Like for the card icon, we're gonna combine it in a very good fashion. First of all, instead of that div, I'm gonna wrap it with the link, right? So link and href should be, it's gonna pass that as to our card scenario. And first of all, I'm gonna make a class name here, which gonna be a group. and also it's gonna be a relative because something going to be in absolute position. As you see, if we hover over here, the change is coming, and this is an absolute position by which it's working. So to implement that one, I think group is not required by so far. We're gonna make any group action here. Yeah, maybe, because on our link we're gonna, this position can be changed. So should be, let's say, shopping bag. So that would be there. And remember the class name which we are providing for the search bar, we're gonna use pretty much this class name for all together. You can also make that class name as an icon class name, and then you can also throw it here. Now we're gonna pass an span tag where we're gonna pass a 0 item. Okay, and as you see, once we did that, the design is just broken and it's not looks so simple and gorgeous. It looks very bad. So what we're gonna do here, first of all, put a class name. Okay, and then I'm gonna make it an absolute. Okay, absolute, and as we did that, you know, the place is just taking. So now we're gonna make that as, like, say, we're gonna just make it place it here. Now those place I tested it, so I'm gonna just write it, and for you, if you want to try and like toggle through it, you can do it. So minus right should be 1. So you can see the position should be at the top at that core side, and then we are going to make that bj should be shop btn a dark green, and then text should be white color, and height should be 3.5. You can also go with the padding, but I would love to go with the height. I don't know, wait, so 3.5. so that's the ratio gonna combine. Rounded should be full, so it will be a full circle altogether. See that, just working. And from there, text should be extra small, and you can make it more smaller if you want. Font should be semi bold, and flex item center not in checked. Item center, okay, no need that one. I need only this. Sometimes this autocomplete it's providing you much more things and it's getting annoying. Justify not okay, flex. Okay, my editor is just getting crumbled, so let it save that one. Okay, it's saved, and as you see, that's the design we made. So I'm gonna just copy this entire thing. Okay, and for our favorite button, it should be the similar pattern of that. So same thing, but there will be some minor changes here. And I think first gonna be, it should be like, instead of that card icon, we should be passing our favorite icon. So we can pass that what the icon we are using pretty much. So here is a heart icon. Okay, should be heart, not hater, HART, heart. Okay, and I think you see, okay, that's the icon which you're getting. So now we are perfectly aligned together. We have our favorite, and later on this thing, it should be coming from our state. We're gonna combine it. Now in the header, we should be having some other parameter, and one more thing is that we need to having a sign in button. So we're gonna just call it all together in so many portions. So let's say sign in dot tsx. So that would be holding the sign in parameter. You can make it as a button also if you want. I'm gonna just make it simple as it is. So it should be sign in. Okay, save. Now here, for right now, I'm gonna just popping up a button here, because later on we're gonna feel free to make the other portion, because we're gonna use that Clerk authentication later on, and that will combine that, let's say, login. A simple button gonna return a login parameter, gonna have some class name, and to do that, let's say class name, and here we're gonna define it in that way. Text should be SM, and font should be semi bold, and then whenever we hover, text should be, let's say, dark color, and we're gonna pass that hover effect. Save. So now as you see, this is cool, and once we hover, we can okay, let's okay, first of all, text should be, I think, light color, and hover, we're gonna make that cursor pointer. This, by default, the pointer is not coming. Okay, cool. So now we need to get our smaller menu, which gonna be that one. I'm gonna make it a bit bigger, so I think, yeah, okay, cool. Let's make that one. So this button where it's just coming here, you see that header menu. So now the logo is coming here right now. So instead in the logo and this criteria, because it will be appearing side by logo, so I'm going to take a div here, I'm going to pass the logo, right? Then I'm going to take another component. Now we're going to make it as a mobile menu.tsx. Now if you are making it here in this, like if you check a component here, you can do it as fine, it will work. But in that way, the header would be messy and it will be difficult to combine it and showcase where the actual thing is, because also this mobile menu need to be a client-side library. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take a separate separate thing by which we can just define from the separate component. And again, if you are still holding with me, let me know in the comments if you are feeling good the way I'm explaining, or if you're feeling that I'm talking too much, let me know in the comments. I'll stop talking too much, because sometimes it's annoying. I know it's difficult, and I'm trying my best to explain to you the way you can capture, because from one video I think you can having the ability to make some more design if you understand it better. That's the way. If you learn, it would be perfect for you. So now in the mobile menu, so if you see, there should be an icon. So now the mobile menu is heading right here. So first of all, we need to make it a side by side, put a class name, and the similar thing which going to happen, that md like auto and like with auto at the smaller devices, md with 1/3 of flex item center, and I'm gonna make a gap 3, and also I'm gonna make that item justify should be start, so it would be always start like from the left side, it will always combine here. And instead of gap 5, I'm gonna make it 2.5. Not too much gap should be there, so it would be side by side. And instead of that, logo should be mobile menu should be first, then the logo it will appear, so that should be at the left side. And I think for md, the gap should be 0, because it will not be there like if you don't put that one like md gap 0, right? So if I go here in the mobile menu, we want that to be hidden for our small menu, right? So I'm gonna just remove it, and here I'm gonna pass a button, and in the button, let's say it should be an icon, align left, lign left, yes. Okay, so that would be a simple button here, and this one I'm gonna make that a class name, and hover should be text color, dark text color, and hover effect, and md should be hidden. So okay, there is one thing, I can just pass that one in the container, so the text should be light color. Yeah, that's I forgot to pass. So now all the text should be by default light color, and we can just pass that through in a concat way. So hidden, and hover should be cursor pointer. Okay, cool. So now as you see, we are having that. So now what we're gonna do, as you can see, it's not there, it's in the middle, but the gap is there, right? So there's a slight gap which we can actually remove that one by saying in md gap should be 0, so it will be stick at the side by side. So that's the way we can combine it together. We can just pass that value together, or it's still there. I think it is still there. Okay, md the gap, okay, we are putting it the wrong place. That's why it should not be here, it should be here. So the gap which we are giving here 2.5, that md screen, the gap should be 0. So even we are doesn't having that icon, you see the gap is filled up. Otherwise 2.5 gap, it will be always there, and it will be killing your head. So now we're having a mobile menu. Once we click on that mobile menu, lots of things gonna appear, and we're gonna do it right now. Now, once we click on that particular matter, we should be having a side menu to be open. So that's the side menu is appearing from the left, and once we just click on the outside, or if we click on that tab, it's just disappearing from there. So now to implement that one, we need to first create a side menu, which should be another component, and then it would be a side menu.tsx or fce. Now we're gonna capture the side menu right here. So should be side menu That's it. So now the side menu, it will popping up. You see the side menu, it's just lying here, but we will not make it in that way because we need to know once it gonna appear and once it not. So what I'm gonna do here, we need to pass some combination, right? So we need to take an state. So is sidebar open and set is sidebar open. We no need to use that res react because we're gonna directly pass that use state. Okay, input at from the React. Now here is the catch. Whenever we're gonna use that hook, any of the hook, React hook, you cannot use it in a server-side library, server-side component. You need to use that use client flag to make that entire component as a client side. Now if we do that one in the header, you know, if we just call that here in the header, again we need to make that header as a client-side library, which we don't want. So the mobile menu in that part, it should be only those client-side criteria. So first of all, I'm going to make a button here, which is going to be, let's say, on click. Whenever you're going to click on that, we are just going to make a simple function here by which we're going to make that set sidebar, set is sidebar open, and that would be make that true false, true false. Now here also that sidebar menu, and we're going to make it within a div here so that in the MD screen, it would be hidden. So class name MD should be hidden. So in this smaller menu, like even you open that one, so that's the separate component, right? Not related with that like mobile menu. Even you go in that this parameter, it's just taking hidden parameter by default. So that's the way we can hide it. Even we are having a fallback parameter. Anyone wants to recapture our website to see the responsiveness, they will like it for sure. So now once we click that, that button should be appearing. So what we're gonna make that one, first of all, we need to pass that is open criteria here within this parameter. So we will pass the two value altogether. One is that is open parameter, which is going to be a true false value. Then on close function you're gonna pass, and that function gonna be responsible to close that from here and from here. So this is the way we're gonna combine it. And whenever on close we're gonna call, the set sidebar menu should be false. It will be hidden. So let's go in the sidebar menu, and here we first need to recall both of that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna first define the interface, or you can say the type. So interface, and then I'm gonna pass that as a side, let's say sidebar props. And here we're going to define the first one is open. As you remember, in JavaScript, there is a first and foremost, you have we have like the string, we have number, then we have the boolean value. So it would be a boolean value, and on close it will be a function byte. That's it. And in the sidebar menu, we can define it as a props here, but also we can make it in a global way. So we say from the React, and we can call that from the fc, or instead of React, you can directly call that fc like that. Fc need to import from React at the top, the way you like, and then we can pass our sidebar props, and you need to take only a single criteria. That's it. So now if I call that here, let's say is open and also on close, you know, we are getting the pop-up, and you know how it's just having to be done. Now here we need to make some classic work. How we can do that? First of all, we will make that class name, and instead of that, we're gonna go with the curly braces. We're gonna go with the backtick. First of all, I'm gonna make it a fix, and inset should be y should be 0, and what is inset y? Hover through it, that should be a block calculation spacing should be 0 into align with that. And now also I'm going to provide the height should be a screen, or you can just go with the min height or the overall height. I'm going to just go with the screen here, and from the left should be 0, z index should be a 50, and width should be full, and bj should be, let's say, black, and I'm going to make a shadow of axle. That's it. So this is the criteria which we are passing. As you see, for that block, instead of direct block, we can get a 50% of the opacity. You see the sidebar menu, it just appearing. If now we need to combine it when we want it to show. First of all, we will go with our $, and then we're gonna go our curly braces. So is open is available. Okay, so if we have the is open, then we're gonna pass something. If we doesn't have the is open, we're gonna pass something. So is open is there, then we're gonna make that a translate. So translate, let's say translate x should be 0, so it should be at the top hit. And if it's not available, I'm gonna make that minus I think translate x should be full. Okay, that's it. And after that, Also we can combine some additional class name, which is going to be, I'm going to make that as a hover effect. That's it. So let's just reload it. So first of all, it's not there. If we click, you see it just appearing. So okay, it's really cool the way it's just coming in the scenario and the way it's doing its job. Fully compact. I love it. Now we have our side menu bar, right? Now in the side menu, we should have two criteria, like two certain kind of setup. So first of all, we should have a single div, and then we should have two separate div. So one and then another. Okay. So first div gonna combine our logo. So logo, and here I'm gonna put a class name. The text should be, let's say, white. Okay. You can see if we blink, okay, we are just passing it. And also we can combine that one. You see this one getting dark. We can also pass some class name to make it looks better. We'll do it. So we are having a logo here, and now this one we will make it looks much nicer and better. So the mean width should be, let's say, mean width should be here is 72, and then I'm gonna pass a max width. So even after the minimum, the maximum, it will cannot go more than 96, and then bg should be fully black, and then width should be, I'm gonna make a ZNS 50 right there. So height should be screen, and then text should be, let's say, we're gonna make a foreground text, or we can just make the minimum text the way it's appearing. That's it. And after that, we will be compiling. Padding should be 10, and then I'm gonna make a border R, and then border R should be a sharp dark green. So gonna be a strategic border, or you can just make that one, instead of border R sharp R green, we can make that one light green, so we can see the sidebar. There is a border right here appearing, and also we can make that everything as a flex column should be there, and gap should be in between a 6, and 6 is according to the Tailwind. It's a 6, so if coming is 1.5 RAM is around 24 pixels. So one is the 4 pixel combination is right there. So now we have a logo, and after the logo also we can having a button here, and that button gonna combine only an icon, which going to be X from the Lucid React. And let's just bring it here. The C is right here, and instead of, as we make that bj black, I'm gonna make it text white. So that could be a good combination. Otherwise, also if you want to make the opacity, you can make an 80% opacity. That's cool. The way you feel better, it will be appearing like that. And also for the class name, here I'm gonna say that whenever we hover, text should be a sharp as the black color, sharp light green. It will be perfect. And I'm gonna pass the hover effect, and also on the button, on click should be taking that on close event. That's it. Hit save. And also for this div initialization, we're gonna put a class name flex item center, not in checked, item center, and then I'm gonna make it justify between. Initially I'm gonna put a gap of 5. Even it's scrambling together, it will not be lower than 5. You see? Okay, this button parameter, for the button, we can just go in our globals.css. We can just pass that for any of the button. Let's say gonna apply that at apply hover cursor pointer. You know, we can just initialize that one. So any of the button, it will take by default instead of writing it every time. If I now click here, disappearing, click, disappearing. Good. So we're having it now. Also this one, we can fix that the other side, and how we can do that. So you see the logo, we are having the logo. So if we hover, it's a white, so that should be a white color. So I'm gonna pass that, let's say span design, just passing a class name with that. So here we're gonna pass that, let's say once we hover, text should be white. Okay, so I'm gonna take that span design. You can put any of the name. I'm just grabbing it right now, so it just, you know, not in a aligned way. So I'm gonna make that, if it's there, I'm gonna pass it as a string value. So now we need to implement that one right here. So I'm gonna cut all together, and then I'm gonna make that our cn flag, and here first it gonna appearing the one which you're having, and after that it gonna combine the class name which we are going to pass. Okay, so that is happening. Group hover, not here, group hover, only then it gonna work. Ah, no, it's not taking at all. So group hover, it should be okay, span design, we are in the logo. So then group hover, first we are making that shop text is the shop light green. Are we missing something? Group hover, text going to be white. I'm gonna make that again. Group hover, text white. No, it's not taking that. Okay. We put the wrong one, not the class name but the shop design, you see. Okay, now cool. At least now you can toggle through some more scenario here, that's up to you, but I think for me that's enough. Now what we need to do, we need to also like bring back to our header data, remember. So let's go in the sidebar menu. So after that logo, so initially after passing that button here, so after that div, I can combine and take another div. Yeah, so I think this is the one we can work it through. So here we're gonna pass that header data dot map, so everything as an item the way we did before, and we're gonna wrap it through. And on the wrapper we're gonna pass that as a link parameter, and it to coming from the next link. And here we're gonna pass that everything as an item dot title, and here we're gonna pass that href, which should be href item dot link, key should be item dot, okay, not link but the href. Save. So you see the data is just empowering here. Put a class name, make it a flex column, and the space y sp ace space y should be, let's say I'm gonna provide the 3.5 gap here. See the side by side, and font should be semi bold, and tracking should be wide, and also text the way it's here. I think that's fine. That's it. And now for the link parameter, we're gonna also put some class name here. Let's say hover, the text should be shop light green. I think that is looks good, and we're gonna pass that hover effect. Okay, so now once we hover, as you see, now whenever we are having that initial pattern, so like if we can also pass the path name criteria, remember, so that in the path name we can know how the things can be done. So the path name should be coming up from the use path name, and we can just simply go with the class name clarification. We, instead of that one, we will go with the backtick parameter. So backtick, and then we're gonna pass that if the similar the way we did before, if we are having that our path name is equal to item.href, instead of that one we want a single criteria. Okay, should be a single criteria, and gonna come with that, and that's it. So now it's gonna mark, or you can make that instead of text white, you can make that text, you can make it directly fully white, and you can also reduce the opacity from there. As you see, we are making as a text white, you can make it as a 70. That's up to you the way you combine. Okay, so now there is the one thing, and now one of the last parameter going to be here as the this portion here. Remember our social icon, so we need to combine and create that, the social media parameter. Now this one we're gonna create a simple and separate combination here, because remember at the bottom, if we just call that bottom, you see that the same combination, the same parameter we are using there too. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a separate component which will be our social media.tsx rfce. I'm trying to capture that as much as possible to make it the relative name parameter. So that's up to you. You can also find some good shortening way how you can capture that. So it will be, and whatever practicing I'm holding it's not always the best practice, right? So if you are combining some of the best practices which can be followed through, let me know in the comments which you feel better, the way how it can be much good and efficient. You're always welcome to do that things. So now in the social media, we should be generating some of that. Now, first of all, I'm going to grab a link here. So that I'm going to use it in that same similar, as you see that we can also write it in the same component. So now first I'm going to provide that YouTube button, not icon. So the GitHub icon, and also need to be imported the LinkedIn icon, and then Facebook. And after that, it should be Slack. So what we are doing here, first of all, we are defining a social link here, which is going to having a title and then the href, then the icon. And why we're using the title, you see the hovering, you see the YouTube is appearing. So we're going to combine that our tooltip to showcase where actually things is going to combine. So this is a link and we are providing href. Right now I'm just adding my YouTube link. You can add your own link. And by the way, do subscribe and like this video to let it spread it, So now we are having all of the same scenario. Now what you need to do, you just need to change the icon, provide your link. That's it. It will work perfectly. So to do that, we're gonna just go in a combination here by which we can define it in a better way. So I'm gonna go, and first of all I'm gonna map through it. And before mapping through, we need to go with our tooltip provider, because the entire thing's gonna pass a tooltip combination. So tooltip provider, and don't import from the first one at Redis. It's gonna be misspelled. So you just always need to go with the UI which we importing from Shadcn. You can also check it, just click it, you see that's the one we need to import. So never import the the Redis UI there, and it will be a very much error prone, and you're gonna be like it will provide you a very good hard time here. So first of all, let's say social link dot, I always love to make that null check. It's up to you if you want to make, okay, otherwise also it will work fine. So everything I'm going to capture as an item, and then I'm going to wrap it with the tooltip. So the tooltip here, let's say tooltip, import it, and within the tooltip I'm going to pass that, okay, I think I made some mistake. So tooltip, and then we need to pass the tooltip trigger and tooltip trigger. And after the tooltip trigger, within the tooltip trigger, we can just simply pass that our link parameter need to be imported from next link. Here we're gonna pass that first criteria should be our item.icon. Okay, and also for the key, the title or href. So for the key, I'm gonna pass that item.title. So all the title gonna be different, so it gonna just combine it. And for the href should be item.href. That's it. Hit save and let's see if it's combining or generating the things or not. If we click here, you see the icon is popping up. So now we're gonna go first in a very good fashion, put a class name here, and first of all, what kind of parameter it gonna hold, right? So what kind of things gonna coming up? So here we're gonna take 3 or 4 some of the separate props, which gonna be class name, string, icon class name, tooltip class name. I'm gonna just pass that at the top here. And also here we can just get it each and everything, whatever the class name. So first it's gonna be individual class name, then we're gonna pass the icon class name if you want, then we gonna have also tooltip class name, and everything gonna be coming up from the props. So this is the way we can combine it. So now gonna pass the class name. First of all, the first class name, which going to be, remember, instead of this one, we need to go our second bracket. We're going to use the cn parameter, and here we're going to pass the default value, which going to be flex. Item should be center, and then I'm going to put a gap of 3.5, and that's it. Text, the default text by which are preferring, let it be. And then we're going to also pass our class name criteria. If we want to pass any class name, it will take in place. So now we are having the social link, right? So what we're gonna do, this link that would gonna be affected. So put a class name here, and after the class name, we're gonna also use that cn here. So it should be cn, and then it gonna pass that padding should be 2. I'm gonna pass a border. Okay, that it will not take that much hit, so you can just pass that href if you want, because this link here sometimes is not grabbing the attention of that parameter, so it's better to combine and compress here to pressing that one. So that should be an href, and whenever you're gonna passing that, I want also you should be implemented these 2 parameter should be target blank, no opener, no referrer. That's it. So the padding, we're gonna passing a padding, and the border, and also making them rounded should be full. Oh, what's wrong here? What you did? We are passing. Okay. One more thing is that we need to make everything as a child, so it can grab through. Okay, because otherwise it cannot capture what is happening in between. Now if we use the link, I think maybe it could be using right now. Oh, okay, should be properly aligned. Yeah, I think it's because of that it cannot find a child, that's why it was like not figuring out, but now we can use that. So once you hover, text should be, let's say, fully white, and also hover, border should be, let's say, shop border should be, I think, shop light green. That would be perfect. And we're gonna pass that hover effect, and after that we can pass that icon class name. So whenever we want to pass that class name, it will take an action. And you see, okay, cool, nice. But here in our production, you see the error is there, some because the dark is not looking good, but you know, we are like trying to implement as the way it can be affected, you know, making the measurement in a good way. If I click in the Slack, it will always take me to my link, and it will open in the next layer. So that's up to you, please subscribe. So now we're having the link, but when we hover, nothing is popping up. But here, as you see, we are having that Facebook. So how we can combine that? So before, like, the tooltip trigger is done, after the tooltip trigger we need to pass another, should be tooltip content. Okay, so that should be holding that, and here we're gonna pass that item dot title. So if I go here, as you see, if I hover, okay, taking an action, but I want the background should be white. That would be nicer. So put a class name here. We're gonna just like handle it in a flow way. We're gonna just remove the default one. So first of all, BJ should be white for all of that, and text should be dark color by default, and font should be semi bold. And then also, if we are having any tooltip class combination, it will provide. You see, Facebook, LinkedIn, GitHub. Okay, so the design is a very good and very good compact way is dealing with that. So now this looks nice. Also, you can want a border, like say if I want a border should be let's say, you can do it. You see that there is a border, but you can make it red so that it can be appearing. I don't want border. So now this is one way. There is one more simple parameter is still balancing, which by which we can, like, when we click in the outside, you see outside is disappearing, but here it's not. So we need to make that things done. And how we can do that? We need to be compiling a we need to create a ref for that. So we can take that const, we will make that sidebar reference, and that sidebar reference should be coming from use outside click. And here it would be, should be HTML div element, and on the div element we're gonna pass simply that a function which going to be, let's say, onClose function. Now we are not having it. Okay, so we need to like create that one. And how we can create it, simple far is that we will create a hook. So here I'm gonna close everything, and the global layer I'm gonna create a directory which is the hook, and here I'm gonna make that. You can go with the index.ts, you can go with the hook parameter, that's up to you. I'm gonna just go with index.ts. So first of all, I'm gonna just make a function here. So export, I'm gonna make the function like a functionable call away. So because we made it in other parameters, sometimes we can combine with that. So I'm gonna make a T which gonna extends for HTML elements. So HTML elements. And after that, I'm gonna close that one, and this one Okay, not require. And here it should be passing that, let's say it should be passing in a callback. So callback, in the callback it should be passing a void function, which we are gonna passing. Remember, we're gonna pass that on close function, then we're gonna define it. So that's the function it's gonna return here. We just need to import our handle click. Okay, it's just replicated that, getting from the hooks. So now we're having that hooks here, but it's still not working. We need to make it to work. And how we can do that? Let's go our hooks. Here we're gonna define how those things can work. So first of all, we need to pass the reference. That reference should be used, that use reference. Need to import from the React, and then it's gonna take the t, which gonna be extend for null by default. Then we're gonna pass that use effect data ratio, and here we're gonna define how those things can combine. And in the dependency, we're gonna pass that the callback should be as a dependency. So whatever we're gonna function pass, whenever it change, it will take in action. So now we're gonna make a simple function, handle click outside, handle ck clicked outside. Okay, I don't want that autocomplete to be done. And here we can just simply make an arrow function. E should be, let's say it gonna be an, we're gonna take an e, which gonna be taken mouse even function. And from here we're gonna make a scenario. If ref dot current, so the reference is there, and if, now try to picture what is gonna happen. It's very simple. So whenever we're gonna click on that, it will not close until we click it here, right? But if, as you see the black color, if we click outside of the black color, it should work. So what we're gonna do, you see that's the div is responsible to generating all of this. If I just comment that, everything disappear. So if even I click, you see nothing is here. So we need to combine that. So we need to pass a reference here so that it will know that this is the div which we're clicking. So this entire thing is outside of the div. So we need to let it know how that to configure. So that's what we are doing here. If the ref.current dot contains, and that should be, let's say e dot target, and that should be coming as a node value. And then we need to combine it. So what we are doing, if the ref.current and the ref.current contains e.target, so if it's in the target, so we're gonna target on that. If it's not there, we're gonna close. If it's there, it will be simple as that. So then we're gonna pass that as a callback. So the function which we are tracking. So if the ref.current and ref.current, so if it's not contain that target, so whatever is there, if it's not contain that ref, then the callback gonna effect. So means whatever the function you're gonna dealing with, that gonna handle the scenario. I know it's pretty much difficult to understand in a single shot, but you know, you need to give it a try. Just write that function, go through several times, that will be fine. And still, if you don't know how to combining that or facing difficulty to understand, let me know in the comments. I'll jump it through. So let's say it should be a document dot, I'm gonna add the event listener, and in the event listener there should be a mouse down which should be passing that handle click outside, and we need to also return that callback, otherwise it will independently it will differentiate like calling it all together. And also we need to remove event listener, which should be handle click outside after passing that initial value. And what I'm gonna do, everything I'm gonna return it here. So return the reference which we create, we're gonna return it here. So now from there we are getting our sidebar ref, and that's the ref is which the ref which we are getting name as ref. It's really much more like confusing. So we are having the ref, right? Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go this div here, we're gonna pass the reference. So the reference should be sidebar ref. So now we know which reference is gonna work. As you see, if we click, boom, click, we are not in the production, we are in the our local server. Make it reload. If you're having any issue, then click, gone, click, gone. So now we did the responsive header, responsive scenario. So I think it's a pretty much good deal to build in that. So if you know how to build that, you always go with a very good responsive way. You see, that's super sleek and super cool. Okay, so now we did that. I think now we can move on to go with the login criteria. Now moving further, we need to focus on how we can build our login structure. And before going there, as you see, there is a minor error which is passing from the tooltip which we created here. So that it could be, I think, from the social link, maybe the social media which we created, because we mapped through it somewhere here in the tooltip, but we didn't provide the key. The key should be item.title, and hit save, and that error, it will disappear. Now what we can do is that, just as you see, if we click in the login part, our login authentication need to be aligned, and for that instances we're gonna use that Clerk. So the Clerk is very simple, as you see, the most comprehensive user management platform. And also it's defined that need more than just a sign-in box. Clerk is a complete suite of embeddable UIs, flexible APIs, and admin dashboards to authenticate and manage your users. So it's kind of like a fill. It will manage entirely the user base, and by default is providing like 100 users. So you can go and testify your like your projects. And if you want to move further, like if your user base is more than 100 users, you need to focus to buy their paid plan, and beside that you can also migrate the data in some other scenarios. So that's good. That's a good scenario to start. Now I'm gonna sign out from here. What you need to do, if you doesn't have an Stripe account, you just can click on the sign in, and it's very simple to go with the Google. Either you can sign up, as you see, you can sign up with the Google, or if you have the Google, it's pretty simple to go. So I'm gonna sign in with my Google account. So after sign in, as you see, I just drop it here, and there is a lot of application which we create. You know, the shop card which is now over here, this is the application which is maintaining that. So you can I can see the user base, like whoever user is logging here. As you see, like I have 25 users, active 27, sign up 27, sign in 7 users. So it's pretty much, I have a very good view, like a kind of dashboard here, so I can know how many users is aligned all together. If I just go in 100, so I can see all together all of the users right here. It's pretty good that so many users, you people are trying it, you people are doing very good here, and it's pretty cool here to know. Now what I'm gonna do is that instead of making that a scenario, I'm gonna create a new user base, like a new application layer here, just to go with that. And to implement that one, it's pretty simple. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna, as you see in the shop cart, so I'm gonna go and create a new application. So create application. Here I'm gonna provide a name, shop cart YT. Okay, so as you see, sign into Shopcart YT, welcome back, please sign in to continue. So that's the one. I will go with the email, I'll go with the Google, and also I'll go with our GitHub. So that's the one. I'm gonna combine it and create an application. Okay, and after that, as you see, that's done. So what I need to do, I need to rerun that npm install at Clerk /Next.js. If I copy that and just go another terminal and paste that one, boom. So now it will install all the dependency to be enable the Clerk. So that's the one. It will be the Clerk Next.js. And as you see, you can select any other React, Remix, Astro, Expo, JavaScript, or Tanstack Start. So that's the Next.js. So now as you see, what we can do, we can copy that one pretty much and paste it in our .env file. We can write that middleware, and then for the app router, you need to just wrap everything within your Clerk provider, and you are good to go. So now okay, there is still I think they have some issue with the React 19, so I'm gonna go with the legacy path dependency. So you know, if any error, any problem is there, it will wipe out. So now let's install this, and we will create one .env file. Okay, so I'm gonna just paste it here. I'm gonna copy this portion. Let's just create another file at the root, which will be .env. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna shrink a bit here, and I'm gonna paste it. So right now, so you can see that's my credential. I have here the next public Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. So that's the two key. You need to just pinpoint here, and you are good to go. And after that, what I'm gonna do is that, let's see, I need to get that middleware. So I'm gonna just, you need to create a new file here at the root again. So in the root it will be middleware.ts, and then just copy this entire thing and paste it here. And of course we can configure it, we can write our matter whenever the configuration we are feeling best for us, but right now we'll not handle anything here, because whenever we are needing that, we're gonna update it here later on. So I'm gonna close it, and after that, you see the app router, we need to be combined all together. We need that Clerk provider. So let's go in our layout. Now here in the layout, of course we need to modify that, but not now, because we need to separate the logic behind our Sanity Studio and then also our user base studio. So we're gonna do that. So now import, and okay, need to be import from, that could be coming from, let's say, from where they are taking it. That should be Clerk Next.js. So that should be independently append here, and from there we're gonna provide that Clerk provider. And as you see the HTML, I'm gonna put that at the top layer. The provider should be at the top layer of my application, so that you know the everything gonna funneling through within my application layer, like it can now read all of the data scenario, all of this parameters. So now as you see, it's reloading, and if still you having a problem, then just try to kill the terminal, then open it again. It will be perfectly fine. So if you are facing any error, also let me know in the comments. Let's see if we can figure it out or not. So now we are just roll it through. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close each and everything from here, okay, and then we're gonna open our file, which is the header. Now what we need to do, we need to get the user, right? So we can check if the Clerk is loaded or not. And how we can check, as you see, we keep the header as still as a server side rendering component. We didn't make it as use client. So we can now use the async formula here. So now what is the async? Like a synchronous programming, you know, the JavaScript is a single thread programming. So you give him a task, it will just go and perform that and go away. You see your friend at the road, you know, you call him, hey John, look at me, and you know, you call him and you didn't wait for the reply. That's the way JavaScript work. You just call and you are moving on, but your friend need to be turned to you and then say hello, whatever name you is. So you need to wait to get the response from your friends. But JavaScript is a single thread language, and it's not waiting for any responses. So you need to say particularly if it need to be waited for the result, and that's where the asynchronous program is coming. Async and await is pretty simple. You call for something, like you want to retrieve some data, you're gonna get a message, you're gonna post something and wait for the response. Now you are asking JavaScript or saying JavaScript that you wait, async and wait. You get some data, you call that for data, and you wait till you receive that, okay? And there is a network timeout error, you know, once a server side error is there, you know, the after like your network is like full of traffic there, and it will wait for certain seconds, or it depends on the server, or certain minutes, then it will just be like tracked down, or it gonna disconnect the connection. So that's a different procedure, but it will wait till it's get the response. So I'm gonna make that const user, and as it's a server side, we are going to talk about the server of our Clerk. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna await, and I'm gonna get the current user from, and here is the trick. As you see, we're getting at Clerk Next.js server. It's not a simple thing, we're getting from the server. And if we log for our user, let's see what we are getting as a user. And right now, let's see, the user is null. If you don't see that, I can just make that as like that. See, the user is null. Also, now in Next.js, you can also get the server console in the client console side. As you see, the server is showing the user is null. So means we are having no user right now, but we need to get the user. How we can get that? It's also pretty simple. I'm gonna just you see the sign in button here. So that's the sign in configuration which we are having here. This button, I'm gonna wrap it through with our Clerk loaded. Clerk loaded. So whenever the Clerk is loaded, only then this button gonna appear, and then I'm gonna pass our method. So okay, fine, cool. So Clerk loaded, and then it gonna come. So now we gonna also make something like if we have like we have the sign in portion is there, so it should be that signed in, and also it gonna coming up from the Clerk Next.js. So we can just pass that through. If we have the sign in, we will get the user button, right? So that button gonna showcase our user scenario. And now here is that this the sign in, it will only appear if we doesn't have any user, right? Only then I want the sign in button to be appear. So now let's go back to our sign in portion here, which actually predefined a button, a simple button here. So in that button, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a sign in button from the Clerk Next.js. So that's the way we can work. And also for okay, I think instead of like handling that button entirely, because we make some changes, I'm gonna wrap that button within the property of our sign in button from Clerk Next.js. And be careful once you are doing that, because you need to combine that, you know, the data is coming here. You need to be careful that you are importing from Clerk Next.js, because there is other Clerk React or something, it can making some hectic error. So now if I just click on a login, so means it can, you see, I'm here right now in a separate portion where Clerk is actually handling, because this Clerk is the third party, it's not embedded within my application. Whenever I'm clicking on the Clerk, I'm just accepting whatever the Clerk, the scenario is providing. Now this here, as you see, the development mode, and I'm not in paid version, so I cannot change those. But you know, if you are running your business and doing there, you can, you know, you can exercise, you can customize everything whenever you are paying. So that's up to you how you can handle that. But I don't want to leave my application, so I want to open a model here. So I'm going to pass a mode, which will be a model. So instead of going further, right, coming out from my application, it's gonna just stay here and it will open the model. So I'm gonna go in my Google account, I'm gonna just choose my account and see if it's working perfectly or not. Okay, I'll select this one and hit continue. And as you see, the first instances, first 1 or 2 user, it gonna coming up here. If we click in the shortcut YT, it will automatically drag you to your application layer, because from where they start, it's gonna come up here. So I can click here right now, I can manage my account, I can change the profile photo, I can update the profile, you know, I can upload a new image, I can add email and others. So there is a lot of things you can do, you can play with that. But now for my side, I don't need to have any problem to contradict with any user scenario. So if I go in our users, as you see, the total users is 1. If I click on that particular user, I can have all of the scenario. And by the way, you can go check the configuration right here in your setup. So as you see, for the API keys, you can toggle through here and check the API keys using the client secret, publishable key, everything is right here. Feel free to like explore a bit here so that it can make you a good understanding how you can configure, how you can make it much better. So now as you see, if we can just simply click on the sign out, it will automatically sign out. And as you see, it is in server side, so if you load here, it will wait till Clerk is loaded. Okay, so if his Clerk is not loaded, it will be like button is there, login button, but it will not work, or sometimes it will be having some issue when it is clicking. So better to keep the Clerk loaded, only then let other things can be done. Also, I can go with my GitHub, so very simple, I can open and you see it just the same email, so it's having no issue. Now we're gonna go and grab that banner portion. Here is a static banner because we are just creating one image, it's not a slider. So we can now go and prefetch and make that one, and after that we're gonna feature up our Sanity. And to go and make our banner, we need to having some like proportion here. First of all, I need to provide you the asset, and to this build I'm gonna provide, like, I'm gonna push, I think did I pass the code in any of the GitHub? So I'm gonna pass that git status. No, it's not yet. So today what I'm gonna do, after finishing that, we're gonna create a repository and then we're gonna push each and everything. So we're gonna have all the scenario, like the database, like the product and everything in your arsenal. So first of all, what I'm gonna do is that get the assets, right? So all the images I'm gonna just copy from my previous project and I'm gonna just paste it here. Okay, I'm gonna just paste it here. Okay, now as you see, images directory is right just popping in, and here we have a 3 separate directory here. One is the banner, where the banner image is there, one single image here, and then we have our brand's image. So whatever the brand we are using, all the brand image is right here. I just prepare for you, so you don't need to worry about anything. Everything is feeding you, so you just need to try. So for building this entire application, maybe it's taking a bit of time, but it will finish for sure. You know, the Ramadan is going on, so it's very difficult to make the video, but it will finish occasionally, and you're gonna have each and every single asset data for you, and if you know how to combine it, you can finish it entirely. And still, if you're having any problem, let me know in the comments. Like the video, do subscribe the channel please. And then we have our product. So this is the product layer. I just pasted all the product, and no worries about that. How you can seed the product, right? How you can, like, whatever, because this is coming from my Sanity dataset. Now if you want to grab this entire thing, you need to upload one by one. No worries, you no need to worry for it. I'm gonna pass the seed by which you can just, you know, run one single command, and all of the data will be funneling to your application. I'm gonna provide that to you, so no worries, nothing. You don't need to just upload one by one, because if you just combine it in my studio, it's very difficult. It's too okay. If you combine it here, I upload like around more than 20 like product is here, so it's every time you need to upload. So all the images is right here. If you want to upload by yourself, you are welcome. You can just grab the products from here. We have one empty card, we have payment, we have our PayPal logo, and that is the index file by which we are importing each and everything. Now what I'm talking about is that products. So now as you see, if you want to add more products, you need to add one by one. Like you need to go there, you need to add each and every single product, and it's pretty hectic and difficult. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide you the seed link. So I'm gonna provide you the file by which what you can do is that you can just run a single command. I'm gonna show you, because I'm gonna do the same thing with you here right now. To do our banner first, so as we're having the image right now, we're gonna create a banner. Let's go back to our components. We're gonna just create a new file which called home banner.tsx rafce. That would be our home banner. Now you can create another directory called home, where you're gonna assign all of the home, like home file. If you can assign as a shop, where you're gonna assign all of the shop file, that's up to you how you can exercise the overall structure, how you're comfortable with it. But I know, you know, I have some basic structure. I know I memorize those scenarios, so I know where the file can lie and how you can combine it. So but for you, you need to strategically maintain your own scenario. Again, I'm saying you need to maintain your own scenario. Be sure about it. So now over here within the container, I'm gonna pass our home banner. That's it. So now we should be able to see, you see the home banner. Also we can do one more property here in the layout. As you see, for this portion here, let's say I'm gonna make a main div so that I can pass everything, and over there with a class name, I'm gonna make it a flex1 to get an perfect each and everything, and I'm gonna wrap all entire property here within a div parameter. Put a class name, I'm gonna make a flex and flex column property. That's it. So what it's gonna do is that I think, is it okay? Okay, cool. And also for this portion, I'm gonna pass a min height of screen, so that you can see my home banner. It will take the entire space, and you see the header at the top, footer at the bottom, so you don't need to worry about anything. If you just make a background color of red, you can see entire home portion, it's gonna take the effect except the header and footer. So that's the way you can combine this structure. And for our header, like for our home banner here, we need to make a certain kind of movement, where in the left side we're gonna have some text, and in the right side we have a single image, then we have our other property. Let's do that. First of all, I'm gonna make that one, let's put a class name. First of all, I'm gonna put a padding y, which is going to be, let's say 16, and whenever we are hitting in empty screen, we don't want any padding y portion, should be padding y 0. And then we can now provide some colorful scenario. The bg should be, let's say shop light pink, so that's the color we will use, and rounded should be lg. Hit save, and we should be seeing a color, so that's the similar color of this one, as you see. And after that, we're gonna also make that padding x should be 10, and then lg should be padding x should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a 24 padding. I'm gonna make a flex item should be center, and also justify should be not baseline but between. Okay, so now you can see we have home banner, but now we need to toggle through two separate parts. So I'm gonna go and create two div. So one div for the text, another div for other parameter. For in the text layer, I'm gonna grab through, like we can actually provide one of the field here. So in the UI, even it's not created, so I will create a new file here which is going to be a baseline, and that should be, let's say, text dot, we can provide a text or we can provide a title. I'm gonna make the text dot tsx, so that will be passing the text parameters. So let's say here we're gonna create a title. That title, it will pass the title text here. You know, we can pass some certain ratio here, and we can like combine through with that, like what kind of text we should be having a title, we should be having a subtitle, and here we're gonna pass an h2 tag, and in h2 tag we're gonna combine everything, whatever we are passing should be as a children. So we can take each and everything from there, and we're gonna pass the children, we're gonna pass the class name if we want, and there children should be, let's say it should be a React DOM parameter, should be react node. Let's make some bigger portion, and for the class name, if it's available, it should be the class name of a string. Done. So you have two ratio here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna provide some class name. Let's put a class name, and here instead of this one we're gonna go with the cn, and here we're gonna provide first instances text should be 2xl and font should be semi-bold, and then we're gonna pass our class name whenever the class name is appearing. That's it. So now if we go back here, and now as we are having a title right now, and of course you need to export it, right? So instead of writing that, we can just simply go with that export const title, or you can also directly export at the bottom layer. Let's say export title. That's it. The similar way you can do it. Now you can create your subtitle here, you can create your p text here, anything you can create and just drop it from there. So let's just bring the title, so title UI text, and here we can pass that, let's say it should be a grab, let's say up to 50% off on, and I'm going to use a BR tag, BR, which gonna provide a break here. It will go in the next line on selected headphone. It's saved. And after saving that, we should be able to see the grab up to 50% off and selected headphone. Okay, now you can see that is working. And by the way, as you see the title here, we can actually title where we're using in so many, you see the popular categories and others. So we can do something more in the text. We can provide some more title here, like more properties here. The text should be, let's say, a shop dark green, and also I'm gonna make it a capitalized, so the first letter will be bigger, and I'm gonna make it a tracking wide, and also let's say font, instead of semi bold we can now pass that one as a bold font. I think that would be a good scenario here. And instead of 2xl, we can now combine it, like first it will be 2xl, md it will be 3xl. Need to provide the text line, should be 3xl, and after that margin bottom should be 5. So whenever we are gonna put that text, there will be a gap of bottom line. So I think that could be matching with that, or instead of this one we can just remove that margin bottom. You know, we can now provide it from here if we want it to. So we have one text parameter, and after that title we're gonna having a link up, so should be a link from the next link, and that gonna pass an href, which going to be, let's say, / I'm gonna pass it to the shop, and in the text it's gonna say buy now. And for the class name, I'm gonna provide a background color shop btn dark green, and that should be a 90% opacity color over here. Text should be white, also over 90% opacity, and padding X should be 5, padding Y should be 2, and rounded should be MD. Text should be SM. Now instead of passing those scenario, you can also combine another proportion here, which can be passing your text properly. You can create a nav link, then you can call the nav link anywhere. That's up to you how you can combine. And font should be semi bold. Whenever we hover, text should be white. Whenever we hover, BJ should be sharp dark green, and we're gonna pass that hover effect as an effect portion. So now if you go back here, as you see, that's the way it should work. And this is the one portion here. I'm not gonna go with the padding margin right here because we need to configure it here in the image, because we need to also pass in other variation. So I'm gonna get the image from next image, and there we're gonna pass that the source should be, let's say it's gonna be banner 1. And you know, we already configure all of the image parameter right here in that index.ts. So the banner is, we are exercising from there. Now also for the alt tag should be banner 1. Let's say banner 1. And for the class name, by default it's going to be hidden, and MD should be inline flex, and also width should be 96. That's it. So now we should be able to see one image, and if we go at this layer, you see that is not popping up. So image is coming only this segment. So we need to, there is a lot of things to be making it better, so we'll do it. And for this scenario, we have a padding 16, MD, BJ, okay, rounded, we provide LG, padding X, okay. Also for the title, I'm gonna make that let's say font should be, I'm gonna provide a font of sans font, so it can actually highlight a bit here. And for right now in the home banner, so also I'm gonna provide that, so this is the title, put a class name, MB should be 5. So, or instead of putting that one here, as we are having a div here, so put a class name, we can make that now space Y, which we can make provide a 5 space, so it gonna provide the gap scenario. As you see now in here, that's the same thing. So instead of passing that variation where we did that, instead of make that, we're gonna provide the text as 3 axle, so altogether it would be a 3 axle scenario. So I think that is cool. As you see now, as we created that one, if we go back to our header, we are no longer needing that our border scenario. So I'm gonna just remove that border. Okay, so now we're not having the border, we have other scenario, and as you see, that's perfectly aligned as working very cool. Okay, so now as you see, we have our parameter done. So now we need to focus on those scenario, because now we need to get our product and other things. But before going there, I'm gonna just quickly grab that for the footer and this segment here, so that it can be look pretty much nice and clean. Then we can configure our sanity. Okay, so to grab the footer, remember we created a footer parameter. So let's go at the footer. I will just remove the console from here. I'm gonna close each and everything. I'm gonna just go in our footer. So now in the footer, we should have 2 segments here. So one should be a footer top, another would be a footer itself. So how we can combine them? So this is the footer, right? And before going any further, so let's just make that, I'm gonna create another file. Let's say in the components, another file should be footer top.tsx. Okay, so that's the footer top. We can just pass it through here. Footer top. Also, let's just make that margin bottom, put a class name. MB should be, let's say 40, just to make it at the top. And what I'm gonna do for right now, to just combine the design, I'm gonna just remove that, so you can see it at the side by side. And also I think if we make in this instance, margin bottom is no longer needed, but there is something. I want the background color should be white, and I'm gonna pass a border top, which should be there. So you see that border which we are talking about. So first we need to pass the footer top, right? So to get the footer top, we need to combine two separate parameters. That one should be passing the value. And no worries about that. I'm going to explain each and everything because this is a very slight and legit design. So you can just follow through how I'm saying. You can get it. And by the way, as you get the code, so no need to worry about it. Even you miss something right now, you can always welcome to get the code from there. So now we are creating an interface which gonna passing a contact item. You see the title is a string, subtitle is a string, icon is the React node. So now we are passing a contact item data. So that's the data gonna exercising on that data, which an array of data. You can even if you don't do that one like this segment, it will work. But for the type safety, we'll have to do in this parameter. So we have a title, which is the visit now. We have visit us. We have subtitle where we putting the address. We have an icon. We put the map icon. Then the same thing: icon, title, subtitle, icon, title, subtitle. So that's the way we are working. So we have of around four call us, working hours, email us. That's up to you now how you can configure. So now as we are having that footer top, so what I'm gonna do here, let's just say I'm gonna make that we have a data. So make the data dot map. We can just simply pass that anything as item. Also you can take the index to pass that like a certain kind of scenario for the key, and then we can just return, let's say we're gonna return a contact item. So should be contact item. This is pretty simple way. So I will show you how you can really go and grab that. So as you see, we create the footer top here. So now we can also create another component which should be a contact item, and as you see, it's pretty a simple function. So now from there we're gonna return, and we're gonna return a div. Here we're gonna pass a p tag, let's say hello. Save. So now we're gonna see what we are forecasting. You see, we are having to see the 4 items here, and of course we need to provide the key. I'm gonna provide the key should be the key of the index instead, or you can go with that item because every item have a different title. You can provide the title here, but I'll go with the index. And after the indexed, we now be combined to pass the data scenario. We can just pass all together. Like say if we want to pass the item, entire item, we can pass the item, or you can just and if you feel why I am doing that, I can just simply creating this one here, right? You are welcome. You cannot, no need to do that. You can also create the same thing here. You know what I'm gonna create? Let's say it will be a div, and then in the div it will be, we are passing the icon first. So the icon should be item.icon, and here I'm gonna provide the key should be index. That's it. It will work the similar way, and it will work perfectly fine. So no worries about it. You can do that better. So what I'm gonna do, put a class name here, and I'm gonna make it a flex. Item should be center, and then let's say I'm gonna provide a gap of 3, and I'm gonna making a group. Where I'm doing that, is it so? No. I'm just providing the previous code here. So that should be a grid, and the grid column should be by default 2 column, and MD should be, let's say, not an MD, I think the LG, I want to change the grid column. So grid column should be 4, and grid column should be 4, and instead of gap, I think instead of, yeah, I'm gonna provide a 8 gap, and then also I'm gonna pass a border, should be border B. So it should be a bottom border, the one which we can see here. You can also, now there is a trick. What I'm suggesting you is pair that border all together, this both side, if you can do it, same like the top. So that's your task. If you can do it, let me know in the comments. So now what we can do, we need to make pretty much other parameter to be done here, and to implement that one, I'm gonna just wrap it through everything. I'm gonna pass another div here, and on that div I'm gonna pass an h3 parameter, and here I can just pass that, let's say should be here item dot title. So there it would be the title, and then another p tag should be, let's say item dot subtitle, I think. Yes, subtitle. So that's, we are having our 2 parameter. So this div over here, that should be making that flexibility here, should be flex, item should be center, and then gap should be 3. So if we save, it should be all together side by side, and then I'm gonna make it a group, and whenever I'm gonna make that like hover, bj should be gray of 50, and then padding should be 4, and transition should be colors, because once I hovering, the color should be changed. As you see, hover, color is changing. That's where it's coming. Now for the div itself, I think we provide a gap, but you know, the gap dash is not there, so the gap is not combining. So here, this one, let's say put a class name. You can use the title, but I'm gonna go with the simple way. You can now combine, you know how to do it, right? So gray of 900, and then whenever we are hovering on the group hover, text should be, let's say, primary. So the black color, you can put the primary, you can make that as a black color, and also that's it. You see, the color is getting a little bit dark and shiny. And for the p tag, put a class name. Text should be, let's say, gray of 600, and then text should be sm, margin top should be 1, and then whenever we are hovering on the group, text should be gray of 900, and then that's it. Okay, cool. And you can pass one more parameter is there, and whenever we are passing the hover, you know, the hover is working perfectly whenever we are passing the hover effects. So we can pass that hover effect. So now if you like hover over there, you see that's just a slight color pattern, but you can make it better, then you can see the changes more comfortably. So we are having our footer top. Now we need to go and combine our footer bottom, where we should be having our all other parameter done. And for the footer, we should have a 4 segment where we should providing the logo and details. We have a quick links, we have categories, we have newsletters. So that's the 4 segment going to be independently 4 altogether. So to implement that, after the footer top, we can now put that the variation here. So after footer top, we will take another div, and here we need to provide like a 4 separate div. Now first one, we will just provide the logo, and after that we will provide a p tag. Let's say we will just pass a simple text here, which going to say that discover curated furniture collections at Shopcart YT, and blending style and comfort to elevate your living spaces. So that's the one it should be implemented. I think that's the similar pattern. And after that p tag, we should be having our social media. Okay, it's safe. So now it's here, but this combination is not so good. Remember, we have some modification. So put a class name. Text should be, let's say, dark color, and we're gonna provide a opacity of 60, which going to be at the first instance. So you can see it's still here, but little bit highlighted. Okay, cool. And after that parameter, we will also combine that, passing that icon classes and then the tooltip classes. For the icon classes, we will provide that, let's say, border should be dark color. I think icon classes, yeah, I think we're gonna pass the border color, or we can just combine it all together, because it's just a simple class name which we are implementing right here. So what it's gonna do, the border, it should be like a dark color of 60, hover border shop dark green, and hover text shop dark green. And also for the tooltip class name, bj dark color text should be white. If you hover through, as you see, the Facebook, Slack and other scenario is working perfectly. So I think instead of dark green, we can pass like, let's say, or we can go with that our global CSS. So we can see which color should be affected properly. I think the light green, it will be fine instead of the dark green. So I'm going to provide the light green. Let's say light green. Okay, the similar, but it's okay. Yeah, that's now it's good. So as you see, so this is the one in the div layer over here. Put a class name. First of all, we're going to provide a space. Space y, which I want to make it as 4, so it will be a 4 parameter of the gap. And then we have a logo, we have why the logo is not taking, because after the logo should be gapping from all together, right? So okay, we're gonna see how it's not working. So first, put a class name. We're gonna make a padding y should be 12, and I'm gonna make a grid pattern. And then first of all, the grid column should be 1, and md grid call should be, let's say, 2, and for the LG screen, grid call should be 4. And also I'm going to provide a gap of 8 in case there is a gapping scenario here. So as you see right now, it looks perfectly aligned and feel much better. So now for the logo, I think, yeah, logo is not getting because it's a link. We can put a class name here, inline flex. Yeah, now it will take because we are passing it. I think, yeah, that would be fine. So now we have logo, and for the text itself here, let's provide a class name. Text should be gray of 600, and then I'm gonna make that text should be small text. And as you see, those kind of text, it would be all together, like we will pass it here, and other parameter we can just make a subtext. And how we can do that? Let's just go in our text, and here we can pass that, let's say, const subtext. So now we can now pretty much independently pass a return value. We can just a p tag, and here whatever the children we're gonna pass here, so the similar class name should be appearing. So copy that, paste it here, and after that the class name which we have been passing it here, I'm gonna copy this portion, so pass it, and we're gonna provide the cn. So first go this class name, then the class name which we are going to be passing from there. So after the title, we can also pass that, let's say, subtext. And instead of that p tag, we can now pass everywhere wherever we want to pass that subtext. Is it not importing a subtext? Okay, why is not? Why is not importing here? Okay, we're gonna just import like that from. This is annoying. If we go at the footer top, we imported the title somewhere, right? We imported is in the home banner. Yeah, that's the way it can just simply passing through, but I don't know why it's not working. So here I'm gonna pass that. Oh, it's small. Okay. Instead of that, as a component here, we can just pass that as like this, because if it's not in the bigger scale, it will not auto import. So now if we just remove that, as it's a bigger text, so now it can just be calling through here. So should be subtext, and this text class name not required. Okay, now after that we need to have another of 2 segment here, so we need to combine that. So that's our first div right now is done. And now to pass that one, we will go in our data layer, right? As you see, we are passing some of the data. So here we're gonna pass some of that scenario which we really want to be explored. One, it will be the quick links data, where we're gonna pass the title as about us and /about, contact us /contact, terms and conditions, privacy policy, FAQs, helpline. And for the categories itself, title mobile, href should be mobiles, because it will go directly. If you go and click any of the appliances category, you see it selected the category, and the way it's working, pretty amazing. So the same scenario we are going to combine through all together here. So to make that things done, as you see, we are just passing that quick links data and the categories data. Feel free to write it, and we can just now implementing that one here. So first of all, we're gonna go and make that like for we can go in the text, and here we can pass another parameter. Instead of title, we can just pass that as a subtitle text. So let's make that subtitle. what's wrong with me? Title. So instead of h2, we're gonna pass that h3, and also we're gonna pass that as subtitle. So after the title, it would be subtitle. And for the subtitle itself, instead of passing that like this class name here, which we are passing for those parameter, we can just modify a bit here. We're gonna pass that in a different ratio, like for okay, we can pass that like font should be semi bold, and then text should be gray of 900, and then okay, that's it. If we go over here, we can now pass that our subtitle. Again, did we made any other mistake? Yes, this is pretty annoying. I'm just passing that one as a small, should be capital, so should be subtitle. And here we're gonna pass that as quick links, so it should be appearing as a quick links right here. And after the quick links, we should be mapping through. We're gonna pass an UL, and then we're gonna just make that quick links data.map. And over here, everything we're gonna take in a particular item, and then we're gonna pass that through as li, and that li going to be wrapped through within a link, because it's gonna pass that with a link parameter. Here we're gonna pass that everything as item.title, and for that one, as the key should be item.title is a separate, so it should be the key. And for the href should be item.href. Hit save, so we should be able to see the data funneling right here. Now after that, for that UL, for the class name, I'm gonna make that space x or space y, you can say. I'm gonna make an space y of 3, so that it should be like that, and empty should be 4. So margin top from the top layer, it should be 4. So this is the similar scenario which you're looking back here, the same thing is happening. I think I can check the font. It's a fallback poppins, but this is some differentiation is happening. It's because this need to, oh okay, it's taking the UI system sense. Our poppins is not working. Why? So if we go in our globals.css, did we provide the fonts poppins, sans serif, and I think if we go in the layout, we can now provide, let's say, okay, we provide the font poppins. But even we provide, it's not taking. Did we manipulate anywhere? No. I think it could be, or also we can pass another tag parameter here. Did we have any root here at the top? We can pass that directly in the root. So this is the root we are having here, and on that root parameter we can also pass that. Instead of this one, we can just simply go like that, because we passed that at the theme but we didn't pass that at the root, so it can be happen to be problem that it cannot exercise. So let's just reload, and if it's not working, then we need to find another way. Okay, not yet. Or there is a simple solution, is that which I really want to make. It's pretty simple and bit hectic. You see, I'm gonna go in my body here, so because it's a global CSS, right? So we have all the CSS parameter here. So in the body, I'm gonna directly exercising the body. The font family, I'm gonna provide that as a font family var poppins. Let's see if it's this time if it's working or not. Okay, let's see. No, somehow it's not working, so we need to configure it. Okay, I think in the root, did we have any misconception? For the root itself, okay, this should be coming within that parameter, and also this one need to be, because the font should be working like that. Okay, sans serif should be by default, so there should be no error. So now if we go and check, okay, again, this is really crazy. Sometimes it's working, sometimes it's just misleading there. So now we have our bar poppins, and I think even we remove that, is it gonna working? Let's say reload. Okay. Anyway, sometimes it's working, sometimes it's just providing that kind of notch scenario. I'm still having trouble to configure the fonts. So if anyone have any idea how to go and configurably done that, let me know in the comments. Otherwise I will use directly injecting here the fonts should be okay, here the fonts popping font. Why the poppins is not coming here at the body? So let's see, and if we go in our globals, okay, we make that as a font display. So I'm gonna provide the similar name. Poppin should be everywhere, and instead of the display we can pass that poppins. No worries if it's not working. Let me know in the comments also. If you cannot figure it out, then I'm gonna go and dig down, and if we cannot configure somehow, then we'll love to use that our Next.js font. Okay, so that's the one parameter which we configure. So now if we go here in the quick links, so if we go and hover here, you see the color should be changed. So that's the same thing we need to also implement here. And okay, there is one hash is just gone. So now what we're gonna do in that link parameter, we need to provide that structure. So put a class name. Right now text should be getting the black text for so far. So whenever you hover, text should be, let's say, shop light green, and we're gonna pass that hover effect and also a CT, and I'm gonna make a font should be a medium font. If we hover, see, okay, cool. So that's the one parameter which we are having here. So I'm gonna just copy this thing and I'm gonna paste it here. So this one, instead of the quick links, it should be, let's say, categories. So let's pass that categories. So the same thing you can see here. So instead of that quick links, it should be categories data, and from there the same portion should be appearing. Okay, but there is a catch. Also we're gonna href, that should be something need to be changed, and we are going to use that backtick because we're gonna interlink that one with our category portion. So let's just wrap it within a backtick parameter, and then I'm gonna pass that href should be within a $sign and then /category /item.href. So if we go click on about, it should be generating us to like take us to our about page. You know, it's not yet created, but if we click on the mobile, should be coming category mobiles. No worries, we're gonna create and we're gonna fix those things very soon. So now as you see after this portion, so there is a one more div is pending here where we're gonna just pass that a text which, let's say, subtitle. Okay, so many subtitle is coming here, so should be subtitle, and there we're gonna just pass that, letting us say why like this. Okay, it will say that instead of contact us, it should be passing that as newsletter, and then pass a p tag, or you can also pass instead of p tag, remember we created that subtext, it should be passing that subscribe to our newsletter to receive updates and exclusive offers. And after that we're gonna pass a from here, and from that from we will not make any action right now, and then we're gonna pass a simple input here. Let's get graph from there, and in the input pass a placeholder which should be passing that enter your email, and after that pass a button, or you can just grab the button from our UI button which is gonna say subscribe. Done. So if we are coming here, you see the newsletter, enter your email, and the subscribe button is right here. So that's the same scenario which we are injecting, but right now we need to configure a bit. So let's put a class name here. For the div itself, what we're gonna do, similar parameter of that, or I can just pass the div align. I think let's just grab that space y4. so that it should be providing a proper gap. For the from here, put a class name. Instead of 4, I'm gonna pass that as 3. And also for the button, spacing is there. So for the button, put a class name. I'm gonna provide a full width, so it's gonna take the entire structure. The similar thing which is happening here. You can now toggle through for the classes and others. For right now, what we're gonna do for the import for the placement is there. So the type should be email, and also I'm gonna make it as required, and that's it. So now if anyone entering there, you need to fulfill that scenario. Now you can get that one, you can create the newsletter, and you can create the subscription parameter and others. So this is the topmost scenario for right now here, and one more parameter is pending. If you go at the bottom layer here, you see there is a reserve writing parameter is here. So we're gonna also provide that within a separate div, which is going to be a bottom parameter. You see that shop cart. So a new date, we are passing that full year date. So we're getting that today, this year date, which is 2025, and the shop cart, and as you see, already reserved. So this is the parameter which we are toggling through. So text dark color, and I think instead of that, we can just directly provide that logo itself, but the logo is wrapping with the link parameter, so we cannot ascending as a p tag. So we're gonna pass a div parameter here, or instead of that span altogether, instead of that span, we're gonna just pass our logo. No, we are good. We just need to remove one span from here, and we need to rename as div. Okay, you see that logo is get much more bigger. So what I'm gonna do, put a class name. Let's say text should be sm. Is it taking? No, it will not take, because this it will be need to providing here. Text should be sm. So the small text should be appearing. Okay, cool. Same thing gonna happen if you go any of the other, we go back to the shop, and whatever the field parameter is working, if you click the shop, it will coming itself. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my layout, and here again the similar scenario, flag should be 1. So now if I visit any of the shop parameter, you see that dependency is right here, the gap is right here. So now we are configuring each and everything. We have our header, we have our footer, we have our banner. So you see everything is in place in a proper shape, in a good ratio. So now it's time for us to combine our Sanity CMS, by which we're gonna manage our content, and by which we're gonna grab all the attention to create and exercise all of those scenario. We will now implement our Sanity. And to go with the Sanity, first we need to open an account in our Sanity. You can just simply go with your Google, and after clicking this, creating the account, you should land over here, and you can see you can click on that manage projects. So if you doesn't have a project, so you can just need to create a new project. But if you have, you can see the dashboard where I have my previous project, and as you see this, see the shop card here, that's the project which I created right here. So what I'm gonna do right now is that I'm gonna create a new project. I can create it from here, and also I can create it from the terminal right here. So instead of creating from there, I think it's better to showcase in the terminal. So to implement that terminal scenario, I need to go with another package, which is that Next.js, and it's a very good up-to-date package over here. And from there, I'll go with the quick start, and as you see, for quick start guideline, instantly create a new free Sanity project or link to an existing one from the command line, and connect it to your Next.js application by the following terminal command. So I just need to copy this portion here, copy, and then open a new terminal, and then just paste it. Now what I want you to follow, just try to follow along with me what I'm doing, and it will be fine with you. So yes, why we want to proceed with that. And now let's see what is just passing that to us. Now after that, you can create a new project, or you can go with any of that project which you have been created before. So first we're gonna do to create a new project here, enter, And now we need to provide the project name, the name which going to be showcasing over here, by which you can find your project in that dashboard. So that should be, let's say I'm going to provide a similar name, Shopcart YT, enter. And now I will go with that, the organization I have here right now. And if you have a multiple organization, like multiple account with the segment, you can feel free to go and see that scenario. And of course, let's just get the default dataset configuration here. Now there is a very good concept over there that you better go any okay. Also, I want that Next.js folder, and we want the TypeScript to be added. And here, would you like an embedded Sanity Studio? Of course we want. So by this we can see that /studio can be open. You can provide any dummy name, but I'll go with the studio. And here it's better if you doesn't have any idea how Sanity work, you prefer to go with that Sanity, that blog schema. So you know there are no need to create everything from the scratch, you should have it. But I'll go with a clean project with no predefined schema. And then why? So it gonna add it my name, like a project ID and dataset. Now it's installing. There will be multiple packages it gonna install. First of all, of that, this Sanity Vision 3, which the Grok query tools. Then we have the Sanity version 3 and Sanity image URL style component 6. So those all of the things, just give it a little bit time to install of those things. And after installing, we should be able to see another directory here, which would be /studio. And everything installed. And if you just minimize that one, okay, I'll go bit a drag up down, or we can hide it, that one. And as you see in that overlay studio, we have a page which is combining each and everything. Then we have one .env.local. I want you to copy that one, and after copying, I want to grab that one in our .env file right here. So I'm gonna just pass that one is here, and then I'm gonna remove that .env.local file. So you can just pass that whatever the configuration you got in your file. Then after that, also we have a certain kind of things. We have a sanity.config.ts, where the Sanity base URL, base path, studio path, and other like the plugins and other structure is just a settle down. And we have our Sanity CLI.ts, where we are configuring that compartment for Sanity. Then we have our Sanity folder, where we have our live, where we're gonna manage to get the client image and also the live scenario. And then we have our schema types. Right now we doesn't have any schema because we didn't create any predefined schema. Then we have our .env and structure. So now we have this layer. So first let's try also, if you just reload this your dashboard, you should be able to see that one project is created. You see the Shopcart YT, that's the project, and you can see the match through that project ID which you have the .env file. It will be similar of that. So now let's just try to access that. Should be a studio, and let's see if we can access this one or not. And while you're accessing, you need to be careful by, remember the account you have it here, the way you make logged in, you need to select the similar account like Google account or any email you are selecting. You need to be attend to the same email, otherwise it will be having some trouble. Now while you are running for the command line for the first time to initialize the Sanity, it will be taking a bit of time to configure it. You need to wait for a while. So now we're getting an error. Error is coming from the Clerk because we use the Clerk in the server side. So what we're gonna do here, as you see, we need to like clear cut. Instead of running and passing those thing and data layer, we will go in a very maximized way how we can configure our path ratio, because as you see there should be a 2 data layer. First one, it will be for our client. So I'm gonna take a new folder where I'm gonna pass my client directory here. So in the client directory, I'm gonna just take the shop from here, and also I'm gonna take that layout and page which is underlying here. Let's just drag in the client and move there. So we have our shop, we have our layout, and also we need to get our page here, move. And for the layout, we need to change one more portion here because we go back one of the directory inside, so we need to get that global right there. So now still we are in the studio, so let's just reload. So now we are actually separating the client, and you can make another admin of directory if you want, but I'll just go with directly in the studio. That would be a very simple way to do that. And after that, also, as we are accessing the studio, we should be having another layout, because without that layout it would be difficult to like access those things. And this layout, which is managing for the client layout, and you see the following URL missing the root layout, so we need to create another layout. Instead of creating within that studio portion, I'm gonna create within my app here. So it should be layout.tsx, and that should be const root layout. We can just simply predefine here in a pretty good way, should be return, and from there I can return here one HTML, and after that I can pass the body tag here, body, and here we can pass simply whatever the children we are generating. And if we go back in our layout, we can just functionally grab that defined value for the children, so that would be the children. Okay, what we did wrong, or we can just do like that, children. So the children should be react.react node. Okay, so that is the children we are passing. Now there is something we can be making it more sharp, because you see we are passing the HTML tag here. So instead of passing that HTML tag here or the body parameter here, I can just simply cut that. Okay, simply cut it here, and I can just simply pass it here in the body. Okay, so that should be our main body, and instead of HTML passing it or parsing it here, I can just remove that HTML thing here, because remember we have HTML right here, and then we're gonna pass that language as English. Let's see now. Okay, the default export is not, okay, we need to make that export default. It should be root layout. So now it can access the layout, and it's in the main layout where it doesn't have any footer, doesn't have any header. It's a clean layout by so far. But whenever I'm going to reach in the client, you see my layout should be different. So first of all, I need to go with my provider, and remember the similar account which we chose to create our application, that should be the same account, but to log in with the same scenario. So that's our okay. And as you see, it doesn't have any schema, so you cannot see anything. If we go in our shop cart, like in the home page, we should be able to see the things. Okay, I think we will just go right here. Okay, it's rendering. Okay, now see, that's also working perfectly. Even you go back to our studio, that route also working perfectly, and studio is not having any header, footer, or no other parameter. So now what we need to do is to create the schema to configure the scenario, because we have nothing in our list. First of all, let's just try to create a single schema, then I'll go with one by one, so that you can understand it in a very good way to make the things, to put it in the right way. So first we're gonna just make that one schema. We can say, let's say we're gonna create a category schema. So let's go in the Sanity, and in the schema types, take a new file which will be category schema or category type, or you can simply say, yeah, I think category type, it can be good, .ts, not tsx but tx. So in the category type, we need to define how we can define. Remember again, if you are having the blog schema, you can have a pretty good idea how the things can running by so far. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just export const the similar name. I'm gonna pass that the name which we give the file name, so the category type, and over the category type, it will not be an object. So before objecting, we need to first define schema or define type we need to provide, and need to be imported from a Sanity, and it will be a function which can underline everything as an object. First you're going to provide the name, which would be a category, then we're going to provide the title, which would be a category, and then we're going to provide the type, which would be a document, and we're going to pass the icon, and the icon should be, let's say, a tag icon. And that tag icon, I think we can just simply get the icon from a Sanity, so it import like that. So that should be the tag icon, and after the tag icon we need to provide the fields, and that field it's a kind of array, so where we can pass all of the property. So after in the field, we need to provide that parameter which called that define field. So define field, and also need to import from a Sanity, which also a function where we can pass an object. The name, we can provide the name should be, let's say the name key should be a title, and then we can pass the type which can be a string. That's it. So now if we go in our index file over here, in the index, if we just pass that should be, let's say, category type, and hit save, we should be able to see a category data layer which is just handling the data and handling the layer properly. You just wait a bit at the first instances. Later on, when its data should be caching, it will load pretty much faster. And as you see, the category is appearing. Now I can add any category if I want, and it would be similar the way I can just pass the title and hit the save, it will be done. So now we're gonna try some other parameter, like after the category we can also get another field which should be define field, and on that field itself, that should be a slug. So we're gonna provide the name which would be a slug, and also the type which would be a slug, and then we're gonna pass an options, and within that option parameter we can pass the source which would be taking the title, and also we can pass the max length. And for that slug, we want that slug to be require, so we can pass the validation role should be require. And also for the title, like any category we are passing, we should be having that title. Without title, nobody can pass any category. That's kind of rules we can set by so far. Now what kind of things more a category can has? A category can has also like some other parameter. If you can go back here, a category can contain a description which the type is text. It can define the range number from which category, starting the value from there. If you see over at the top layer, if you can now combine it, you see started value, we can pass the starting value. So do we have that scenario? No, I think it's a previous one application we are configuring, but you know, you can pass the range if you want, and you can pass that if the category is feature category like that one, it will be coming here, or it will be directly going over here. You can define within that feature parameter, and feature value by default is false. Initial value is false. If you want to make it true, we need to set it true. Then we have the image field by which we can pass the image, which the name image, title, category image, type image, options is hotspot true. Now if you just roll back to see here how we combine, if you go to C Studio, you can just going through a pretty good overview here. If you go any of the particular category, so now you see that's the kitchen appliances, right? Any kitchen appliances have the title, that's the title, that's the slug which having here, that's the description, and the price range is here. We are having feature is off, and then also we are having that image. So that's the scenario. And also you see that you can see the preview here. So the image, title, subtitle or description, you can say we are combining that. So now we will create that parameter too. So after finishing that array, so after finishing that fields array, right, after finishing the field, we can create that preview. So in that preview, what we want, we will just select the preview, and on the selection it should be, let's say title should be the title. So the title should be title, and then a subtitle should be the I think we're gonna provide the description for the subtitle, and also media, which the media should be an image. That's it. So now if we can just upload, okay, that should not be there. Okay, so that's a clean category which we have been created. So you can also create that one to just create your application layer. It's loading, and now because anytime you change here, that could be loading, so better you close it and then start building that one, so the loading instances you will not see at all. So now if we want to like create a category, like let's similar of that, we're gonna create a kitchen appliances, right? So I'm gonna copy that, and let's just say pass it here, and after passing that, it will take the title as a kitchen appliances at the generate. So it will generate the slug for it, and also for that one I'm gonna just pass some dummy text ratio here, done, and then I can pass the range, let's say 120 range, and I can make toggle true feature on and off, and also I can upload the image. It's pretty simple to upload it. You see, I have my project here in the build, I think in the Shopcart YT, then I have images, then I have images for the, let's say for the, I think, let's say I'll go with the products. Let's say I'll just pass through any of the category. You can see that's the same thing, but you don't need to worry about the kitchen images, like those images, because I'm going to provide that seed data layer for you. So now if I upload and if I just publish that one, you see I have like an image, I have the title, I have the description. First of all, I'm not gonna just drag it through because we're gonna seeding our data by so far, and to seeding that, first we're gonna create the schema, or I'm gonna dragging this schema for you, and it's pretty simple to combine that. What I really want you to do is that to just make sure you know what you are doing, and you need to be importing it in a proper way. Otherwise you're gonna just facing some error and you're gonna mix everything up. And also I want another one which should be author type .ts, so that will contain our auto type, which gonna be in a blog schema. Now first I'm gonna just import everything in our index. Later on I will break it down one by one. So we have category type, we have let's say blog content type, then we have our product type, which gonna holding the product. We have our order type, and then let's say get the brand type, and after the brand we should have our blog type, and then we're gonna have our blog category type, and after that we should have our auto type and then address type. So we should have this much instances within our application layer. Now you can see we have our all schema parameter. We have our products, order, brand, blog category, author, and address. Now we will define through one by one. Now you need to take your time here to combine and finish all of this schema. First we're gonna go the address schema, what kind of address type we have. In the address is the name, title, and like the icon, and the fields parameter is here. Name is the name. With that key we will call that address, then the title, address, name, and the type is string. So first we're gonna get the name, then we are getting the email, so user email, and then we are getting that address for particular, that getting city, state, and then we are getting the zip code, and in the zip code we have a rule which we need to validate, and then if it's validated we are accepting that zip code here. Then we have our, like this one, we should not use that. Okay, cool. We will have our default address. So this is, any user can have multiple address here. Then we can the created at which the time is created. Then also in that preview we are passing that preview to showcase our address data. Now the author type is maintained for the author which gonna create the blog. Like if you go back here, any particular blog, we should have a author which write that blog. So I'll go in my store just to showcase the data how we are accessing that. So if we go any of the blog parameter here, if you click in the blog, you can see the lifestyle, you see that admin. So the blog, the author is writing that blog is right here. So that's the author type, and here the name, Slack, image, and having the bio for the author, like anyone can go and preview of the author. Then we have our blog content. So that's the content can combine all of that blog parameter. If I just remove that because it's auto generated while you are having that blog schema, so I'm gonna just make it this one clean a bit so you can have a very good view of that, and like that. So a blog content, what kind of things it gonna having? It can just passing with this style a bit, like type of blog, then it's getting the title normal, title h1, h2, h3, h4, and the code parameter. Also having the bullet point, having the marks like decorators or annotations. So everything is right here to go with the defined array for that. You can pass the image here, and we are going to style it. Also we are just calling that blog data in the blog parameter. So that's the data which you are showcasing using the image and the title. This is the blog data which is combining this entire parameter. And after that we have our blog category. Any blog should be categorized so that if you go in any of the blog, we can just see the lifestyle, social media, company news, electronics. We can see how many blog is here and from how many sectors. Any blog can have a multiple category and title. We have our blog type. Blog is going through to having the title for the name is should be a Slack, and then the author is linked through the author which we created. We have our main image, we have the block categories, and as you see what I told you, it can be defined with a multiple array member, so it can be a multiple array. And you can see a demo over here. So I can go the store, and then I want to go the studio again just to showcase to you what kind of things we are talking about. So if in the blog over here, we can add that blog in a multiple category here. So if we can see the category, okay, that's the category. If we want to add a new category, we can add any category we want from here. So we can first check the category, and any blog can have a multiple category segment. Then also we have the publish time. We have is latest or not. By so far we can render it at the home page, or we can render it anywhere. And in the body we are parsing the blog content, and this is the preview which is showcasing. As you see, we are having image, title, latest or not, and by author name and something. And then we have our brand type. So the product brand is right here, the name, title and type which is incorporated with the brand. A brand should have a title which is going to be a name. Then we have a slag over here. You can make the slag, like all the slag, you can pass a validation. So the validation, it would be good for, like, nobody can pass the any save any brand without the slag, because later on we will use the slag to combine that data. We have our description, we have the brand image, then we have the preview section where we are showcasing the title, description and image. Then you know already the category type. Then we have our product type. It's the one of the important type which we are dealing here. In the product, any product have certain kind of things. So product type should be having name and product name and a string, and you know the name is required for the product. And we have the product slag, which maximum length should be 96. We have the product, but the product image, you can add multiple images in any product. So that's, you need to be very careful once you are dealing with. As you see, that's the first image. Then we have the other image which we are toggling through in our single page design. So any product have a multiple image. Then we have our description, we have price ratio, we have our discount, and be careful to write the same thing. And also, even if you're facing problem, feel free to just go in the GitHub repo and grab the file. That's like that. I'm going to provide the repo end of this video. So now we have discount, we have categories. You know, the multiple categories can be toggled through. We have stock, brand, and we can just type through the brand. We can link, but any product can be entitled with a single brand. Then we have the define field for other product status. It can be either a new product, hot product, or the sell product. And the way we can showcase here, it can be combining through, as you see, we can now toggle through which segment the product would align. Then we have also our type, like what kind of type product we have, like gadget, appliances, refrigerators, or others. And then we have our is featured on or not. So, and then we have a little bit a good preview here. Then we have our order type. This is a very hectic type here. So as you see, I want to just have a very good view over here. The first showcasing in any order, the order it will not, we're gonna create, because other we will upload here, but the order will not upload that. It will coming back to us after the payment is done, not simply done, but successfully we receive the payment. Then it will hit the webhook. Then from there we will retrieve that. So any order should be have order number, invoices. Invoices should be having the ID, number, and the hosted invoice URL, and then other parameter. And also we should have a very good valid, like the products. So whatever the products we are having here, we should have a proper view right here. So having the order number, having the invoice data, having the Stripe checkout session ID, and also getting that Stripe customer ID, Clerk user ID, customer name should be applied, email should be applied, and Stripe payment indent. And here is the products. Products by default itself is another fields, right? So in the product should be array of products, and from there define member, which is gonna be an object, and the field should be, we are passing product name and the title, product bought, quantity number, and that's the preview which we are selecting to showcase the product data. And after that, after the order product, so After the products, we are having another parameter, total price, the currency, the amount discounted, and then the address. Remember, we have an address parameter. This address, it will link within this parameter, so it will automatically connect and fill all of those data. Then we are having that order status, either our order, like if you just showcase this order and if you go back here, you see the status is deliver. You can just make that pending, processing, paid, shipped, out of delivery, or you can cancel through. Every single segment and compartment have a very good impact in our like the front end. And also we have the order date, we have the customer, the preview, we are passing that customer name, and as you see the customer name and that the amount, currency, and the customer email. That's how we are parsing through it. Now that's a very good hectic way to just initialize, add each and everything. But instead of adding everything time to time, what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna just grab my seed here. So I'm gonna copy from my previous project, I'm gonna pass it here. So that's the seed.tar.jz. Here we're gonna combine that seed to implement or attract each and everything. So the data I'm having here in my production grade application, I'm gonna passing that to you, so you can now edit it, you can just use it by the way you are looking and facing it better for you. So what I'm gonna do, npx sanity at latest, I'm gonna not go through init, I'm gonna go with that dataset, should be dataset, and import seed target.js. So I'm gonna importing that whatever dataset I was exporting from my previous application, I'm gonna import it here. So now there would be some similar process through. You need to be very careful to follow through. You see, now instead of creating a new dataset, remember in the env the dataset is trigger to production. If you having a problem here, I will showcase to you. You can see it here. So that's the one I'm talking about, the production. So enter, and you see now it's gonna importing from this project. You see the ID, so now it's embedding that everything right here, and now it's exporting each and every single segment. So before importing that, you need to create the application, and even without creating the sanity, you can directly start importing that target file, and automatically it will follow through all the segment. So now as you see, you have every single category, every single product, all the data is right here ready to cook. You can now from there, we can now fetch it. Like how we can fetch it, if I want to fetch all the products, right, I can just type a grok query here. So how we can just go, let's just go and put a star mark here. We can just go and define the way we will make it feel better. Or I think I will just check it a second. Okay, let's just write it. So first of all, I need to pass in a star mark the way it is start, then that's like the third bracket, and then I need to provide like underscore type. So type, I want type, it should be a double face, so equal, not 3 but 2, and I want that product should be appearing. So I want all the products should be passing through. If I just make fetch here, it should be able to fetch all of the product. But let's say from there I want that only the title should be appearing. So let's just say I want the title, okay, nothing else. I want the title to be there. The title is null because we make that as a name. Enter. You see the portable mini and all the properties, all the names is providing all the types, so you can get all of those. So that's the way we can combine it. That's the way how we can fetch it. If you want like that, you can fetch directly like that, so it will fetch each and everything. And also we can go with, like I will say, and we will make that order. So the order segment, I want that name ASC. Okay, so we can enter it, and first of all, let's see, we will just pass the name so we know how it can affect. You see the first is coming the letter, then character wise, and if we put the descending as C, so now it will go through that the lowercase layer to other segments. So we can just toggle through each and everything. So in the similar scenario, we can now starting to fetch this all the data within our application layer, and now we're gonna do it because we are having data. We're gonna build up all of those segments like what we are talking about previously to start building our main phase of the application, where we're gonna have our category segment, we're gonna have our product and all other data. So we need to showcase our product in the home, similar like that, where we're gonna have our category here in the left side, and in the right side we can press the button as see all. So in the see all, it will just showcase all of the products, but also in the category segment, you see we can just toggle through the product real time. And as you see, we just got setting our product from our previous project, so we have all of our project in our project. So now we can now just similarly fetch it here in our application. And to do that, first of all, we'll go back in the home, because we're gonna fetch each and everything or every segment here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a separate component where we're gonna deal with how we can just combine through the data and how we can make sure that everything is working perfectly. So first of all, let's go in here on the client, or no, not in the client, but in the components. I'm gonna create a new file here, which gonna say, let's say product grid.tsx rfce. So that's gonna be our product grid, by which we're gonna call our entire product segment. So here, let's say it should be product grid and save. Now this segment here, we need to make it in a client fetch parameter, because as you see, whenever we are particularly toggling, this fetching is happening whenever we click the button, we are fetching in real time. So the client side activity is there, but if you see like in the shop or in the hot deal especially, you can see here this is our server side, because we're just particularly like fetching the product for that. But whenever we are going to do for the client side interactivity, by which we can like click and change the ratio, that time we need to use that client interactivity by making the components as client side. So as you see, our home should be as a server side, which we really want. So what you're gonna do to make that our other parameter as a client side properties. So first of all, let's just come back here, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a class name over here, or we can just go directly in our page, and then because there would be a categories and other parameters, so I'm gonna take it within a div here. So let's just place a div, and I'm gonna pass it here, put a class name padding y. I'm gonna provide a 10 around 40 pixels of padding in the vertical motion. And then in the product grid, first of all, let's just go and grab the products. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna make that as a use client flag parameter, because we're gonna use state and use effect hook to fetch our data. So first of all, we're gonna take a toState, which will be products, set products, and we're gonna use that use state hook to call that. And also we're gonna use that loading parameter, which is gonna show us whenever the product is coming on Node, we're gonna have a loading time, and by default it's gonna be false. So whenever we click, you see that product is loading is happening. It's because till the time we receive the product from our backend, from our data source, it would just take the loading and instances keep on running. So now let's come back here again, and there should be some different parameter also. As you see, this tab which gonna be happen, first we're gonna create the tab here, and to do that I'm gonna go and create another component here, which going to be say as home tab bar.tsx. So this will generate our tab, like a tabbing parameter by which we're gonna grab the property. And also you're gonna have a separate method which would be selected tab and set selected tab, which gonna use that uses state. And by default I'm gonna keep it as empty right now. Okay, should be set selected tab. Done. And now we need to, first we're gonna build up our tab portion. So what we're gonna do, so for the tab bar, we're gonna first keep it like that. So instead, so what I'm gonna do here should be home, not home banner, but home tab bar. Okay, so we can see the tab bar is right here. So let's go in our home tab bar. We're gonna just make the things in a very proper way. So in the tab bar, we should have some kind of data here to be aligned with our properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create that data type in our data which we are writing in the constant folder. So as you see here, this constant which gonna be memorizing the product type which we define in our application layer, and there we're gonna pass that layer because we want that one be as customized, so we can like hover through whatever the parameter we want. And also you can just directly grab the category if you want, but I'll go with that, like gadget, appliances, refrigerators and others. And by the way, if you just focused over here, you can see that instances also you can grab from the data set. So this is a typical scenario by which you can create a lot of other property, because every products over here you can see there should be a type defined here. If you just go at the bottom, okay, it's loading. At the bottom, as you see, there is the product type is coming here, like gadget, appliances, refrigerators, others. So we can do this way, but we can also do similar portion of that, like we can just pass that product type. We can grab that one also. So I'm going to show you in a both way. First, we're going to just go in a simple way how we can just prefetch that product type. Later on, we're going to just replace that one with the real one. Okay, so here, what we're going to do, so in the div of that home tab bar, so I'm gonna just remove that, and then I'm gonna pass another div, because here it's gonna be two separate div, which gonna be one will be the left side, one it will be the right side. So in the right side, it should be just simply pass a link, which gonna pass that, let's say, see all. So that's one, it gonna be just passing to our segment. So it should be a right side and left side, right? So I'll just call it as left, and also whenever we're gonna just click on that href, it's gonna just pass that one to our shop parameter. So now you see we have the left side, which gonna be a tab, and then see all button is right here. So on that instance, we're gonna make it a flex, item should be center, and justify should be between, and I'm gonna make it a flex wrap property so that it's gonna be in a wrapping mode. So flex wrap, and I'm gonna provide a gap of 5 in case it's just pulling that all together. So this is the segment which is happening right here. And for this portion over here, what I'm gonna do is to just comparatively make that, like, let's say I'm gonna map through that our home tab. So should be, let's say, product type dot map, and in that mapping portion I'm going to take everything as an item. You can also take that product property by so far if you are willing to. Okay, so here I'm going to return a button, simple button, which going to return that a parameter. You can use the Shadcn button also if you like to. And here I'm going to pass that item dot title should be the button properties here, and the key as all the items should be different, so I'm going to provide the key as the title, and hit save. You're gonna see the gadget, appliances, refrigerators, others is right here. Now also for this segment, put a class name should be flex, item should be center, and also I'm going to provide a gap of, let's say, 1.5. I think that could be save our purposes. And after that, let's say I'm gonna make the text should be SM, font should be semi-bold, in a way to make it looks better. Is it working here? I think the similar, yeah, the same case is happening. Now we need to modify it a bit to make it look more gorgeous and more beautiful on that segment. So first of all, let's go in the button here. So on that button statement, we're gonna put a class name. First of all, we're gonna just pass a different variable instead of the just empty string. We can just use the backtick here, because we should have a design for the selected parameter. First, I'm gonna pass a border, and border should be a shop light. I think shop light green. I'm gonna pass that, and within 30% of opacity, it would be perfect. And after that, I'm gonna passing a padding X, the horizontal padding 4, and the vertical padding should be, let's say, 1.5. So you can see a padding gap here. I think the differences, I think, yeah, it should be 3. I think it will be good. So instead of 1.5, if I just put a gap of 3, yeah, that's looking better. And padding Y, after the padding Y, we can just go through for empty screen. The padding X, we can provide a 6 padding X, so it should be 24 pixel. And also MD padding Y should be, let's say, padding Y should be 2. Padding Y should be 2. and I'm gonna make that rounded should be full. And also whenever we're gonna hover on that, hover, and that should be, let's say BJ should be shop light green. And whenever we hover, border should be shop light green, so it's gonna match with a single color properties. Hover text should be, let's say white, and we're gonna pass that hover effect parameter to just pass the hover in a very good fashion. So now if you hover, as you see how it's changing, looks cool. And also for the see all parameter, we're gonna use the same setup of the things. So we can just come over here, put a class name, pass it like that, and that is fine. So we have the CL button which is working directly like that, and we have our other properties. So now that can be selected in the particular topic. Whenever we click, the one should be selected by default. And how we can do that one? First of all, let's go and our like the product grid portion here. Now in the home tab bar, as you see, the selected tab should be categorized right here. Instead of passing an empty string, we can now, we have the array for our product type. So let's just go and that product type, and from the product type, the first instance, so we're gonna get the first parameter. So the first one should be selected. We're gonna pass that. If it's not available, only then we will just make it as an empty figure. So we know we have a selected a tab parameter, right? So now what we can do, we can pass that to segment directly in our, like for our home tab bar. So we can just initially pass that, like selected tab should be the selected tab, and also the set selected tab gonna function, because on server we're gonna click that we want to change the selected tab, right? So now in the home tab bar, we need to have like two props on that. So first of all, the props should be like the interface props, like selected tab should be string, but on tab select, the function which we are passing here, the set selected tab, that can be just a string, and by default the tab parameter is gonna take the string parameter. So we need to catch that both of that things. So should be selected tab, and let's say we can pass that on tab select. Okay, and that both can be passing from our props. Now what we're gonna do, we need to combine the design the way it can be making much more better. So first of all, instead of just passing that one, we can just now categorize how it can be looking at that instances. If we have that a selected tab is equal to, let's say is equal to item.title, only then we can just make some changes, and otherwise also we can make some changes. If it's not selected, then we're gonna just make that BJ shop light green. So it should be the green within the 30% opacity. So means it gonna just capture in this parameter. And I think previously we passed the border on that, and if it's like selected tab is right there, we want that to be selected in particular ratio. So as you see, the similar categorized things is happening right here. I think we can change a bit. Let's say the 20%. I think 20% is the good one. And also I'm gonna make that one as 20%, so it will match with both segments. Now what I'm gonna do, BJ should be shop light green if it's matched together, and also then the text should be white, and also border should be shop light green. So border shop, where is that, should be shop light green. So as you see, our first one is selected, but once we click, that instances need to be changed. So first of all, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just go and just in the home tab bar, let's just log our current tab to see what one is selected right now. So if we go here and if we just make that log for selected tab, why? Okay, we are just writing at the top portion, should be here within that particular ratio. Okay, now in the selected tab is the gadget, the first one, but once we click, we want to run something else. So in the button, whenever we're gonna click on that particular button, we want to run a simple function, and here it should be, let's say on tab select should be item.title. So now that can be matching through together. In the appliances, as you see, the appliances is selected, refrigerators and others, so everything is working perfectly fine, and I think we are good to go on that. So okay, I think it's pretty well. And okay, so now as things is going well, so what we can do, we need to come back in our product grid. And also I would like to like no need this one anymore. So in the product grid, first of all, we need to catch the product, right? So now to grab the product, let's go in our query. So that's our over here. We can write the query to grab the data. So I'll go in the vision to check if we can get the data the way we are looking for. As you see, previously we were getting data in like casually for the product segment, and whenever we click, it's serving our, like say, the product data is prefetching. As you see, we're just getting the name. So now we will change that one. We will go as a variant like. So every product has some variant, right? So what I'm gonna do, that should be a product, and then we're gonna pass another argument. So and let's say variant. That variant is equal to, let's say I'm gonna pass a gadget. Let's see if it's coming anything. Yeah, you see the gadget, whenever we are passing the gadget, we have that gadget product. So that much product is right there. But instead of passing a particular static gadget, we need to pass a variable gadget by which we can get the overall gadget parameter. And after this name also, we need to get another property which should be our categories, and that category is initially going to be happen, let's say should be let's say an categories. And here from the categories array, we will just simply, let's say just I'm going to grab the title, just see if it's working or not. And you see in the category segment we have like this name, because if we remove the name it will be the entire product, and if we have that you cannot see it also. We just spread it, and then if we just pass that one, you see all the product, like the product segment is all 17 like 10 available product is coming here. So instead of this one, I just want to pass the name. The name means is entire product, just to see here if it's working or not. So we have the product, then we have our particular categories. We know which categories that product is entitled to. So by this way you can see we can pass that entire category segment right here. So we will use the same structure to grab our product right here. So first of all, let's go come back here and use the same query. So we're going to use that const query is equal to, let's say we will just go within the backtick parameter. First of all, we will just grab the query which you write there. So this is the query it's going to be entitled to. So I'm going to select all of those things, and over here within the backtick parameter I'm gonna pass that. So what I'm gonna do, instead of name, it's gonna capture each and everything, right, whatever we are having here. Or instead of that like casual variant, we need to pass our actual variant, right? So I'm gonna pass a $sign, and then I'm gonna pass our variant. On that particular variant we're gonna set the variant whenever we're gonna pass that particular instances. So here the query is done. So we're having that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make I'm gonna use a params parameter to just feed the data within that instances. So params the variant, so we can now pass the variant, what kind of variant it should be. So var variant, and that variant should be selected tab, and as you see we need to make the tab to lowercase, otherwise it will not work. So should be lowercase, because whenever we are like choosing the title, it's getting the capital letter. And also you can do simple thing, you can just pass the value, that's up to you. You can use the value here, but we're gonna use the slag later on to just fetch those particular instances. So we're gonna crafting it. Now after passing that params, we can use that use effect parameter to write our function by which we can grab the products. And that function going to be has a dependency which it will be a selected tab. Whenever the tab is changed, that parameter would be changed. So let's say just a write function should be fetch data, and that function should be an asynchronous function, because remember we are having a loading state by which we need to like pass the loading parameter and then grab the data. And also we can do one more thing, we can use directly, instead of directly using that, we can use a try catch block if you are looking forward to use that. So first of all, in the try catch on the final segment, we can just pass that should be set loading should be, let's say, false. and the first instances we're gonna make that set loading as true, just to showcase if we are having or not. So in that fetch data parameter, will just make that, let's say, const data is equal to await, and we will make that not the data. First of all, we need to, or instead of parsing that one, I think the best way it should be that try catch block. Instead of keeping that locally, we can just pass that in here within the function. So it should be, let's say, try catch here, and we're gonna make that finally, let's say finally, because it will be very good if we just happen to be within the function parameter. I don't want it to be wrapped within the use state hook parameter, no, use effect hook parameter. So everything gonna be run within this our like the topper grade of the function. Also for the catch, if we are having any error, so pass that console, let's say console.error. That should be parsing the error, and also we can pass a message just to know error is coming from where. So it will be product fetching error. Okay, now in the try block we're gonna get a response. So should be response is equal to, let's say, await, and from there I'm gonna use that client. Okay, and that client, we need to create the client in a proper way so we can use that. But as you see the Sanity lib client, if we just click on here, we can just pass from there. So sanity client dot fetch, and on that method we're gonna pass the query, and we're gonna pass the params, and we're gonna just log the data. Let's say we're gonna log the response to see if we are having anything or not. And one particular instances also for the client, as you see, we have our projected ID, we have our dataset, API version, use CDN is true. So now we can just fetch the data from there, so to just showcase the data in our real time. Now even we are just clicking on that, we should be able to see nothing because we didn't call our function yet. So in the user state parameter or effect parameter, we need to call our function. So let's come back here at the bottom layer, we will call that our function, the fetch data, and hit save. So we will see if it can fetch the data or not, to make that things align perfectly all together. So first of all, I'm going to reload it just to run it the first time. And now, okay, you can see the product is there, but there is an error coming from the Clerk. Hydration failed because the server render HTTP didn't match the client. As a result, the SSR a server client branch if undefined. I think the it's happening. Okay, I'm going to reload again just to see if the issue is reappeared. Okay, no, it's just some of the caching error maybe. So I have the product, and if I just go and click on the appliances, you see the 8 refrigerator is coming 2, others is coming 1. So now we have the feature. We are just grabbing the product, and now we can showcase the product in our particular scenario. So I think in that way, instead of passing that response in the console.log, we can just simply pass that one as a set products, and the product is ready. So now we will create a dynamic product segment by which we can showcase the design and make the parameter in a very good way. But before that, after this home tab parameter, we will take a state which is going to be a loading state. If we have loading state, then we're going to pass the loading data. If we doesn't have the loading state, we will just simply grab that, and here I'm going to pass all of our products. So now to initially render that one, let's just pass that one in that, like, for a class name. And over here, I'm gonna use that, like, did we get the motion here? So let's see in the package, did we use the motion? No, we didn't get the motion. So let's import the motion, because as you see, once we click, that's happening with the motion impact. So it will not directly come, but it's gonna wait for a bit to motion to take its place. So motion.dev, here we're gonna use that motion, and we're gonna just click on that. But you can go in the quick start, just can see how you can use the motion with the React parameter. And as you see, simply install it, then import it, then just use it similar the framer motion we used to use. So over here, In my second terminal, I'm going to just pass that command to install a motion in my project. And let's go back to the in our property here and add that. Okay, I think I need to go with that legacy path dependency because still having some client-side interactivity. So let's import. We're gonna import that motion from should be motion, and from motion React. So that need to be specified. Okay, still installing. Yeah, done. So now we have the motion. So what we're gonna do first, we're gonna write like create this segment here. So first of all, we need to show a message by which we know the product is loading or not. So we're gonna pass a, like here it should be a motion.div, and after that we're gonna pass that loader to icon from the loaded React, and then I'm gonna pass an span tag which I'm going to say product is loading. And instead of writing, I'm gonna just go with the null check parameter, so it will just showcase my loading instances right now. So over here, I'm gonna make that a class name should be a flex, and flex should be column, item should be center, and after that, let's say justify should be also in the center. And I'm gonna make that padding y should be 10, and min height should be, let's say I'm gonna make it min height should be 80, like around 320 pixel maybe, I think so. Yeah, 320 pixel. And then I'm gonna make that like say the gap should be 4, and also bj should be gray of, let's say 100. And after that, I'm gonna provide a full width which should be full, and margin top should be 10 added instance. So you see this is right here, and this should be the similar instances which we created before. And now for the motion div, I think the motion div did we need that one, or we can just simply, because the motion div it will take a lot of place to load, we can just simply pass the div here maybe, or we can, because here as you see the products animate, there is animate blackout instances is coming, so that's the one we can also create. I think this motion we can no need to use there. We will use the motion for the product because we want to see the loading as soon as it's just diving into, so that's the one we can do it. So put a class name, we're gonna pass that space y, and we're gonna just pass a gap of, let's say space y we're gonna provide, or I think space x should be cool. I'm gonna make it as 2. We need to make the side by side, should be a flex, item should be center, and text should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a blue of 600, so should be a rendering similar like that. And for the loader to icon, put a class name, width will be 5 and height will be 5. And then I'm gonna use an animate which will be, let's say animate, I'm gonna use the spin element animate, so it will always keep on rotating. You see product is loading and it's rotating. I think it's good. So now we will remove that, and we will just pass our loading instance to showcasing our product. So in the product segment, we need to go with some of the scenario here. So here is the product segment. So instead of that empty curly braces, we're gonna pass a div here on that div instances, or you can just see directly we can pass that one. Let's say if we have that products dot length, like if we're having the products, then we will showcase the product, otherwise we will show another message which is the no product available, right? So that's the one we need to capture also. So if we have the product, we will just pass that let's say product. If we doesn't have the product, we can just simply pass that no product. So now you can see here okay, products dot length, we can, if we are having the length means we are having the product, but why the no product is coming? Yeah, the product, you see the product is coming. Okay, so now first we're gonna just design for that no product segment, so means we are not having any product right now, and that could be a very simple design. You can just customize it the way you are looking it better. So I'll just create a simple component which should be no product available.tsx, and here we're gonna just simply pass the design which we're gonna create. It's a very simple and straightforward design. What we are showcasing here, like say we are grabbing that cn and also the motion and also the loader icon. Now no product available we're gonna use in multiple parameter, not only here but also whenever we are coming back here in the single statement and also the other statement, we're gonna use that. So we're gonna make that as a client-side interactivity because we're using the motion. Maybe we can also import it some of that server-side parameter. We're passing the selected tab just to showcase the tab, like no product, like which product is not available. So you see we're using the motion, we are passing the design over here in the motion. See the text is no product available, and in the motion we are sorry but there are no products matching now, matching on. We're passing the tab and then criteria at the moment, and we are restocking shortly. Then you just passing a message, please check back later or explore our product categories. So this is a simple like simple message structure, and that structure gonna work also if you go in the if we go in the category, and if we go any of the category, the I think all the category may be having some products. Okay, here verse. Oh my god, we like all of the categories. That's yeah, see the tablets, no product available, we're sorry but there are no products matching on tablets criteria at the moment. You see the restocking shortly, and this is the way we are passing that message. So that's one we're gonna create it here also. So what we're gonna do in that no product zone, so instead of that no particular product ratio, we can just pass that no product available component. So it should be no product available, and here we're gonna pass that, let's say selected tab should be selected tab. And if we just go and make that as a null parameter, and you can see no product available. So that's the way we're gonna capture it. So now we are having the product. So as we are having the product, we can now map through product, right? So should be products.map, and on that particular product instances, we're gonna pass everything as a product, and from that product, we're gonna use that animate presence. So let's say animate presence from motion react, and from there we're gonna use that motion.div, and on that motion.div we're gonna just pass that, let's say a div here. So that div gonna contain our product, right? And also in the animate presence we need to pass the key, should be product._. So now as you see, even I type the product, there is no like, it's not suggesting me anything. It's just because we are not having any other ratio. Okay, click. Why? Okay, we need to go with the first bracket, not the second one, not the curly one, because we need to return the product itself. So hit save. You see all of the product, and also we can pass a class name over here, or I think at the top. Yeah, we can make that one at this layer. So I can pass a div here, and let's say pass the class name. We'll make it as a grid, and grid column should be 2 by default, and sm, that grid columns, sm also grid column should be 2, md grid column should be 3, and then let's say lg grid column should be 5. So 5 products it will show, and gap should be, let's say 2.5, and after that also margin top should be 10. Okay, so this is the scenario which we're going to have it here. And now also, instead of writing that, I'm gonna use a separate component which will be product card.tsx, because we're gonna use it in a lots of parameter to just combine our product props. So now instead of this portion, I'm gonna pass our product card, and over here we're gonna pass our product as the entire product segment. Now we need to define our type, right? See, we cannot exercise the type parameter how the way it can control or it can run it through. So now what we're gonna do, we will go in our package.json file. So let's go in our package.json, and on that particular file, after the scripts, we will write another script which is going to be, let's say, type gen, and that type gen gonna handle whatever the type we are generating, it will automatically generate. So it will be like, we're gonna go with the sanity at latest, and then we will follow that schema, and on that schema we will extract the schema, and after extracting what schema and extract, on that extract parameter, I think extract, it will be npx sanity at latest, and then we're gonna use that type gen, and then we're gonna use that generate. So it will generate, it will follow our schema, and then it's gonna generate our entire type segment. So whatever the type is product, we don't need to worry about it, because this will generate our entire product segment and entire product property. So instead of writing every time the schema or segment, it will follow through and just generate our schema and type everything. It will be happen to us for our local instance. We don't need to worry about the product type. It will create the type within our application. You can also go through the documentation. It's still in beta feature but work perfectly in well. So how to use Sanity TypeGen tooling to generate TypeScript definitions from Sanity Studio schemas and Grok queries. So this is how we're gonna work on that. So you see the manually you can write Sanity schema extract, and it will extract the schema. So what we just did it here, we just make it in a global parameter to just go with the schema extract, and it will just go with the TypeGen generate. That's it, nothing fancy here. So I'm gonna go in my terminal here, and over here I'm gonna just run that. So clear everything, npm typegen to this is the typegen, right? npm run typegen. And after running that, as you see, it's just going with the npx. This is the command which we are passing. So now it's extracting the schema, and after extracting, we should be able to see our all the type parameter within our application layer. So now I think it will just generate a sanity.types here. So you see that one, yeah, it just generated. So now if we just go back here, you can see the file asset type here, address type, I think the block category type, yeah, all the type. So auto type, order type, and also the product type. So it's generated whatever the schema we have. The entire type segment is just generated right here. So we don't need to worry about any of the type. Whenever we are using a particular segment, we can now just connect that schema type directly within our application, and we can use it. So what we will do, you see here at the top, we use that criteria over here as the use effect parameter, and on that parameter we will pass that one as should be, let's say, all underscore, I think it should be all product. Okay, should be all underscore. No, why the type is still is not initializing? Did we have that one? I think we need to go in the sanity types. Okay. Oh, no, it's not having to be here. Okay, we can use simply, we can use that another type should be, let's say, product type, and it should be an array of product type, and I think that will save our day. And if we go right here and if we type anything, let's say product dot, now I will be able to grab everything from that product, like the ID, title, and each and every segment. So now it's time to for grabbing our product card. So as you see, the product card is right here. So what I'm gonna do, we need to grab the product. So the product which going to be happen to be, let's say, product, it will be a type of product. And as you see, it just disappear. Now we will focus to grab our product in a very good instances and in very good fashion also. So first of all, in that div parameter, I'm going to grab another div, and here I'm going to get the image. So if in the product we have our images, as you see, it's a multiple images, and then we're going to get the image from our next image. And on that image segment, in the source parameter should be url4, and that url4 gonna get our product dot images, and that images going to be getting from the 0 index, and from that 0 index we're gonna just pass that url. I think over here url. So this will contain the URL of our image, and also for the alt tag we're gonna pass that product image. And also for loading, I'm gonna make it a loading lazy. Let's say loading lazy, and also I'm gonna pass the width because it's coming from an external image. I'm gonna just take the ratio as not 500 but 700 by 700. So width and height should be 700, and hit save. Now after saving, we should be having an error because you see the image which we are having here. We need to pass that one, the cdn.sanity.io. We need to add it in our host parameter, otherwise it's gonna be having some error. At the parent layer, you see the next.config.ts file or mjs file. It can be sometimes. Here we need to configure our images. So images, we will just go through on that, let's say remote patterns, and on that remote patterns it will be an array of that. The first one in the protocol, we will pass the protocol as HTTPS, and the host name it will be the Sanity. So now if we reload, sometimes you need to just close the terminal and rerun again, because this is the base file for the next configuration file. Whenever you are changing it, you need to reload your instances. So now let's see if it's taking a bit of time or not. Now you can see our product is loaded, so we can see the product data. If we go in the appliances, we should be able to see other data. Okay, cool. So now we can make the other design parameter to make it nice and smooth. So first of all, we're gonna go in our product grid, because you see we used the motion but we didn't configure it the way it's supposed to be. So what we're gonna do in that motion div, we're gonna use the motion with the entire layout, okay? And then we're gonna use that initial parameter, which going to be as, let's say it should be, we're gonna pass that opacity which is going to be from 0.2. I think it will be good. So from this opacity, whenever the animate gonna run, we want that entire opacity should be parsing as number 1. So it should be 1. And after that, we will also pass an exit opacity. So whenever it gonna exist on that property, it should be, let's say opacity should be okay, I think I made a typo mistake. Okay, should be opacity should be 0 again. Done. So this is gonna create a very good effect. You see how it's perfectly coming aligned all together. So now let's go in our product card. I'm gonna close others, and in the product card now we can design all of the segment the way it's supposed to be. So first of all, look at the top layer. We're gonna just make that one things look perfect in the top layer parameter. So to do that, let's just go and check. So this one, put a class name. Here I'm gonna make that text should be small text for all together, and I'm gonna pass a border which is going to be 1 pixel of the border, and for the border should be dark color, or we can pass a color called dark blue. Did we have that? Or we can just make that one as, I think, let's say global.css. Does we have that dark color, but we doesn't have that dark blue. We can create a color called dark blue. So let's just make that color should be dark underscore blue, and that color should be this one. Of course I need to use the hash. So this is the color we can use as a dark blue color, and for that one, border should be dark blue. Okay, good, we are having that. If we save, we are having a very good border instances, but I'm gonna pass a 20% of the opacity just to be shrink a bit, and then also rounded should be MD, and also I'm gonna make that background color fully white of it, so the entire segment will be white, and I'm gonna make it as a group segment. And now as in the product segment here, we are having that Also, we will have some instances for the product segment, because as you see, every product have a button here. One is for the sale, another is for that icon, like for our favorite, add to favorite or add to wish list product. So to do that, put that class name over here, and that instances, I'm gonna make that one as a relative div, and also I'm gonna make that one as a group parameter, and then the overflow should be hidden from there, and bj should be shop light bj. So that's the background color we are holding it here. As you see, that's a bit of a darker, but here is the light. So entire div is the like white, but other is just getting that color instances. And also I'll just drop some category, some product layer here. So here it will be, let's say, product details. So you know the difference, it will be there, details. So it can just create that segment, put a class name. I'm gonna go with the padding should be 3 and a flex. Okay, class name and padding. What we did wrong here? Okay, should be here. We're passing in different portion. Padding should be 3, and then I'm gonna pass should be flex column, like that. Or we'll make the flex later on. We'll just keep the padding right now, and later on we're gonna do the other tricks. So now all this segment here, we are passing that instances. Now over here we should be having a product sidebar. You see on Hoover, no, we are not grabbing the sidebar, so no need to be indicating that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna have a 2 separate button for the product segment. We made it relative. So here we're gonna create that 2 segment here. One, it will be if we are having to be a product.status is available. Only then if the available is just coming to be as a cell, only then we want to generate that one. So should be a p tag. It will say sale and just an exclamatory mark. And what we're gonna do here for these instances, class name, we're gonna make it an absolute. Okay, should be absolute. And from there, from the top, it should be, let's say, 2, and also from the left should be, let's say, 2. And also what I'm gonna do for the z index, I'm gonna keep the z at a 10, and then we're gonna, like, there should be 2 separate particular. If only the sale is available, if you see here, if there is no sale, then we are just showcasing like the hot deal. Okay, so the 2 segment can be there. So we can also do the 2 separate parameter, like to grab the flame and others. So that's how it gonna render. So now z is 10, and also the text should be extra small, and we're gonna pass a border. Border should be, let's say, dark color, and we're gonna pass a 50% opacity of that. And then padding x should be 2, and rounded should be full. And after that, whenever we hover on the group, that should be, let's say, border should be light green. Border should be, where is the green color? What's the name we are providing? Border should be shop light green. Yeah, border should be shop light green. And also you're gonna pass that hover effect. Okay, so now you see it's rendering. I think the Pinterest, okay, I need to disable that one. Okay, now we are having a very good clear picture. Once it's in cell, we can just see how it's rendering, and also we can change the text. Like if we are hovering on the group hover, text should be, let's say, shop light green. So both instances, it will just give a perfect view here for the user. So that's what we did, and this is the one segment here. And now also we're gonna do another segment for these instances, like if we are having, like, whenever it's sell, and also if the product, because it only can take a one status. So if the status is, let's say, for like one is the sell and one is that we can say if it's in the deal, or what kind of things we provide the name here. If we go in our structure and if we see any product, I just want to see what's the name we are passing there, either is the dill or in the hot. So I think, yeah, we provide the name as hot. So if the status is, let's say, hot, and we're gonna parsing that. So we need to grab the icon as the flame. So should be flame icon, not the flame icon, should just gonna pass that flame from Lucid React. And also we need to grab the link. Okay, so what you're doing here for that instances, you see that only one thing can come, either cell or, because all that statement you can see this is just a single thread, either new or hot or cell. This is just, we can now pass it through. If I just want to grab another segment here instead of cell, if it's in new, we can just pass that same parameter. Now instead of writing that one here, you know, you can go the cell and it's just new arrival. You see, new arrival. Okay, that's how you can just pass the new, or I can just simply go with the new flag. Now here, instead of writing the 3 separate segment, you can write it as one function here at the global layer. You can try it just to write a global function which gonna handle which are going to render, and then gonna just use that text and style according to that. So now we have for the flame parameter, we are just passing the status. We are just grabbing it like the link. If we click on that, it will take us to our, like, it will go with that dill segment. So where we can see all of the structure. If we click on the dill, okay, in the dill it will go with the hot dill, but right now it doesn't have the page, so it will just provide us the error, but no worries, we're gonna create that. So we're just using an like the flame icon just to showcase and bit of design to make it nicer, and that's it. Now what we're gonna do, this is the one segment here, like the left side, but in the right side we have one icon, right? So we need to also clear that segment here just to create that particular instances. And to do that, what we're gonna do is to create another icon parameter. So because as you see, this one we are rendering in the client side right now, but later on maybe some places we're gonna use the product card as the server side. But whenever we are going to click on that, this is the client side, because we need to add that in our store, whichever we're gonna create for our product store. So this should be as a client side library. So what I'm gonna do in the components, I'm gonna use that, like say add to wishlist button.tsx. So that will contain our all together, like all of the property here. So after this segment at the bottom, or we can just run that one here. Okay, so it's right here, but we need to make it looks better so that it can be using in a perfect way. And also entire product, it will be passing from there. Remember why? Because whenever we're gonna go here, we need to check that one if it exists in the product item or not, like in our store, or we can also need to passing the other initial parameter. So first of all, we're gonna grab 2 of that properties from there. So that 2 properties, it could be one which we are sending that product, another should be our product should be as a product, and another should be if we are passing any class name, that class name could be entertaining there. This is the one segment here. First of all, we will just go and use that property. We're gonna just create that one. So that one should be in another div, and that should be a heart icon. And on that icon, let's say right now I'm gonna go in a single process here without creating any of that scenario, because later on once we are having the store, we need to just do that. So padding should be 2.5, let's say 2.5, and after that rounded should be full, and on our hover bj should be shop, I think shop dark green. Let's see what is right here. Yeah, shop dark green. Okay, cool. And also at the top layer, put a class name. Remember, we are having that we need to use the cn because we're gonna use the like some different parameter, and we're gonna make that an absolute top like top to right to, so it will be entire right side. Where is it? Is it available? No. Is here. I see the corner right here. It's just right here. So in the hard statement, okay, we make that padding 2. Not, it should not be here. So we can just simply use the size here. The size, we're gonna use a size which will be 15, a smaller size. And also in the div parameter, we're gonna use the class name. And here we're gonna make that. For right now, I'm gonna go in a similar way. So 2.5, and here rounded should be full. And also whenever hover, BJ should be sharp light green or dark green, you can say. And whenever we hover, text should be, let's say, white. And we're gonna pass that hover effect parameter just to see how it's looking. So as you see, hover going that. So that's the same thing is happening. And now also for the background, we can use a particular background. Hover, okay, whenever hover, we use the background, but also we can make a background color. BJ should be, let's say, sharp light BJ. That should be similar, or we can just pass that white. Okay, so later on we're gonna change that. Once we click, we will change in a different portion. Instead of div, we can use a button here. I think that would be a great help. Okay. Okay, and instead of that, no, this is the white is not looking so good. White is not looks good. So we can use that. What the color it could be, happen to be, make a good one. So if we go in global CSS, did we have that color? No, it doesn't have the color. So we can just simply align that, or instead of writing that, I'm gonna test it here if it's working, because it could be similar a color of that portion. Yeah, that's is there. You see, there's a slight color is happening. So we can now use that color. So it should be over here. We can make a color. We have a light BJ. Let's say sharp. We can make another color, lighter, let's say BJ. Okay, so now we can use that one here. So should be sharp BJ, sharp lighter BJ. Okay, so now we have our heart icon. So after that, we need to pop up the other properties. So let's go back to the product card, and as you see, our images is done. So we are gonna go at the bottom layer of here, and now we will pop up the other parameter by which we can make it looks much more nicer. So first of all, we're gonna render if we have that product.categories data is available. Only then we're gonna render one of that parameter, which could be product.categories, and we're gonna pass that. Let's say we're gonna map through, or we're gonna just pass a p tag, which going to passing that, let's say product.categories dot map everything. I'm gonna take as a cat, and from there I'm gonna pass that cat, and on that instances I'm gonna join with all of that. So if we have like 2 or 3 category, it gonna just okay, instead of that where am I, it gonna go like that. Okay, so it gonna just get the join on that particular instances. So what we are actually dealing with, we are parsing that scenario in a very good parameter. Okay, what's wrong here? I think we are missing something here. Yeah, we need to first of all we need to design that our product image. Okay, I'm gonna come back here, but first we're gonna design it here. So first of all, let's pass some class name here. Class name, it should be, let's say, I'm gonna pass that similar like that. So the width is full, height, the maximum height we are passing as a 64. Object content, overflow, hidden, transition, transform, we are passing a bg light light vg and duration. So here instead of the duration we can just pass that as hover effect. So what is happening if the product stock is like not available, then the scale is not happening, hover it will not come. If the product is in stock, the hover it will come, and also the opacity it will be like a 50, so there would be a ratio. We're gonna test it later on, but you know the way it can be prefetch. Okay, so here one more things is missing. I don't know what this is this the correct way? So this is my div, that is my div, right? So here why this is not passing through? So let's say I'm going to provide a height of 40 just to see. Okay, cool. I'm going to make it a flex should be column, gap should be 2. Okay, now it's not, you see the segment here, some are having, all of that are having those statements. So I think we are having some issue on this parameter. Either way it could be the similar. So here what we are doing is that we are just grabbing that product category and we are joining that particular instances. So product categories.map and why is not showcasing the data? Okay, we can figure it out. First of all, let's see are we having that product categories or not. So let's go in the log. So I'm gonna check in the product what we are having here, because for me I think the product categories is not loading or is not grabbing. So in the object, are we having the, yeah, okay. Oh, that's the problem, because we are not grabbing that category. So in the categories you see it's rendering as null. So let's go in our product grid, and we're gonna see our parameter here, the type. Okay, you see the titles as we are adding, that was the problem. So it cannot fetch the title. So now if we reload, it's supposed to take the data here. So I think the title, whenever we are saving, we has a typo mistake and we use that. Okay, now you can see it can grab that. So that is really radical issue. Sometimes it's just you're having that, you don't know from where it's happening, but there is a way to find out, just to making that one in a very good instances to find out what is happening in between. Now what I'm gonna do, it's time to provide the class name and other properties for these instances. So let's just go and provide that for the class name. First of all, I'm gonna make that one, everything should be a uppercase, so be in a upper layer, and the line clamp should be 1. It will not go more than 1 line, and also text should be extra small, and a text should be, let's say, shop light. I think we have the light text. Did we have that? No, we doesn't have the light text. So we're going to create another portion which is going to have a light text parameter in between. So the light text, let's say it should be color shop light text, and let's use that color. So that's the same thing we're going to use. Should be shop light text. Okay, so that will be the color. And now as we are having the color, so after that, after the product categories, we should be having that another parameter which is going to have our title, and on the title we're gonna pass that product dot name. So the name, it will be there. So on that name parameter also we need to pass some design portion here. The text should be let's say it would be a small text, and line clamp should be 2. So minimum text criteria should be 2 line, like it will not go more than 2, or I think the line clamp 1, it will make the design at in a nice a bit. So I think the similar ratio which you are showcasing there, it's just happening. Okay, cool. Now after the title, we should be having a icon ratio here, where we will just map through the icon parameter like that. So now what I'm gonna do, let's just pass a div here. On that div, I'm gonna take another div because two particular instance to be coming here. First of all, I'm gonna pass an array. So the array should be, let's say array should be a 5 element of array, and from that 5 element of array, we're gonna map through it, and every single statement gonna go in underscore, and then also I'm gonna go to grab the index parameter from there. And right now what we're gonna return is that we're gonna return a star icon. And on that star icon, we can just pass that, the key should be index, so we should be able to see some icon here. And also for that, let's say put a class name. We can just make that one a bit nicer. First of all, let's go over here, put a class name. We're going to use that flex. Item should be, let's say, in the center. And for the star icon, I'm gonna go over here, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a class name, right? And the class name, what I'm gonna do, if the index, right, if the index is bigger than 4, then it will be something like some class name, otherwise it would be some other class name. Okay, yeah, we was right before. It should be, let's say, text should be shop light text. Otherwise it gonna capture another one, which going to be shop, let's say text should be okay. And the similar things going to be happen to for the fill color. I'm gonna just pass the original color here. So on the fill portion, I think this the color, I will keep that as similar. So where we use this color, okay, it's not coming here. So shop light green, we are using that. That's the same color we are using. This is bad. This is bad. So color shop light green, color shop light green. So we have two segment here. So I can copy it here and I can pass it. Not light, should be lighter green, and then we can pass this color. So that would be for the lighter color, and that would be a little bit darker color. So we can use that color over here. So in the product card, so as you see, we can just pass that color and it's just match all together. And for the light text, I think light text, for the text, we will just copy one portion here, and we're gonna use that shop lighter text, and we're gonna use the color ratio which we defined previously, and instead of that light text, we're gonna use that lighter text. So now it's matched all together. For the icon size, we can define the size. We can use the 15 size if it's so. I think the 15, it will save the purpose, or it can be more. It can be more normalized than that. Instead of that 15, we can use that, let's say, I think it will go for 13. Yeah, okay, cool. Now after this one, so as a div here, we will have another p tag. Gonna pass that, let's say, 5 reviews. Now this is now serving as a static data, but later on, once we are feeding the data itself in our database, it's gonna coming up with a like a dynamic parameter. An item should be center, and also you're gonna pass a gap of 2, just having a gap in between. And now for that review here, put a class name. Text should be, let's say, okay, from where the light color, shop light text. Are we having anything? Light color means, okay, we are having that. Okay, that's really making the issue. So we are we need to just toggle through to just finalize how we're gonna use that. Okay, so now as we have that, the text should be extra small and tracking should be white. Okay, so now we have our review segment, and also for this one we can go with that, let's say, in the class name after this segment, we can use some other class name, like the normal class name. We can also use that. By so far, okay, I think it is good. So I think gap, we can just find it here, 0.5. Yeah, cool. Or I think no need the gap. Without gap is good. or I think we can put some gap. Okay, and the 12, it will do good purpose. Now after the review segment, so now as we done that, so now we should be passing another div here. So div here, we're gonna pass that a p tag, which should be, let's say, in stock. So in the stock parameter, what we're gonna show, we're gonna just pass that how many stock we are having in our actual database. So let's say we're gonna pass that a class name over here, not the class name but the product ratio. If we have that product dot stock, okay, if we're having that, and that should be coming as a number, and the number is bigger than 0, then we want to show that product dot stock, let's say product dot stock, and otherwise it is just going to pass that a letter which is, say, unavailable. So means this product is not available. Okay, so now if we just grab here, put a class name flex, item should be center, and I'm gonna put a gap, should be 2.5. And for that particular stock class name here, the class name font should be medium, and for this one, put a class name, and here it will go with a backtick. I think the backtick, it will do the purpose. First of all, text should be, let's say, shop light green, and we're gonna pass the green parameter, I think, yeah, shop light green, but the green should be initially with an 80% opacity. I think that would be good. Maybe one should be semi bold. I think we're gonna pass that entire segment here. Now what I'm gonna do here, because it has some certain portion, like if the stock is equal to 0, then we are passing that, otherwise we are passing that. So what I'm gonna do, if we're gonna make that statement, if our stock is equal to, let's say, 0, then if it's 0, we are making that like a text color should be, let's say, instead of that, we'll just use that red segment, should be 600, and otherwise we're gonna just make that different or dynamic color. We can just pass that one, we can just cut it from there. And okay, what we did wrong, that's my bad, sorry. Okay, and we can pass the segment here. Oh my god, I just make some of the wrong command here. So Control X just to copy the cut this one and paste it here. So now as you see, we are having that number. If we just making that is not equal to 0, then it's gonna go the red color. So whenever the unavailable button, it would be available, it would be a red color button. So now we are having that segment where we're just discussing that. Now as you see in the price ratio, we are having two separate price. So now for this one, the price segment also gonna be a very good unique one. So I'm gonna create a separate component, which it will be our price view component .tsx rfce. So here we're gonna pass all of our property, and so after that div, it gonna say over here price view. Okay, now on that price view, we need to be passing several occasion here. First of all, we're gonna pass that, like it will be taking the price, which is the product.price. It will get the discount price, and also it will take the class name, because we're gonna use it in lots of other properties, not only here, but that price view will concat entire application. So now in the price view, that should be the prof's price would be number, discount should be number, class name should be string if it's available. So that price ratio either can be number or can be undefined, because remember it will be it need to be a way to grab that properties from our data set. So now first of all, gonna take price, get the discount number, get the class name. Now what I'm gonna do, first of all, we're gonna use that one over here. So let's say another div, and over here we will just pass a p tag. We can just simply pass our price. Okay, should be lower p tag, lower p, save. So now as you see, we have one price. So instead of writing that one in a like this way, we will create a separate component which will be price formatter for formatter.tsx. Now if you are working with me almost like beforehand, if you did some of my previous project, you know how we really like to use that price formatter, because this is the very safest way to format all of our currency statement and others. This way you should have a like generating your like for like the property digit, like whenever you are having a price ratio either in the currency method, you can use any of the currency method, any local currency method just defining here. And that's what we did in the props. We take the amount and we also having the class name if is parsing there. Then from there we are taking the amount, we are just functioning it as a local string, and now here we use that hardcode string which is the enus. Also you can pass that string if you want, like you can also pass that string from whenever you're calling it and just grabbing it as a property here as a props, then you can pass it here if you like to. Now currency is USD, style is currency, minimum factor digit is 2, so it will be like a 2 cents, like 10, like if it's a dollar, if like a dollar of 50 cents should be 1.50. so that could be handling any of the currency. You can use in that similar way. So here we are passing that formatted price, so whatever amount we are passing, after formatting that we are passing that price, and here instead of T march we will use the CN here. Okay, now you can just passing that class name for to make it look work, and then this data. So now let's go back to the price view. Here we're gonna just call that method. So on the div parameter we're gonna use that price formatter, and over here we're gonna place our price. So should be amount, should be let's say price, and as you see it will coming up with a $sign. And then we're gonna also pass a class name. We're gonna pass let's say we're gonna say that text should be shop. I think we will pass that shop dark green for right now. Yeah, okay, so we are having that. Now I'm gonna copy this portion again, and here we're gonna say whenever we're gonna have a price and whenever we're gonna have a discount amount, only then we want to pass that. If it doesn't have the discount amount, no need to pass that. So should be let's say discount amount. And now okay, we make it in the wrong place. Okay, so formatted price should be here. Okay, why is okay, should be price formatter, and the amount should be discount. So now in this price segment we need to showcase how much discount you're having, so we need to write a separate function here just to pass that. So whatever the price we are having here, we're gonna with the price we're gonna add the discount amount, right? So now you may see here, if you just console log the data, the ratio which you're having is just a value of the discounted amount. So should be discount, and we should be make into with a price, and then we're gonna divide into 100 because remember okay, why like this? Because the price method we are having is just a discount percentage we are getting here. So that's why we need to make the things perfectly aligned all together. And here pass a class name. The class name, it should be line through, and also text should be extra small, font should be normal, and then text should be let's say shop light text. I think for this one I'm gonna keep it as it is, so it could be similar. Okay, cool. So now this portion over here, I think this one, why we are using two separate div, I think one would be enough. Class name, a flex, item should be center, and I'm gonna put a gap of 2. So now you see we are having a price ratio, we are having like 242 to 20. You can just check over here like whatever the price, like if you see the portable I think we can check in particular, we have the wireless Bluetooth head speaker. So let's go and find it. I think this one. So now the base price is for that is that 220 which we are showcasing here. So this is the price. Then we have a discount amount for the 20. So whenever purchasing that, now we doesn't have the discount amount, we have the discount percentage. So you can just also I think if we just go in our product type, you can just pass that you see over here. So where is the discount? The title, so here is written here discount. Instead of discount we can make something here, so price discount percentage. Okay, so now it can be a very good segment here. Also you can pass that one here like to, okay, like to be that sign which going to be concat the parameter. I think we need to make a reload to take that instance in action. So now is the message is clear, it's just a discount percentage ratio. So now that's what we are showcasing here. And after that, as we are having the price view, because whenever we click here, so why we make a separate component, you see if we click that, we have a different ratio in the product card. So that's the one should be static, but this one we're gonna create a dynamic segment. So to implement that one, let's go in our product card. I'm going to close others. Here we're going to use a separate that should be, let's say, add to cart button dot tsx or fce. So now we're going to pass that button to generate all of that other segment in a very good way. So this button also going to be dynamic in everywhere. So we're going to use a single button in our entire application, which is going to handle our add to cart button functionality and showcase the product segment. So from here, we're going to pass a separate ratio segment here. We're going to also pass our product data over there, and also you're going to pass some class name, because you see over here in the similar, if we go at the as you see the same thing is happening here, the same button, but here is getting the full width. But here we're gonna provide a particularly a static width with width which should be the 36 width, and that's how we're gonna do it. So let's go in the add to cart button parameter. So over here we're gonna do that strict portion here to capture each and everything. So first of all, it should be the props should be coming from that product, and also the class name whenever is available, and everything going to be passing from the props. Okay, so first of all, it gonna grab our, let's say, product, and also it gonna grab our class name. Okay, now how we can capture, first this instance I'm gonna use a simple button here right now. Later on we're gonna capture all of this whenever we're gonna having our item count or we're gonna having our product, right? So first of this one, I'm gonna use the button from our UI button, and over here we're gonna use a, let's say it should be a shopping bag icon. And after that, now there should be a two separate statement here. So first of all, if the product is stock, like if this product is available or not. If this product is not available, will not let the user to click on that. So const is out of stock, should be product.stock is equal to 0. That time it should be out of stock. Now for the button statement, if the product is like say out of stock, then we're gonna pass something. So let's say is out of stock, then it's gonna be out of stock. Otherwise we're gonna capture it as like add to cart. Okay, oh, we didn't import that button. Okay, so right now it should be happen to be, let's say, add to cart. If we just pass that parameter like that, it should be out of stock. Okay, so right now we're gonna design it in a bit. So let's say it will be a very simple and clean design to make that one is happening. So to make that, I just okay, we need to grab the CN first, because then we can pass the class name whatever we are happening. So the width is full. I think we also need to make that text should be white. Okay, let's just see. Okay, why it's not happen to be? Okay, text should be, let's say it should be shop light text, I think, or light VG text. Yeah, hover. Okay, Okay, cool. So now what we are doing here, passing the width is full by default. Remember, this width is full is here, but if we just remove that, it will capture the full width, but we are highlighting it from there. And what we are saying here, we are just passing the shadow none, border shop, dark green. It's just a simple class name. You can add it and make it looks better and nicer the way you want. So this is the similar concept now what we just created it here. And over here, this button, this the add to cart button, it should be a client side component, because what I say to you, we're going to use that button so often, and we're gonna make it. And for the button instance, whenever we have like disable button, whenever it's not available, like out of stock is available, means it's not there, so we're gonna make the button disable. You see, nobody can click it right now, and it will show a pure disable action. And also whenever we click here, let's say on click, we're gonna pass that handle add to cart, and then we can just run that function const handle add to cart. That button, it will be responsible. Now I will just pass it window and alert added to cart, just to showcase that is working or not. Click, you see, added to cart. So now as you see, we are having all of the segment here, whatever you were showcasing here, or we are showcasing there. I think I'll reload that. The extension should be disappear. Okay, so now if I just get the refrigerator done, appliances done, gadget done, others done. So now we are having a particular product segment by which we are showcasing the product and the data. So now, you know, this is very simple structure and logic which we created. But whenever we're gonna just render through over here, okay, we need to make something also. This, if you just see in the shop, whenever we hover through that header, it just get locked here, but this is not working properly here. So now we will just change something in our header segment, not change something, but gonna adding some style parameter. So over here, bg white padding y5, and then I'm gonna make it as a sticky. So the top should be 0 and the z should be 50, so it will be the bigger one. And let's say BJ should be white, and I'm going to use a 70% opacity because I'm going to go with the backdrop. Should be let's say should be backdrop blur should be MD. I think this no need that. It's taking the action. Yeah, it's taking the action. So instead of background color that, we can use now the 70 of that. You see, nice. First like that. Okay, that's cool. So the same thing is happening. And why we cannot use that? Like we have the BJ, but for the backdrop color we can use the BJ white with the 70% opacity. So it will be okay, they changed that scenario. So now we can use the single color structure. It's good. So now that segment is working perfectly. Okay, so now as you see, we created those segments. Now it's a time for us to go and create the other portion, where we're going to have the category, we're going to have the brands, we're going to have the blog. It's time just to showcasing the data in a different level. But before going further, first we need to also create that our single product page here, by which we can show the data layer in a very good way. Now we're going to create our popular categories segment, and in the popular categories we're going to showcase how many categories we are having. We're going to fetch only the 6 categories at first, but when we click on that particular category segment, and as you see, we are landing through another category page, and we are highlighting it with the category flag, with the current flag in it. And as you see now over here, we can just toggle through all of the category segment and scenario, how it's just fetching and redirecting the data. So now as you see, these components right here with the categories, the same call we're gonna do it, and also here we're gonna same call. So we're gonna pass the quantity, then we're gonna prefetch the data. And beside, as you see in the shop, we're gonna have a certain kind of things where we have, like, you can go through of the category segment, you can search through the brand and others, and you know, and also in the third deal we are having another property by which you can also do the same scenario. Now these 3 calls should be a different segments components. Now you can combine through whichever you want to implement it, or you can implement it all together. That's up to you, but I'm gonna showcase all of these three segments all together. So to implement that, first of all, let's go to our home over here. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm gonna create a single component which will be home categories.tsx and rafce to create that functional component. And after that, I'm gonna just place it here over home. Okay, should be home categories. That's it. So now home categories component, it will be available right here as you see. So now what we're gonna do, but that's home categories, you know, whenever the home is loaded, the category should be available there. So we're gonna call that category over in the home. But before calling, we want to make it a little bit nicer to be looking. So over here, we're gonna take our title, which is going to say, let's say popular categories. That's it. So, and also by so far we're gonna make some of the styling properties here for the class name, and that width should be, I think width it will be taking by default for width full, and we're gonna pass a border, and the border should be, let's say shop. I think we're gonna provide a shop light green, and we're gonna provide a 20% opacity over there, and my should be 10 margin vertical, not this my 10, and also md screen, let's say my should be, let's say 20. Okay, so after that we're gonna also making that let's say padding should be 5, and lg screen padding should be 7, not pp, padding should be 7, and also I'm gonna make it as a rounded md screen. That's it. So now as you see, it's just squashing through all together, pretty good, similar the scenario which we are going to generate. And after that, popular categories also, I think for this one here, I'm gonna just make one class name. We're gonna pass a border bottom, and I'm gonna make a padding bottom of 3, so we're gonna have a little bit a slide border and other properties. So now this is the time to grab our categories. To grab the category, we're gonna go through our over here in that Sanity. On that query segment over here, we have our, this the leaf, and that's the index, and query is predefined. So what I'm gonna do, because all the query should be over here in that query segment, then in the index will contain all the function which is going to be implemented. So first of all, this one I'm gonna make it simple to in line with the index file. So const should be get categories, and that get category should be, let's say, should be an asynchronous calling over here. And from there, we're gonna just pass a simple method. We're gonna make the try catch value over here. And over, what we can do right now is that we can now predefine how we want to make the call. So like if we have an error, so you're gonna just make that console.log to pass the error value should be, let's say, pass over here, error fetching categories. Fetching categories, then we're gonna pass the error, and after that we're gonna also pass a null value. Like it's why we are passing an empty array, because the categories itself is an empty segment. So whenever there is having an error, we are passing an empty array, so it will not break our application. And now we're gonna write a simple query parameter which is going to be passing that all of our entire segment. As you see, this query going to be taking a method as a quantity, and that quantity going to be an optional. It can be available, it can be null. So if it's available, it should be just a number over here. I think this is not require object, should be like a normal capacitable things. So now over here in category, we are making that quantity. If there is the quantity, then we are taking the category or the number, we are passing 0 to quantity layer, and then we are passing that product count, and then product and reference the ID. If there is doesn't the quantity, then only we are escaping that, and then we are passing that value. And there is a numerous way how you can implement that. I just go with the straightforward so you can easily understand the grok segment. So you can just go and feel free to adapt the way you are looking forward to. Now from here, I'm gonna pass the data should be is equal to await. I'm gonna make that sanity fetch and that sanity fetch going to work from the lib. I think even we go in our query over here, we are using here define query, which going to be defined the query layer. Now in that sanity fetch, as you see over here, we need to pass our query. So we will pass an object parsing the query, and also for in the params, we're gonna pass the params in a different segment. So if we have the quantity available, then the quantity, otherwise it will just take an empty object parameter. So as we have the data, now we're gonna just simply return our data. That's it. So now our function is done. Instead, you can directly calling from here that export const, simple inline export, but what I love to do is to create a separate export from a single object by which I can toggle through how many things I just export from here. Like if I want to see how many function I'm exporting from here, I can just simply go over and check. No need to scroll through all of that, and then if I click, it will just open up that particular function here. That's the very simple way to overlap with that. And also what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna also run similarly my sanity fetch, sanity, I think it should be npm run type gen. Yes, and if you go in our particular, let's say, package, you can see here that's the type gen going to be extracting the type itself. So now what we can do, we can just get we can write the asynchronous function here. So const categories, it should be await and get categories. And if we just make that log it should be, if we make a log here, you can just see all of the categories. I want to just grab the 6 categories right here. If we hit the save, now we should be able to see the categories by so far over here. Okay, yeah, you see that populate. Now over here you should having an error, which I'm not having because I just combine it all together, and I'm going to show you what you need to do right now if you are handling that. You see over here the sanity fetch. If you go over here, as you see in the live mode, is prefetching a token from there. So you need to go and fetch that fetch token. Should be token. You need to pass that read token as Sanity API read token. If there is no token, you will throw an error, and if there is a token, remove that all other etc is just writing there, and then pass that the client should be coming from the client, server token should be the token which you're providing, browser token should be token, fetch option revalidate 0. It means whenever I am fetching the product, we are not waiting to revalidate on that. Instantly it will be changed on that server. Now if you are building something like a production grade, I recommend you at least minimum 30 minutes revalidation option should be there. That's way it can be working in a perfectly aligned and good way. So what I'm gonna do, if we just okay, not over there. Now from where you get that Sanity API read token, if you just go in our sanity.io, and from there you need to just go and grab in your projects, so the manage projects, and then I will go the projects which I am working on, that which is my shopcart YT. If I click on that, and after that you click on API, and as you see in that API, if I already have a read token, you can just add API token and then provide the name, just say read, and then the viewers token, it will be there for this particular operation. You just save, and then it will generate a token, and after generating you just need to go in your .env file and then just write it with the similar conception, which is the Sanity API token, API read token, then paste it here and you are good to go. If you're not pasting that, you're gonna have a slight error, which you will just fix that, but if you're having that, it's good to go. Now if we go in our page, we have our categories. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that categories to our categories. So it should be categories, and that could be our categories. Let's go back to our home categories. Now we're gonna popping up our category data. Over here we're gonna just pass that object as categories. And what we're gonna do, the categories should be, let's say it should be passing that as category, and we're gonna generate it from the type gen for our type, and you see the error is going out. So now we will length the category to be in a good fashion. And how can we do that? So after that title, we're gonna pass a div here. So let's say a div, and on that div we're gonna just map through our categories dot map, and every single things will be writing that as a category. And over there we can just simply pass another div, and on that div just name of that, let's say category. Okay, just to see how it gonna render. So as you see, we have 6 category. Now if we are not providing the 6th number value, like if I want to grab every single category, what kind of things going to be apart? You see all the categories coming. So that's how you can toggle through and combine through the data itself. Now of course every single category gonna have a key. So the key should be, let's say category dot id. That would be the key for it. And after that there should be a 2 segment. One will be image, another will be other property. So now to grab that, first of all we're gonna check if the category have an image. Only then we're gonna render within an image tag gonna coming from the next image. And over here going to provide a source property which should be url4, and on that url4 it should be category dot image, and from there we're gonna hit to get back our URL. Done. And after that put an alt tag. I'm gonna pass is like a static should be category image, and here I'm gonna pass the value in which dimension I want, width and height. Width should be 500, height should be 500, and also gonna pass some class name, and here I'm gonna provide width full, and height should be the parent's full height, and object should be, let's say it should be contain. And whenever I'm gonna make a group hover, of course I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna just instant passing that. Whenever I'm gonna make the hover on the group, it should be, let's say scale should be 110, and then I'm gonna pass that hover effect ratio. If I hit save, I should be able to see the image, but it's not looking very nice. We need to make it looks a little bit a flexible way. And to make it flexible, you see that image, it going to be like say inject with a link property. So what I'm gonna do here, instead of placing that, let's say I'm gonna wrap it within a div, and then I'm gonna wrap it also with a link. I'm gonna import from the next link, and then I'm gonna place it here. So now over here for the href, we're gonna just right now we're gonna provide an href of, let's say yeah, that should be coming for, let's say it will be over here. I'm gonna go with the category, and then we're gonna just extracting through should be let's say category dot slack dot current. So it's gonna wrap through to fetch through on there, and over there we're gonna, in that particular div, we will make an particular width and height ratio. I'm gonna popping it up, so you're gonna just have to write it. Now what I'm doing, I'm just removing any of the overflow hidden from that particular segment, and putting a border, and border should be the shop orange 30% opacity. Whenever I'm hover around that border, shop orange, and hover effect, width is 20, height is 20, padding 1. So it means that width and height going to reflect here. It will, because that's the parent, so it will take that 20 by 20 height on that ratio. And before at the top layer of that segment here, whenever we are having a category segment and the div, I think we can make that one over here, as you see, where we are mapping through it. Let's say put a class name over here, and this the ID which having that, also we can make the class name here. I'm gonna make a background color should be, let's say light beige, and also I'm gonna make it a padding of 5, and then a flex item should be, let's say center, and then I'm gonna make a gap of 3, and here it will be group. Means in that particular scenario, whenever I'm hovering, you see it's getting that effect. Now what I'm gonna do, where I map through it, so I'm gonna make it as a, let's say margin top of 5, and then I'm gonna make that one as a grid pattern. So grid, and first of all it should be grid calls of 1, and whenever hit an MD screen, not MG, should be MD, grid columns of 2, LG screen, grid columns of 3, and I'm gonna making a gap of 5, so that you can see that single scenario is going to be popping up, the similar of this pattern. So now as we are having that, what we are just redirecting on, so clicking on that, it should be category slack.current. If we click, now you see that that page is not available, so we are having an error. You can simply just create that page, create a folder which will be, let's say, category, and as it could be a dynamic structure. Now just try to understand what is happening here. If I click on view all, it's getting a static, not dynamic, static link. It will always take to the shop. If we click on contact, it will take to the contact. Hot deal, it will get to the deal. But if I click any of that particular product, like click on that fridge, now as you see, it's a dynamic URL generating, which is using as a Slack. Product is like static, but the Slack is the dynamic. So similar way, if you just go and check over here in that category, the category is static, but you see like right now we are having tablet. Now if we change, you see the washing machine. Every time we are in a particular category, it will just go and prefetch the new one. So now how we can do that? Now if you want to create a dynamic page here, just go use that third bracket and then pass the name of that property. Either you can go with ID or you can go with Slack, the one which I'm using here. Then I'm going to create a page.tsx rafce, should be, let's say it should be category page. That's it. So with that, in that way, we're going to have a category page right now, and then we can just pass that and just grab it here right now. Let's go back to the home. Now what we need to do, we need to focus to build up the other portion. So after the image, as you see the image portion, after that div, we're gonna having another div here which going to handle other scenario, which first of all we're gonna passing an h3 tag which will take us, let's say, category dot title, and after that another p tag, it will pop up. And on that p tag, first I'm gonna put an span tag over here, and on that span tag, let's go with the backtick, and then I'm gonna go on the first bracket, and then with a $sign, I'm gonna pass that category dot, let's say it will not be, it should be the product count. You're gonna have that error because we didn't have a product count yet. In the typo is not there because we injected it manually. And after that, what we're gonna have, we're gonna just pass a like a gap over here. Then it should be passing that our items available, available. So now as okay, still the typo mistake, availa. Okay, I didn't put the L. So now we are having that property. So let's put a class name over here, like say I'm gonna provide a space y should be 2, and for that h3 tag, like for the title over here, for the class name, text should be, let's say, base, and font should be semi bold, so kind of darker. And for the p tag itself, for the class name, font should be, let's say, font should be small. I think I'm gonna make that one as, I think the text, I'm gonna make the small text here, so it would be a little bit tighter in small text properties. And for the small span tag over here, for the class name, and I'm gonna make that font should be, let's say, bold, and text should be sharp dark green. That's it. So it could be a tiny mesh up, and as you see, the similar criteria is happening here. You can also choose the gap in between if you like. If you want to not make much more gap, you can make it 1.5. I think that will also make a good, I think 1 is gonna make a good impact here. Okay, so right now, as you see, we are having an error. The product count is not here. You know, we generate it using the type gen, but there is a manual manipulation which we're gonna do. If we have the product count, if it will be an optional, if it's available, should be a number value. And as you see, our error is disappear. And now as you can forecast, we have the popular categories, and we hover, you see the design is working. And also if we click on the image, it's taking us to our particular category segment. Now if you want that same thing, same clickable event gonna work for this segment also, you can do it, no worries about it, but I'm gonna skip it. Okay, so that's up to you how the way you like the things can be done. So now as you see, as you're having that, what's balancing on that home page, we are now need to work with the shop by brands, and also similar on the brand, if you click it will go in that particular shop, and you see that instance is taking the brand, and then it's just selecting on that particular instances parameter. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go and make that shop by brand page for our project at the next. So to do that one, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna close this and also the types. I'm gonna go in our components, create a new file which will be shop by brands.tsx, rfce. That's the one is created. Let's go in the page, and after the categories I'm gonna call that shop by brands. Okay, so now it will be popping up through right here. So it's right here. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that one looks in a perfect and nice way. So first of all, I'm gonna go and pass some class name for that div. I'm gonna make a padding bottom of 10 and LG, let's say padding bottom of 20, and also BJ should be let's say shop cart light BJ, and then the padding should be 5, and LG, let's say padding should be 7, and also I'm gonna make a rounded of MD screen. Okay, so now it should be a bit of color and good property here. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, in the initialization, it should be grabbing two properties. One, it will be the title, no worries, even I'm popping up, I'm gonna explain it. And why I'm popping up, because you can just, this is simple. What I'm gonna do from right now, I'm gonna go for the class name, and for the static parameter I'm gonna go and copy paste, because it's just a simple criteria. You can post the video and you can see, and you can use your own technique. Like for the class name, you see, you can use your own criteria, no need to just go with alone, so that in that way you can like muscle your memory, and you can now create your own regime by which you can create your own components, on design system, on paragraph. That's way it would be very easy you to understand. But if you either you can now pause and finish that, or you can wait me to explain. That's similar the way you feel preferable. First of all, I'm taking a div, making everything flex, item center, gap 5, justify between, margin bottom 10. You see the side by side, and that is the link between here, which going to take us to our shop parameter over here. Now what is happening in the title, this one is not required, because by default we are having the 2 axle parameters, so it's just good to go without that. If you see the title, by default is 2 axle. And after that, what we are doing also here is that we are passing a link which is having this class name and view all parameter. Now we need to have the brands. Now as you see, we will call the brands from our server side similar like that. Should be await get brands. Now for that brands over here, how we can grab it? First of all, we need to create that function. So we will go in the index over here, and as you see in the index, what we gonna do here, first of all, we need to implement the brands ratio. How we can make that? First of all, now we're gonna write our first query. Okay, so if you just go in that, how you can just check how you can fetch the brand, right? So if we go in our Sanity over here, let's say Sanity in our studio, so in the studio we're gonna write the query how we can fetch the brand, how we can check if the data is coming or not. So later on you can have your own segment and own parameter by default. So now we can run through. As you see, the structure is here. We have our like the brand categories, everything. So that's the brand segment which we are having right now. And as you see, we can write the query right here in the vision tag just to go and see how it's going to happen. As you see, previously I typed one. So you can just put the star mark to begin with, and then put the third bracket to go with that underscore type should be there, just to define whatever the data you want to go and toggle through. Let's say I want to go with the brand, right? Hit enter, so it will fetch all the brand, and as you see, particular brand having created at type, description, title, and so on. So whatever the things you are requiring right now, you can fetch. Like if you want to fetch only the, like I want to just grab the only title, enter, it will fetch the title only. Now if you also can make it like order, if I want to make that order, and that should be the value whichever that order I want the order, the title should be ascending ratio. Put ascending, you see the is coming with the ascending. If I put DESC for the descending ratio, okay, it's not coming. I think we are messing with some other property. And order should be name ascending. We can provide the title ascending. So the type is a brand. We are passing the order, title ASC. Why is not working? If we go with the name, yeah, I think the name it will work maybe. DESC. Okay, anyway, it will just go and check the particular criteria. I think it's working. If I put descending, you see it's can H, P, T and others. If we put ascending, it's just taking some of the other parameter, but you know how to do it, so you got the point. So what we're gonna do here, first of all, we're gonna write a simple query over here, which is going to happen to be a brands query. And of course, for the query, we need to get the defined query from the next Sanity, by which we're going to define our query. And as you see, we are passing a simple property, passing the brands query. In the defined query, we are passing the value. The type it should be is equal to brand, and we are making that ascending as not the name, but should be the title, because as we are not having the actually that's the name which we are combining here. As you see, if we go in our structure, if we go in our brand, and then coming over here, I think the first instance which we are creating over here, the title, and also if we go on that brand type, and as you see, name is the brand. So we are grabbing that name, so that's the one. So the name is the title, and then so that's the title which we are referring, going to come in as a name. So both way you can go and reflect it. Now instead of typing that one, I'll just pass the name by right now. So instead of typing that one by so far, we're going to export in the similar method, should be, let's say, brands query. And let's go in our index. Right now in the index, we're going to create a simple similar function of the previous one, which is going to be like for the get all brands, and then also import it from the query. Now over here, the same similar fundamental things which are doing. If it's an error, we are passing the error, otherwise we are passing the value which is going to be having the data. So right now what we can do here, without with calling that brand, we can now fetch all the brand all together, and we're gonna do it, and you're gonna see how simply you can make it done. Enter. Now we are having the brands. You can make console log, but I know it's right there, so no need to make the console log. And we're gonna just go Command J and now open the terminal. And what we want to do is that write this type chain to go and prefetch all of the type. Now while it's generating, I'm gonna go at that bottom layer. So after that div itself, I'm gonna take another div, and over the div we're gonna make map through it, brands.map, and that should be every single thing gonna take as a brand, brand, and from there we're gonna just return another, let's say we're gonna return a link. Okay, so that link going to be combined an image, and I think that would be combined an image, because that time we're gonna click on that image and it will take us to the brand page. So the href should be passing that, let's say it should be brand, and that / it should be taking that brand dot let's say brand dot slack dot current. And here let's say I'm gonna just simply pass the brand to see if the brand is coming. You see the data is overlaying here, so means we are in a good track. So now we're gonna pass the image right here so that it's gonna just capture our image property to save the purpose. So now as we are going to make the image should be brand.image is available, only then we're gonna generate our image from the next image. And that particular image going to have a several segment here. First of all, it's going to provide a source which going to be parsing that with URL, and then it's gonna just grab through 200 by 250 by 250 with 22 height 20. That's it. And for the link itself, we're gonna provide some class name, background color we want to provide white, so everything should be in a white ratio. And after that, and you see you can just find that those changes right here just to be whichever it could be applicable. And before going further, I think BJ White is taking, but it's not okay. I'm gonna provide a width of 36, height of let's say 24. I think that would be good. 24. So now it's gonna get the background color. Still not grabbing it. Let's reload. I think it's stuck for a bit. Yeah. Okay, some error, the page could not be okay. I clicked on that brand so that it just passing to the separate one, but before going further, we can also make that one as a flex item center, justify center, make rounded should be MD, and that's it. As you see, all are in flexible mode. And also what I want, we want to make that one like say overflow hidden, because whenever we're gonna hover, I want a shadow should be LG, and also shadow should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a sharp dark green, and it's gonna coming up with a 20% opacity, and we're gonna pass that hover effect. So now as you see, once we hover through it, it should be passing that another, you see that slide properties is going on. But here if we coming over in our live mode here, you're gonna see some error is going on. As you see that responsiveness is not happen here, so we're gonna make it here responsiveness, so no worries about that. We can use multiple scenario, like for like if you go over here and put a class name, we're gonna make that one, let's say a flex item should be center. We're gonna make a, let's say, gap of 2.5, and also make that justify between okay, hit save. So now you see it should be a flexible property, but you know it's not giving us the responsive layout, so we can also make that one a flex wrap, so it will just go and create a wrap ratio. So every time it will take that ratio, as you see. So justify between you can capture through it just to make that one in a good parameter. So as you see, this working, but this gapping padding is, so you know, sometimes it's annoying. And even in the bigger screen, you see I have one is the bottom, so I don't want to go initialize that way. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm gonna go and make some grid pattern. I'm gonna make a grid. By default, grid column should be, let's say 2, and MD, let's say, should be grid columns of 3. I think 3, yeah. And LG, let's say grid columns of 8. I think by default I'm gonna make it as 4, and medium screen, no, I think for the medium, I think 4 is okay. I think that ratio can save the purpose. Okay, so now particularly I have 8, and also I'm gonna provide a gap of 5, so it's gonna have a proper gap ratio, but it's not stretching. So instead of 5, I'm better to put 2.5, I think. And instead of, you see the width of 36, I can just provide a width of 34, so that it can have a very good space around. So you see right now, even I go at the smaller screen, you see that is not breakable, and it can be properly aligned together. Okay, so I think it's good. But if we make grid columns of 4 or 3, I think 3, okay, I think 3 is saving the purpose. And also I can go with the 6 for the MD screen. It's now you can combine through it. The one is flexible for you. You can just go and make that things to be done. But for me, I'll go with the previous setup, which is like say 2 4 and like in that setup. And for the LG, it should be 8, so my design will not break. Okay. So after that brand, as you see at the bottom of the brand, we have that free delivery, free return, and customer support and money back guarantee. That is the kind of the static text. So it will be extracting as an extra data, which we're gonna just fill up at the top. And also we will import all the icons from the Lucid React icon. So let's grab the icon here. So it's just an array of data. The title is free delivery, description is free shipping over $100, and icon is the track. We are providing the customized size for 45 for every single icon, and having the free return, customer support, and the money back guarantee and others. So what we need to do, we need to specify where we want to move it or keep it that one. This is a simple component layer. No that much scenario is right here. So after that segment, we can just simply pass that one and save it. Of course, I'm going to show you what the things we have been done and how we're dealing with it. So right now, as you see, this is kind of things which is not good, because I think we make it as a grid columns, but we didn't provide a gap. I'm going to provide a gap of 2.5. so that it will break that all together side by side. It can like deteriorate maybe, or maybe not. Okay, gap is there, but okay, anyway, let's see what we did. We are making everything as a grid column as one. So a small screen grid is 2 column, and then other property, gap and margin top, padding, shadow, and other properties. Now what is happening here, we're taking everything as an item, and then we are providing the index parameter. We're passing that key as index, then we are just generating our icon, which is the item.icon, and after that we have another div where we are having the title, we are having the description, we are making the title text color 80% opacity, font bold, capitalize, and then the other one as the text light color. So now that's the thing, you can go with that. I think it's gonna make a lot of sense once you are dealing and doing that one in a good ratio. And what I can do is there, this shadow, I think only we hover. I think better we will provide the shadow whenever the hover effect is going on, so that you see, okay, yeah. Anyway, so now is the shop with brands is just done. So as you see, if we click, we should be able to go and brand page. We're gonna generate the page itself, and to do that in the client, take another folder which will be a brand. And then the similar way we can just go with the Slack, and then on the Slack it should be a page.tsx, and that should be our brand page. Hit save, and you're gonna have your brand data right here. So it will just popping up. So we have our brand page, and right now as we are dealing with that, we have our product, we have our categories, we have our brands. Then we need to provide our latest blog. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go and create another component which would be that latest blog.tsx RFCE. So now we're gonna get our latest blog. I'm gonna remove that, no need this one. In the page after the shop by brands should be latest blog. Now this blog, of course there is some certain kind of things, but as you see here only we are showing the latest blog. But if we go in the blog segment, we are showing all the blogs. But right now I create only 4 blog, created that one. So I will just toggle through. I will just there is an toggle bar is there. Either we're gonna add it at latest or a normal blog. We're gonna toggle through it and we're gonna see the differences. So first we're gonna go and fetch the latest blog right here. And to do that, we need to go in our block segment, and then we're gonna create that parameter done. So how we can combine that? First of all, we're gonna go here, put a class name, and margin bottom by default 10 LG. LG should be margin bottom should be 20. So now we are having that. Gap is not looks good is because I think we are having in the brands, yeah, that should be margin bottom, not padding bottom. That's why it's not reflecting here. Now you can see it's reflected. Now what we need to do, we need to grab our title over here, and in the title we're gonna just simply pass over here. There should be, let's say, our blog, like the latest blog. And after that we need to get our blog data. And how we can grab that? Similar as we are going to fetch it in a server side, we'll make it in a synchronous way. And here let's say const should be blogs is equal to await get latest blocks. And here we also need to, we can pass the the number, but I'll go with a similar way, just provide that latest block parameter. And to implement the latest block, what we need to do, we need to again write another query here which will be responsible to provide that our latest block data. So here what we are doing, underscore type is equal to block, and is latest is true, and order ascending we're getting the block categories and title. And we're gonna just showing you why we are need to because I'm gonna just type and check that one as is latest or not. You're gonna toggle through while it's generating. So this is the one we are getting the block, like we are spreading each and every single thing, like every single blog here as entitled with a categories lifestyle, social media, company news, and any blog can have a multiple categories and attached with it. So we are just going from the array, we are taking the title it just to showing the title over here. So now that's our latest blog query. We're gonna just copy that and then we're gonna export it here. So we are grabbing the query, and now we need to also grab our for the function by which we're going to create our blog, right? So the function would be similar like that, and it would be, I need to import it, and instead of it should be fetching latest blog, let's say latest blocks. So that's the error. So now if we are having the blog, we are going to grab it. It's all are similar, so you can just see and you're gonna have an understand in a better way. I'm not copy pasting all together, so that every single time I'm writing something, you know why we are doing it and how we are doing it. So over here I will just go and get fetch our blogs parameter. Okay, so now we need to show our blog in our particular dialect. So after that, also open the command J, write the sanity type gen to just generate our type. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get another div here, and on the div I'm gonna make that blocks.map. Every single thing gonna be appeared as a block, and then I'm gonna return a div where I'm gonna pass that block data. Let's say I'm gonna just pass that only a block parameter just to showcase what kind of things can be appearing here. You see the 4 block is right now, and I think we can check here if we are having any particular error in our console. Sometimes we are mapping and we are forgetting to provide the key parameter, and that time it can be having some error. So I'm going to reload this entirely just to showcase to see if we are having any blockage or any parameter is currently undone. Okay, Clerk, everything working. Yeah, we are having it. One is providing here. So this should be, let's say key should be let's say block dot, we're gonna provide the ID. So that's the one. I think this is the one issue could be appearing. Any other we missed? Okay, I think no, yeah, still there is one more. So should be, where is that? This is the shop by brands. So shop by brands, you see. So every time you time to time check that you see the console to check if everything we are missing or not. So that's the one which we are needing to provide the ID here, which going to be having a key. And if we reload, I think our warning should disappear. Okay, yeah, and that uncode error over here, we're gonna fix it, but it's actually, it will, if you're in production, it will not be showing here, because where we are passing that, especially if we go in our header. And after header, if we go in our, you see that user button, the sign in, you see that one, that's button in the model, we need to remove it from that. You see that as Clerk loaded, we need to remove it from here. I think after that we're gonna go out of the error just to see if it's working or not, because sometimes it's a client side properties, and after Clerk loaded, it's having some issue. But Let's see if it's appearing or not. If it still is appearing, we will solve it in a different way. Okay, good. No, still. So we'll find a solution for it. It's just a hydration error, so no worries about that. I think what's wrong, it can also happen if the client has a browser extension installed, which may okay, before React load. It can be because we are using that I'm using that browser, so extension could be happen to be an error. So I think signed in with Clerk user button. Anyway, I think it's just a minor error. It will not be a problem in production, but we're gonna come back to it later on. Before, like, it will be showing if we're having problem in the deployment, then we're gonna fix it. No worries about it. So now we have in our blocks category here, latest block. So let's go in the block and generate the block parameter. So first thing first, we're gonna grab like in the block we should be having one image. So let's say block dot which gonna be have a main image. If we are having the main image, we want to render the image here from the next image property, and that image itself going to have some of the things which is really nice. It's going to having the source property, it's going to having the alternative and others, and then it's gonna render. So I'm gonna fetch the image 500 by 500, then I'm providing the full weight of that because we're gonna make it as grid, then the max height of 80. So now to provide that one, to make it looks better, put a class name. Let's say it will be grid, and then it should be grid calls of 1 by default, and MD should be grid calls of 2, and for LG let's say grid calls of 4. And also I'm going to provide a gap of, let's say, 2.5, and then margin top should be 5, not 55 but only 5. So now it's gonna provide that data ratio, and it's gonna just provide the grid ratio over here. As you see, that's a nice grid, and it's similar of the one which we are making through. I think this is the gap should be I think we can provide the gap of 5 maybe, so that could be similar on that. Yeah, okay, cool. So now we're having that. Now after that we can also make some other particular segment. Now one thing needs to be clear, because we need to make that image as clickable, so we're gonna wrap it with our link parameter. So it should be link, and we're gonna wrap it together over here. And for that href parameter, let's say it should be block and block.slack.current, and of course we need to go with that null check value, so it will be only going through if we are having the block itself. So if we click, it would be letting us to go in our particular block segment. Still we are not having it, so you're gonna create one. So let's go in the client folder, should be block, and over block it should be, let's say we're gonna go with a dynamic one, slug, and after that create the page.tsx or fce, and that should be generating our block component. So block page, that's it. So now whenever you are clicking on any of the latest block, it should be taking us to our particular block segment. So as you see, as we are doing that one right, so after that segment over here, so after there's one div which is going to be particularly done. So now what we gonna do, we have the block. So after this one itself, we're gonna go and create another div. Now we need to go to create two separate parameter. One is that should be top at bottom, lifestyle date, and then the title. There is no background, but I'm gonna provide a background to make it looks nice and clean. So what I'm gonna do in that div itself, I'm gonna take another div and then take another div here. So let's say another div, and on that div here we will go with that our block categories. If in the block we have the block categories, and then we're gonna pass the map through it. And for every single item, we're just passing that item, and then we're grabbing the index. Also, you can use that IDX or any other name. It will work as simple index. So index. And what the index means, if you don't know, I'm letting you just console it and then see it. So now for this particular here, I'm gonna make just grab a p tag over here. Then I'm gonna pass that our item dot title. And for the key tag, Don't be forget to provide the key tag, because otherwise it will not be letting you just deploy in the Vercel. And also make sure if you're having any, like if I'm importing something, right? Let's say importing get blocks data, but okay, importing, let's say categories, get categories, but I'm not using the categories here. If you are having any unused item over here, remove it, because whenever we are going to deploy it in Vercel, it will flag the error. So that time you need to remove, so better you start it, remove it beforehand. Now let's put a class name. We're going to provide a bj, should be, let's say, shop cart light bj. I think that will be looks a little bit of nicer, and I'm going to provide a padding of 5. So you're going to have a background and you're going to have a padding to make it looks better. You see, I think that's really nice. And also there is an like if we go here, you can just go and make so many things right here. It's up to us how we're gonna make. So right now I'm gonna keep it simple as possible. Now for that p tag over here, put a class name. Font should be, let's say, semi bold, and also text should be sharp dark green, and also I'm gonna make that tracking should be wider. Okay, so that's the lifestyle. So that's the category which we are providing here. And over here at the top layer, I'm going to provide a class name. I'm going to provide a text of extra small. I'm going to provide a flex. Item should be center, gap should be 5, because there should be 2 separate component layer here, and put a class name. And this one over here, I'm going to make a flex. Item should be center. If we are having a multiple item, I'll make a relative, and also I'm going to make it a group, and then I'm going to make it a cursor pointer, so it will be a perfect effect here. So that's the one you see is generating. And over here, as you see at this point right here, what you are having, there is an icon. So this is span tag here, not the border. So whenever we hover, it's getting the colorful, right? So as you see, we make it as relative. So now we can combine it through. After that parameter, we will generate one span tag, and now making it absolute left 0, and from the bottom 1.5. Now you can toggle through that bottom layer. You can make it like, if you can make on 5, it will be taking as 5, but it gonna go a little bit more bottom side. But you can fix that through to toggling by that. Background color is right color 30% opacity, inline block, weight full height 2 pixel, and group hover bj sharp dark green, and as you know, on hovering cursor pointer. So that's it. So as you see, we are having one div right here, and with that similar parameter, we should be having another p tag. You can also make it a div parameter also, but I'm gonna just grab it within a p tag, which going to having a calendar icon, and also going to having day.js, and that day.js will be responsible to giving that day refactor. So you can go with the npm. It's a little tiny bit of package, but it's super powerful. But if you want to make your own, you're welcome, you can do it. And still, if you're having a problem with understanding or dealing with any difficulty, let me know in the comments. I will try to help. So it's up to you. If you're okay with that, also like the video. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my terminal. I'm gonna just install my, let's say, day.js, and after installing, I can simply import it, day.js. So let's go at the top. I'm gonna import it. Let's say import day.js from day.js, and here okay, so now what you can see here, so that's the p tag, which is going to be a flex, providing a gap here, and the similar effect, and the calendar, and that day.js, this all together, and you see that's working perfectly fine. So this the similar effect is happening. And after the 2 initiative things, so this div, we're gonna having another one. We can also wrap it with the link. We can pass that one as block.title, and over here in the link we can pass the similar link which we use for our href at the image. So I'm gonna pass that same thing here, so we should be able to get our title of that instance. And we're gonna make a class name here, and on that instances, text should be base, font should be semi bold, and then a tracking should be wide, and margin top should be, let's say, 5. and I'm gonna make a line clamp of 2, so it should be line clamp of 2, so it will not go more than 2 line. You know, some title can be, you see the 3 2 3 2, so I'm gonna freezing it at 2. It will not go more than 2. And whenever I'm gonna hover, text should be, let's say, sharp dark green, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect. Okay, done. So now as you see is if even you are making it hover or some other parameter, you see it's changing the color, and you can now make lots of other scenario, like, you know, this entire segment here. You can make these things in a good way. Like if you see at the top layer, so that's the deep portion here, you can make to in a proper way so that it can, like, this is the div which is responsible to do that. So make a class name. I'm gonna make like say rounded should be, I want rounded LG. Okay, rounded should be LG. Then you're gonna see a round effect at the bottom but not at the top. I think my server is a bit slower. I need to make it up and running again. Now see, the rounding effect is not working so far, so we provide a rounded LG, and if we provide a BG of red, just to see why it's not working, just I want to see why it's not getting that property. Okay, no changes yet. Okay, that's the div which contain everything, but if we make that rounded LG, I think that time it will work because it's gonna provide that round effect. You see the rounded is working here, but it's not taking that over here, and it's because there is an overflow is happening. So what I'm gonna make that overflow hidden from the div, so everything contained here it's going to be a rounded effect. So that's the one. So you can make that rounded, or you can go with a similar one. On hover, you can just make that image as a scroll through. This up to you. You know how to do it, so try it. Now we're having the block, so with align with that, we are having all of those segment which contain of those criteria for our home page. Now in the home page, if we just focus on that, what we have right now, we have our header, we have our banner, we have our product segment, we have our categories, brand, and blog. So all the segment is perfectly attached. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create that deal section, hot deal. So in the hot deal, we are showcasing to show all of the products criteria. So we're gonna create it. Right now it doesn't have it, so first of all we're gonna go here. We need to create a separate page for it. In the client, another page should be like, say, you can also go with the file, you know, as simple. So in the file, if you just write the deal and / let's say page page.tsx, and right now you're gonna have a page within the deal. So that's the simple way you can create a no need to just every time try to deal with that. So deal page, hit save. We're going to having our deal page right here. Now in the deal page, there will be certain kind of things we're gonna capture the data. It should be coming from the server side. So now what we're gonna do over here, it will be a asynchronous function. So first of all, let's go and create that data layer, how we can fetch the data. And to fetch the data, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in our query here, and in the query we're gonna pass a separate query. And by the way, I want to test that one, which is because we have right now we have only 4 segments, like 4 blog here, which I just keep that all are in latest, but we want to see if it's working or not. If we remove the latest from one blog, it should work, right? So let's see if it's working or not. Now as we're loading through our brand, if we go in sorry, not the brand but the blog, so every single blog has a certain kind of things called the toggler button, is latest or not. So if you go in your like the schema pattern, you can fill the same. As you see at the bottom layer, I think my system is getting a bit of slower. Okay, here you see the latest blog is toggle is okay. So you see it's just I can toggle on and off that. If I publish by offing that, right now remember I made that revalidation is very simple. It should be at 0, right? So there should be no revalidation is provided. It gonna be affected as the live preview. As you see, it just removed. So now we are having like 3 at all together. So now if we go in our over here and if we make that latest block as true, so it should be appearing also in our particular segment. So let's go there in this setup, and if you go at the bottom, you see the blog is working perfectly fine. Now let's go back to the deal. So now in the deal products, we should be having a type product status is equal to what. You can toggle through the product segment and you can see the status where we are having that hot, our new arrival and other status. So if the status is equal to hot, then we are grabbing the product and also the grabbing the category, which is going to be coming as the title. And from there, what we can do, we can just simply passing that our deal products criteria, and also in the index we can now grab our deal products and pass the function here so that we can just grab the product itself. So should be function imported fetching all products, all, not all, fetching deal products, and from there we can just import that get deal products function. You can just make push like just stop the video and then can just fast forward with it. That's up to you how the way you prefer it. So now here we can just simply pass the product ratio, you know, the balance of that things can be appearing here. So what we can do is that, so for the deal we can just simply pass that const products is equal to await get deal products. We need to import that one from Sanity, and over here we need to having another, let's say, container to perfectly align with the ratio, and then we're gonna having our title be imported here, and which gonna say hot, let's say hot deals of the week. And for this one, for the class name, we're going to provide a padding y. Padding y should be 10 and bj should be, let's say, shop cart light bj. And as we are inflecting with the container, for the title itself, for the class name, I'm going to provide a margin bottom of 5, and then we're going to provide the underline offset should be 4, and then we're going to make that the decoration should be only a pixel, so 1 pixel decoration. And after that, we're gonna also make that text should be base. We're gonna make it uppercase. We don't want a bigger base. Tracking should be simply white. So this is the kind of whole deal we want. So as you see, the similar ratio, and the background color is a little bit change. You can just work on that. If you just see on the background color, you can see it is like 1F 1F 3F F8. So you can just simply add that to going by globals.css. So this the color is not attached yet here, so you can simply add one color like that. So you can just add simply color, let's say dill bj. You can just write with that. So I'll just make it as simple as possible. It's not copy this one, so we can just check. This one is not working nice nowadays. F1 F3 F8, so should be F1 F3 F8. So that's the color we can use. We can, the dill bj should be implemented, so we can just simply go with that. Bj should be dill bj, and we are going to have that color change. Okay, it's not reflecting yet. I think the color is not mature to go. F1 F3 FD. Is it so? But why is not working? F1 F3 FD. So that's the color combination here. So I think in the root, oh, okay, we need to provide that root color. We need to go with the, okay, but that should work anyway. It should work. Oh, it will not work because we need to remove that. That's the mistake I'm doing time to time, because we are writing in that clean CSS, so other properties cannot be like that. Now we're gonna have a div property, and on that div we're gonna just map through our, and before mapping through it, I recommend you to run that npm run typegen. And also, as you see this one for Day.js, you need to also install in that legacy dependency or by force. As you see, the published version is 7 months ago, and the React 19 is just right here. We are building with the React 19, which is just a month old. So you better to make that with the legacy dependency, or if the updated is sooner, then you'll be okay. So right now we are having that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is that, let's say to map with that products dot map, every single thing going to be taking as product, and now from there we're gonna just pass that, let's say product card, and for the product card we're gonna pass the key should be product dot key ID, and for that product should be, let's say we're gonna pass the product itself. So it should be generating all the product by default. And also like make it nicer, we need to provide the class name. Right now is taking the entire properties, so we're gonna go with the grid columns by default to SM. I think this one no need to require. 2 is the SM property, MD grid columns 3, LG is grid columns 5, and putting a gap 2.5. So right now, as you see, it's having a very good property instances. Okay, we're having all the segment doing pretty well. Now there is a minor error here. So for this error right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that one as like, let's say TS type ignore, because this is what's happening, because it's a bit of conception going on, because this product we are fetching in that server side, but actually the type over here which the written here is now having for the client side criteria. So we can fix it whenever we're going to deploy that one, but without fixing it also it will work. I just want to make that as a TS ignore. We can fix it later on. So now we are having that segment here right now, and I think it's working perfectly aligned and pretty cool. So what we can do here, one segment at a time, but we are having the other one which we did so far. So here, by clicking the category, we should be able to go back to category page and then grabbing those entire things. So we're going to create it right now. So here, as you see, if we click, we are passing that to our category segment. So it will go in at the category page. So right now, what we're going to do, we need to go and combine in that segment to go and like predefine everything and create all the segment by so far. And we're going to do it properly, so that it can be aligned it all together. So first of all, we need to generate 2 separate portion, right? So first we're gonna go and make it as a asynchronous function over here, and as is coming with the Slack, as you see that particular Slack is right here. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that const categories should be, let's say, await categories, because we're gonna render all of those categories, right? And over here we will also define that in a container base. So container, and on that container we're gonna pass the title, and then we're gonna refine that. So let's just go grab the title. Over here should be title, and the title will contain that products by category. That's it. And after that we're gonna pass the category name. So put a class name here, and for that class name put a padding y should be, I'm gonna just provide a padding y of 10. So vertical 10 alignment will be here. Now you can see. And now first of all, we need to grab the Slack, because here, as you see, every time we're coming here, we should be choosing any of the Slack is right here. So we need to go and predefine the Slack properly. And to do that, we will just go and fetch it right here. So we're gonna make that as one as a params everything, and that param should be, let's say, params, and that params going to coming with a promise, and in that promise should be generating one single parameter which is going to be, let's say, it would be Slack, and that Slack should be a string. You need to generate in that way, otherwise it will not work perfectly. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna just render a span tag after the title, which is going to be combining our Slack property. And okay, we need to get the Slack right that. So const, let's say we need to define that Slack from await params. Now, as you see what we are doing after the product by, as you see, that's the property which we are providing, the kitchen appliances. So every time you change or we just coming up from any of the particular category, every time we are coming refrigerator, you see it's coming here the refrigerator. So that's the way it's gonna work and look like. Now after that, what we're gonna do is in the server side, right? But whenever we are coming here, you see every time we click, that is coming from the client side trajectory. So we need to make it in a client side property. So we will take a separate components here. So name components would be, let's say, category products.tsx or FCE. So that will be handling our all category segments. So I'm gonna just combine it here, category product. And for that category product, there should be two separate instances it gonna taking as a props. One, it will be taking the category, which will be taking that entire categories, and then it gonna grab the slack. So now we need to combine that one within our category properties. Over here, we'll define two of that like props property, which will be, let's say it will be property by category, the category which is providing in the types. And over here, we can just passing through that everything is coming here should be defined at the type of props. Then we're gonna take that categories, and then also we are grabbing the slack property. So now we should have some of the parameter. First of all, we'll define some of that trajectory use state parameter, and as we are using the use state, we need to make this our entire component as a use client. That's why we separate it from our parent component. So should be use client, and also you're gonna use the use router from the next navigation. So what we are doing, first of all, we are using that set current slack. So every time we are coming with that, you see we are putting the current slack as the slack, but later on, once we are clicking on any of that category, we are making that one as a current slack. So we are changing in that way. So right now what we're gonna do is here, I think page, okay, anyway, so now what we're gonna do, so first of all, we need to show our categories, right? So that it would be in a more fashionable way. So first, let's go here. I'm going to make a padding Y of 5, or I can just passing up through those class name. You know, it's just a simple and it's designable parameter, making a flex column by default, because as you see, once you go in the smaller screen, it's getting the top. So that's what we are making here right now. So should be like that, and then we are going to having a two particular div. So should be div into two. So one, it will be the category, another it will be the products. So first of all, we're gonna go with the categories, categories dot map, every single thing going to be as a category, or you can also passing that as an item, doesn't matter, doing the similar thing. Now here we're gonna pass a button, gonna import from UI button, and here we're gonna pass a p tag within the button layer, and that will contain our item dot title. If we hit save, we should be having the title, but don't forget to provide the key property here. The key should be our item dot underscore ID. Okay. So right now, what we're gonna do here, first of all, we can just pass some of the class name which we are really looking forward. So put a class name, and instead of that, we're gonna use the backtick, and I'm gonna pass that. So instead of that, I think the red color is not to go with that property. So if we go in our globals.css, we're providing a color should be shop orange color. We're gonna provide that color. So instead of that BJ transparent, we're gonna provide that BJ shop orange. Okay, so right now we're having that, as you see, hover working perfectly. So right now what we're gonna do, and also it should be, let's say for the div itself, for the class name, I'm gonna make that one a flex, should be flex column, and should be the min like MD, and MD skin min height, min width should be around, let's say 40, so around 160 pixel, and I'm gonna pass a border. Okay, so everything gonna have a border, you see, hover, and looks nice. I think we can pass that hover effect here. Hover effect. Hover effect is there, but why is not like big? Okay, the color is not changing it properly. So I think for the text itself, put a class name. I'm gonna make that width of full width. Text should be left aligned text, and then I'm gonna make a padding axis like vertical alignment of 2. So that's kind of similar of that. Yeah. Okay, I think we need to go and predefine the way we want it to. So the text is the dark color, hover getting the text is white, and a font border hover BJ shop green. So first is BJ transparent. There's a slight effect, the color is not working. So hover BJ then I think transition we can use the colors. Let's see. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, so now what we need to do, so here we're gonna provide another criteria is there. So that could be, let's say we're gonna go with that if whenever we are having that item dot slack, let's say dot current, so the slack property, every single item, like every single category is equal to having that is matched with that current slack which you're having, that then we're going to provide a background, otherwise we're going to provide a different background. So if we're having that, like if it's a current slack, then we're going to pass that as, let's say, should be BJ, whatever the BJ we are using, so should be the background color of that dark orange. So dark orange, and let's say text should be white, otherwise it's going to be like, say we're going to pass a border should be I'm gonna just make that one as sharp orange. Okay, I think similar, but not so similar. I think that border, it should not be appearing here. Okay, there is a border. I want to make it, the border should be dark sharp dark orange, but I'm gonna provide a, like, say 20% opacity, and instead I think I can make that one right here, so that it's gonna populate for all the properties, right? Or instead of this one right now, instead of go and null check, we can just simply generate this one for this single property, you know. I think that's a very good segment, but here it's not looks pretty damn nice, so I think we can just go with that. So here we're gonna make that border should be let's say border should be sharp orange. Okay, so that one gonna fill up all the segment of border, you see it's fill up together. And others, I think for the border should be, let's say I will make that as gray of 500. How's the border? I think no need. I'm gonna make it as a default border, so I'll just go with the NN parameter. I think that's really finalized the issue. Now every time I'm gonna click on that, so on click on that particular segment, I want to make that, let's say should be I think we can create a function which gonna be handle of that category segment. So we'll just create a function here which is going to be, let's say, handle category. So we'll go with the functional property, and over here we'll create a function should be handle, let's say, category change, and over there we're gonna pass that item dot slack dot current, and that current should be providing as a string value. So right now we're going to create that function at the top. This function is very simple and very useful. I'm going to provide that. So what we are doing here, as you see, handle category change, passing that new slug as a string. So the slug we are parsing here. Then if the new slug is equal to current slug, we are preventing unnecessary updates. Means if you're clicking 1000 times here, nothing gonna loading, it's just gonna be simple. But if, and also as you see, set current slug is the new slug, but this is the this will return from here, so it will not make, if you click in the same, it will do nothing. But later on, if you like, if it's not the same, it gonna make that set current Slack as the new Slack value, and router.push category.new Slack is called false. Means every time you see I change here, it gonna reflect over there. As you see, the washing machine is chose. If I select in air condition, you see it's changing here and it change here. So every time I change, it will reflect the scenario, so that the product, so the route and the title and this all will sync together. So that's what we are building right now. So this is the one parameter which you're having. So after that segment, we have another div, right? So here we're gonna go with making the products. So it will be parsing that products it all together. As you see over here, we can just make that one as a flex. So we can make it flex 1 and make a bigger red of, so that you can see it here. So the other property it's gonna take all. So I'm gonna make it flex like that. Now first of all, we need to focus to get the product. Right now we have nothing to show, right? So we can now fetch the product itself. How we can do that? First of all, I'm gonna go here and make that a function const fetch products, and that will be a simple and arrow function, and that should be working in a synchronous way over here. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a try catch parameter. So whenever we, and also we're gonna having a finally parameter. So finally, and there is a loading, it's gonna loading up with several scenario here. I'm gonna just showing you what gonna do. First of all, if we're having an error, the error fetching products, and then set products, we're gonna provide an empty array. So that's the one we are capturing. And finally, we're gonna make the set loading as false, because in the try block, we're gonna make, or in that overall block, we're gonna make that set loading as true. So after running that function, we're gonna make the set loading as false by default. Now what we need to do, we need to provide a query here. So first of all, be careful to make sure to go the query in a perfect way, the way I'm showcasing to you. So now here the type is equal to product, right? And the references, see, be careful on that. I'm gonna make it a little more bigger, because you need to be very careful and type it properly. The type should be is equal to product, and the references should be type is equal to category, and slack dot current should be is equal to category slack dot id. In that way, we're going to find the references on that particular category. We have a multiple categories, so whatever category is attached, we are going to capture on that category, then prefetching on that. We're passing that order and name ascending. From there, we are grabbing all the products, then categories title. That's what we are capturing. If you are making problem with that criteria, it will not work perfectly. So as you see, we are passing that dynamic category slack.id, and according to that ID, we are fetching that entire product segment. Now, if we are having that, we are passing that const data is equal to, we are getting that await. We are using that simple client, directly the client we are accessing, not the Sanity fetch. Don't use the Sanity fetch, because we are using the client side. We should use that fetch, like not fetch the client. So from here, we will pass the query we have, and then we're gonna also pass for our category Slack. So the category Slack should be our current Slack. Should be the category Slack. Okay, it's not coming here, so we need to capture it here. Should be category Slack, should be a string property, and that should be passing that category Slack. So await, oh sorry, should be client.fetch. So after fetching that, we should be able to fetch the data. If we just make log that one, we see what kind of data is coming here. Let's go to inspect that all. So go to the console, and over here we're gonna see what kind of things is coming. If now it will not come yet, sorry for that, because we need to run that use effect parameter, because every time that scenario is changed, it's gonna call that data. Otherwise it will not fetch. So I'm gonna also making a dependency. Every time our router change, I'm gonna call the data, not the current Slack but the router. Okay, so that one going to coming that fetch products according to that current Slack. So router change gonna fetch. You see that route having that appliances, click on television, having route change getting 2. If you make that current Slack as a dependency, it's gonna fetch twice. Whenever current Slack is sent, and then it's gonna create a multiple instances, but every single time I am challenging to change the route, right? So the route can make a hooked up version on that. And by the way, I didn't go and make that. If you just expand it to the product, like that array, you can have all the product details here, not the category but the product here. So now you know how you can grab that. So as we are having that, we can just simply make that set products as data. That's it. Now we're receiving our product. So now we're gonna go and create two separate segments here. So this is the one here. So we're gonna make that if we are having a loading instances, then we're gonna pass another, like it should be a motion dot not like that, should be motion dot div, and let's say hello. And if we are having the product, that time we will go with that, let's say just simply product. And also we need to import the motion here. So let's import it at the top. Let's say should be import motion from motion react. It's safe. So now we should be able to see, first of all, as you see, whenever we click on that, okay, yeah, you see hello is coming first. This hello is coming from the loading, right? So we're gonna just passing a simple loading scenario here, which you can use if you are liking to. And I think motion, which will maybe do no purpose here, but anyway, as we did here, yeah, I think the motion, it will not do any single segment purpose here. I think we can remove the motion from here. Okay. So right now, as you see what we are doing here, I'm gonna just go and make a null check here, so I can see the loading every time you see the product is loading. It's just a simple class name, making it side by side, having a loader, and product is loading. It is spinning all together. So you see, every time you click, you see the product first, then the product is loading. I'm gonna remove that null check because right now we're gonna showcase our product. So right now there should be two separate. Did we have any? We have another components, which is the no product available, which we created before, right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna having a two separate compilation here. So first of all, we're gonna go here. We no need to happen to that. We're gonna go with that products dot length. If that length is bigger than 0, then we're gonna have a div, which going to, or we can just have, yeah, we're gonna have a div where we're gonna write the products. And if we are doesn't having that, we will just pass that no products available, and from there the selected tab should be our current Slack. And then also putting a class name, margin top should be 0 and width should be full. Y is 9, it should be applied to 0. So now if any of the segment like the earbuds, I think there is no product, still product there. Oh my god, all the segment, I think all the segment has having the product. So I can just make that one as an instances. So you can see that, you see no product available on the smart watches. Right now all the segment having the product, so you can see that. But if you have any segment which doesn't have the product, you will view it. So now we have the product segment. What we can do for the product itself. Now instead of writing that, I think that's the product, right? So here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that a products dot, we're gonna map through it. So let's say map, and everything should be here as a product, and from there I'm gonna return that I'm gonna go with that animate presence from motion, and then I'm gonna go with that motion.div here, and then I'm gonna pass that let's say product card. Okay, cool. And in the key here in the product should be our product which you are having right now, and for the animate presence we can pass the key should be, let's say, product dot underscore id. Why I think like that. I think the product we can define as product. Okay, cool. So now we should be able to see our entire product segment right here. But you see, it's flashy things is happening. But we know how to fix that. So we'll just copy that previous portion and then we can just paste it at the class name grid columns by default to md grid columns 3 lg5 gap 2.3. so now as you see, if we click refrigerators, we should be able to see smartphones. The loading icon is right there, mobiles. So you can now tweak that all together. So all the segment, all the category entitlement is working perfectly and is aligned it all together. And as you see how the things is just combining it all together. So now if we go in our shop cart in the home page, and also if we just go and focus on that particular category, like say washing machine, as you see, that's right there. If we go our another segment, if we go our particular of the tablets, you see no tablet. So now, you know, it's passing the message and combining the data ratio. So if you are still here with me till now on that ratio, you can just see here, if we just change if we change that, as you see, I'm now here in the part 5. So all the things, all the code we are typing here, what I'm gonna do, git add, and I'm gonna just make that part 5 completed. Okay, so all the code till now which we type here, it will be available on that repository on a branch part 5. So you can find this branch and you can align with that. So I think that would be a really great help to go and create that. Now there is certain things which we need to come up. I think you see that this is not perfectly aligned. If we go in our header, I think we can fix that in the header menu. Okay, item center, we can make that as a justify center. I want to see, yeah, I think that looks fine. Okay, cool. Okay, I need to write another commit. Okay, I will make the same commit, same name. No worries about that. So right now, as you see, it looks perfectly aligned. So what else is really pending till now is important is that one more is important. What is that? To go and create that single page ratio. And then the most important part is that shop. Before going a further level like creating the Zustand and others, we should be aligning that all together too. Then it can be more straightforward, like we can finish that page because that's the page is more hectic, and after we finishing creating that page, then we can just provide the Zustand parameter, then the payment, you know, one by one we can go. So I think now we can create the most important one, the single page data. Now we are going to build the single product page. As you see, if we click any of the particular product, is going back to the single product page right here and showcasing all the details according to the product segment. So right now, if we click any of that particular product, it will go basically in that 404 not found page. And before going further, I think it's also better if we can create any like a 404 not found page by so far, so that we can just go and prefetch the data and it will be helpful for the users to come by. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just roll back to my that not found.tsx. This is basically a simple file which going to be make the possible scenario how the things can be look alike. So I'm gonna just import the logo here. So it should be our logo, I think. Yeah, components logo, and done. So now it will render, and what kind of things is happen to be here, you can see by so far. We just create that not-found, and it's basically in our app directory, not in studio, not in client, but directly in the layout. So it doesn't matter if it's not finding the studio or client, it will basically just redirect right here in the not found. And you see, this is a pretty good and sleek and simple design. We are showcasing the logo and looking for something. We're sorry, the web address you entered is not a functioning page on our site, and go to Shopcart's homepage. If you click, it will redirect to our homepage where the user basically go and see the other scenario. So you can see, and all of the videos whatever we are creating right here, if you see the file over here, you see there is a part 6, and if you are having that like the GitHub repository, every single code what you're gonna do in this video you're gonna find in part 6 version. So now this is a simple div, and then we are passing the logo, we are passing that our h2 and the p tag for the text. Then at the bottom layer we are going back through our link, which is kind of button. Then also for the help, now /help we didn't create yet, but even you click on the help, it will also redirect here for the help segment. So this is just a simple segment how you can create. So this is the way it can be prefetched. Now what is the most important one we need to create is that our product page. Now what kind of things is happening once we click in the product? If you want to see that, we need to go back to our product card. So let's go back to the product card, and here is we are going back to /product, and accordingly we are creating a dynamic route because every product has a different slag, and this is coming to get the product is right now is trying to grab that product slag.current. Like if I click on the camera, it will go to that camera slag. You see the Canon EOS, and if I go and just make any other different product, right, okay, this product is loading, like is the Realme Note here, it will also generate that slag for the Realme Note. So now to create that, it's also very simple to do that. We first need to create a directory here, which will be, let's say there will be a directory name as the product, then there will be another directory name of that slag, and after that we need to go to just create that page.tsx. That's it. So what is happening here, you see we have two separate directory here. One is that product, the empty directory. You can also keep the page here, but then we're having a dynamic with that like the third bracket segment, like you can also set an angle, and then you are having that page.tsx. If we click on that RAFCE, let's say we'll name that as a single product page. Okay, after saving that, if we now go any of the particular product, we should be able to see the product segment right here. Okay, it's just taking a bit of time to generate and go. I think you can see over here, as you see, it's going to be rendering right here, and we are just right headed to our single product page. I don't know from where is that gapping pattern is coming, so let's go back and check the footer, or is it also happening in our home page? Let's just dig on that. No, it's not happening there, it's only coming right here. So if we go in our footer, so that's the footer top, and in the footer top, no, it's not there. Anyway, we'll find it and we'll sort it out what is happening right here. So now as you see, we have our single product page, and on that single product page we are grabbing that slag. So we need to fetch that slag by so far, and how we can fetch that is also gonna be working in a very good way. First of all, it need to be as an asynchronous function because we're gonna use it in a server-side rendering. If you don't use async await, it will not be able to deploy that one, and everything we're gonna take as a params. So PARAMS, params. And what's going to be within the params? The params going to be coming with a promise, and so we're going to write that it will be coming with a promise, and in that promise we are going to pass a variable here which is going to be a slag, and in the slag value, it should be a string value. That's it. So now we are going to have that slag property, and if we just log that, we can just directly render our slag, that const slag await params, and now we can go with the console.log and just log the slag, and after logging that, you can see in our data over here, it's just passing the slag at the bottom. Even also you can go in our client-side library, you know, the Next.js is supporting the server-side render in the client-side prefetcher. You see that server slag, we are having the slag. So according to using this slag, we should be able to fetch the product from our database, like from our Sanity. And how we can do that? First of all, we are going to create one, like we should be creating one query and also creating a grok properties. By that we will be able to prefetch that. So implementing that, let's go back to our Sanity over here. Queries will go in the index.ts file, and first we're going to go in the queries. So in the queries, we're going to just pass a value here which is going to having that product by slag query. So what actually is doing, as you see, is getting the type as a product, and the slack.current, you see the dynamic value here. So we are not hard coded whatever the whatever the Slack it will be, but any Slack you put here, it will catch that as a dynamic Slack. And then we are passing that this name ascending, so it will get the 0 value. So any product has the multiple Slack, but we're gonna get that just the first one. So this is the Slack properties here, and also we need to like export that one. So product by Slack, and let's go in our query over here. Now in the query, we're gonna just simply pass whatever the value we are going to adopt here. So this will be, let's say, just getting the query here. So it will be that get product by Slack, and what is rendering here is that, so I'm gonna save it first. So is getting an assign and await function value. We are passing that Slack. You see the property is gonna come up as a props value, and const product is await sanity page, and we are grabbing that from that Slack query, and in the params we are passing the Slack. So whenever we are having the product, you're returning the product.data, otherwise the null value. So now let's roll back to our page here. So we should be able to grab our product here by using that particular Slack. But before running that Slack, I want to use that one. Let's say npx, I think npm run typechan. So let's just grab the type right here. So now we will also make that const should be the product await. Product is equal to await. We want to get that get product by Slack, and we're gonna pass the Slack right here. If we just log our product value, let's see if it's okay, not logger.log, should be console.log. Okay, okay, right now it's good. So just let's reload that. So now if we come back here and open the inspector, we should be able to see the value right here. So it will particularly provide the data or the product, which subsequently it's its own product. I think. Okay, we're gonna go back right now. So now let's go back again and let's try to grab that product, and as you see, we are fetching the product, and it's basically happening in the server side, so no client side interactivity right here. So now we have that product data. Now how the design pattern will look like, if you see, whenever we are going to be in a single norm, we have in the left side we have the product, and here whenever I'm changing, you see the image is changing. You can also go with the hover values. Whenever you're hovering, you can change. You can also scale on that to see in a very maximized way. Then in the right side we have our image, we have the title, description, rating, prices, and add to cart button, and there is a like for the characteristics and compare and ask question, free delivery option, and at the bottom we have our additional information. So this is the thing which also is pretty good in a very responsive way. You can see everything is fit to on a very specific manner. So now we need to create or adapt this entire segment right here. And how we can do that? First of all, we need to divide this in both two parts. So first I'm gonna see from where I'm getting that spaces. So let's say VG, we're gonna go at rate. I'm gonna see how many. Okay, that's the one. So from where is getting that properties? So this is the property value here. If we go back to our layout, okay, that's maybe that's the portion. Yeah, if we just remove that, I think, yeah, that's the problem, because we provide that min height of the screen, so it's getting up from that particular properties. But anyway, we're gonna keep that. This is not troubling us at all. So because we're gonna pouring that data in so far, so I'm gonna remove that. And basically in this we don't need that mention to entire div properties, as we are not requiring. We're gonna use a container properties here. So container, and within the container we should be able to generate two particular property view, right? So one, it will be for the image, another will be for the details. So we're gonna just render div, and that div going to be multiplied by 2. So you're gonna have two view. One should be for our, let's say, images, and another for our details. Okay, so these two separate segments going to be like aligned all together. And now to let those things work, I'm gonna just make that, put a class name here, should be flex, and by default it's gonna be in a flex column properties, and MD screen should be flex row properties side by side, and put a gap of 10, so should be 40 pixel gap, and padding wise should be 10. Either you can go with the in a normally screen train, and also for the larger devices you can go at 20, is up to you, but I'll go in the similar layer. So this is the adaptation we are going to adopt here. But I think for the gapping pattern, is it mandatory? I think it's not required, right? So because it's providing a different value, because our header here, which is slightly, I think no need to provide that. I think the padding bottom is okay, but padding top we are not going to use that, so should be padding bottom of 10. Now the problem is that the image property, you see that image, whenever we're clicking any certain image, is changing that image. So the client side interactivity is there, but overall here the add to cart button, this one has a client side interactivity. So we have a several portion where the client will click and some portion where client will not click at all. But you see our entire page is client side, so we don't want that page should be as a client side library. We want to make that as a server side. So what we're gonna do, first of all, we're gonna go within our components, and in the components I'm gonna create one more file which should be image view.tsx rfce. That will be providing for our image view component, and we're gonna just wrap that one. I will close this portion. So instead of that particular div, I'm gonna just wrap that through. Whenever we're gonna have a, like say we have our, or I think div value will serve the purpose. Whenever we're gonna have that product dot images, so if we have the product dot images, then we're gonna passing that our image view. And if you don't pass like that way, you're gonna pass a certain error, because we are fetching the image in the server side, so we need to wait for it. So now what we can do something more in a more flexible way. So to implement that, I think why we are using that div. This div is making me traveling me. I don't want to use that div at all. Okay, I think it's simple in that way. Okay, so right now this particular div going to be have a class name. So by default it's gonna be having width full. MD should be, let's say MD width should be 1/2. So 1/2. Okay. And then I'm going to make it a flex column, and gap should be 5. So this will be for the description property. And then we have our one image view div here also. So what we're going to do, we're going to also pass some of the class name for that our image view div here. So that should be, let's say particularly the full width, MD which should be half space y2 and MD space y4. So right now you see we have two separate part where we are having the image view, where we are having the details. So we got the shape. Now it's time to work. So first of all, from the page, this one doesn't have the image property, so we need to set that image property right there. And to implement that, so I'm gonna also make another property, const should be each stock. So if the is available in the stock, then we are going to make that if the product dot stock is bigger than 0, means we are having the stock. So now we're gonna pass two separate value. So the images should be grabbing that our product dot images, and after that we're gonna also pass that is stock property, and that should be getting that is stock value. So we have two particular value here, and now we need to pass that value together within that parameter. So to pass that, we're gonna just write a simple interface right here, because we are passing the image property, and also we need to I think we need to import a certain segment from our types property. So sanity type, we need to get that. And also if you just use that like sanity type chain, it already generated within your property. I'm just gonna destructuring it. That's it. So now every image, so all the image, so interface property, we are having an image which gonna get the asset, reference, type, wake, and this all are coming from the Sanity CMS, and the hotspot, crop, type, key. So all value is right here. And then also the easy stock, which is going to be number. You can go with that Sanity type properties, and then you're gonna find this value right there. So now as you're having that, we can now define that properties, like we are going to fetch that from our props. So what we are receiving right now, first of all, it's going to be having the images, and by default it will be an empty array. If it's available, it's okay. And then it's gonna be is a stock property. So this two particular value is right here. So first of all, I'm gonna make that component as a use client component, because we're gonna use that client interactivity, and it's gonna crying and popping up the error. So now see that particular design have two separate segments. So one having the image, so the bigger image which is at the top, and the smaller image which is at the bottom. So we need to go in that criteria too. And to make that things in a pretty dynamic way, first of all, we need to also go with that animate presence, and where in that animate presence we will underline our image. So in that animate presence we are going to use the motion here, and for the mode we're gonna use that wait mode, so it will wait for particular instances. Now we're gonna use that one of that use state which should be active, and let's say set active, and by default we don't want to get from the React, because we can directly inject from the React state, and that one should be coming as we are passing that as an array of objects here for the image, and we are just selecting the first one. If you just look at if you just log through the particular like say images, you're gonna find that ratio, what's actually happening and how the things going to be done right here. So if you go in the console, you can see that entire image segment have an array of images. I think okay, it should be at the bottom. If I go at there, what's wrong? It's pretty much re-rendering a lot. So if I go in this segment, we should be able to see, yeah, you see that 5 objects. So this particular having a 5 image ratio. So we are just selecting the first one. That's it. Now what you're gonna do after that animate presence, we're gonna use a motion. So it should be motion.div here, and also you need to import that motion from that motion React. So we're having two properties. One is the animate presence, one is the motion, to create the effect here, which you are seeing whenever we are selecting is coming a very good smoothing effect, not directly like jumping on that, but having a very good weight value here. Now in that motion.div, I'm gonna take an image property from our next image. And for that image property, going to be having a source, and on that source it's gonna be URL4, and for that we're gonna use that active. So whatever the image is active, we're gonna set that, and we're gonna grab the URL for it. And right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna popping up some of the properties right here, and of course I'm gonna explain to you, you can just go like be your own pace and then go with that, no need to hurry on that. So now we are parsing that source of that properties, then we are passing that product image, we are passing that width and height, and we are setting that product as the priority based, and passing that with full height 96, max height 550 pixel, mean height 500 pixel, object content, group, hover, scale 110, hover effect, rounded MD. And also if is stock is value is available, it should be opposite. Like if it's not in stock, then, or I think we can say no need to pass the value. If it's stock, opacity, like if it's I think, yeah, okay. Unable to resolve image URL from source 0. I think we maybe made some mistake here. So what we did, we passed that URL 4. Did we import that URL 4? Yes, we imported it. So now we are parsing that value as the what's wrong here? Okay, I'll go back, and then I will try again. So let's see. So this is our one portion here, and then if we click, we should be able to see, okay, application, okay, something wrong, hydration failed, it didn't match the client. Did we pass that as use client flag? Yes, we did that. I'm gonna just comment the image. Let's see if the problem occurs from the image also. Okay, I think so, it's from the image. Now what we can do here, I will just pass the motion value, because remember we wrapped that within the motion property, so without that value it can start crying. So now active.key, I think that's good. So we are having the images, which is particularly an array. So the active value is coming off that user state, the 0 properties, and for the active, let's say active dot underscore key. Something wrong, something I think is missing some property. So right now I'm gonna just go and see what is happened to be in the active property, if we are receiving anything or not. So this is the active layer where we can see our data set right now. So this could be good, this could be bad. So you're gonna see, we're gonna go through it together. Okay, so if we just reload, we should be able to generate it again. Okay, I think we got the problem, because what is said here is the 0 value, but from which value we are popping up. So this is a very good, very crazy error which we are grabbing here. So it should be images, right? So from the images we are selecting. So that was the problem. We didn't select the value from the images, and which is just passing that error properties. And you see right now we're having our images, and it's gonna render right like that. And also for that one, I think I think we're gonna pass that one as the 0 value itself, so that we're gonna see the image. So right now what's going to happen is that we're passing that motion property here, and the first initial opacity is 0, and image is opacity 1, exit going to be 0, transition 0.5, and then having the class name to make that align all together to sit like that. That's it, nothing fancy. Then we're passing the image, where we're passing the URL, then providing the class name, and as you see it is stock property. If it's 0, opacity 50, if it's 1, like if it doesn't have in the stock, it should be having that opacity value which we were having before. Like if we just go backward, if we just remove that, you can see a slight little opacity right here. And also we can just hover effect, we can considerably make that push itself. And now what's gonna happen as we pass that, we should be able to generate our second div here. So it should be another div, and on that particular div itself we need to make that images. So we have our images, and that images dot we can map through it, so every single thing can be passing that as an image. And from there we're gonna return simply a button, and on that button we're gonna return our image. And on that particular image, let's say pass the source property, and within the source and the class name it would be similar of like this. So we're gonna have in the image URL for and the image.url, and alternative is the thumbnail, the image key we're gonna passing with height 100 by 100, and the width full height auto object contain. And for the button we're gonna pass the key, and that key going to be contain image.key. So that's the key going to be there. So now as you see, we are having our particular image property. So let's go back to the div itself here. The class name, I'm going to make it as a grid. So the grid column should be 6 by default. And then I'm going to provide a gap of 2. And let's say height should be 20 and MD height should be 24. So that is the height and width going to combine, because you see we're taking the full width and we're taking the auto height right here. Now nothing going to be happen yet. As you see, there is so many other combination need to be aligned and properly designed together. So as you see in the button here, and whenever we're going to click on that button, we want to run a simple function. We're going to just run that as a set active, which is going to be passing that as an active value of the image, right? And now we will also render a class name to modify to just we can render whatever the class name is applicable or available by so far. So we will be rectify which is selected or not. So border, and let's say we're going to put on border, and border should be MD and overflow should be hidden. So now So every image going to have a border. You see, all images having a border. And what we're gonna do right now, we're gonna just use that our $sign here. Now active, we need to pass this active key here. So I'm gonna just grab that. So if the active is that image.key, so if the active one is matched with the key which you're having, it should be selected, and then it also gonna provide that particular instances. So if it's selected, border should be dark color, and also I'm gonna provide a ring of 1. So let's say a ring of 1, not like that, ring of 1. Okay, you see right now, you see it's selected. If you click selected, click selected, so that's the one which we are just make that. So border is not muted, that's why every single one having muted. So I'm gonna make that rounded should be, let's say rounded should be MD. Just a certain class typo mistake. I think we can just remove that ring property value also, no need to put some extra class name. Yeah, right now you see it just selected, and also you can grab the opacity here if you wanted to. So we are having that border color, and then opacity should be 100, and also we can make that opacity as 80, you know, so in that way we can highlight, so we know which one is selected and how it's looking so far. So this is the amazing view of that, and how very simple way we can create and we can manage that particular instances. So right now we are having our images value. So as you see over here, okay, is stock. I think, yeah, we can pass that. It can be as a number, or it can be also null value. So it can be number or can be undefined. Age stock. I think instead of passing from there, we can directly pass that. So let's just go, and should be product dot stock. That's it, gone. Now after the image, so in that particular details property here, what we can do here, we can take another div value here. So within the div we should be having a h2 tag, and where we're gonna pass that our product dot name. So that is the independent value which you're having, and you see it's still in any value. I think we write the type gen before. Okay, yeah, we didn't paste the y so it didn't work it yet, so we just need to wait to finish its task. Now if we trigger that, as you see in the product, if we hover on that, we are having all the product types right here. So now if we type that product dot name, we're having the naming value itself. So now the name, it should be here, you see it's right here at the top, but we need to glorify that one. So put a class name, and then should be text, should be 2x. You can use the title also by so far if you wanted to. I'm gonna go to use in so many other criteria, so you can follow it through, but it's up to you. You can follow as much as possible. I think padding bottom, I think padding y, yeah, I think we're gonna keep that. This looks good because this is just entirely getting back in the fader. And after that also, as we are having that product like the name here, then we're gonna pass that product the description here. So text action, small text gray 600, tracking should be white. So we're gonna have something similar that. And so to make a point in that particular view, put a class name. We're gonna just make that space y. We're going to provide a gap 1, so it should be 4 pixel gap, similar of this one as you see. Okay, so right now if we go back here and if we try, I think we will go with the similar properties. Let's go and try this one. Okay, that's cool, looks better, but the problem is the font here. Still we are having the font issue. So Poppins, fallback Poppins, here was fonts is happening here, fallback sans serifs, so it should work. So we are having the Poppins fonts, but it's not working. If we go in globals.css, okay, if we just comment that font, did anything change here? Nope. And still we can see the font as fallback sans serif. So right now if we go in our particular layer here, so it's grabbing the font. So let's say because previous project which we have been done with using the Tailwind configuration, but now we doesn't have that Tailwind config.ts file, so we need to work with our root file here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mention it directly without going through the base. I'm gonna provide that in our root to see if it can take the action or not. So it's mentioned in the root, and also so it's basically it's happened to be in the dark. Okay, we already it's mentioned in the root for fonts pop-ins and like that, so it be similar that. I'm gonna remove this one and let's roll back here and try this, because this is the particularly the pop-ins fonts, I'm sure, but this one is not working as the pop-ins fonts by so far. That's why the problem is happening, and we are just going through some of the error. Anyway, we're gonna fix that, but we will just move forward. It's just a font, so you know we can come back to it anytime we want. So right now, after the page itself, so we are having that. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna render something better. So after you see that initial div here, which is so after that description, we're gonna render one more div here where it's gonna be rendering our icon, and we are now hard coding the icon later on when you're gonna implement our for the ratio of that for the ratings. That time we can have the icon, so it will be similar like that, and it's gonna match with that. So what we are dealing with that is that we are passing that a star icon, which is gonna have a 5 icon, and then we are passing the rating for 120 for every single product. So now as you see, we are dealing with that. So this is the particular individual div here, which gonna have our title, like name, description, and the star mark. After that, we're gonna have another div, right? And on that div, it should be having that price value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just calling our price view here. So in that price view, we're gonna pass the price. So first of all, we need to pass 3 of the criteria and 3 of the segment here. We're gonna pass our price value. So one should be the price, which is the product.price, and the discount price is the product.discount price, and text LG and font bold. So you're gonna have to be seeing that render right now. You see the 550 and that 605.500. So now what we're gonna do here, put a class name, right? Okay, put a class name. And here we can just pass that directly. So I'm gonna make that a space y, should be 2, and after that I'm gonna also make that border t and also border b. So it should be on that, and border gray of 200 should be aligned, and then padding y should be 5. I think, yeah, that can be a good scenario. And basically that space y is not required because nothing to be spaced along with that. So we have to separate border layer to be dividing these 2 particular instances. So you see there is one more property is going to coming through, which is gonna mention if our product either having stock or not. And to right now, if we are going to mention like that, then we need to have that space y2, because then we should be having a proper gap. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass a simple properties, like the method is that, so it should be aligned with all together. So we can just directly inject that one here. So what is happening, if we have our product.stock which is as a number, if it's bigger than 0 means you're having stock, should be in stock, otherwise out of stock. So you can see now in your stock property value right here. And also for the class name, we need to go with the similar property which we used previously with the backtick ratio here. And why? So width, I'm going to provide a 20 of width, otherwise it's going to take the entire div properties, or we can also use the padding portion. I'm going to use the padding. So let's say px6 and padding y 1. Let's say px, I think 4 enough. Padding y should be, let's say 1.5, half. Font should be semi bold, rounded should be LG, rounded LG. And after that, so if we save, there's nothing can be aligned right now. You see only this portion here. So now we're gonna go with using that property here. So if we have that product.stock, if it's bigger than like it's equal to 0 here, If it's a 0, then we're gonna have a certain kind of class name, and otherwise we're gonna have a certain kind of class name. So if it's 0, we're gonna have something, otherwise you're gonna have something. Okay, now we're gonna go and write all of the things. So VG should be read of 100 if the stock is 0, and text should be read of 600. And if it's not 0, we want that text should be green of 600 and BJ green of 100. So that would be the ratio here. Now you can see the green property aligned all together. Yeah, now I think we can make that one as a flex property, flex column, even though it's taking that. Yeah. So if I think we can just make that as a block, inline block. Yeah, right now it's okay. So we have in stock ratio here right now, so we can say it's in stock. And also I think we can make that one, let's say text should be small text, and I'm gonna provide that text as a center align, so it should be always in the middle. Now as you're having that, we should be now getting that our add to cart, our favorite button properties and others. So we're gonna just render these two things. So after just passing that, we should be having two other property where we're gonna call our add to cart button, and also we're gonna call our favorite button. So these two button going to be aligned all together. Now in the add to cart button, we are passing that product. So you see that product is available. I think what's wrong here? We are passing our product, but are we having the product? Yes, we are having the product. Then we are passing it. So what's wrong here? I think some of the property. Okay, add to cart button here is actually mentioned as a use client, but I think we can also do some of the things here, which are going to mention, like if it's not. I'm gonna just see that if it's working fine. If it's not working, then we need to find a solution for it. I'm gonna just add it through it. Then I'm gonna explain it to you. So should be use state. Okay, I think that is not mandatory, but the problem is here. So why is saying product created add a string? Okay, string name, reference, and hotspots assignable to the product. This null is assignable to type of product, add to cart, which is here in the. Okay, I think some of the properties. Let's go back to the product here. Null or undefined. Okay, I think null or undefined can catch. Yes, that's cool. And for the favorite button here, for right now, for the favorite button, I think you can remove this property is not required. I'm gonna just copy this one, and then I'm gonna remove this. No need to mention that either making it use client or not. The flag itself is not mandatory itself. So I'm gonna just remove that. I think. Yeah, so now we need to go and work with our favorite button, because in our favorite button, this show product value, we didn't create it yet before. So what I'm gonna do, this favorite button gonna have two certain properties, which going to have, one is going to having that favorite like the product, and another going to have that. I'm gonna just go with all three segment right here. So now this two value is currently showing show product false and product button. So this within this property, we're gonna render this value. So as you see, we're having this button layer, and now but the design is gonna concentrate with this property, but we are having this property. And how we can go and considerably making that things workable. So first of all, we are having for the favorite. It should not be having to passing that card, so it should be directly having a button. So we first of all, I think for this layer, for the link, which is going to be passing that as wish list, not directly in the card. So I'm gonna go and implement one empty braces here, and then passing that. Now this one only it will be available whenever like if is no show product. Okay, no show product available, only then I'm gonna passing that link. Otherwise, if show product is available, then we're gonna use a button and then we're gonna pass that our heart icon. So that's the icon which we are looking forward. Okay, so now if we go back here, we should be just directly seeing that icon right now here, because this will only come back right here where we are not, because by default the show product is false, but whenever we are passing that as show product true, that will indicate that value itself. So right now for these instances, I'm gonna just go and particularly grab one class name here, which gonna just render the value. So this is the class name. Text going to be a shop light green 800 opacity hover, and then getting the full color hover effect, and getting the minus value for the margin top with 5 height 5. So this is the value which you're having that. And also one more property is required for, you see the border properties right here, which we are not implemented yet. And I think it should be coming on the button, right? So I'm gonna put a class name over in the button. First of all, I'm gonna make that the group. I'm gonna make it as relative, and whenever we hover, let's say text should be shop light green, and then I'm gonna make that as a hover effect properties. I'm gonna pass a border, and the border should be shop light green, and we're gonna pass in within that 80% opacity hover border shop right green, so it will take the entire color, and padding should be 1.5, and I'm gonna also make that rounded should be a small round properties. Save. So you should be able to see our this one getting customized and prioritized with that way. You see that it looks kind of good, but you know it's not properly aligned altogether. I think, yeah, I make some of the mistake with the border. Now okay, yeah, now it's cool. Okay, now the gap, I think the similar gap we are having here, you can now toggle through the gap. You can change the gap the way you are looking forward. Here we put the gap as 2.5. I think that one you can just toggle through. You can make it 3, 4, or blah blah blah, how much you want it to. You can just customize it and put that right away. Now after that one, we should be having another properties here. So I'm gonna go and create one more components here, which should be that product characteristics.tsx or fce. So here we're gonna define that our product properties. As you see, once we click on that, we are showcasing that our products data right here. So we're gonna also pass that value indicating properties in that portion. So first of all, after creating that, so as you see, after just implementing that one in that segment, like after that div here, I'm gonna just jump and that create that product characteristics. So now you should be able to see that value is right here adapted, but this one going to be injected in a very proper way so that we can have all the properties right here. So now this one, as you see, we can go with like there will be a brand properties. You see there is the brand collection, so this brand should be injected the way we are looking forward. So this one should be an async properties because we're gonna call the brand directly here. So that should be product, and in the product, let's say the product should be the product of ours, okay, which going to be, and that can be a product, that can be, let's say null, let's say undefined. Oh, I think the one property should be aligned, not two. Okay, cool. So now we are having the product, and also we can call the brand. So how we can grab the brand here? So that's the similar thing, similar properties we're gonna popping up. So what I'm gonna do, let's go back to our library here. So we're gonna go and create a query here, which going to be the brand query, and also we will export that one. And what it's doing here, we are just going to fetch the brand using the type product slack.current, the brand name which we are passing, and from the brand name we're just returning the brand title. So we are just going to grab the brand name. So the brand name value going to hold the title. Every single product is handled by any of the brand, right? So now we just go to our index file here, so we can just going to be capturing that particular brand here. It will be the simple call, the similar call which we are providing at the top. so that should be getting the brand query, and we are going to pass that params within the Slack property, and in that way we're going to fetch the brand. Now I'm just going to explain that because we are doing the same kind of things all some more time, so you just need to give faith yourself and have a bit of trying on how you can go and prefetch the metrics on that issues. Right now what we can do is here we can just get that, so const we can just pass that brand value is equal to await. That should be get brand, and from that brand we will pass that product dot slack dot current, which going to be getting as a string value. Now we're gonna just log through our brand properties, and we'll see if we can able to just view or visibly inject any of the brand right here. So this product, as you see, is having a brand. So from the server, okay, I think go here. Is it? It's not capturing yet. Okay, I'm gonna reload that so that we will be able to see that. And particularly that should be coming in the server side. You can also see within your property here. You see in the server. Okay. Just ignore that. We're gonna fix that one in a bit. So in that server, we are having a brand properties, and the brand name is Hightech Limited. So now we are created our brand properties. So let's go in that characteristics. So we will use an accordion to go and fetch our data value. So instead of that div here, we're gonna remove that div. We're gonna use that accordion, and which gonna coming from that UI accordion, and we're gonna pass that accordion item. Be sure that you are getting that UI accordion item or accordion, otherwise you're gonna have that error. So we're gonna also pass that accordion trigger, and on that particular trigger we're gonna pass that, let's say, a product dot name, and that name should be, and after that we will pass that a text should be characteristics. And for the accordion properties, we're gonna pass that accordion should be a single property value, and also it will be a collapsible, so should be collapsible. And for the accordion item, also for the value ratio, we're gonna pass that item 1 as the first priority of the first value. So now you should be able to see the product name as well as the coming through it. You see, so the product name is there. You see, once you click, it's just getting collapsing and coming back to it. Now what we need to do, we need to pass some accordion content. So after the trigger value, we will pass that accordion, let's say, content. And on that content, we will get first, we're gonna get that a brand value. So we are a and the brand, and on that brand value, we're gonna also grab the properties as we are fetching that in server side. So we may need to wait. So whenever we're gonna have the brand, we're gonna note that. We're gonna get a span tag, and here we're gonna pass that brand, and on that brand it can be coming as an array. You can just console log, you can see it's passing as an array. So we're gonna just get that array, so the first value, and then it will be our brand name. I think maybe, yeah, like that. So we should be able to see our brand right here. You see the brand Hightech. Okay, cool. So now for the particular p tag here, because it's a side-by-side property, we can just go and provide that through as a flex item center justify between to rollback and particular wide range. And for the span tag, which we are redirecting for the brand properties, we'll just highlighted that one. Okay, should be C, that one as a font semi-bold tracking right. That's it. So if we go right here, you see that properties is aligning all together. Now we are just going to prefetch some of the data which is similar of that previous data properties. We're having the collections. We are using the collection of static collection 2025. The type is a product variant type, stock available or not according to the stock properties. So you see the similar properties, similar value. You can create a like a global color, a global style property for it, and then you can use it on the 4 segment. So right now we have the brand which is 2025, type, the collection type is coming from our database, which is the gadget. Stock is available, so anyone can purchase that. After that, we have the compare button, add to cart, and other properties. No worries, we can just fetch that one in our fashionable manner. So in the page over here, after we are grabbing that accordion properties, we're gonna just pass. Now this all is static. You can use your own data ratio the way you are looking forward, doesn't matter. So whatever you are feeling better, you can just split it, and if you want to dig through it, you know, you have the code. So I'm going to provide the code, and you can just go and make that one work the way it is you prefer that can be work with you. So I think, yeah, we use some of that React icons here. Yeah, so I'm gonna just get that React icons. So that's the one I used to grab all of this icon. You see the far, this RX. So this all are the icons coming from React icons. By so far, you can use that like separate icons also for if you want it to. I'm gonna just go with the devs. So React icons, I think, yeah, that's the one. And we can just simply import it, and you can just go to the Lucid icon to just fetch the similar icons, the one which I'm using for React icons, and if you find it, it will work perfectly with you, so no worries about it. Okay, installed, and let's just go and dig through it. What we are doing here, as you see, we are passing a div. We are just flexing everything all together, flex wrap, item sent, justify between to make it side by side. Our first div, we're getting that RX border split, compare color, you see, that's the one. And then the similar pattern, the same thing, the same ratio we are using, just we are changing the value pattern. So that's the one which gonna showcasing our compare value execution. It's just a static data to make the design promisable. Now we have the free delivery and return delivery option. So as you see, after like diving through into it, so if we just go and just remove that, you see that's the div which is responsible to go that. And also we are going to use this particular instances or ratio to create this segment also. So should be left and is a Lucid icon again, and then also we're gonna use the target value again. I'm saying that's just static data, so I'm not going to kill a lot of time here. You can use it. Similar border properties and the class name property, getting the truck and then getting the delivery option, and enter your postal code for delivery availability. The same thing going to return at twice, but the content going to be different. That's it. If we come over here and if you can check, you see the free delivery, return delivery option is right here. Now one more thing going to be implemented, the description right here. So this is the method where we can now go and consider that, but I'm gonna leave it to you. So this is the U tax. Go and revive that, how you can implement that. If you cannot do it, let me know in the comments. I will do it for you and also pass the code to you. So this is up to you. Now try it. That's U tax. If you can do it, you're welcome. If you can't, let me know in the comments. So as you see, we did that entire segment. So I think it's a good time to go with start working with our shop, which is really a more handiwork. So now we need to build this, our one of the most important one, which is our shop page. And in this particular page, as you see, all of our page we are trying to rendering in our server side, but as you see, whenever we clicking any of that scenario here, it's actually rendering in the client side, because you know the filter things should be available here, and as you see everywhere we're just having a clickable event. So we need to make those things right ahead to go and make it flexible, right? So how we gonna do that? First of all, if we see our shop page right here, we will see nothing like just a simple scenario, which is just create a shop page here, just a simple scenario right now. So we will make the things particularly happen to be compiling with all of the scenario, and how we can combine that. First of all, we will try to make it as much as a server side. So as you see this entire page segment, we don't want to make it as client. So you see the page is right here, but we will make something client, and we're going to create a component which going to be, let's say, shop.tsx, and you're going to create that component right here. So this component we're going to make it as a use client flag, and then we're going to grab that, because just see the case scenario. This category we're going to render in server side, these brands we're going to render in server side, because as you see, every time we are fetching the product, but we are not fetching the product categories, we are not fetching the product brands. So means it already completely, whenever I am just coming on that particular page, it just already called. You see, there is no loading at all in there because it's already in the caching. So if you just, you know, the Next.js caching is working perfectly fine here. We are getting it from our Sanity database, but you know, we are sending it from our server to client. So the product side only it will be loadable. So now let's go and we're gonna create the scenario from the scratch. First of all, over here we're gonna make that, let's say, categories. We're gonna call all of the categories here. So const categories is equal to, it should be let's say we need to make it an await segment, because we're gonna call the data from our server. You know, you did it before, so it's very simple that way. So it should be get categories. And so many people, you are trying to put comments that you didn't finish that, there is some error. Before commenting, can you just double check whatever the problems you're facing? Sometimes it could be that you are not following the video alone. And again, what I'm saying, you have every single thing in that repo. I'm pushing everything in the repo. You just need to switch the branch in particular part, like part 5 containing the part 5 value, 6 value, and today it will be 7 value. So it's just going to be in that way. So get categories. So in that way, we're gonna grab the categories, and for the brands we will just go and make that await get all brands. So now if we log, we will see the data right here. But what we're gonna do here, we're gonna just call that our, let's say, shop, and we're gonna just pass that variable here. So should be why the shop is not available. Let's see, this is our shop. Okay, we are doing something really not good. So because we need to cut that here, it should not be coming here. It should be calling in our page, right? So I'm gonna just remove it from here. I'm gonna go in my page, and over here I need to call those things. So I'm gonna make it an asynchronous way, and let's get the categories and also get the brands. And over here I'm gonna call my shop. So it should be shop, and as you see, the shop, it will be applicable right here after getting the reload. And now what we can do is here, we can now send these two separate segments to just work with that particular statement. So you're gonna pass our, like, the categories, it will go as categories. For the brands, it will go alongside with the brands. And of course, as you see, I think this is already in the white background altogether, so no need to make it white particularly, but you can also predefine, you can use any of the background color if you prefer to. In the shop, now there is the trick and trickery. All the segments, it will be pouring over here. Now in that property, I want you to go and deal with like two kind of pops. It will be there. One, it will be for the category which you're getting from the Sanity, and another it will be a brands, the brands we are just exploring from there. And these two things going to be coming as a props property which we are delivering here. So first of all, we're going to render the categories, then we're going to render our brands. Now I'm going to make it as a use client. Okay, so use client, and if we just make log over here, let's just log for I'll go, okay, I'm gonna make a single log properties for both of that. So let's just go, it will be categories and it will be for brands. And I'm gonna go and open my inspect just to see if this layer is working or not, if we are able to get the things which we are looking for to. So now, okay, I'm gonna make a reload here. You know, we are calling, so maybe it sometimes it can be delayed. Okay, and as you see, there is the data. So I have 13 categories right here, and also I'm having the 8 brand here. So all the data is coming right here. So now we can use the data to cultivate our segment. Now check about the design pattern. In the left, like at the top, we have the get products as your needs. If we select, as you see, the receipt filters button is right here, and that segment contain the categories, brands, and price. And here is the product ratio. And if we just go for the smaller screen, you see the product is coming at the bottom. But you know, you can manipulate it more, you can design it more pattern in a good way. That's up to you. But I'm gonna create the base, and once I'm just scrolling that, you see that is staying. Only the product is hovering, other thing is staying as much as it is. So now we need to create that layer before going further. And how we can do that? First of all, we will go and contain that subsequent layer to make our needs, so we can easily make it flexible, right? So first, you see the div over here. So I'm gonna make that div. As you see, there is a border between, but here on this home page, there is no border, right? So we have a border here particularly for this segment here, just to make it feel nice and clean, because that will not be hoverable, like it will not pass to that header. So I want to make a gap in that between part. So I'm gonna make a class name over here. So let's say class name, and that class name I'm gonna make that as a border T. So it will be a top border right here. So as you see, that's the border. You can manipulate the border color if you want it. So then I'm gonna call my container to keep everything in the container value, right? So in the container, I'm gonna having 2 particular div which will go and do all of the actions. So that will be my 2 div. So first div, which going to be it will contain the property of my, like, get the products and subsequent filter and others. So first of all, I'm gonna go and make that one as a class name, margin top. I'm gonna put a 5 in between. Then for the div itself, so what I'm doing is that this top part is one div, and then other part is another div, and within that part there is one div, there is another div. So we'll go part by part, side by side. Now over here, what we're gonna do is that first of all, we're gonna just make another div. We can make a div, yes, we can make another div, and within the div we're gonna pass the title. So we have a component called title, and in the title we're gonna just pass that get the products as your needs. So that's the one segment here. And after that, right now I'm gonna go and create one static button, but later on it will render within a condition. And what's the condition? It could be whenever I'm having a filterable value, only then that one it will be coming here, otherwise it will not show. Okay, so right now we're gonna just compromise with that. We're gonna just make that as receipt filters. So we have a 2 particular segment here. So this one, put a class name. First of all, I'm gonna make it as sticky. So okay, not all together, sticky, and then top should be 0, and z index should be 10, and I'm gonna make margin bottom of 5 from this segment. So 5 into 4, 20 pixel margin bottom. In that here over the div should be, let's say it should be a flex item center justify between, just to push that side by side over here. For the title, I'm gonna keep it as it is, or we can, you know, I think it's better to go and just predefine in that good way. We can just make some manipulation over here. For the title, I'm gonna provide the text should be large, uppercase, tracking wide, and also for the segment over here for the button, I'm gonna just go through this cultivated class name, text sharp dark green, underline, text small text, margin top is 2, font medium, and whenever I'm gonna hover, the text should be, let's say text should be sharp, or we can go with, I think should be dark color. We have that. No, it doesn't have that, so we should go, I think, sharp orange. Yeah, that would be perfect. So now, as you see, I think there is a dark color is there. It's a previous segment, but it's not matching with that. You can also make it red if it's so, but I'm gonna go with this color. Okay, cool. So now I'm having this segment here. So this is the sticky div. So that is the div where gonna hold each and every single properties. You see, there will be the category, there will be the brand, there will be the price, and also the loading parameter and other instances. So altogether it's going to be a messy a bit, but you know, that will be a very astonishing if you can do it with me. So first of all, in that particular div, going to be having another two div, and you need to be very careful when you're designing that. Okay, so first of all, it's going to be, let's say, a filter value and another div which going to be hosting the product. So that is the two particular segment right here. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put a class name over here. First of all, you're gonna make it flex. By default going to be, let's say, flex column, and MD for the medium devices, it should be the flex raw properties, and I'm going to provide a gap of 5, and after that I'm going to make a border should be a T. So at the top border T, and also border T should be, let's say, shop, I think dark. We can use the dark or you can use the light, is up to you. And I will go by to provide a 50% opacity, so it will not take the actual color. You see, that's the condition, as the pretty same of that is. Now this is the one pattern. Now after that we should be having another subsequent pattern. So this is where all the category value going to be underlined, right? So I'm going to put a class name for it. So as you see right now, it's a side by side, right? And I think so in that div itself, I'm going to make that MD should be sticky. So it's gonna stick, but small devices it will not stick. So MD top should be, let's say, 20, and then MD should be self start. You need to be very careful once you are typing that, you know, you need to match whatever I'm typing, otherwise it will pop up and start you providing the error. So you can make some mismanipulation there. And also we need to provide some of the height resolution here. Okay, it's like calculating the height. So it's gonna go and calculate that a minimum height from the 100 VH to minus 160 pixel. So this is how we're gonna calculate, because it's gonna be in a sticky pattern. So it's gonna go and calculate. You're gonna leave that space for the top layer level. And after the height over here, we can also go and pass some other variable, which it will be, let's say, we can just pass that MD should be, we're gonna make that MD overflow should be hidden. And after that we will also an MD screen min width should be, let's say, I'm gonna provide it as a 64, and then padding bottom should be 5, and scroll bar should be, I'm gonna just say there we're gonna introduce that one later, but first I'm gonna just go with that. So border should be right, so border R, and border R should be, let's say, similar dark pattern, and also it will go with a 50% opacity. So you're gonna see that certain situation here. So whenever I'm gonna go at the top layer, you see the side by side, and those things is working perfectly aligned. So as you see, that's going to be combined. I think we can stop that border R here. We didn't stop, but I think we can stop right here. So that border R only it going to be happen all once in the MD screen, otherwise there is no border. You see, that's good. We can just solve that problem in real time. So right now, as you're having it, now we can go and particularly provide 3 different value, right? One value, it should be, let's say, a category list, and another value, it should be, let's say, so one is the category, another one, it should be, okay, it should be that brand list, and another one should be, let's say, price list. Okay, so that is the 3 ratio by which we're gonna call the product, and we're gonna pass the scenario to make it looks perfect and aligned it all together. And now how we gonna rejoice and put that things to be working in a perfect fashion so that we can really combine that all together. So first of all, we're gonna create some of the component right here. So I think you can also create a file over here. So that should be, let's say, shop. Okay, suppose it can be only the shop component, it will be there. You can just make the scenario like that way. So category list.tsx, and that will be containing all of my categories. So if we go in the shop, I will call that category list here. So category list, and then it's gonna also having to separate one, which going to be another file, which will be brand list.tsx or fce. So that will be my brand list. And why I'm separating it, because if I take in a single component, it will be a very good big property, and it's a very difficult to maintain and manipulate, or if you have a multiple developer, it's really difficult to work in the single statement. So better to spread it a bit so that it can be really understanding and easy to go with that. So now as you see, there should be two separate segments. Whenever I'm clicking on that, any of the category having a selected category, right? So what I need to do, I need to combine so many other things, like so many defining state, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide some of the state which going to be really handy whenever we are going to adapt on that. So as you see, there should be, okay, I'm gonna bring it all together, then I'm gonna explain to you so that you can easily understand. So first of all, I'm going to explain one more thing is right here. As you see, if we go and select any of the category, you see that category is selected. We are coming in the category page, right? And also in the shop itself, we can also land it here with the selected category. But and how it's going to happen, if we go in particular brand, for the category, we created a particular category, but if we click any of the brand, as you see, it's coming in the shop and the brand is selected, right? So we need to capture whenever we are going to coming back to the brand. So now what we are doing, we are using that use search params to get the params as a brands or whatever, and from the params, we are getting our brand param. Now also, as you see, for the category, you just need to understand that for the category we use a single statement of category route, right? But instead of that route, we can also pass that directly here as what we did as the brand. So we can do that. So now for you, what I want, you can do this one also, and you can go with the category one also. So you can try in a both segment. I let it open for both standards. So to do that, as you see now, we can just go and fetch the brand, and then we can pass the brand as the particular instances. And also we will get the use state hook here, and on the use state we are having like we are getting the product, which we're gonna make the set products. We have the loading instances, we have the category, and it's the six selected category, and all are going to be string or in the nummable value. Okay, and then we have our, so two particular, actually three is that, three filterable data is here. One is the category, one is the brand, one is the price. So whenever we are selecting that categories, brands and price, we need to call directly to our query. We need to manipulate the query, then we need to call for our data. So that's what we're gonna do. But right now, what you're gonna do, first of all, we need to pass that category scenario for all of this. So I'm gonna pass that entire segment here from these instances. So it's gonna take that as a categories to entire categories as a selected category, and also I'm going to run that function from the set selected category, so that I have like all of the functionality I can tackle from here, because here it will be my function running. So I need to be manipulating right here. So how we can just get the products, right? So we're gonna write query for these instances, but right now I'm gonna go and like predefine the category list, then we're gonna just fetch that product itself. So let's go back to our category segment here. Now in the category also you can define three separate interfaces, which one it will be the category, and then the selected categories should be string or a null. Then we also having that react dispatch method, which going to be passing that our other parameter, which should be coming as a props. Now on that instances, we can just everything going to be applicable from the props. And what we define in the props, we have our categories, we have our selected categories, we have our set selected categories. So now from here, we need to define the logic itself and show the design how we're gonna combine it all together. So now we can go, so we have the categories. So now we can go and showcase the categories in particular instances. First of all, we're gonna render the title over here just to pass and show the category, which going to say as the product categories. And after that, for this one, we're gonna make a class name, and we're gonna make that as a text should be base, and font should be black. So fully black calculation going to be happen here. And also for this one at the top layer for the class name, and I'm gonna make a weight of full and provide a background color of white. By default is white, and padding is 5. Done. So now we are having that product categories in the same statement. What we did here is the same thing is going to be here. Now what we need to do, we need to go and use some radio group button. So as you see right here, if we click, is selecting the button right here. So that's the same segment and same scenario we are going to create right here. And to go with that, after that title, we're gonna go with that radio group. And of course, need to import from UI group, not from the Redis. And over here, we're going to map through our categories. So let's say categories.map, everything going to taking as category. And from there, what I'm going to do, we're going to just embedded returning a div over here. And on that particular div, we're going to pass a radio group item. So radio group, I think it will be all together radio group item, yes, like that. And from that item, it should be a self-closing item right here, and we're gonna pass that. Let's say the value should be we will just inject the value of that category dot slack dot current, so that will be the legit value. And we're gonna pass the ID and also the embedded ID, which going to be by so far is that category slack dot current. So category slack dot current, so that particular category value property should be initialized. And for the class name, we will make that as a rounded, should be small round properties. And for that div itself here, we're going to provide that key value here. So the key should be category, let's say category dot underscore ID is available. So we can just simply pass that ID as the key value properties. I think the value should be string. I think we can just simply pass that as we can just define what kind of value it will be. So it should be as a string value properties. Done. So right now we should be able to see our categories, which is render. You see, that's the button is right here. So that's the category segment is happening. And after that, we can pass a label here. So in that label itself, we can now pass our title. So should be, let's say, category dot title. So here we're gonna pass the category title itself all together. Now we're gonna make it render in a very good and a fashionable way, so we can see the things in a very good and visible manner. So to do that, here of that div itself, put a class name here. We're gonna make it a flex. Item should be, let's say, center, and space x should be, let's say, not a pixel but 2, and whenever I hover, cursor should be a pointer. Done. So it will be side by side. Now there is a segment of a changing pattern, which is going to be, as you see, it's having that round button. So you can go in that round group item, and over here, instead of that circle icon, you can just simply use that check icon here. Check. I think that will resolve the purpose, and we should be able to see a check button, right? And for that check itself, we can just pass our own scenario, whatever we are looking forward to have it. We can just pass those class name here, height 3.5, width 3.5, and then a fill shop green and text shop green. So that's the way we can just combine, and you can see easily that's the one also is happening right here. Okay, cool. So now we have our category list, and over here we need to do some more properties here. So first of all, let's go and hook off that like that for the label here. So in the label, I'm gonna go and pass some of the particular instances here. As you see, what is happening, I'm going to explain to you that a category segment, you see that HTML for the category slack.current, so, and the class name, if the selected category is available, that should be that a font semi-bold, text sharp green, and font normal. Otherwise, you see, so that's the segment scenario it going to be happen. And also we need to make it particularly in a very good decent way. As you see, it's not looking so perfect. So first of all, we're going to go at the top of the radio group here and I'm going to put a, let's say, the value. So first of all, the value should be either if it's having that selected category. If selected category is not available, then the value should be, let's say, an empty value. right? So just a multiple instances. And also for that class name over here, we need to provide that as, let's say, margin top should be 2, space y should be, I'm going to provide a 1 of space y, so there will be a gap in between. Now if we select, as you see, okay, nothing is, because it will not be selectable. We need to go and write the function by which it can be applicable to be selected. Okay, so we are going to render that. So as you see on the div, whenever we're gonna click on that div itself, we're gonna just initially render that. So it should be set selected category, should be, let's say, category slack.current, and it will be manipulated as a string property. Done. So now if we click any of that, you see selected and highlighted how the way is happening. So the same scenario is happening right here, the way we are manipulating also. So you see, okay, cool. So I think it's good. So now what we can do, we have our category portion here. I think this is by so far all of those things, because we can find now the selected category. So the similar way, we need to find the brand ratio. Okay, so that would be, let's say, brand list. Okay, so for the brand itself, you know, the same thing it's going to happen. So it's not so good to just go over and over. So I'm going to explain to you as a very specific way. So it's the brand list properties right here. So we'll go in the brand property, and in the brand component, the same way, we're going to have a 3 separate properties, like the props value here. One, it will be for that brands, for the brand's query result, and the selected brand and set selected brand, and all 3 segments going to be implemented as imported as for the property value for the brand, selected brand, and set selected brand. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply go and wipe this one for you. So that should be the entire segment. So okay, no worries, I'm going to go one by one. The similar properties which we used before, so same thing is going to be happen. Group, not from the Redis UI group, from the UI radio group, and we're going to pass that item over here, and then also going to be getting the label over here, and I think that's it. So now as you see, we have the brands, we have the other scenario, the same thing, similar ratio is happening, and the all are the same segment. So what is happening here, you see the title, the same title we passed here, the same selected brands available, otherwise is empty value, same class name properties, and the brands property, the div property, and then providing the gap itself. And the set selected value, we are just passing that as a set selected brand, which is the brand slack.current. Now there is one more thing is which I forgot to just pass it here. Whenever I like, if I just remove receipt filter, as you see, whenever I'm having that, there's a receipt selection button is here. So we need to pass that button also for these instances what we are having right here. And how we can combine that, we're gonna first go to implement that for our brand here. So in the brand, as you see, after the radio button, whenever we have the selected brand property, we have that button available, the set selected brand, which going to be keep it as null. So right now, if we go here, selected a brand, you see is here. If we click, that's done. So it's going to be make it empty, right? And to make that one working in a proper way, I think we need to provide that a class name. I'm going to provide a width of full so that it's going to work in that instances. Why that receipt selection is going in a farther way? We can just make that, let's say, BG rate. Okay, I think we make that as a text center, maybe. Text left, yeah, text left is okay. So that's what's going to be happening for selected brand, and the same thing going to be happen for selected category. And we're going to make that set selected category, which is going to make it as a null. If we click, you see remove. If we click, you see remove. So that's the way we can just reset the item whenever it's not applicable in that particular notion. And also there is one segment, I'm going to just copy this entire class name, which is now not fitting all together. I'm going to just provide it here. So that would be the similar portion of that. Okay, so now we have our category, we have our brand list. Now we need to generate our price property, right? And to go and implement the price, we'll just take two value from here. So it will be, let's say, price list. And on that price list, we're gonna pass two separate value. One, it will be the selected price. Another, it will be set selected price. So these two value going to be working all together, because we're gonna generate a separate price value ratio, as we are not having the price in our database segment. So we will provide that anyway. So first of all, so that everything going to be coming up from the property. So, and in that property, we're gonna get that selected price, and also we're gonna get that set selected price. So this two price segment is right here. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a price array value here. So the price array, we're gonna provide, you see the price range here. One is the under $100, then 100 to 200, 200 to 300, 300 to 500, over 500. So that's the way it's gonna work. Title, under, and title, one value. The title is under 100, value is 0 to 100. The 100 to 200, 100 to 200. So that's the way it's gonna be range all together. So now we have that. The similar way, PT descent, and the same segment we are going to use it here, which going to be getting that our radio button here. So I'm going to grab the title. You can copy paste the previous component property, and it will work also the same scenario. So that should be our item, and that would be our level. And I think okay, we're good. So now we have the price segment here, and if we click okay, it's just rendering. I think, did you import that? So the category and the we got the price. Okay, I'm gonna reload it. Maybe it just stuck a bit. Okay, it's not, this is showing here, but it's not showing here. So if we go in our shop, if we remove the brand, is it showing here? Okay, it's going to under the brand. So now we need to find a way so it would be scrollable. You see, so that's the same thing also happening here. You see, it's getting under, but it's scrollable. So we need to make that one as a scrollable property, so that we can scroll through and see the value as it is. I think scroll bar, why it's not showcasing 100 VH minus 160 pixel. I think that should work altogether, but it's not working at all. That could be some problem we're facing. Okay, I think, did I misspell any of the class name? Sticky. We make that top. Okay, I'm gonna reshuffle it again. Oh yeah, I think I make some where I missed mistake. I'm gonna go one by one. So MD, I'm gonna make it STI sticky, MD top 20, MD it's the self start, MD height, which gonna be gonna calculate 100 VH minus 160 pixel, and MD overflow that we make it hidden. It should not be hidden. So overflow Y should be auto. So it's gonna be overflow in the Y segment. So that's the one it's gonna happen. Now as you see, there is a bar here which we don't want, right? So that's bar, it should not be there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a property here or a class name here, which going to be scroll bar height. Right? So now that's class we need to define in our class property variable so that it can work. So first of all, let's go to our global.css. I'm going to go at the bottom, at the very bottom, because we are going to make that in a direct, in a good way. So that should be, let's say, scroll bar height, and that it going to be providing that should be going to be for WebKit, and in that WebKit it's gonna go with that scroll bar, and that should be display none. Once I do that, so that scroll bar will be height. You see, nothing is there. And the price ratio, the same thing, the same segment is working. So I think that's really nice and it's working perfectly, align it all together. So in that way we are having all of the segment, all of the scenario. Okay, why is selecting that? I'm gonna go one more time. It's if we remove, okay, it's not removing our price value. The same thing is happening here also. Okay, selection, okay, but if I just do it here, okay, it's not removing that. Okay, if we go in the price list, let's say in the, okay, what's wrong here? Should be selected Y. Okay, should be selected price. Selected price is equal to the price array dot value. Okay, so that's the problem. Price array, we're not going to be rendering, so it should not be that. It should be directly, let's say, I think it could be that price dot value. Somehow it's missing from my site, but I want to clear that. So should be price dot value. So now if we come back here, if we select, if we remove, okay, if we remove, no, it's not removing. Why? So that's the label we are passing, that the value we are passing as the value for the value which going to be as an ID. But here is working perfectly, here is not working. Okay, once we type that, it's not removing. Okay, what we missed actually, so I'm gonna go with the brand list property value here. So how we gonna rendering here? So in that radio group, so on the I think okay, it should be okay. I'm gonna go in the previous ratio here, whatever the props is here. So I'm gonna just remove, I'm gonna go and the previous ratio because the error is not here. The error is combining here it all together. As you see in the group radio group properties, here we need to pass the value which going to be, let's say, if it's the selected price, otherwise okay, otherwise it could be empty. Remove, okay, yes. Okay, we're gonna check one more time. Okay, I was in a wrong position here again. So that's the selected price, and here should be, let's say, selected price, and that should be price dot value, and that should also not be the price array but price dot value. Okay, so it's selecting, and that also should be price dot value. If we go here, okay, and remove, yeah, now it's working. And also we're gonna make that as cursor pointer. Hover is just here, but it's not working at all. Yeah, it's working. So okay, cool. And also if you reset from there, it should reset all together, but we're gonna make the functionality. So now it's working. So the problem it was here that we didn't combine it all together. So in the price ratio, you see the selected price, the price dot value, and also for the selected price, that price dot value ratio should be aligning it all together. And also I want to focus one more property. You see in the radio group button here, and you see the circle icon, better to remove it because once you're going to deploy it, it's going to having a problem with us. So now as we did everything here. So we have our property value. Now we need to go and call the product itself. So first of all, what we're gonna do, as you see that button here, so that button we can now make that as a filterable properties, and we can pass the segment here when we're gonna show the button and when we don't want to show the button. So we can now make that filterable things as a with a very relatable way. So what we can do, we can just simply pass the method that is the selected category is not equal to null, or the selected brand is not equal to null, or selected price is not equal to null. Means any of that value if it's available, then we're gonna render the receipt filters button. Whenever you're gonna click it, every 3 segment we're gonna make it as a null value, because we are passing that everything as a null. So if we click here, and if we click in the price here, so the 3 segment, if we click right here, you see everything is null. So means it will go and fetch our products the way we are looking forward. So now we're gonna render our particular function here. So should be, let's say, const fetch products, and that function by itself going to be a synchronous function, because we're gonna talk within the database of our Sanity. And over here, first of all, I'm gonna make that a set loading button should be as true. Then I'm gonna use a try catch block to go and make or write the segment here. In that catch block where we're gonna pass the error, we're gonna just make a simple console the shop product fetching error. And also in the final statement, finally we're gonna make that set loading should be false. Now here is the part for the main property here, which going to be getting the value property layer. So first of all, we're gonna go the price ratio, right? The price itself going to be make that we're gonna make a minimum price of 0, maximum price of 10,000. So that's the price ratio. We doesn't have more that data itself here. And now we're gonna render a quick function which going to be render a selected price. So if there is a selected price, what we are going to find is that min max property, which going to be is equal to selected price dot split. We're splitting with a dash and then mapping through the number, so the min price and max price. So if we have the minimum like 100 and maximum like 300, so 300 dash 200 dash 300. So that's how it gonna calculate. So we're gonna have and passing that min value and the max value. Now we're gonna write the query itself. So the query is pretty tangible. I'm gonna just pass that query here. What I did, yeah. So as you see, that's a very straightforward query. First of all, we are passing that underscore type is equal to product, right? So that's the one statement. Then and if the selected category is available, we need to check whenever the category available, only it will call with the category. If the brand is available, it will go with the brand. If the price min or max price is available, then it will go with the price value. So now we are saying if the define is null value, so if it's defined means not defined means it's available. If the selected category is available, or the reference underscore type is equal to category, and slack.current is equal to selected category, parsing that ID. So that's the second statement here. Then same if defined selected brand, or the reference underscore type is brand, and slack.current dot selected brand dot ID. That's the third references. So one is the product, second is the category, third is the brand, then the fourth is the price. So price is not greater than is that minimum price, and price is greater than is bigger than the minimum price but is smaller than the maximum price, only then it gonna capturing it. So that's the one which going to giving me the product, and from the product we're getting everything as a name ascending, getting the categories, and we are getting also the categories title. So this is the query which will help us to get back the product from our Sanity. So now we need to call that property, right? So the const data, that data should be await. We're gonna use that our client formula, so should be client.fetch, and on that fetch property we're gonna use that query. So it's gonna be, let's say I think the query we're gonna pass query. Then in that other ratio we're gonna pass that selected category, selected category, selected brand, main price, max price. And also we're gonna pass one more property with the next. We are not want to make the revalidation because it's, you know, we're gonna want to fetch the real time, so there will be a no revalidation. So after passing that, we're gonna get the product, and you can make the console log. We're gonna get the data, which going to be that product data. So you can just make console log to feel free to go and understand how the scenario is working. And here we're gonna make an use effect properties here. So let's say use effect, and on that use effect there should be like selected category, it will be there, selected brand, it will be there, selected price. Whenever that three things is changing, it's going to grab our fetch products layer. So first of all, whenever we're gonna reload, we should see all of the product. Right now we'll see nothing, but you know, we're gonna render the product. So to rendering the product, so I'm gonna go and showcase. You can console log just to see. Let's just log here. Okay, I'm gonna log for my products. It's saved, and I'm gonna open my console here. Okay, so now if we go and check, you see, even I just make it reload, it should be generating the first instances, grabbing all of the product. Okay, 1 2 is waiting. Yeah, it's done. So all together, all the product is right here. So now we can get the product. Now we need to showcase the product in a very good and decent way. So first of all, this is the div where we're showcasing the category. Here we're gonna showcasing the product. So here I'm gonna take another div. On that div itself, I'm gonna make that loading instances. So if we have the loading, then we're gonna provide a div which going to say loading. If we are having the product, then we're gonna go to pass another div. Let's say it will say products, right? Just to showcase. You see the products, if we click loading products, if we click loading products, if we reset, it's gonna come products. So now we will generate the loading instances. It's also very straightforward. You can create a separate component for it, but I'm gonna just render it right here. So in that loader 2 icon, which going to be providing spinning properties, you see it's just going to spin a bit, but we need to provide in a very good shuffling way. So I'm gonna make it a class name should be flex1, and also for that padding top should be 5. That's the one scenario. And for the loading parameter here, I'm gonna just go and provide some of the class name here. So that would be my class name. So gonna make it a flex, providing a good height and other properties. I'm going to go with the null value, the showcase. There is your product is loading parameter. So that's what we did. Now as you're having the product, we can now pass the product card here. So we can just simply go with that products. So that should be products dot length. If we have the length is bigger than 0, then we can show the products. Otherwise the no products available length should be available. So if we have that, then we're gonna render another div. So we're gonna have the products, and otherwise it gonna showcase, let's say no products available. And for that one, class name bj should be white and margin top should be 0. So right now, if we select any of that property which doesn't have the product, you see no products available. So we are restocking, you know, that things is working perfectly well. So now here we're gonna pass our product property. So it should be, let's say the products dot map, and everything I'm gonna taking it as a product. And from the product, we're gonna return our product card. So let's just define it. And for the product card, we're gonna pass the key should be, let's say product._id. And for the product itself, we're gonna pass our simple product properties. And as we are mapping it, if we just save it, we're gonna see that product is coming a bunching way all together. You see, it's not look so nice, but you know, we just know how to make it nice and a very good fashion. So first of all, I'm going to provide that as a class name. First, let's just, I think that div which going to render, I'm gonna make that things in a very good way. So that's the loading instances. If we have loading, and if we have products, I think we did in a single pattern, maybe that could be possible. So what we did here, so if we have one particular div and then we have one more div, and that div going to contain the loading instances, then we have the loading instances, and on that loading instances we are, I think this one, is it require? I think no, we can just simply render it right here. Yeah, that's the extra additional div which I don't want to see. Yeah, now it's good. So now I'm gonna go with a grid pattern. So grid, and by default the grid column should be 2. So let's say grid calls 2. And is it okay? So I don't think so. I'm gonna just pass the one which I'm looking for. So grid columns 2, SM is grid columns 2 itself. So I think this one is not required. By default it's gonna render the SM. MD grid columns is 3, LG4 and gap 2.5. So that's how it gonna render. If we click on television, television is coming. Gadget is coming. If we click high tech is coming. If we just go the price ratio, okay, none. If we go over 500, it's right here. If we reset the filter, it's right here. So this is how you can really combine and make the things in a very possible way. This is very simple. You see the straightforward functionality, nothing fancy, but it's very cool to go on. Now as you see, as we did that, we have another components called category, which going to be coming with the category. I think category we did, right? If we go and select any of the category segment, where is our category? Is it coming here? Select, click on that category. I think it's rendering. Yeah, it's compiling the category, so we can just have a quick view on that. Okay, it's working fine, but now we want to check what's gonna happen if we click any of the brand, if the brand is going to be selected. Let's see. That's just a test. Okay. it's not providing in a very good fashion. So I'm gonna go with the brand, I think shop by brand here. So here we need to make that one in that good way, so we can really go and combine it all together. So where is our brand? Yeah, so there we are passing that. So it should not be like that way. So I'm gonna just remove this entire thing from here. So from the href, I'm gonna use the path name, which going to be as the shop. And for the query, I think the query, okay, I'm gonna rewrite it again. So for here, let's say that would be path name. Path name should be /shop. And then we need to pass our query parameter. So in that query parameter, we need to pass that the brand should be, remember, that's the key is responsible to pass the brand. So brand should be brand.slack.current. So that's how we're gonna pass the brand. I think we take one extra here. So now if we go in our segment here, and this time if we are going to try a single instances here, so if we go and high tech property, so the high tech brand should be selected. You see, that's cool. So how we can just pass the category? You can do the same. I'm gonna show you, but you need to do it yourself because that's the challenge for you. So how we can combine that one? You see, we are passing the key as the brand, right? So what's happening here? If we go in the shop, we are just selecting that particular brand from the search params. So that's the brand params is getting. If we just click on that, you see set selected brand is coming from that instances, right? So now what about the category? So let's go here. So let's go in the category, home categories. So we're gonna do the same thing for the categories. And how we can do that? As you see, we are parsing that right on the category. The link is here. So instead of that, we're gonna try to reuse the link which we try here as well as the path name. So we're gonna go in home categories, and instead of that, we're gonna just remove it. We're gonna pass it here. So that should be, let's say, category. Yeah, should be category slack.current. And where is the error is coming? Right here. Okay, product count, that's number, as a string maybe. I don't know what's okay. I think that's the problem is happening here itself. So okay, I think we can go with that sanity types, and in the sanity types on that categories, I'll just resolve it and just wait, just give me a second. So that's the product count should be there. So now we'll search for category. Okay, where is our category? So that's the category, that's the product. Oh my. Here we can just simply pass the value here. I think we passed, but once we rewrite that, it's just changed that one. So it should be a number. I think so. It should be does not exist on type category, but we did that. So that's the type, right? Oh, okay, it's rendering with the image property. Should not be. Okay. Yeah, done. So I will be careful on generating again that sanity types. We should be ignoring that. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that as not a brand but a category. Okay, so that one, it will be coming as the category segment. So as you see, the similar fashion, so we're gonna just go and copy that, and then we're gonna paste it. That should be coming as category, and that should be category params. And what we're gonna do, you see the selected category here, so that value should be passing as a null. I think the string, we can pass a string value, null value, and then we can pass that category params, or it can be null instances. So right now, if we go at our home properties, and let's try with one of the category as a refrigerator. So that category should be selected coming back in the refrigerator. So that's up to you. You can do it, you can combine it. So I did the functionality, but for this one, as we did the category segment here, so I would love to pass that as the motion, which is right previously for just getting us to our category segment here as we're creating that page. So I don't want to remove it from here. So you can do it, you know how to do it right now. So as you see, we almost done all the segment scenarios. So it's a pretty good design pattern which we did. We are having the product. Also, you can go and see all, and then it will render to the home. We have the block itself. Did you create the block? I think no, we didn't create the block, but we're gonna keep the block. No worries about it. The block data is right there. We will just render and pass that value, but we can create a page here, so so that it will be easy, you know. So because we don't want to go and keep that 404 page by so long, it's not good at all in that way. So we're gonna go and make that block page. So I'm gonna close everything from here, and before completing the block, we're gonna render our like a state, our store and everything. So that would be, I think the block page is right here. We have the block. So in the block, we can also render another page. So that's the Slack page. So the page.tsx rafce. So that's gonna be rendering like say block page. So the block, entire block segment going to be competing here. So okay, why still is not there? Okay, that's my bad. We should be creating here, right, these instances. Oh, no. Okay. So that's the, I think, where we create before. So that's the brand, right? So I'm going to cut it, and here I'm going to paste it. Okay. So now if you reload, we should be able to see our blog page right here. Okay, that's the blog page. If you go in the shopcart, did we generate the block? I think we did that. The how to work, yeah, that's generating here. So whenever we are clicking, we should be able to go in the single block parameter. I think that's the work which we have been working before. Yeah, so we have the block page. So that's the single block here. So as you see, that's rendering in a Slack properties. So now you see the single page block, we can just go here, and then we can use render a container. We will just go and make that segment scenario, and we're gonna pass the title here. Let's say title should be passing that block page. So we know which one is the block page, it will be the single page. So if we click in the block, it's gonna render to our block page. And for our another segment where we are just going to be passing that Slack properties here to generate the block scenario, what we're gonna do, you see, we can just simply go and pass the params here itself. I think the same page, so I'm gonna make it rem as the single block page. I think that would be easy to understand. And now, as you know, we need to just pass that our, let's say we need to render from which which Slack we are passing here, right? So here I'm gonna make that our container. So should be container. In the container, passing the title, the same thing going to be happen. So single block page, and here within a p tag we can pass that our Slack. So let's say Slack. So now we're gonna know, okay, we need to render the Slack first. So const Slack should be await, and that should be coming from the params itself. So that's how okay, yeah, that's how it's gonna render. So if we go in our home, and this time if we are going to try to render our home page like from the brand block page, if we click, we should be able to render a single block page, and we know our Slack. So within the Slack we're gonna call our single brand. So that would be similar of that. If you go in the block, that should be passing that our block page here. If we click on particular block, it should be taking us to that same scenario. So we're gonna render it, but before rendering that, it's the time to compare and create our Zustand property to create this store, because we need to go and start funneling to create our cart page and the wish list page and others. So now we are going to set up our store for our e-commerce application. And as you see, for building the store, either we can use the Redux toolkit or we can use that Zustand. So for our build, we are going to work with the Zustand because it's pretty simple and also a tiny bit of library which can help us to get all of the things to be done. So to install, we'll just copy that one and npm install Zustand, and I'm gonna open my terminal to just go back to the next one, and here I would just need to pass that command npm install Zustand, and it will install each and everything required to run this in within our application. And how we're going to create this store? To set up a store also is a bit of simple thing. As you see, it's just going to be create from the Zustand, and then we need to just set the state by so far, and also we're going to use a Zustand middleware to set or save data in our local storage to just create whenever you're going to reload, that data will be there. So as you see, feel free to go within the documentation. That will really give you a lot of sense. But you know, if you are building application with me, we are doing that by so far. And I think pretty much one more thing need to be there is that I need to go with legacy path dependency, as it just some of that configuration which is not happening. So I'm gonna copy this and then paste it here. Okay, so done. So now we're gonna install this one. It has been installed. So now how we can create this store? First of all, we will go in our sidebar, and as you see, we'll not go any of the folder. We'll go in our root directory here. Then we're going to create a file which we're going to name as store.ts. So this is the only and one file which will be responsible to enable and adopt all of our scenario by which we can adopt the store setup. So how we can combine? First of all, we're going to import that our create functionality. So import create, and that's going to be coming off from Zustand. And after that, another one which going to be a persist, which also going to be imported from the Zustand middleware. And within the persist, we are going to set up our persister. If you're using that previously Redux toolkit, you know how persister is working. So first of all, how we're going to set that things to up? And I'm going to go and take it part by part all together so that you will be having a lot of sense on that. First, I'm going to create a cart item, where we're gonna set up a lot of things, where you're gonna get the product, which will be a product. Then we're gonna set the quantity, which it will be a number. And by the way, if you are still not having the code by so far, you see the part 7 is already launched here. And all of the code which will be written today, it will be deployed in like the push in parts 8, so you can get the code from there. So no worries about the code. If you're having a zero understanding however the things is happening, feel free to go and explore the repository, and then you can have a very good idea about it. And then we're going to also set up like some of the interfaces here by which we're going to set up this store. Now, these things you need to understand a bit in a very good manner. First of all, what we are building. This is the card item. So every card item, like as you see in the items, we're setting the card items an array of item. Either you can name it as a card item or the card product. It's up to you. I'm going to just provide the name as items. Now, as you see, in that item, we are passing that our entire card item, every card item going to have a product, then going to have a number, which is the quantity. So how many quantities we are saving in the card, that will be aligned here. Then we have our store state. In the store, we have the items, which is the array of card item, means however product we are having in the card, we're going to keep it as an array. Then we have our add item method, which are going to keep the product and is a function by which we can add the product. And in the remove, this is just a type definition here, which also be a function. We have that delete card product, reset card, get total price, get subtotal price, get item count over here, then get grouped items, then favorite product, which is the array of product, add favorite, remove favorite, reset favorite. So this is the scenario which is going to be there. Now what we need to do, we need to create our store. So this is the one of the most typical part here. I need to be very, very careful whenever you are typing that. So const, now we can just make that use store instead of other things. So use store, and over here we're gonna use our create functionality, and on that create functionality we're gonna pass that our store state. So this is a similar like of the like of the Redux toolkit, by which we are connecting our like initial state. So we just connected our initial state as the store state. So whatever happening or whatever available in the store state, we can access this one within that use state use store function. Now, after that, we need to return some of the parameter. We're going to return a persist, as we're going to persist all of the methods. So from there, we're going to just make that first it will be set a method, then you're going to get a method. And from that set and get, we're going to return that within an arrow function, and it will be inline return. There within the object, we're going to pass the other parameter. So this parameter are going to happen to be taking each and every single statement or segment, whatever we are going to dealing with that. So as you see, this one going to have a certain kind of scenario. So this process is working. Now we also need to be settled with several scenarios. So after that, we're going to just put a comma here, and then we're going to pass an object, and on that object we need to also provide a name. And for that name, we're going to use just simply as we're going to say, let's say card store. So within that naming convention, we will find our application. And if you just want to comment all, so I think you will get 0 error, and then you can start one by one pouring. So we have our items parameter. So what's going to be there in the items? As you know, items by default, it should be an array of items. So an empty value here. And then we're going to have our add item, like also we're going to have our favorite product, right? Or you can say the favorite item. So whenever we are pouring the favorite item, we can just adapt that our favorite product. So now we have two segments. We have our item, we have our favorite item, means we have the current product, we have our wish list product. Now we need to add the functionality, which is going to be an add to cart, like add item, which we can say also add to cart if you are feeling so. Now what's happening, I'm going to just uncomment the type properties, and you see the error is just going. So is a function, and why I'm just copy pasting, we are doing that on and on as you're going to have the code. So if I just explain to you, it will make a lot of sense to you. Now for the add item, we are taking a product which is coming as a prop. So whenever we are triggering that add item function, we need to send the product within that function, and from there we are just accessing this state. So in the state, we are first checking the existing item. So we're mapping to the state.items.find, and within each and every item is item.product._id is equal to product.id, means this product is already there. So means this product is available on the item. So if we have the existing product, what we're doing, now here you can just go through is one segment, but I want to be in a very quick check procedure here. So if we have existing product, we are returning what? Returning? We're returning the items, and from the items, you see, we're spreading all of the item, then we are passing that quantity plus one, otherwise just an item. So means if we have the existing item and also is matching with the ID, only then we are passing our quantity as a plus, otherwise just pushing the item. And otherwise, whatever the item we are sending, if it's not available within the cart for items or within the items, we are just pushing that items. We are spreading all the items that we are adding the product quantity one. And why we're doing that? Because in the product, it doesn't have a quantity value, right? So every time we are making add to cart, we need to just say we need to increase the volume. First one, it will add the entire product and it will push that quantity there. And every single time we are just pushing on, it will directly send that, adding that quantity with that value. There is a little more trick you can do, either just publishing that, spreading that item. You can just pass increasing the quantity volume. That's up to you. If you can do so, you're welcome. Now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna also go and just get all of that card property. So I'm gonna just uncomment that. And over here, we should be having that remove card, delete, reset, get product, and I think get group items altogether. I'm gonna just grab that. So I think this is my add item function. After that, we're gonna having our other function. Now, after add item, what you're having there, we have the remove item. Like, so a single function going to be happen to be checking either adding or removing. So it will be happening with a single parameter. And also, as see the functionality, it will be a complete method, and we're going to use this one, I think, almost everywhere. So after that, and also by so far, we can just use our shopcart, the official one, which you're already deployed. So if we add, you see, it can add. If we delete, you see, it can also automatically delete it. So as you see, adding, you can see is removed already. So it can remove if it's so. Now, as you see, for the remove item, what is happening? We are checking the item, and for each and every single item which we are matching with the product ID. So if the item dot quantity is bigger than, like if we have the multiple quantity like 2 or 3, then we are increasing -1. Otherwise, we are just pushing that item, and you see the value is coming as a cart item. Then this is the remove item. So entire item segment, not the item. Okay, then we have our product delete cart product. So this is going to happen in the cart. So we can just go through it with the matching the ID. We can delete that product from the cart. Then we have our receipt card. By clicking on that, our entire items to be empty. So it could be something similar over here. I think I didn't logged in. Okay, I'm going to show you later on. Then we have our get total price. With that functionality, we can get our total price for the card, get subtotal price. It's going to return the subtotal value. Like whenever you are calculating that one, it's not right here, but if we just click here, you see the subtotal price, whatever is calculating, that's the one it's going to render within this functionality. We have that get item count that will return the all of the item count is available in our product list. Then also the grouped items, pretty much if we use that, it will pass the array of items. So all the items it's gonna return. So within that, calling that group items, we can we can get the like instead of getting that array dot length, we can directly call that and just passing that whatever the product we're having in the cart. Now the similar parameter going to happen for our favorite, add favorite, remove favorite, and reset favorite. So this is going to be a 3 simple parameter which is going to be parsing the action for all the favorite method here. So first one is that add favorite, the similar functionality which you're having at the add item, the same thing going to happen. It's gonna add, and also the remove favorite, it's gonna remove that, and you see the receipt value, it's gonna receive the entire value. So this is the store which we are having here, and now we just need to pass that a simple method. Either you can also export default in the top, or you can just mention it right here. So with that click, we are just passing that use store property. Now if we go back here, first of all, we need to check in our add to cart properties. So now if we just search for our add to cart button, here we're gonna check if our functionality is working or not. First of all, how we can take it, how we can import the method which we are writing over there. But if you're using that Redux toolkit, we need to wrap our entire application with the layout, which can making our application a bit of heavier. And there is a lot of things we need to maintain, like the middleware and other setup or persistent method, because we are wrapping entire application within our Redux toolkit, which can be heavy. Now, this Zustand is not handling the way it's happened to be there. It's pretty simple and straightforward method is happening right here. First of all, we need to import that. And how we can do that? Then we just can simply go, let's say const. Remember, we are passing everything as a function. So we're going to just pass that from their use store functionality. So which is going to be coming from our store. Then that's it. So with that function call, now we can grab any of the method. Let's say we want to access the add item. We want to access the get item count. You see, every single method we can access now. So now if we just log, just to see, let's say get item count, and that can be, and within the item count, you see, if you just closely check here in the get item count over here, we are passing the product ID. So now we are passing also the product ID over here. Only then it will be available, or it will avail to go and work with that. So in that way, we can go and pass the property value. Okay, string or undefined. Why? It's just to be there. Okay, we are having the product, and I think it should work, or we can make that product null undefined. So this is the value can making that things. Yeah. Okay, cool. You can just simply define the product right here. So if we go in our console here, we can see if we are having any item count right now available. You see the value, I think it's on the top. I see the value is the 0, so it doesn't have any item count for it. So this can be checking through to showcase the value properties here, right? If the item count is available, then we will showcase the scenario which is going to be happen to be there. So now we're going to create this segment. So first of all, we're going to add our item, right? So in that way, we will know that we have or not. And to get that, I think first also we can do const item count. Remember the one which you did. So it can be get item count. And here we're going to pass that our product dot underscore ID. That's the one functionality we are having. Then within our handle add to cart properties, the function which you have written here. So we're going to write that if we have our, let's say, we will pass a multiple segment. If we have our product dot stock, okay, so as which is going to be number. If we have the stock, and then because if we doesn't have the stock, we will not let the user to add in there, right? So this is the one which also we need to deal with that. Then we're going to pass our add item, which is going to passing the product, and also we're going to pass the toast message, which we need to grab it first. We're going to use that React hot toast for our toast message. You can go and read the documentation. It's very simple, also and straightforward passing method. So I'm going to just copy that one and then open my terminal. First, I need to install our React hot toast. And after installing, we also, because this segment, whatever the toast we are going to showcase, we're only going to show it in our client side. So as you see in the client side interactivity, which we build here, we're going to show the message only here. So let's go in our layout, and on that particular layout state, we are going to build a structure by which we can also, you can also keep it in the our normal layout which we are having in our app at the root layout, but I'm going to keep it here only in the client side, because after the client we are not going to build anything by so far. So I think, yeah, I'm going to keep it here, and I'm going to just back the toaster. Okay, it's not importing, so let's just import it. So that should be coming from that React hot toast. Bring it back. So this is our toaster. I think what's the problem here? Did we install? Okay, that's also going to happen to be have a little bit of problem with the legacy path dependency method. So I'm gonna just go with that. And so here, what we are doing is very simple. We are just passing that we are positioning on the bottom right corner. So whenever we are adding, you see it's coming from the bottom right corner. That's what we did. So, and also you can see over here, we are putting an additional style by which we are making the background as black color and the text color, which we are making as a white color combination. So whenever we are going to have that, like a product is added, we need to pass a message so that user can easily understand that any action is dispatched, and that's what the product is added. So that should be toast.success. So I think we need to import that toast from the React hot toast success method here. And we'll go with a backtick property because we are going to add a multiple instances here. So first of all, it's gonna go and pass that product dot whatever the name we have within the product layer, and that name going to also be having a substring value which we are going to pass that 0 to 12 character. Otherwise the message, it will be so long and it will break that. So it should be added successfully. So that's the first method whenever we are adding the product. Now if we go here, add a product, okay, I think still is capturing that add to cart properties. I'm going to reload it, maybe just taking from the from my caching properties. And if we add, you see Canon EOS 25 is added successfully, so means it's added. Now here if we add one more, it's just adding simultaneously, but we need to stop it in a way which we are looking forward to. Now the one when the product is available, like we are having this stock, so whatever the item count is available is bigger than this stock, then okay. Otherwise what we're gonna do is that cannot add more than available stock. So I have a 13, like a 7 stock, right? Or you can go the 5, 1 2 3 4 5. You see, cannot add more than available stock, so it's added more than 5 items. So first of all, we cannot see where we just make that things, right? So let's just go back to our card icon where we need to showcase whatever the item properties which we are aligning that. So that should be card icon. And in the card icon, on the meantime, we're gonna do the same thing. We are just going to pass that, just import that. It should be is equal to use store value. Use store, I think store, yeah. And over here we're gonna just grab the item, so entire item segment, it will be right here available. And we're gonna pass a simple condition here. If we have item dot length, means I think items, yes, items dot length is available, then we're gonna pass that items dot length. Otherwise we're going to just simply pass that a 0 value. So whenever we have an item count, it's going to show the item count, and otherwise it's going to pass that an empty segment here. Now I think we're gonna have a bit of error which can be happen to be there. If you just go in our header, you can see whenever we are adopting the card icon, you see our entire header is a client server side, but this is one using the Zustand, which we need to use this client side property. You see that, so works in a client component. So we just need to go and use the flag for the client component. So we just need to make that one as use client. That's it, and it will be okay, perfectly done whenever we're gonna dealing with those scenario. Now okay, I'm gonna close this. So you can see now the available value here. I think for the first, I see the 2. If we add more, you see 3. Even I'm adding more here, it will not showcase in that segment. If I add another product, it's having 4. So the number value is working perfectly. Now for our card properties, we need to make a legit design similar of that what we did here. So we know it's added already, and even minus point, it can be going in our separate segment. So to implement that one, first of all, you see that button here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap it within another condition here. First of all, if we have a like item count, So means we have the item count value here. Then we're going to return something. Otherwise, we're going to return something. So right now, I'm going to return all of the single segment. So if we have the item count, we are not going to return that button anymore. First of all, I'm going to return a div property here. And within the div value, like I'm going to take another div. And on that properties, I'm going to take any span tag, and here I'm going to write it as a quantity. And after that, we're going to have a quantity buttons. Okay, so if you can see here, every single product having that, so which is added. If I add, it's having that. So now we need to make that a scenario pretty good and legit. So there we're going to implement one scenario here. Before going that segment, I'm going to take another div where we can showcase the structure. So in this span tag, we're going to just pass the message, which will be subtotal. And after below the subtotal, we can just call our price formatter to showcase our price value. And here we're going to pass, like, let's say amount. It would be amount of that, let's say, should be the product dot price. And if the product dot price is available, then it should be, let's say, product dot price. And if it's not, so if it's available, then we're going to just multiply with that item count, so you can get the actual value, how many amount is there. Otherwise, it should be typically as 0 properties. So right now, you see we have 170. So this is the amount whenever we are adding. So you can see we have 220. If we add, it should be the 220 value. But we cannot add multiple product right now, so you cannot see the multiple segment right here. We can also design a bit this scenario. So for the class name, so it should be the class name, should be flex, and then item should be center, and also justify should be, let's say, between. And I'm going to also make a border T, so border top will be there, and padding top also should be 1. So it will be side by side and providing a very good border structure. And now, okay, it's not getting it because I need to make that full width. I'm going to make it text small and width of full, so it's going to take the entire width property here. For the span tag here, so put a class name, I'm going to make it text extra small, so that way it can be more visible on that. So font should be semi-bold. That. So now we have subtotal. Now what I'm going to do here, so this is the segment which we are dealing here. I'm going to go with the same segment here. So put a class name, text should be extra small, and I'm going to make the text should be, let's say, shop. I think we can also make that dark color, and within dark color we can just provide that 60% opacity. I think this is something like that. Yeah, little bit off, or you can just provide a bit of less opacity here. We can go with 80. Okay, cool. Now in that button property, we're going to render a different button. So what we're going to do in that component, we're going to create another component which going to having, let's say, quantity buttons.tsx or AFCE. Now you can render within the same component, doesn't matter. I love to separate the concern from there, so I can independently working with those properties. So quantity button. Now on that quantity button itself, we're gonna render a bit of scenario here, which I'm going to generate. First of all, I'm gonna go and grab those property here. So first thing first, it's gonna having that use store, not from the Zustand, but from our store over there. Okay, and also it's gonna having the item count. So right now, as you see, whenever we are declaring here, we also need to pass our product as the entire thing's going to be happening from that product. So we will grab the product from here, product, and over here we will take a certain segment. We're gonna take like the product, and also it will pass the class name. So to amplify that one, we're gonna just go and provide one of the interface here. So interface which going to be having that product. If the product is available, the type defined by the product, and class name if applicable, or if we are using, then it will be a class name of string. So done. So now we are having the props. So in that quantity buttons, what we are having add item, we are having remove item, we are having get item count, which would be enable us to provide how many products here. So you can see 1, and whenever we are increasing, that quantity is increasing. You can also pass that directly from here because we have the item count right here. you can also pass it, but you can just separate the concern here. So whenever this component is mounting, only then it will flag through it. And now what we can do, we can render two similar property here. So as one of that is out of stock. So okay, so is out of stock means whenever the product stock is equal to 0, then only this thing's gonna happen. So what I'm gonna do, let's see, to bring it this one. So speaker. So this speaker, I'm gonna make it let's say out of stock. So if we go in our, let's say it should be studio, we're going to render it. And of course, we're going to also set a middleware that nobody can access without login or without a credential. Nobody can visit here. We're going to just fragment that one as a client. And after the client, also, we can just focus to be parsing the middleware. As you see, we are having already a middleware here, but it's only the middleware from the Clerk middleware, but we will tweak a bit and to just showcase how we can let without any accessible way how anyone can stop using that. So this is the product, and I think also we can make the name correct. So speaker should be speaker, speaker. So you're going to make the name is speaker. We're going to generate the Slack again. So you're going to take the proper Slack. And then as you see, we are having a stock of 10, but we're going to reduce it to 0. So we have no stock available right here. So we can go and see side-by-side properties, and the method can be easily tweaked altogether. So it's just publishing. Maybe it will take a bit of time as my local is getting a little bit slower, and it's going to reflect the data layer here. So no worries about it. Now we can go start building our application layer. So okay, product is loading. Okay, and you see, okay, it's still having that stock. I think it will are we rendering is a client side or server side? Yeah, it's in the client side. Okay, it's just taking a bit of time, even though we make the revalidation is 0, but there is a default caching, so it's just taking a bit of time. Now as you see, this method here, you can view with the product, but you see it will you cannot add more than one. Okay, what's the issue we are facing? Okay, I think this is the okay, Clerk problem. I think it will not be our headache. Okay, so now as you see, this is unavailable. I cannot be able to make it as a store property and other. So this is the segment where that thing's gonna take an action. So if is out of stock gonna happen on the, we can go without that also, because whenever product is adding should be out. So this is just a simple cautious manner which we are taking here. So right now here, what we're gonna do first of all, so it's going to be, let's say, I'm going to have a 2 button here. So in the div, I'm going to have a 1 button. So let's just go render a button. Okay, where I'm typing. So it should be, let's say, button. And then 1 button should be passing that, let's say, hi minus icon. HIMINUS. Now it's not providing that auto flag. So I think, did we have, I think we can simply use that minus icon from the Lucid React. Yes, one, it will be minus icon. Then after the minus icon, we're gonna use also one span tag. So in this span tag, we're gonna use that item count. And then we're gonna having another button here, which should be, let's say, plus icon. That's it. So 2 icon, it will be available to generate. See, the button layer is right here. And on that div segment here, we're gonna make the things looks flexible. First of all, to generate that one, we're gonna use the CN property, because we're gonna have a multiple instances here. First of all, the first segment going to be a flex, and then item should be center, and also we're gonna make that gap should be 1, and padding, let's say padding bottom should be also 1, and then text should be paste text. So it should be side by side, but in a very good and logical manner. But before going any further, as you see where we are declaring here, we need to span it here. So whatever we did right here, we need to also untangle here it all together, but without making this border and other. We're gonna use only this segment here. So let's put a class name and like that. Now we need to set the design in a good way. So this is the, okay, we save that. is having the side by side ratio. Now we need to go in the button. So here we need to work a bit, tweak a bit the way we are going to like it. First of all, after the segment here, so you're having the flex, padding bottom one, text base. Then also whenever we are going to passing any of the class name, anyone can adapt and pass it here. Now over here, we're gonna make that, we're gonna use some variant properties. Remember this one having the variant, we're gonna make that as outline variant, so there will be no background. And then we're gonna use the size. The size should be the size of icon. And then also we need to set like whenever the disable be available. Disable is available whenever the item count. So remember the item count is equal to, should be two properties here. Item count is equal to 0, or so we can also pass the is out of stock. But this is the simple, I think it's the same segment. You see, is out of stock is whenever the product stock. So whenever the item count is 0, we're gonna also make it, when item count is 0, it will not be appear, right? But you know, it just passing the subsidiary details. It's up to you whenever and however you feel it's legit to use that. And we're gonna also make some of the class name, which going to be, let's say, width of 6 and height of 6. And after that, we're gonna use a border of 0 properties. So should be no border, and hover VJ should be, let's say, shop dark. I think we're going to use the shop dark green, and we're going to use within the 20% opacity, and we're going to use that hover effect to take the effect in motion. So you see, whenever I hover, I think if we go here, yeah, we can also pass a border. I think that's really okay. We can use the border of 1 pixel. So you can see a tiny bit of border. Yeah, that looks good in a better way. So I'm gonna put a class name. So there's the same similar class name or similar setup which going to be working here. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna paste it here. So this is the entire same segment. And this one, it should be only available like, I think for this one, we can just pass that is out of stock because they can add more and more. But you know, it's item, why I'm adding that, you see, whenever the item count is 0, you just need to understand that. Whenever item count is 1, 1, it's equal. 0, you cannot add. Button is not available, but it's just because we're going to use that component also in the card, in so many other parameters. So we need to go and pretty much cautious whenever we're typing those kind of class name here. And for the segment here, for the item count, which we are preferring here, we're going to put a class name here. Then we're going to make it a font should be, let's say, semi-bold. And after that, text should be small text. I'm going to provide a width of 6. So whenever item is adding, it will not go and popping up on that way. So text should be center, keeping in the middle. And text should be, let's say, dark color. It's saved and you are having it. Now, whenever we are minusing that, it will be minus, plusing that, it will be adding to particular segment. So first of all, we just need to enable two of that, like a remote product and also a add product. So this is the two function which going to provide the case scenario here. And no worries about that. We're going to showcase how we're going to render it. First of all, for the minus segment, whenever like on click on that, it should be, let's say, handle remote product. And whenever we are going to adding on the plus icon, and they'll add to cart product. And what's going to happen once we are going to in add to cart, the same scenario. You see, now whenever the is bigger than the item count, you are add item product, and we're using the quantity increase. First message is that product added. You see, product is added, but next time the quantity increase. The same segment, when a decreasing, quantity decrease. So now as you see, so for that add to cart, whenever the product is adding, received, and you know the toast, you cannot add more than available stock, the one which I showcased before. Doesn't matter how many product is available. If you go and showcase more than that, you cannot add. So it will not be there, and you have a very good legit message by which you will understand why you cannot add more product. So this is the add to cart functionality. And for the handle remove product, the same thing, we are removing and removing by 1. Every time you click, it's removing one single product. But remember, the last click, you see, remove successfully means the last click is here. Whenever we are clicking at the end, we are also removing the product. You see, so -1 is just removing. So that's the way we can add product, delete product, and this is the very simple method how we can work. Now this is the one segment done. Now here we can have also, like say, for the side menu here. In the side menu, we are having one logo. I think we can go with that. No, which one I'm talking about? Yeah, we have this logo over here. So I'm going to go with our product card, and we're going to find out where and which one we use that. So first of all, that's the image, and then yeah, we are using from the product side menu, or this the one. There's the other side menu which I'm popping up. So let's say product side menu, or you can also name it as like for the favorite menu so far, because it's not record like that. So in that product side menu, we also need to go in a pretty extended way. So instead of that, we're gonna write the functionality here. First of all, we need to grab the properties. So we need to grab that item. So that should be coming from use store property. So which returning a simple function. And over here, you're gonna use that favorite product. You're gonna use that add to favorite. So these two value or two variation going to work. And also we're gonna check our existing product item the way we checked previously. So if that product is existing, like if this product is added by so far or not, so we state and save. I think our product, yeah, we're already using the use client flag, so it will not be a problem. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check every time, because you see there is an effect going on. Whenever product is added, you see click removed, click added. So this style also toggling it all together. So that's the scenario whenever we are dealing with that. Whenever something changes in any of the component, if we want to capture, we need to use that use effect property. Otherwise we can't track it, right? So what we're going to do here, we're going to use an use effect formula to enable that. So use effect, we're going to just render the value here, and like let's say it's gonna be like that. And from there, we will just pass an empty value to take the properties. And within the empty value, we will also provide that method. So whenever the product is changing, whenever the favorite, I think it will be favorite product. Why is, yeah, that should be overtaking. Why is not coming? Okay. Now, what kind of things we're going to render within that property, right? So whenever, like say const available product, available ab, okay, ABAILABLE, available product should be, let's say we're going to define with that, should be favorite product dot, we're going to find from there. And what we're going to find, we're going to take everything. So whatever the favorite product available within the store, we're going to go there and we're going to find through the ID properties. So the item dot underscore ID should be is equal to product dot ID. So whenever this ID is matched, so means if I'm adding that product, so you see, whenever I'm adding, I'm passing that ID and I'm matching. If the ID is available, I'm putting that color. So this item is available. If I'm removing, same time is removing too. So that's the functionality also, you're going to bring it up here. So now what we're going to do, we are having that available product. And now whenever the available product is going to be there, we're going to just use that set existing product. And that existing product should be available item. Or you can say the available product, or if the available product is not available, we're going to just keep it as null. So now within that existing product, we can now run through the functionality. So now in that function over here, handle favorite, what we're going to do, first of all, we're going to render it with as e.prevent default. So any default behavior should be removed from there. Then if we have the product, so if we have the product.id, only then we're going to run. You see, if we doesn't have the product.id, we can just simply return that. But every single product going to have an ID. This is the simple cautious manner by which you can just go any unnecessary behavior. By any mistake, people are not adding any ID. ID gonna generate independently, so it will not be a problem. Now we're gonna just make that add to favorite, and on that method we are going to pass that product. And after using that, we're gonna just go through a done function. Okay, so from there we're gonna easily return the value here. So we're gonna just make that toast dot success, and on that success method we're gonna render it within that existing product ratio. So whenever existing product available something, otherwise something. Like if the existing product is available, that time it's gonna remove, because the single click. So as you see, if we just look at closely in the add to fabric in our store here, so this is the add to fabric which we render. Where is that? It's gonna be add to fabric. So if you just closely subsidiary on that, it's just adding and removing the products. If first is adding, and if I just pass the same method, or if it's matching with that, it's just returning at the empty state. So this is the resolver is doing right here. And again, if you're having any problem with understanding that, let me know in the comments. I will try to help and try to resolve it. And still, if you're watching with me, doing that project with me, all the best, and please like the video and subscribe the channel. It will be a great help from your side. And no worries about that, all the code, all the functionality, it will be available at the description, which the below is given, provided a repo, so you're going to have that code and you can use it freely wherever you want. Either you can also sell it, no worries about it at all. It's free to use. So now what I'm gonna do whenever you are adding that should be product removed successfully. So success, okay, should be successful. And then so the first one, whenever is the product is not available, should be product added successfully. That's it. So now we have the segment done. All the scenario is going to become packed and completely done. Now if we go here, you see one time added successfully. If we go remove successfully, but this the combination here we can see it, and we need to go with the condition, predefined condition. Here we're gonna just pass that method how we can rectify. I think this one from where it's coming. Okay, so now here we're gonna just render that should be if the existing product available, there will be something. If it's not available, there will be something. So we're going to have two kind of class name right here. So if existing product available, I'm going to just provide that BJ shop. I think we're going to provide as a dark green, and we're going to provide at within the 80% opacity. And if it's, and also the text going to be white, and if it's not available, then I'm going to just make that product BJ. So should be BJ should be, do we have the product BJ? No. If we go our global.css, what kind of I think which one we can provide here? Yeah, we can have that. Yeah, shop light BJ. So that's the one we can use that. Okay. So right now, if we go and check here, this is a kind of class name happening, but here it is not happening. So we can see it. It's not reflecting. So if we go and check, let's say Bill BJ, I'm gonna see if a certain kind of class name can work. So Bill BJ, okay, it's working, but we're gonna provide a 20% opacity. I think, or we can say BJ should be, let's say, dark color with a property of 10% opacity. Why this is not working? It's working, but you know, this, see the segment here. I think opacity is not working properly. So should be okay. That's my bad. You see the BJ here because we define the BJ right here. So you know, instead of defining here, we can just define it here. Now for that one, we can just make it a 10% opacity, and you see it's working. So now we have, if we add it, it's adding. If we remove, it's removing. But one more things we need to do it there, which is going to be, let's say hover, let's say cursor should be pointer. Done. So now you see it's perfectly aligned, and we also need to grab the count. So I think it should be a favorite button here. So show product hard icon. Okay. So now as we are having, so we can just, we can now get the property. I think this is the favorite button we use at that, I think in that property layer. Is it that one? I think, yeah. If show product, okay. I think I am a little bit mismatching on that. I'm going to go in my header, and I'm going to go try to find out my favorite button. So that's the button we are using. Yeah, okay, fine. So this is the one we are using. So also if we are having that, I think this is the property. We just need to find a value layer here. So what we can do, we just need to show the property value here. So for the wish list property, I'm going to just the product is okay, where we use that show product available. I think maybe we are mismanaging that. We have the favorite button here, header here, and which page we use that favorite button. Add to cart button, we are passing the product, true, false. Okay. I think we are using it at the product. I think if we click any of the products, we should be able to see the favorite button is aligning at the side by side. Yeah. Yes. So here is the deal. We are using that one here. So to use that here, I think instead of that favorite button, we can just go with that, the one which we use right there. So we can use that property, product side menu. So no need to use that. Just grab it and you're gonna have it all together. So now if you click, not yet. Product side menu. Okay, we are passing the product. Why? I think we need to reload it here a bit. Okay. There is some issue here. First of all, product side menu is not working. Okay, we're gonna find a solution for it. So I think as we changed that, because the segment, it will be different. So that's why we're try to use the favorite button here. So I think we can also rewrite the functionality here for the same way, which we did. So this is the same button, which we are showcasing here and here. So as you just go here, you can see either way it can be reflected. So I think instead of, I think that's the show product. Yeah. So that's the same button property here, which is enlightening or igniting it all together. I'll go in the header and yeah, that's the same button which we are using. So now we can also refactor it. We can just pass that the message and decipher all the property here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the simple property refactor here, which is going to be our using that use store properties. So use store, and we can also use that use state property. And here we need to make that as a use client flag, as we are going to use as a client side property. And after that, the similar functionality, you can bring back it from the side menu bar, or you can use the same functionality if you wanted to, but I'm going to just use that simultaneously to just to go and out of the error. So this is the thing which gonna happen if we are having the fabric. We need to pass the toast here. So let's say the toast. Okay, now this is the value which we are having right now. You see, we have the fabric product. So now we can pass the length over here so that we should be able to see how many items or properties is added as a fabric or not. I think it's just reloading a bit. Okay, let's provide a time to reload. Okay, use effect is not defined. I think I forgot to import it. So import that use effect property, and I think it will be gone. Okay, so now, right now you see the value here. We have the one product. If I add, that should be okay. If I add, is it working? No, it's not working. So means I need to pass the function here. So should be on click, and that should be handle fabric. So this is the function responsible to handling the fabric property. You see product added. If I click, product remove. So now we can now pass the background color or other properties. So you see the heart icon here. I can just simply replicate that one. And let's say pass that if we are having that existing product. So then we are going to show something, otherwise we're gonna show something. Okay, it should not be the class, it should be just a clone. And if we have the existing product, we can fill, I think the fill color can be there. Let's say, just try that if it's working or not. If we put the fill color, we're adding, yeah, that's the fill color is working. So means we can now pass the fill color. So I'm gonna go in our Glowbuster CSS, and from there I'm gonna take that fill color right here, and then I'm gonna just simply pass the value here. Okay, done. So now if it's edit, remove, edit, remove. So okay, it's cool. So everything is working simultaneously and perfectly aligned. So now we can showcase our card product. Like if we go in our card value, so now all the card segment, all the card scenario, we can align it all together. But okay, here is the product. We can just simply go in the product or null or undefined. If we go here, what is saying here? String, okay, that should not be an issue. Previously it has not been. Okay, add to cart button and product class name. If we make the product as any, I think the error will disappear. Yeah, there is something which is just not right. Okay, 8 more is featured boolean. Okay, type null is not assignable the type of any product. And then add to cart expected type comes from the property which is declared here on type of. I think it's just for right now, I'm gonna just make the value here, or yeah, I'm gonna just go and provide that as let's say ts ignore. No, it should be ignoring from there. I'm gonna just provide with an any value. Later on, we're gonna sort it out just to keep it like that. And right now, what we need to do is to create our cart page. So I'm gonna go and implement that. Or I think it's better to fix that. Later on, I'll forget. So bring back the product. And here, I think we can just simply write a condition here, which can, because as we are grabbing it from the server, so if there is no product, so you can just take a precaution manner. So we're going to return that components as for the, let's say, it will just directly go within the not found, which is going to be coming from the next navigation. I think, yeah, that's the easy way we can rectify that. So now what we need to do is to create in the client side, we will create our cart page. So it should be cart and then page.tsx. So now RFCE, here we're going to render our cart page, and we're going to define all the functionality which is going to happen to be there in our cart page scenario. Now in the cart page, so we can now go and abruptly use that entire page. We're gonna just use a use client flag. That's the way to show you that you can do that. If you wanted to, you can also make it as a client side page. It's up to you. So I'm gonna make it entirely as a client side page to showcase how that things can be implemented to make the site pattern in good way to be done. If you just look into our card, we're gonna just see the simplify the design, how it's gonna be. Okay, I'm gonna add some of the more products so you can see it easily. So in the card segment, we are having one side having the card product, another side is the details product with the address. If you just hover it, you see this one is getting sticked at the bottom, and everything is working perfectly within the alignment. So we're gonna build that structure right here to just toggle through that segment and use the properties in a very good manner. So first of all, to amplify that one, we just need to go over here. As you see, we're gonna just make that one in a very good and a clear-cut manner. First of all, I'm gonna go and provide a background color, which will be the background color of the gray color, and then just parsing that as a padding bottom 52 and the MD padding bottom is 10. So in the smaller screen, that 52 gonna work in proper way. Now what we're gonna do, so to make that, if there is a no sign in a personal is right here, we don't want them to visiting the cart or visiting the page, right? Now we can go and create a particular segment here. You see, this is the cart page right here, right? And also this other page. Either way, we can make that account card or we can make that user card. That's up to you. Like a card for user, a favorite page for user, right? So here basically what we are doing, if there is no user, we are using that to showcasing, like if there is no user, we're showcasing the data. So as we are not having the actual sign in and sign up page, so you can also render that initially in between. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass that if is signed in. Okay, not like that, should be is sign in. I think, is it not importing it? I think that should import it. I think, yeah, we can use it from the auth. So const is, let's say, okay, I'm gonna bring back everything all together. So we're gonna miss anything. So first of all, we're gonna just render it to be taking that in a precaution manner. We're gonna use that with store properties. So we just store from our store. And then also we're gonna go to check if it's a client-side property or not. Then also we're gonna use that use store. I think for this one, we can simply go and grab it, grouped items, no need to render it here. We can just directly, okay, okay, I'm gonna see that how easily we can, I'm gonna just comment it that. And here we're gonna just define that auth from the Clerk auth and the user from that user from also from that Clerk Next.js. And here for the address result, because we are going to having an address which going to be implemented in by so far. Right now, I think, did we created any method for the addresses? So if we go in Sanity, if in our Sanity types, yes, we have our address type. So we can just simply, I think it's not working, LT. It's not showcasing. I'm going to just skip that for a bit. If we're having the address, yeah, we have the address type. Okay. So now what we're going to do is a sign in method is right here. And if there is a sign in, so means we are having the user, then we can just pass the corresponding details here. So if the sign in is available, then we are just rendering a container here. So the container from our components. And here we're going to pass, let's say, first of all, I'm going to just pass one p tag, which will be that card page. And if we doesn't having any user, like our user is no signed in, so then we can pass that no access to cart. Okay, that's the component which we need to create. And either you can redirect to the sign in or sign up page, but as we doesn't have that, we can just simply go and create that. So no access to card, or you can say that no access .tsx. Okay, that's the simple way. So this is the component. We're going to render it several steps. So we're going to just pass that no access. Okay, done. So this going to be here. Okay, so right now it's gonna showcase no access because we are not logged in. So what we need to do, we need to define how those things can work. So first of all, for the no access property, it's gonna pass some of the like the scenario of here. If we just go and sign out, you can see that if we go in the card here, we can see that shop card, welcome back, log in to view your card items and check out. Don't miss out on your favorite products. So sign in, or you see the create an account. So this is the simple scenario which we're gonna create. So to implement that one also here, we need to provide some of the case scenario. First of all, let's go back here. I'm gonna keep it side by side so that it will be very much visible here. Okay. I think, okay. So right now, I'm going to provide some class name over here. First of all, I'm going to make it a flex. Item should be center. Justify should be, everything should be in center align. And for padding Y should be 12 by so far. MD padding Y should be 32. And after that, also, we're going to make that BJ should be gray of 100 for this particular instances, and padding should be 4. So right now, you see this appearing, but nothing here to showcase. So first of all, I'm going to render a card here. So from the UI card, and then we're going to use that card header. And on that card header, we're going to provide a div here, or you can just simply go and pass the logo here. So simple logo. So you can see the logo itself is pouring up. Then we're going to have a card title, not the card, but the card title. And in the card title should be welcome back. That's it. So this is a partial message here, which we're defining. For that one, put a class name. Class name. I'm going to just provide that with full, but I'm going to provide a max width ratio here. So the max width should be, let's say we're going to provide an MD. So that should be how it's going to be rendering up. So you see the MD method is working, and for the card header, we can just pass that class name and we can make that a flex item should be center and flex column. So it will be, everything should be center aligned the similar way it's going to be happening right here. And also we're going to provide a gap. So let's say gap should be 1. So a little bit lower. Now for the card title here, for the class name, I think for the class name, text should be 2XL and font should be, let's say, I'm going to provide a bold font here. Bold, and text should be center. Okay, I think this gap is not required. Okay, and after the header, now we need to provide the card content. So after header should be, let's say, card content. And on the card content, first of all, I'm going to provide a p tag. And now, as you see, the details which we are showcasing here, that will be like for the, by default, we're going to keep it for the card page, but whenever we're going to be in a wish list project, we're going to show some different method. The message could be different. So first of all, if we go over here, we need to get the things which we'll call the details, and that details going to be coming with properties should be details. If it's available, it should be a string value. First of all, it will be available from every side, and for the default one, we can either go and combine it. First of all, for the default one, we can set it right here so that it will initially it can render in a proper way. And the default one, we can just keep that for, I think, for the card, the message which you're going to define. So it will be saying that login to view your card items and check out. I think this one, instead of this one, for the default one, we can just set as the value, right? And we can just pass that if details is available. Oh, sorry, not here, but here. So if it's available, okay, otherwise showcasing that one. Now over here, we can just showcase the details. So should be details. That's it. Now for this one, we're gonna use a class name, and that should be text should be center and font should be medium, and also the text should be, let's say, dark color, but we're gonna use 80% opacity, a little bit a lighter color, it will be there. And after that, we're gonna have a button property should be sign in button, which gonna come in from next Clerk, and then it's gonna just grabbing that our button, which gonna pass that sign in. So this is the simple button statement. You see the same thing which we are dealing right here. And for the button, we can just render, or we can just like align that button to use our class name here. Or you see, as we are using the default button here, we can just similarly use the default defined class name, which we are going to be happen to there. As you see, the top layer of that one. So this is the default button here. We can just exercise to put the class name like BJ shop, BTN dark, 80%, text white, font semi-bold. So that's the color combination, the one which we are looking for. So this is the way we can combine it together and make that things working perfectly aligned. I think one more properties which we are maybe missed by so far. This is over here. Okay, the gap. So the padding we are missing here. So the padding, why we need to, why the padding is not working? Let's say padding 5. Okay, cool. Okay, enough. Because default padding is not there, so we can just put the padding right here. So this is the one property here. So as you see for the button, if we click on the button, now it will render to directly in initial pattern, but we're going to pass the mode, not here, but at the top. We want that within the single page. So should be, okay, emoji. So should be mode, should be model. Okay, so let's go back to our application layer where we having the card. If we click, you can see the model is popping up right here as it's gonna open the things indirectly. This is the one segment here. So this is the, and then we're gonna also use a card footer component after the card, not after the card, but after the card content. Okay, that should be within the card content. Okay, I was, okay, it's my bad. It's just getting at the bottom, but it should be here itself. Yeah, that's the why it's not working the way which I was looking for. So now it's working. So, and as it's working, put a class name. Okay, so put a class name. I need to now provide that all of the class name initial here. So the class name, and there it should be width. I need to provide the full width here. Okay, what's wrong here? Okay, I'll just go backward a bit so that we can find the tune. Okay, for yes, we cannot use the class name there, we can use class name here. So width should be full, and also we're gonna use the size here. Size should be LG, larger size. And you see that's giving up the hits. And for the card content, put a class name. We're gonna just make that space Y. So Y should be 4. So it's gonna have a very good and a logical gap here. And later on, after the card content done, we can also pass a card footer content here. So in the footer, we're gonna pass that, and also we're gonna pass the button here. And this button having that same similar combination, but having a sign up button. And you see they don't have an account, you can go with that and create an account. The same thing is gonna happen, it's gonna render and popping up those things. So now if we go here, I will try to log in with my account, and you see the shortcut YT is available. Let's log in, and then we're going to have to see our card properties. So I think basically it will take us, okay, you see the card page. Okay, so right now we are having the card page, and we can now go through with the pouring the card details here. So the access property is done. So now it's time to render the card properties. So first of all, that could be a several segment here. So first of all, if we go and sign in here also, I'm going to go and do the same thing here. So let's sign in here. No worries to see you are seeing my email. No worries. You can mail to me if you're having or facing any problem. No worries at all. So now here, if we receipt our entire card, there should be like your card is feeling lonely, so there is no product, right? And we're going to couple it all together. And how we can do that? First of all, in the container, we can just pass a message if we are having that grouped items, right? So if we have that group items, dot length is there, I think, yeah, that's where we need to pass that group items. So we can just simply pass that group items properties, and we can just make that to the store case here. So in the store, we are just getting that get grouped items, which gonna enlighten here. We can get entire cart item altogether. So this is the one which gonna get the length. You can also use that the similar which gonna card count where we are delivering here. So that's the same thing also can render there. So now if we're having that group items dot length here, then we're gonna render something, otherwise we're gonna render something. So what we're gonna render? If we are having the length property here, we're gonna render that, otherwise we're gonna render emptycart, which we're gonna complement, we're gonna create it. And if we are having the things here, like if we're having the group items, we're gonna just pass that to bring that our bring it our product itself to make the things in a properly aligned. So here we can just simply put an empty tag, let's say a p property here. We're gonna just render the products, and here we're gonna create another component which should be, let's say, empty cars.tsx rfce. Here we're gonna render our empty card property, and let's just bring it here. Okay, something what's the mistake which we did? Okay, I think over here, okay, that should logically group items dot length is available. So okay, If the length is available, going to pass the product. If length is not available, going to create that. Why? What we did wrong? Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Okay, if we have, let's say, group items dot length is available, then we're gonna having that, let's say we're gonna having a p tag products, and if we doesn't have that item, it should be empty cart. Same thing. I think we are missing something. Okay, dot, maybe we're missing that. So now we're having the product. Now for the empty card, I'm gonna just change the ratio. I'm gonna just go with the null check value so that we can see our empty card properties. And this is a very simple design. I'm gonna leave it to you for your properties, and I'm gonna popping up my one so that it could be easily understandable. It's a very simple and straightforward design ratio which we are creating here. And you see we're using motion. You can use also here, and also if you're using any server-side component, you can also go through it. For me here, what we did here, we're just getting the shop card icon here, we're getting the link, motion, we're getting empty card image there, and we're using the image property. The same way, we're using a motion property here, and then we are using an animation. As you see, that's rounding it all together, providing the animation. And then we are providing the image altogether, which is going to be having the layout field. We are also using an like for the motion statement, you see that for the repeated infinitely and scale up, you see the it's rotating, so that's the rotation is going to work right here. And then also in the motion div, we are just closing it all together for having the shopping cart icon also happening to be motion using that. Now then your card is feeling lonely, passing the message, and then the description here. And if you want to discover the product, you see the message is getting back to you. Okay, so now we are having the group product. So whenever we're having a group product, we're gonna have two separate segments here. One should be getting that product, so we can just get a div here. So there it should be, let's say, detail like one should be passing the products, and okay, should be products, and another. So that's that motion need to be working it all together, because why gonna leave that? I think this view here, we're gonna pass that like the details here, because we're gonna also create a separate sticky method for our other parameters. So first of all, let's go, I'm gonna go one by one. So let's go with the div properties, and here we're gonna having that shopping bag icon here. And after the shopping bag icon, I'm gonna having an h1 tag, or you can having the title, just up to you, whatever you feel better. And then we're gonna just pass that message of that shopping cart. Okay, so this is gonna showcase our cart properties. Now to go and predefine on that instances, first of all, on that div layer, go with the class name, should be flex, item should be center, and then I'm gonna provide a gap of 2 and padding white of 5. So it's gonna scratch a bit altogether. So you see the scenario which we are rendering. I'm gonna go and add some product so that you can understand what we are trying to build right now. So add some more product and go back to the cart. You see, so that's the one side segment, and that's the other side segment. So these two layers which I'm going to bring back all together. Now let's go in the shopping bag icon. So in the bag icon, put a class name. I'm going to make that text should be, let's say, primary, or you can also go with that. I'm going to provide our dark color, and by default it's getting the dark color, so no worries about that. I think here, what's the primary? We're using the primary color, so this is the one and this is the one thing. Now for the h1 parameter, put a class name. Text should be, let's say, 2xl, or instead of that, I think pretty much simple to use the title. Okay, in the title, no need to type anything. It's gonna render whatever we are looking for. Now after that div ratio here, we can take another div here. So on that div, we're gonna have to bring back there should be a two div itself here, which going to render like the properties which we are looking forward. You see there is a two component, one is the left side, another is the right side. So we're gonna also create that two segment all together. So in that div, we're gonna have a two separate div. So div into two. One, it will be for, like, say, it's gonna showcase the products, and another it will showcase the summary. So this is the two segment gonna work together, and for these two segment we're gonna put a class name here. Okay, class name, and here I'm gonna provide the grid method. So LG should be grid columns of 3, and also I'm gonna provide a gap of 8, so it's gonna be two side by side together. And for the product itself, I'm gonna provide a class name, and whenever it's gonna hit an LG screen, it's gonna having to be, let's say, call span. So call span going to be 2, and then yeah, that's it. So and also I'm gonna make it rounded of LG, rounded, rounded rounded LG. So it's gonna be having the two separate space here. And for the summary itself, I'm gonna just keep it like that. So right now I'm gonna keep it, I think it's normal to be defined in that way. There is nothing fancy here, but here you can see there's a two-step variation here. You see, that's how it's gonna be looking like, and address at the bottom. But you know, that summary, it should be at that layer. So we're gonna create it side by side. So now it's time to bring back our product and summary and all other things all together. To make product appear, so we can now fill up those things to create the product segment here. So what we're gonna do in that list over there, I'm gonna take, so I have a div particularly here, then I'm gonna take another div itself, and then I will just wrap it. I'm gonna use that our grouped items. So does the item contain each and every single product in the list on that card? So let's just pass that and return a single ratio. Or what I'm gonna do in this time, I'm gonna use that curly braces, because we're gonna use a return function. And why we're doing that? Because now we can get that item count from here, and that count should be passing from there. Let's say get item count, and here we're gonna pass our single-handedly. As you see, we can pass it as an item, or we can define it as a product. So it's up to you how we're gonna define a constant on it. So I'm gonna get that product dot ID. So that would be, I think it will not grab that. See the product dot product. So I need to wrap it in the curly braces, so I can now directly inject the product itself. Now I have my item variation, right? Now I need to return. Remember, if you're using the first bracket, we no need to provide that return variable, because it will automatically return that. But whenever you're going to use the second one, the curly braces, you need to return itself. So I'm going to return from here, and I'm going to return a simple div here. And that div gonna, let's say I'm going to just pass a, let's say I'm going to just pass a p tag, which I'm going to have a product dot, you can say the name. And also I'm going to provide the key here, and that key should be just getting that product dot ID. It's safe. Now you can see I have two particular product right here, which is funneling through the data. And so I can now start storing all the data. And if you just go in our previous one, shopcart.reactbd.com, we can now have an understanding how those things is built. You can view the card here. We have our image, the product image, then we have the title, we have the variant, status, and have for the wish list button, delete button, the price, and also add to cart functionality. So all the things gonna be appearing right here. We have the receipt button at the bottom. So we will just building all of the structure from the scratch. So as you see, as you're having that particular p tag here, so what we're gonna do here right now, instead of, I'm gonna make it a little bit more bigger. Instead of that p tag here, we can just pass our actual data. I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna pass a condition, and that condition gonna say if we have our product dot images. If we have the images only, then it's going to render. You need to pass that, otherwise you're going to have a type error. Then I'm going to pass our link property, because every time I'm going to click on that product data, it will lend me to the single product page, right? And so here I'm going to render our image here, which is going to be coming from the next image, and in the image it will be coming the source. And on the source, it will be URL4. Here we're going to pass our product, and that should be our images, but we'll choose the first because our images a type of array, right? So from there, I'm going to just grab the URL itself from the data store, and that link also going to get that href, which are going to be, let's say, we're going to render it with the backtick. That should be that /product, and that's going to come with /product dot. I think we need to add another layer here. So that will lend me to product/product slack.current. So it will render directly, it will go in the product list and it will gonna pass the current product there. Now, of course, we need to also pass that alternative tag here. So let's pass that, and that should be that product image. I need to provide the width and height as it's gonna fetch from the database. So I'm gonna take the ratio of 500 by 500. And then I'm going to make a loading here, not the loader, but the loading, and that loading should be lazy. And after that, I'm going to make the class name here, which should be, let's say, 32. And MD, I want to provide a width of a 40, which should be 160 pixel. Height should be 32, and MD height, I'm going to provide the 60. So the same ratio going to be evaporated here, and the object should be covered. Okay, so if I save right now, we should be able to see two separate image. Yeah, that's two. Now we will try to add more product here just to go and combine the data ratio. That could be let something to it. Okay, I think that need to be wrapping up in a proper way, but it's not look so good, but we're gonna make it a better in a perfect regime. So how we can do that? First of all, as you see, we make that object cover, and we're going to work with the div here at the top. So there we have a particular div itself. So first one, which are going to have a call span here, we're going to just go and fetch that one. I'm going to make the class name. I'm going to pass the border. So it's going to happen to be have a border, and background color, which will be, let's say, shop card white. Oh, there is no white shop color, so you can just manually pass the white color. Rounded should be MD. That's it. So you see there is a white color, and those mark is just looks better. Now after that, in the div itself, which we are providing that ID, we can provide the class name here, and that should be also passing a border, but at the bottom, and then padding should be 2.5. So it's gonna compress all of the things you can see here. And after that, we're gonna also make it for the last one. And here for the last one, we don't want to pass a border. So the border B should be 0. So you can see every single one has a border, but when it is coming at the bottom, it doesn't has the border because it's getting the parent border. If we just not remove that, you can see that should be overlap. There is two border. You can see the shadow effect is going on. So we need to stop that. And that's why we are not putting the border for the bottom one. We're going to make it flex. Item should be center, and also justify should be between. And I'm going to provide a gap of 5 in between, because there should be the ID, there should be the title and other. You see, those the ratio going to combine all together. Okay, so now for the image independently, which we are doing here. For the image, I think that's the image ratio we have been done. I'm going to provide a class name. I'm going to make it a flex, and also it will take the flex 1 properties, not half. And items should be start. Beside that, I'm going to provide a gap of 2, and height should be 36, and MD height should be 44. When I do that, it's going to compress it all together. And I think, okay, I made a little mistake. Here should be 40. So it will contain the align, it will align together with that perfect ratio, right? So only 4, so 4 into 4 is 16 pixel of gap ratio. You see, it combined and fit properly. Looks good. Now, what I'm going to do for the link parameter here, I'm going to also make a class name. I'm going to pass a border, and a padding should be a 0.5 just to compress the design altogether. And then MD padding should be 1, and also margin right should be 2, and rounded should be MD. And after that, overflow should be hidden. I want to make it as a group, because whenever I'm going to hovering this entire structure, I want something to be happen. And what that to be? As you see the object cover, we can now fill up from there. So group, we're going to make it a group hover. I'm going to make it, let's say, scale should be 105. So that would be the scale here. And also I'm going to make that as a hover effect properties. And also I think that would be dealing the purpose, you see. Okay, cool. If I click, it will lead me back to the single product page with that slag, whatever the slag is carrying here. It's going to go and fetch the product from the database and then showcase the product right here. As you see, the details is coming from this product itself. Okay, so now as I'm having the image, so my image is just ending here after the image, because you see the combination is that this entire div is justified between. So this would be the one part here till the title or the name. Then this part will be the different one. So that's the one we are going to combine it all together. So after that link, I'm going to having another div. On that div itself, I'm going to take another div here. I'm going to provide an h2. You can use the title. And here we're going to pass that a product dot name. So that will combine the product name. You can see it's right here. So first of all, let's go make the design here. I'm going to provide a height of full just to get that things done. Flex. Also, I'm going to make it a flex 1 properties. So flex 1. And after that, I'm going to make it a flex column properties and also justify between. And then a padding y should be 1. So we're going to wrap it up in a very good way. So that's the div itself. We need to combine some class name here, which going to be, I'm going to make the flex column would be there and gap should be 0.5. And after that, MD gap should be 1.5. Okay. So now the combination is done. So first is the h2 tag. Then there should be another one, which is going to be a p tag, where you're going to pass that our variant, variant variant. And on that variant, we're going to take a span tag here, and then we're going to pass our variant key. So it should be product then variant. So that should be 2 altogether, and you can see the gap in between. So that's the gap. That's the 3 should be 1 together because that's the div going to combine one part, and the other part should be combining the another div. That's why we are creating this tool. You see also some tooltip happening at the fabric, and also you see how those design exchanges is coming with a very good details property, so the user can easily understand what's the matter is going on and how the things can be combined it all together. So you need to keep in mind whenever you are building such a things for future development and others. So let's go back here. So now I'm going to design a bit, and it's a very simple design which we're going to follow. So let's go and put a class name here, and that should be, let's say, text. I'm going to make it a base text. Font should be a semi bold, and I'm going to make that line clamp 1. Okay, I don't want to go like 2 multiple lines, should be within 1 line property. And for the p tag, put a class name, and text should be small text, and I'm going to make it a capitalize. Okay, so the first letter should be a capital. That's it. And for this pen tag here, I'm going to make that one as, let's say, font should be semi bold. I want to highlight that one. So the refrigerator, you can see that's a good combination is going on, and it's working perfectly aligned. Okay, so as we have the variant, so I'm going to just copy that one because I need to show also the status property here. So that should be status, and that status is going to be product.status. So that's the 3 things we are having here. And now, as you see, that's the where our div is finished for this particular instances. So after below that div, we're going to take another div here. Let's say if we just pass that hello, you can see it's going to render at the bottom. So that's where we're going to put the details. So now we will just go and try to provide the tooltip, and also we're going to provide the 2 separate logo here, not the logo, but the icon, which we can just combine the 2 separate instances. So after the hello, we're going to provide that our tooltip provider. So should be tooltip provider. And after that, we're going to pass that tooltip variation. So should be tooltip. And then we're going to render that the product side menu, which you're going to having that, let's say, to bring that product side menu, it's the same name we use. I think we changed that, but we're going to see. So we're going to pass the product, and that product should be grabbing our product. So what is going to happen, it should be coming up. So nothing is here. So I think that side menu is not working. Yeah, it should work. So that's the heart icon going to be combined and wrapping up. So right now it's not showing. Why? Okay, I'm gonna go and make that a class name here. Should be, let's say, flex item center gap 2. Okay, and for the tooltip provider and the tooltip, that should combine all together details. And I think for this one, I'm gonna provide the class name. I'm gonna make it as a relative, and I'm gonna make that top 0, and also I'm gonna make that a right 0. Yeah, that's it. Because that one, as you see, this is The positioning is happening to be in absolute. If you just focus on our parent, that's the one which we made that absolute. That's why we need to combine it to list the feature should be down to create that scenario. So now we can just go through it. You see the same functionality which you're having in the curve is just falling through here. Now, for as we have the tooltip, we need to also provide, I think this one, I need to combine it all together in the tooltip trigger. So I'm going to wrap it again. And that should be, let's say, it will be coming for that tooltip trigger. So that's the one which going to trigger the tooltip. And now I need to also provide that tooltip contain. So that should be tooltip content. And in the content, I need to provide for the text to be shown here. So favorite. Okay. So it should be favorite. Oh, sorry, it should be favorite. Now, if I hover through it, you see, add to favorite. That's the one which you are looking forward to. So that's the same intention is the same to provide the same things, but you know, the tooltip is just changing that. So we can now combine it to make that in a perfect ratio. And also we can make that tooltip contain, let's say put a class name. We're going to make that font as a bold font. And now if we hover through it, you see, that looks better. So that should be the similar contemptful things which are going to happen to be another tooltip. Okay, so we have a segment of the tooltip provider. So we can grab separate tooltips. So as you see, we will just happen to be get another tooltip which gonna grab us to provide that handy trash. Oh, okay, I didn't get the icon. Okay, that's my bad. So it should be grabbing that trash icon, and also I need to write that function, otherwise it will not work. So what is happening here is pretty straightforward, that we are building another icon which should be like that tooltip provider trash icon, and whenever we're going to click on that, handle delete product going to be happen to work, and it will take in action. Whenever we're going to hovering through it, it will provide that delete product, and that's the icon property providing with the hover effect. If we hover, you can see, okay, delete product. So now it's working perfectly. Now what we need to do, we need to access that delete product property, and you can also combine it within the same ratio. Instead of passing that, we can now pass that over here. No need to just following through here. We can just go through with that delete product, and which going to follow through product dot id. That's it. And once it is done, it will provide that success message that it has been done properly. And I think I need to also provide another first bracket. I need to remove this one because there should be two. Also this one, that should be just a comma. What's wrong? Okay, yeah, I need to wrap it all together. Gonna pass that value here. Did I missing something? Okay, I'm getting the toast. Okay, anyway, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another on-click event here. Then I'm gonna wrap that it all together. That's it. So now I have as the two separate functionality which is happening. So I'm going to just wrap that. We have the delete product card, and here we're going to pass that product underscore ID. So ID. Okay. And I need to also pass the dots. So now whenever you're going to click on the delete product, what it's going to do, it's going to just delete that product from our card. You see the product deleted successfully. So things is working perfectly aligned and quite fine. Now, as we're having that, also we need to make another portion here, which going to make that to create a scenario by which we can also provide that all of the item property. As you can see at the bottom layer, we have that receipt card option, right? So before going to the receipt card option, you see we are pouring the one segment. There is another segment, right? So we have the tooltip provider. So now, as you can see, after the tooltip provider, we are combining a 3 div ratio. So that's the 3 div properties here. Now here, we need to provide another div which gonna combine other property. And here, we're gonna just get our price formatter. And in the formatter, we're going to provide the price that should be, let's say, amount, and that amount going to be combined all together with that, let's say, product. That should be product dot price, and that price should be as a number, and that would be combining it all together with a multiply with that item count. Remember, we get a variable item count because individually now we can align it how many items it has been calculated or counted. Then we can just go through it. So of course we will see the item count first. Otherwise we can't get the property as it is. And to just go with make the things done here, we're gonna make a class name. Font should be, let's say, bold, and text should be LG. Okay. So I think that would be look a little bit of nicer. And after the price formatter, we're gonna also provide another, which would be our quantity buttons. And in the quantity buttons, we're gonna provide our product, which going to be passing as a product. So we're gonna have a two separate buttons. You see, the two properties underlying itself are together and is making the entire segment in a very good fashion. But you see, the div is not promising what we are dealing here. So I'm going to make a class name should be flex column, and also item should be start to go and fix that, and justify should be between. And after dealing with that, still it's not happen to be there, and I'm going to make that, I'm going to provide the height full. I think that will save the purpose. It can, no, it cannot take that. Remember, it's a separate individual div. You can clone it in a purposefully make a single div itself, but you know, you can do it. I'm going to put that gap. So first of all, I'm going to make it the width of a height of 36 and MD the height of 44. And also I'm going to provide a padding should be 0.5, and also for MD the padding should be 1. That's it. And it will save the purpose to go and make the design. If we click, you see how it's changing. If we click, okay, it also can delete from there. So that's how it can be combining the design ratio. So now we know how the price is calculating, how the products is showing here. And now as we did that, we also can, after passing that ratio here, we can also grab one button here. The button can combine to say a receipt cart. That's it. That's a simple button. You see, that button is right here. Now we need to design a bit here. So that button should be, let's say, on click. We're gonna make that button going to say handle receipt our cart. We're gonna provide that function, or we can just simply go with that, but we will make that in a top. So I should be handle receipt cart. Okay, we didn't write the function yet, so of course, but first I want to make the design. Okay, so I'm gonna just make it a comment here, and then I'm gonna provide a class name. Margin should be 5, so all together I'm gonna provide a gap, and font should be semi-bold. And that button should be a distractive button, so I'm gonna provide a variant, and the variant should be, let's say, distractive. That's it. So you see, by default is getting the distractive value. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just uncomment that because I need to provide that handle receipt properties. Now for the receipt itself, you know, like by accidentally you click on the receipt button and your entire product, you maybe in the card you have 10 items, 20 items, all are removed. This is not good. So we need to provide an alert. So I'm gonna make that name handle receipt card, and that should be coming with a simple functionality. So I'm gonna just get a variable, and that variable going to make that as a confirmed. Like we will take the confirmation, and that confirmation going to coming from window. By default we can access the window, and that window.confirm, and we're gonna pass a simple message. Are you sure you want to receive your card? So if we get the confirm message, yes, I want to receive the card, then it gonna just run that function. If we click, are you sure you want to receive your card? If I say cancel, no, okay, fine. If I say okay, I want to receive, you see, the entire card is just removed. It's a pretty simple, straightforward design. So I'm gonna go and grab some more product because I need to show how we can just combine the other structure. And you see, if you go here, this is, it's kind of working in a very responsive way. You can we can make it, I think here it's also the same thing. No, it's not same. We need to tune a bit here. I think that's a bit of difference. Yeah, that's the difference here. Okay, as you can see, that's the little bit of difference. I think here the height is the problem. So I'm gonna just find it out where we yeah, that should be 36, not 26. Yeah, that was the problem. So now you see, now you can also tune it more and more however you want, right? But for me, I think that would be saving the time and purposes. So now it's the time to go and bring back the summary. right? So that should be two separate. One should be the order summary, another should be the delivery address. And in the summary, the all functionality going to happen to create the showing the subtotal, discount, the total, and then go through the proceed to checkout. You're gonna bring that back. Okay, so now there are also going to be something here, which we'll bring that, but first we're gonna go with the summary. So in that div here, where we will provide the summary. So I'm going to take another div here because there should be two particular div value here. Then I'm going to make another div here. Then I'm going to make an h2 which should be order, or I can make that card summary, or you could also, I think better to provide the order summary, which going to be passing our order. I think that would be good. So you can see the order summary button here. And after that, for this one, what I'm going to do with the class name in LG screen, I'm going to make it a call span 2, not end, but span 2. So it's going to combine it all the ratio here. So that is the div which going to just provide everything. I'm going to make it as hidden, and MD should be inline block, and then width going to provide the full width. So means it's going to capture that call span, I think not 1, not 2, it should be the 1. Yeah, call span 1. And then I'm going to make a background color of white, and also padding should be 6 and rounded LG. And I'm going to also provide a border segment here. So now you can see that is the perfect structure. Now, if you go at the smaller screen, it's not there. Why? And it's not there because we need to provide another properties which can be there and make a lot of sense. So as you see on the div, before finishing that div itself, we can now go and capture another properties, or we can say after finishing that. I think it would be better if we go and, yeah, I think, so that's the div which is providing the call span. If we can go here, I think that's the div here. So here we're gonna make that should be, let's say, order summary for mobile view. So here I'm going to provide another which going to be providing that mobile view. I'm going to just craft a little bit design so that you can just have an idea what we are building right now on that premises. I'm going to go and capture the same thing. H2 should be order summary, order summary. And that one right now I see at the bottom, but it should not be like that. I'm going to make that a class name here. MD should be hidden. So it will not be there in the medium screen. So it will, as you see, it's not here. It's only showing in the smaller screen. And right now, I'm going to make it as fixed property. Whenever I'm going to click fixed, you see it's at the top, but I'm going to make it as the bottom layer of 0. So it will be always at the bottom. And then I'm going to make the left of 0. Width should be the full width, and background color should be white, fully white. Padding top should be 2. Okay, so that would be the combination here. And in the middle layer, put a class name. Background color should be white, padding should be 4, and rounded should be LG. And then I'm going to make a border, and MX should be 4. So you're going to provide a combination of gap. You can see here, this is the one which is popping up here. You can see if you go, if you come, it just popping up. So that's the same ratio going to work. So right now we're going to just capture the first one, then we're going to putting the second one. So that's the one which we are just expressing that how the way we can build, how the way we can capture. So now we can just go and building our other phase, which is going to be really cool. So put a class name, and for the H2, I'm going to provide the text should be Excel, and font should be semi-bold, and margin bottom should be 4. So that's the one should be the combine it. Okay, text should be XL, not XS. Okay, so that's the order summary. And after the order summary, that H2, we're going to provide another div here. And on that div itself, I'm going to get another div. And here I'm going to provide a span tag, which going to get that subtotal value. So subtotal. And after the span tag, I'm going to get that our price formatter. And in the price formatter, I'm going to provide the amount. And on that amount, I'm going to get that get subtotal price is a function which going to provide our entire subtotal value. See, 5659 5961. You can add it up, or I can just remove some of that. I think, yeah, that should be cool to make the calculation in proper way. So 1 1. So 55 and 1750. How much is that? No worries, we can just calculate it. So I'm going to go with my calculator, and here you can just go and express the value. So yeah, previous calculation here. So first is 550, and then it's gonna add it up with that 1700, and if we add it all together is 2250. Now, this is the value of 2250, but you see our subtotal is 2475. This is coming from the value, our actual value. Remember, we have a discount percentage, right? So now we're gonna align it how much discount you're having. Then if you can see here, first we are showcasing our entire segment, entire amount value. Then we are minusing that discount value. Then we are getting our total value. That's how we're gonna go and make the calculation. So first of all, let's go make a bit of design here. I'm going to provide a class name and then space y should be, let's say, I'm going to provide it as a 4 space y. The gap should be 4. And then after that, in the div, I'm going to make it a flex, and justify should be, and also I love to make that item should be center and justify should be between. So it's going to push that all together in the super line. Now for the span tag, I'm going to keep it as it is. You see, it's the similar as it is, no changes, nothing at all. You can make the design, you can do it if you wanted to. So that's the one here. And I'm going to make another one similar way. And that should be our, let's say, discount. Okay, so the discount value should be from the subtotal price. We need to minus that get total price. Okay, so after that, so this will be the variation of total price, right? Now, as you see, our actual value is that 2475, but discount is 225. So now we have two value ratio, right? Now, if we minus from it, we can get our actual value properties. So after the div, we will use that as a separator. And so that should be a separator, like a line is here. Then I'm going to just go and make another div, which going to be combining it, let's say span, or I can just copy this one. So that should be saying as total. And after the span tag here, we can just find that our total price. So what I'm going to do for the amount here, we can just get that use store, I think, or yeah, we can just combine that use store, and here we can just get that our let's say get state. We can get the state entirely, and then we can get that get total price. So that should be the total price going to be combining it all together. You see 2250. And also if we just go here, make a calculation here, you can see 2475, and that we need to provide a minus figure. If we minus 225, we will get that actual value 2250. This is a bit of complicated managing the state here, that's why you can update very faster, but feel free to also use your structure. You can also put the minus figure. You can only pass the total price. This is the price actually, right? So no need to grab that state. It's just showing you can use that way also. That doesn't matter. You can also combine it all together. You can see okay, get total price. Which price we're getting? Okay, no, we cannot get that. I think the price, oh yeah, we can get because we changed the price. Okay, it's my bad. So now in the span tag, we for the total itself, we can now make something some interchangeably different. So justify between, I'm going to make that font should be semi-bold for all together, and text should be LG, the large text for all together. So now also for as we make that, I'm going to also make that one by default. So it should be text should be LG, and font should be, let's say, I'm going to make it as bold, and text should be black. And if we save that, we're having the total price, we're having the discount value. Now we need to make our most interesting part, which will add another button here, which is going to provide us handle checkout portion. So the button, and here we're going to provide that it should be, let's say, proceed to checkout. So that's the button going to be coming here. Right now, what we're gonna do, put a class name which should be full, rounded should be full, and then font should be semi-bold, and then tracking should be wide. And also I'm gonna provide a size here, and I'm gonna make that size should be, let's say, LG. Okay, size LG, yeah. And for the hover, I'm going to use that hover effect property. Okay, anyway, it's going to work perfect. Now, are we having that a loading value? Did we create that? Yeah, we created it before. So if the loading state is there, then it gonna say is processing. And if no loading, I think, why, oh my god, should not be there. And if it's no loading is there, it will say that proceed to checkout. Two properties gonna combine and work together to make things in pretty good way. Now I'm gonna go and make something pretty handy things. It's not very much a big deal to go and make that because we're gonna have the address, right? We need to grab the address, and that address going to be coming at the top. Did we bring it back? For the address, no, we didn't provide the address data itself here. So what I'm gonna do, so now we need to combine to provide this address. So I think we need to get the query here. We didn't write the query still, so I need to provide that query. So let's go and we're gonna make that address data here from our, say, for the address. How are we gonna do that? For setting the address, we will, like, as you see now, the set selected address is right here, but we didn't select any address type, so we have nothing to do till yet, but we need to go and configure how the address gonna be formulated. So what we're gonna do, first of all, we're gonna just make a function that should be fetch addresses, and that should be a asynchronous function because we need to talk within our database. The address is right there, and we're going to fetch it from that instances. And then we're going to make that set loading as true once that is running, and then we're going to make a try catch value property, and overall in the final property, so means in the finally, what we're going to do, we're going to make that set loading which going to be as a false property. So the set loading, whenever the function gonna run, it will be true, but whenever the function run is done, it will be false. And for the catch parameter, we're gonna just make a console.log, and where we're gonna pass just a simple variable that addresses fetching error. Okay, so now here we can just define the error and we can view the error perfectly. Now what's going to happen in the cache value? So in the cache value, you can go in your Grok query, you can just go with the studio setup, and then you can find how that can be done. But I'm going to just run a simple query basis here, as it is a client component. I cannot directly fetch it from the server. So I need to call the client set library, right? So I'm going to go with the backtick, and then I'm going to just go and type my combination here, which going to be it will be underscore type, and the type should be is equal to, let's say it will be address, ADDRESS. And after that, we're going to just go and combine it all together, which are going to be, let's say, order, and the order the defined should be, let's say, published at, and you're going to make it descending. Okay, so that is our query. And then now we're going to just use the data, and the data should be coming from the await, and then we're going to make it from the client, which going to coming from Sanity. And with the fetch property, the fetch method, we're going to just pass that data, and first of all we're going to make a log, right? Why it's coming, okay, log. And here we're going to check what we are receiving at data layer. So I'm going to just open my inspect from here, and let's see what kind of data is retrieving up from my client side. Right now you will see nothing because I didn't call this function, right? So what I need to do is that I need to go down of it. I'm going to take another useEffect property, and within that property layer, I need to call that function, and the dependency hook is gonna just get an empty property. And here we're gonna just make that as a fetch address. Okay, so that will be the function, and once the function gonna run, it's gonna fetch. So what is saying API CDN Sanity? So the CDN having a problem. I think the query itself maybe didn't type it properly. So if we go back here, so ADDRESS, I think something maybe we did wrong. So I'm gonna copy that, and let's try it again, fetch again. And this time, is it coming? Also, we can make reload just to see if it's working or not. There could be either could be the problem can be happen, so no worries about that. Yeah, there is no problem. So as you see, the address is right here. We have the date, we have the city created at default. That's the default is full email name state. So every single data, whatever required for our address is right here. Now instead of log, we can just simply pass that set address, and that should be, let's say, I think we need to open this one itself. So that should be set address, and it's done. Now here, that result itself is not there, right? Because we didn't have the type itself. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna pass that as a null value for right now, as we are not having any data there. I think we can just simply pass the type property, sanity types, and it's gonna define the type value for me. But right now, we're gonna see till when that type is required, okay? Now as we are having, so after that, so this is my default address, right? And also I'm gonna just pass as I'm gonna also get the default address from here. And as you see, whatever the default is property here, we can just simply pass that constant variable. So I'm gonna just go grab it. And here, first of all, the default address, so that could be the default address data.find. We're gonna go grab everything as a default parameter. Then we're gonna, whatever the find as a default, it's gonna set as default. And if default address is available, we're gonna pass that selected addresses should be that default addresses. And if data length is bigger than 0, we're gonna just set the first parameters. Optional chain, if there is an error, it can, if it not finding the default address, like the key default is null, like it's false for every 3 of that, every 4 of that addresses, then it's gonna just make default the first one. Okay, that's the one is just running. So I'm gonna run that npm run typegen to just generate the type, the entire type format, so that we can go and combine the type parameter right here, and we can I think the error, it will disappear after running that. Type chain is completed. So now we'll be able to just pass that variable in our address ratio. So I think we can just as you see, that's the one which we are doing the work with that. So we can just go with that address. I think is it created? No, there is no type for that. I think you can just simply grab that address. Or why the type is not happening there? That's a, or I'm gonna just for right now, I'm gonna just go with that any, because I'm gonna generate it, of course. So right now we have our address value, right? So for as long as we having the address value, now we can define the address property. As you see over here, we will in the, after the order summary, like below the order summary, we should be having that delivery address right here. So you're gonna do it right now. So this is the one which having the order summary, and below the order summary, it's gonna go that property. So let's go here, and I can say, so this is our summary here. And after that summary, we're gonna have another div, and within the div properties, we're gonna go and flex with that. Or instead of the div, I'm gonna go with the empty braces, because I'm gonna map through our addresses dot map, and everything going to be getting as an address. Or we can just, yeah, we can addresses and we need to define that. Or I think instead of that, we can just simply go with that addresses, and if there is address, only then that div gonna render, and we're gonna have a card property. So the card UI card, and then it's gonna go with a card header, and after that it's gonna go with that card title. So card title, and that should be delivery address. And if we go back here, you can see the delivery address is right here, so it's working perfectly. And for that div itself here, we can now define of the class name property to showcase the value in a proper way. First of all, we're gonna make that one as a class name, and bg should be white, and then rounded should be md, and margin top should be 5. That's it. If we go, okay, looks better. And after the card title, you see that a card header is down here. Then we're gonna pass that our card content. Okay, so should be card content. And In the card content, we will define a radio button, or you can say the radio group property. So in that radio group, we're gonna just map through our addresses property. So addresses dot map, and after that mapping, we're gonna pass everything as address, and then we're gonna just return within that property, and we're gonna return a div here, and on that div circulation we will pass the value which can really render our property. First of all, in the div we're gonna provide a radio group item, so it should be radio group item. I think radio group item, yeah, that's the one it would be. And on that radio group item, I'm going to just pass a simple property. First of all, I'm going to provide the class name, which is going to be not the class name. I need to provide the key, which should be that addresses dot underscore ID. But there is a little bit of problem. You see this right here. But I need to generate our type gen. I don't know why the type is not defined here, because we are passing that obligatory key. But if it's not if it's not working, or if it's not defining, we can go and manually address that. So if we go in our, let's say, sanity types, and I'm going to search for our address. So address, okay, no, nothing is, yeah, there is address, yes, the address is right here, but it should be defining as an array, right? So if we go here, so that's that one address here, right? So what we can do, we can just simply pass the address like array of address, or it can be, let's say, null. I think it could radically solve the issue if it's supposed to be. And I think it's done that. Yeah, that's done. So we can just pass that array property value instead of passing the result itself. We can just go back to passing the array, so it can work in that legitimate way. So now we are having that radio group item. So in the radio group item, the value should be, it should be a matching with that. Let's say it should be the addresses dot ID, and we're gonna make that let's say dot, we're gonna just to string, we're gonna value the property as a string value. You see nothing is right here. If we select the first one, only one, it would be selected, but which one it gonna be selected, right? We need to define that. So in that property, we're gonna just make an on click event here, and first of all, we're gonna just make that set selected address, which going to be address. So whatever we're gonna click, it will be selected, right? So if I click this one selected, this one selected, but now we will also make some more changes by which we will understand whatever the positioning is happening. So I'm going to just provide a predefined class name here. So it's a flex item center space x2, and we're providing, because we're going to have a label text here, and also after the label we're going to have all other property, the hometown and the main addresses. So that should be going in this parameter. So right now you see our radio button here. So in the radio group, I need to provide that. So the default value which we are providing here, the default value should be, let's say, addresses, addresses dot find. We're gonna find through it. The default should be find, and then we're gonna go with every single address, and within that address property we will just particularly grab the value which should be address dot default. So that would be the topmost property. So, and also we're gonna, if that one is available, then dot id, and we're gonna make that to string, or to just get that string value itself. So now this is the default property which we are defining here, and I think now as we define the property, this any value is not required, because right now we know what the address means, or I can just simply pass that address. That's it. So okay, address, yeah, that's cool. Now you can just see, so if we just reload, the which one having the default, that will be selected. So it would be coming as a random property. If I now select any of that, it will go directly go and inject the property instead. So I think the second one is the home, that one is the selected one. So we know that's working. Now, after that radio group item, so this is the item where it's finished. Now I'm going to provide a label value here, and also I'm going to import it from UI component. And then I'm going to provide an expand tag where I'm going to generate our address dot name. And after the name, we're going to have another expand tag. And on that expand tag, we should be having some of the property. And that property going to be contained several clips, not a single. I'm going to just make that in line. What is going to be that address going to be legitimately passing that address to address, address to city, address to the state, and address to chip. So initially it's going to come up like that. Now for the label properties, I'm going to just make that HTML4, and that HTML4 going to be go through within a backtick property, and here we're going to make that it should be that address value, and after that address value we're going to go with the $sign, and then it will going to contain with address.id property. And after this initial parameter, we're gonna also provide some of the class name, which going to be, let's say it's gonna be a grid and gap of 1.5 and also a flex 1. That's it. If I click, you see, okay, that's cool. Looking great. Now for the name one over here for the home and other property, it should be a font should be, let's say, semi bold. And for the other one, for this pen tag here, we're going to also provide some class name, and that class name could contain like say we're going to make that one as a text should be small text, and text should be, let's say I'm going to make that one as a black but with a 60% opacity. If we do that, you see, okay, looks better. So now we have our address parameter, and it's looks quite much better. And after that parameter, also after the radio group, we can also initially launch a button here, which is going to say add new address. Okay, and the button property itself going to be, let's say the variant should be we're gonna provide a variant of outline, and after that gonna width should be, let's say, full, and also margin top should be full. Okay, so our button is ready here. So you can see we can combinedly see the button properties, and it looks perfect. So this is quite interesting that we did the parse. So now what we can do is here we can go and combine it our proceed to checkout. But before going further, are we did we did that our for the property for the wish list? No, but if we go back here, we can see that our wish list property, we have that that flexibility to create that. We're gonna do that, then we're gonna go combine the other property, and to create the wish list, we'll just go in the client and we're gonna make another file which would be wish list, and that should be a page.tsx, that should be RAFCE, and that gonna combine wish list page. So now we should be able to view a page which going to be combine a wish list parameter, and where we will show our entire product structure which will be available for our wish list. So right now what we're gonna do, I don't want to make that, because you see that in the card we make the entire segment as a client property, but we can also go with that make without a use client flag. Now I'm going to do one more trick here. You see that middleware which we happen to be working on that particular segment. Now in that middleware we are not setting any of the matcher from the Next.js or others, because right now if I just go and make sign out, I should be able to view that wish list, right? But in the card it will not let me visible. So this is a segment here, but also we can handle with the middleware. So first of all, we're going to go with that segment instead of the middleware. We can just go and what we are doing now, the combine it all together just a simple manner, but also we can set the entire middleware segment by which we can really understand that things in a better way. And now what we're going to run here, because first of all we need to get our user, right? So we're going to get our user, then alongside with the user we're going to just let that to go in the subsidiary. So it will be a synchronous way. Still I don't want to make it as client flag, so const user is equal to await get or you can just simply write that current user, so that will let us to get the user. Now here what we're gonna do is inside of that parameter state, and instead I will make it an empty basis, no need that div to be rendered because we're not rendering anything. So now if we have the user, okay, then we're gonna get something, okay, and if we doesn't have the user, then we're gonna get something, right? If we have the user, okay. If we don't, we don't have the user, then no access, no access. I think, okay, I'm gonna render a div here, and if we are not having any of that user, then we're gonna just pass that no access. I think we have a component which, if we go in the card, let's say we have that already, we did that. So if we go at the top, we can find a component which is generating no access. Yes, so that's the one. So it should be no access. Okay, so right now we have the access, but if we just log out from here, that no access parameter going to be popping up. So if we go here and go to see our wishlist flag, you see like login to view your card items. Now from here we can pass a simple message right here. So that message is gonna pass the value of that property, and it's gonna render it in a very good way. Login to view your wishlist items, don't miss out on your card. So not card products to make the payment. So this is don't miss out on your card products to make your okay, that's cool, that's simple and it's legit. Now let's just log into the view, and okay, now as you see, this is a simple a classy server component, but our product, which is happened to be in this state for the wish list, is not the server. So what we need to do, we will create a component, should be wishlist products, products.tsx. So RAFCE, we're gonna render that component to generate all of the wishlist product right here. So that should be, let's say, wish list product. Done. So now we will be able to see our wishlist product flag here. So in that product data, in that wishlist variable, we're gonna just, first of all, we're gonna make it as a use client flag, because we're gonna first need to provide our property and then to get the others. So first of all, I'm gonna just grab the value here that should be use card. Okay, use store, I think. Yeah, store should be coming from our store. Right now, what I want to get my favorite product, I want to get my remove favorite product, I want to get my receipt favorite product. So this is the three value properties I'm going to use to go and make the things to be done. There should be another property here which we're going to also combine it to just to render the property. That should be, I'm going to just popping up, and what it's gonna do, okay, that should be grabbing the first one. I'm gonna inject it at the top. So what we're gonna do here, remember, we are fetching, we are getting the product from our, like, from our own state, right? So what it's gonna do, we will set the first, we're gonna show the 7 favorite products. So if we go here, you see there is only one. So I'm gonna add some quickly, like 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna just add that, then I'm gonna show you what I am just talking about. So okay, I think it's small, I think it's enough. We have 10 products right here. So as you see right now it's 7. If we go load more, entire products is coming, right? So also we can make that less and others. So that's the one which we are going to make it. So right now that's the load more here. So set visible products min math, so previous plus 5, and you know it's just going to increase the length. Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do, first of all, we need to provide the data layer. So this is the div. I don't want to render that div. I'm gonna go with my container, because container, because we need to provide that our maximum height ratio. So container, in that container, I'm gonna make that a favorite product dot length. If the length is bigger than 0, means we're having the favorite product. Then we're gonna have, let's say a ptech product available. If we doesn't have the product, that time also we need to show something, right? So what I'm gonna do for these instances, because for the empty message, it's just gonna provide a message right here, and that message gonna coming up with the icon and other individual property, also going to having a button, and then we're gonna have also be rejoicing the link here. Okay, I'm gonna explain what we are doing here. First of all, as you see, I'm gonna go with my null value, so that it should be giving that error. So your wish list is empty, and items added to your wish list will appear here. As you see, little bit icon designing parameter here. So this is the one which we created. There is a min height 400 pixel flex column property layer here, and then this is just a simple class name and others, just to showcase details. Now you can follow your own design and own creativity whenever you are generating any of that, like empty pages or empty structure or empty component. Now that's why I'm skipping those part. Try to bring your creativity, and if you are following that, you can just grab the code. I'm going to provide that to you. So part 8 is already there, so this should be the part 9. Entire things gonna be providing to you. So now this is my thing, is that which is product is available, right? So now I need to show the product. So how we can show the product? First of all, I'm gonna render a div here. So in that div, I'm gonna pass that a table view so that it should be good. So t head, and that t head, I'm going to provide a tr, so table raw, then the t heading, which going to be first one going to be image. And if I save, you see the image is right here. First of all, I'm gonna like decorate the div. So for the class name and overflow x should be not auto. I'm going to provide that one. Then for the table itself, for the class name, which should be full, I'm going to provide a border collapse property, so there should be no border itself. And then for the t head, so let's put a class name. I'm going to provide a border b property, so that should be the border at the bottom. Okay, cool. Now in the table row, that should be, which going to be, let's put a class name here, and bj should be, let's say I'm going to provide a block, and on the block I'm going to just provide a 80 pixel 80% opacity. Okay, that's too much. I'm going to provide a 10. Okay, cool. How much is here? There is nothing actually. Okay, so either it can be, I think I'm going to go with the 5, at least little bit shadow effect. Okay, save. Did I close that? Okay, cool. Now it's not cool. I closed that. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just provide all of that t head for the heading properties. So I have the image, I have the category, I have the type, status, price, and action. Now every single th is having that padding 2 text left, and that as you can see, category will be hidden whenever md only, the medium screen will be seen here. Type, status would be hidden, action would be hidden. So in that responsiveness, I'm just focusing to provide whatever the things is requiring. The same thing is happened to be here. So that's the whatever the required field is needed, we will showcase there. Otherwise, we're gonna keep it as empty as possible. In that way, there should be a minor problem to make any of the mistake, and it would be better to showcase all the required things which is really needed to be seen. Now after the t head, we're gonna make that t body, and in that t body, we're gonna go with that favorite product dot. I'm gonna go with the slice property. Remember, so we're gonna slice with the 0 value, and then we're gonna go with that visible product. So whatever the visible product is there, we're gonna just map through it, and within that property, we're gonna get the product, and every single product should be the value of our product, which is gonna coming from the type itself. Now, what we're gonna go, we're gonna return inline or embedded. We're gonna go with the table raw property here also, and then we're gonna go with the table data properties. So in that table data, we need to provide the every single segment or whatever the requirement which we are encompassing together. First one, it should be a bigger step. First of all, if we put hello, you can see the hello is there. So this, you can see this is right here, but we'll not just put a simple hello. First of all, in the tr, we should be passing that key. Otherwise, it's gonna popping up error. So that should be id. So the underscore id. And after that, also put a class name. I'm gonna just pass a border b. So the bottom layer should be a border. You can see this is right here. Nothing is right here. If I type something, it's gonna fetch. Okay. Now I'm gonna provide, like, say for the table data. That one should be a class name, and that should be padding x should be 2, padding y should be 4. And after that, we're going to make it a flex. Item should be center because multiple item will be there, and gap should be, let's say 2. And after passing that, we're going to have an x icon, which we can say the close icon here. So in the close icon, the side
we're going to provide the size of 18, and also we're going to provide that class name. Whenever I hover, text should be, let's say, shop orange, or we can say, if we go in the globals.css, I want to see what kind of colors we're providing. So we are having that, only that. So we doesn't have the red itself. So I'm going to provide a default red here, 600, and then we are just going to be, let's say, hover effect. So that will let us just, you see, delete that icon. Okay, and also we're going to make that hover cursor pointer. So that's the one thing. And also it should be, let's say, whenever you're going to click on that, it's going to run a simple function here, which are going to provide that remove favorite product, and that should be passing that product.id. And after that, it also going to pass a toast message. So toast.success should be, let's say, product removed from wish list. So that's what we're gonna do. First of all, now we are having one product. So if we go and take back multiple products, so we can easily compare that how this things is working. So I'm gonna just take 5. Even we doesn't have any image or others, you can see the count and calculate. We have 5. If we click, you see there is 4. So the function is working. So after that X icon, we need to provide our image. So if we have that product.images, and then only we're gonna bring that image, and that will be contained with our link property, and that link property going to contain with our image segment here. And also whenever we are passing that link here, we need to go with that href property. You see, we'll go back to our product.slack.current. We're gonna pass that query. I think that query is not needed. That's just for another segment which we are dealing here. So I'm gonna go and just root back to that. So href product, I think, yeah, no need this one. I'm gonna just go and make a simple flexible property. Okay, that's it. Now for the image, let's just provide that source property, which should be that URL4. And on that URL4, it should be generating that product.images, and then it's gonna just combine that URL. And for that one, product, let's say, uh, product image. I think we're gonna see something. Yeah, it's popping up. So means it's working. And instead of 50 by 50, I want that to be 80 by 80. I think that will give us a little bit a much more room and breathing space to showcase the details. And now we provided object cover. I think this one is not required. We will do our own class name. First of all, that should be rounded. Rounded should be MD. Why the cover is coming on and on. And we will also make that as a group property. So first of all, let's go in that H, like the link property. We're gonna provide some of that class name. And as you know, that should be hidden. Only on the screen it should be Indian flex. So over here, what we're gonna do, whenever we're gonna hover on the group, because we made the group of the link, so the group hover, we want that scale should be 105, and also we're gonna pass that hover effect, and height should be 20, width should be 20. Oh, object should be contained, not the overflow. That should be, object should be contain. That's it. So now we have a very good view property. If you see, it should be just popping up. If we click, it will be taking us to the single product page the way it was leading before, or the way it was telling before. Okay, and now what we can do here, okay, just click, and it was taking a bit of time to go and contain that. So now we have the link, we have the image, and after the link property, like after the image one, I want another p tag, which going to provide us that our product dot name. So that should be the product name. And for the product name itself, we will make some class name here, and that class name will contain, we're gonna just define that. We'll just make simply that class name should be line clamp should be 1, so it will not be no longer than 1 line, and then we're going to refactor the others. Okay, so this is the product name, and after that also we want another table data. So that's the first one. That should be the second one. Here we're going to map through the categories, and every single categories we're going to join it through. You see the gadget, accessories, earbuds, so all the categories will follow through. Then we're going to have our another one where we're going to showcase our variant. So again, the table data layer, you see the gadget variant is right popping up. And after that, we will also list the visible property, like if the stock is available. If the stock is available, only then we are putting showing that is stock. Otherwise, it's just going to show that as it will be not available, so it's out of stock. So this is a very vocal and crazy point of that. You see the gadget in stock. If it's just showcasing the others, it would be out of stock. So if you just make the null check, you can see the value here out of stock. And after that, we should be another two value here. One, it will be like providing the price. Another would be providing our cart button. Now you see, we are doing or dealing with some of the few components which we created before. So this is the things only coming by time to time, right? Our own component which we know we did it before, and you see is coming time to time. That's the simple math which we are dealing with, and so on. We are, I think, that is a very good and cool point. So now, as we are having that part over here, so we're gonna finishing that table on that div. Then we're gonna go with that. Let's say if we have the visible products is smaller than bigger. If we need to just go and check with that, so favorite. So if the favorite product is bigger on that length from that visible product, only then we want to showcase that. And then we're going to showcase which going to be another div, and on the div we're going to have a button, and on that button it's going to say load more. Okay, so that will showcase the data. Right now we have a very small point here, so we're gonna just add some more product. We're gonna add all of that so that it will be easily visible. Okay, so 9. I think the button should be appear. Yeah, load more button is right here. So now we'll work with that overflow. Now for that div itself, put a class name. Margin top should be 8, and then we're gonna make that text should. I'm gonna just only do that. Okay, margin top, I think, yeah, that's enough. Margin top here, if we just reload, we can see that button there. Okay, and then we're gonna make that one, the button itself should be, I'm gonna make the variant, and that variant should be, let's say, outline variant. Okay, I think 8 is too much. I'm gonna make that as 4. Okay, here as 4. Or instead of margin top, I'm gonna make my, so it's gonna capture all of that. Instead of 4, I'm gonna make it 5. I think it's a little cool. Now for that itself, what I'm gonna do, whenever that button is available, I'm gonna make it on click property, and that on click it should be, let's say, it will be, let's say, load more, right? So what I'm gonna do, first of all, let's say just set visible products. I'm going to provide the products as 10 just to showcase is it working or not. So if we go and click here, you see there is 10 product only. So it means the maximum product is here. So I'm going to go in shop to add as much possible. I'm going to add some of the more product to just go and see how it can be look alike. So I'm going to add more. Okay. Okay. Now, once we're clicking on that, like particularly for the load more, I think we can, you see what we did, we said that it is that I think visible product, I think there is some of the mistake which we happen to be done there. I think instead of so that visible product, we can make that visible product as, let's say, a favorite product, and we can just make that let's say 10, or we can just pass. Okay, anyway, we will, I think what we need that whenever we are using that load more. So first we are okay, that's happened here. So set visible products is previous dot 5 product dot length. Okay, first we have that. Okay, So we are having, let's say we are having a 15 product, but we are showcasing only 10. So we need to combine that load more variable instead of providing that. So what we can do, yeah, we instead of writing that function, we can just pass that load more value here. So where we are now, I think we are here. Okay, so I think we can just simply run that our load more function. So that's gonna happen, help us to load more every time. It's gonna add 555, right? So right now we are having showing only 7, so it should be generating 5 more. You see, yeah, 5 more. If you're generating, yeah, 5 more. So every time it's gonna add 555. So you're gonna have a very good step to not to dumping all the product, but loading every time. You're gonna load 5 more product, and in that way you're gonna go and make the things in a very good and decent look. Now this is, we have our load more button, and for like I think for the load list we can also go with that. If we have that visible product is length is bigger than 10, then we can go with that load list available. So I don't want to make that one, I will make it as 5. Okay, and the same thing should be my. Okay, but there is a chance which can, if we just reload here, so we should be having two buttons together, right? So first of all, if we go here, if we are making load more, now also we see the load list should be appearing here. So what I'm gonna do, instead of popping up this entirely, I'm gonna make another div here. Okay, and then I'm gonna put that all together, put a class name, I'm gonna make it a flex, item should be center, so side by side, and gap should be 5. Okay, or we can make 2. Okay, so now we can also make load more to go there. We can also get that load. So that's the last instance. We can go with the load less. Even if you are loading 5, you can also go with that. Okay, I don't want to go with that, I'm gonna just make that load less. So that's how you can combine. I think that's simple and easy. Now we did it. We did all of that, but we need another button. What is that? That should be going through after that div here. So if we having that favorite product, and if it's dot length, if its length is bigger than 0, only then it going to popping up, and then it will be a button which going to be receipt favorite, or we're gonna just pass that our button which will be receipt wish list. Okay, so we're going to receive our entire wish list, and that should be, let's provide a class name, and should be margin bottom should be 5. I think that would save the purpose. And also we're going to make that one as say it would be, or instead of that we can also provide our own custom class name which also going to generate the scenario. I think that would be a simple way to destructurize and to showcase how you can combine. You see, this also you can make custom if you wanted to. So that button also we will make that a variant. So the variant should be, let's say it should be destructive. Okay, cool. And okay, I think that is fine. So the visible product, okay, and also I think instead of passing that, I think we can also pull that all together. Yeah, so that it can item center. Why that button is getting bigger? Mm, did I need to mention the size, or I think it's better bottom the below layer is good. Yeah, we can also provide the size. Size should be, let's say, a small size, and also we can make that font. So should be font should be semi bold. I'm gonna make the size as LG. Yeah, so if I click on that wish list, it's gonna provide that our entire segment. So if we click on that, on click, handle, receipt, wish list, wish list, wish list. So I'm gonna go at the top. I'm gonna start mixing on that. So wish list, and we're gonna do the same thing. So const confirmed, if yeah, confirm receipt. So we're gonna just pass that receipt value. So if we click here, are you sure you want to receipt your wish list? Yes, everything is receipted. Now we can go back to the home, right? And also we can go to our card. Let's add some product on the card. So what we need to do right now is to combine everything, and we need to go start working to receive the payment. So means to create our checkout instances, and we're going to do it using this Stripe, and we're going to make it right now.
Before moving to create the checkout instances, there is a little work we need to do. As you see, we have order summary, but for the smaller screen, you can see the summary bottom at the, it just happened to be at the bottom, but we didn't make any kind of scenario for it. So first of all, we need to make that happen. We need to fill up the component, and after that we're gonna create the checkout. You see the order summary, it will be the same summary, the one which we are happen to be here. It will be the same thing. Just what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy paste the entire segment which we are having at the top, and you can do the same for it. As you see the order summary, we have the deep instances. I'm gonna copy it, right? And I'm gonna pass like after the h2 tag, it will be there. So as you see the similar pattern, it can be follow. So I'm gonna just make it smaller. You see the same instances is going to happen. So now this is nothing to worry. So if you did the previous thing, you can just follow the same segment, the same scenario, it will work perfectly fine. Now we need to make our checkout instances for the all of the buttons. So this button and other button, we're gonna do the same pattern to be incorporate with our payment authentication and also the other parameter. First of all, we need to clarify like some of the condition. As you see, we have our loading which is happening for the fetch addresses and others. Now also we can do some more patterns, some more things which can really happen to be help. So first of all, we're gonna go and create our like the button premises or checkout premises, right? So first of all, if we go and see, I'm gonna make it smaller, so that's it's better to be in bigger portion. So this is my order summary, and here is going to be my this one, right? So here I'm gonna make it visible. So whenever I have any loading state is running on, I want to make it visible. So the button, it will not be visible here. And also whenever I'm gonna click on that, I'm gonna make it a function to run, which should be handle checkout. So this is the function which will be responsible to create the checkout instances. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna use the same parameter as it is, because this function going to be similar for both of the parameter. Now after doing that, I'm gonna make it at the bottom. So const handle checkout, which will be just a simple function. Okay. Now this function's gonna handle a lot of things, right? We need to pass all of the complicated matters to dump it in that scenario. So we need to be very careful when we are doing. But before doing also, we can configure one more thing. We need to configure our Stripe account, otherwise you know it will not be like valuable for you. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna log in. If you doesn't have any Stripe account, you can create your own account. You can go through either with the, if you have just a Gmail account or Google account, it's easy for you to just go and jump on that. So I just log in with one of my account, which is just a new account. It's feel free to go after like creating that. If you haven't having any trouble, let me know in the comments. I will help you with that. And also you can, I will like attach one video here where I show how you can configure this Stripe in a very good way. So now over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click like create a new account. You see I have one shop tag, I have one MERN, so I'm gonna create another account, right? It's just to create, to check the payment. So that should be, let's say shop cart, let's say shop cart payment, or I can make like that payment, right? Shop cart payment, and feel free to keep the same. Now here is the funny part. I'm gonna show you what kind of things you are requiring happen to be there within your application to just to work with that. Remember, we have one environment variable before where I was just showcasing that one. I'm gonna just make that one one recurring payment. Skip for now. I'll just go with that. I don't want to configure that. I just and test account, so no need to be configuring that much. Okay, now over there, as you see, you need to select like you need to check your account. You see, you need to like go through it. If your account is not showing here, whatever you're working, you need to get from the menu. So your account should be here, whichever account you want to use it here, right? So right now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna go with our, as you see at the bottom, we have one developer tabs, and on that developer tabs I'm gonna go with like that API keys. Okay, so that's the key which I'm gonna use right here to get the combination. No worries about that, you can view it because I'm gonna revoke that key. You need to copy that key, right? And after copying that, you need to keep the key. Where's the key? Is that Stripe secret key, right? You need to keep it there. So now you can see you need to add two more variable in the .env file. One, it will be Stripe secret key, another it will be Stripe webhook secret. So now the secret key which you're gonna use just to go and use the payment, create the payment, but for the Stripe webhook secret, we're gonna use it to save the product in real time, not the product but the orders. So I'm gonna close that one right now, because now what you need to do, I want you to open your terminal, like the one is running, not that one but the other terminal, where we're gonna just like npm okay, it's just capitalize npm I just want to get this Stripe at latest, so it will initialize or install this Stripe within my application, and after installing we'll use it. So I'm gonna keep it okay. I think there is something okay, instead of running that, I'm gonna go with just Stripe, so it will go a incorporate version here. I think no, still, so I think I need to go with our legacy path dependency, as some versioning mismatching is happening here. So if it's happening, I'm gonna go with the latest. Let's just fix that dependency error. Okay, so now what we're gonna do right now is to create our checkout instances. Now we're gonna do some more magic here. First of all, whenever I'm gonna come in here, whenever I'm gonna start working here, I'm gonna make that set loading as true. So anybody click on that payment, handle payment or handle checkout, like the button over here, it's gonna automatically start loading. If you just click on that, you see the please wait button. So means our button is just working right now. It's visible, nobody can click it, or it will not work perfectly the way you are looking forward. You need to reload, or you need to just go back and come again, only then it will work. So that's the fundamental things which we are looking forward to happen to be done. So now we did it. Now set loading is true. Now we're gonna set some of the things. First of all, we're gonna make that a try catch formula. So in the try catch, so this is a try and catch block. So if the first try block is running, means everything okay, it will not go in the catch. But if it failed to try, then it will go in the catch, and it's gonna specify why it couldn't try. And after that, there is another formula you can use, which is the finally. So even it try, even it catch, whatever the measurement, it will always come back to the finally. So as you see, once the function is running, I make it as set loading true. You can also make it in try catch. I don't want to keep that in the block because it will just go through on the block, but whenever someone click, it will go. But in the final block, it will automatically make it set loading as false. If I click, you see the portion is that it's not happening, because you see it just getting faster. Now in the cache block, what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna just make that console.error. So console.error, I want to just flag an error if there is an error coming from the cache block. So error creating checkout session. So that would be the error which we are facing, and we're gonna just simply pass the error. Now what kind of things we're gonna try? First of all, we're gonna try to create a metadata, right? So it should be metadata, and I'm gonna just declare the type later on. I'm gonna just first bring the metadata here. We're gonna first create the order number, and then the order number we're gonna bring from the crypto, and crypto is embedded, so you can just simply pass that. So it will be not like that, should be random UUID, so it will automatically generate a random number. Then it will also get to the customer name, and the customer name should be user. Did we get the user? Did we fetch the user here? I think so. You see the user is coming from the use user, so we are having the user. So now that one should be user has a full name, and if the user doesn't have the full name, then we're gonna just pass the name as unknown. Okay, but should be having a name. And then also we're gonna pass that customer. Okay, it should be customer email. The customer email should be user dot email addresses, and the email addresses what is coming from the clerk is coming as an array of addresses, so we're gonna always take the first one to give the prioritize. And then we're gonna get that clerk user ID, and that ID should be user, and that would be ID. And so that ID it will be available, so no worries about that. And after that we're gonna pass that address, and the address should be our selected address. So this should be our metadata. You can just make that locked just to see what kind of metadata we are having right now. If I just go in and inspect, we should be able to see what kind of information we are passing as a metadata just to be combined together. If I click, you see we have our order number, clerk user ID, customer email, customer name, order number. Now if you go in our order type, that's the things which we are needing. You see we have the order number, and also you can see clerk user ID, you see the customer name, you see the so all the things which we are pouring from there, one way or either in somewhere we are needing that. So right now as we are having the metadata, we need to pouring through, let's say, const checkout URL, because that URL we're gonna create once we having the checkout session. So that should be an await formula, and in that instances our entire function going to be a synchronous function. And why is that? Because once we're gonna click on that proceed to checkout, we are not within our application, we are sending the request to our like the Stripe payment directly here in the Stripe API. So it will take time when we don't know how is Stripe gonna respond instant, or there can be the traffic itself, so it will be a delay. So we're gonna wait. So in that formula, so we're gonna let the function knows it should be a synchronous way. It will wait for the response till my request is getting timeout. Now as you see the checkout session, so what I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm gonna create a check action here. You can go with the API, you can create your API, then you can go with that, but I'm gonna use that both way. Here I'm gonna use that actions, so that should be my actions tab where I'm gonna keep the actions, and also I'm gonna create the API. Also I'm gonna create that for the use the webhook. So in both way, how to handle in both parameter. Here I'm gonna create a function called create let's say checkout session.ts, not tsx but ts. And in that ts file, right now I'm gonna just simply make that a function const let's say async function. You can also write the function like that. So async function, the function name should be the similar file name, I'm gonna keep that, so should be create, let's say, checkout session. And here I'm gonna just simply pass the function, right? So this is the simple function which gonna handle our entire server parameter. And how it gonna handle, I'm gonna just let you know, and I'm gonna do it in front of you so you're gonna have an idea. Then what I'm gonna do, once my function credential going to be running on, we're gonna await to make that create checkout session. We're gonna wait for the function. So in that function we're gonna pass some of the things. One, we're gonna pass that group items. Another, we're gonna pass that entire metadata, right? And what we're gonna receive, so we're gonna receive a checkout URL. So that's the URL which we need to handle to pass that within the Stripe authentication. So now if we having that checkout URL, we will just simply pass that window.location.href. It should be checkout URL. So what I'm gonna do, whenever that function going to be start in action, it gonna return me, it gonna create a instances, and then it gonna talk with the Stripe. Then they're gonna pass a simple a link there. So I'm gonna redirect the link from my application to that link. So now after what they're gonna do, of course I'm gonna specify that. For right now I'm gonna keep it like that. I don't want to make save. If I save, you see they're gonna be error. But I think, yeah, till I didn't call the function, it's not in work. If I click, it should specify that. Okay, right now I'm gonna just make it reload, so nothing to be worried about. So right now we're gonna having two particular problem here. One is that checkout URL about the items, but we're gonna go here and we're gonna fix those things. First of all, what we want to do in a way, as you see by default, all the component as a server-side render. But if you want to use any of the component or page as a server, you need to specify similar as the way we declare use client. We need to define it as a use server. So now this is a server components. It has the same power which we are using to use the API. As you see, we used to happen to be there. We just need to call a call a API directory. The way we are making that things, the same functionality, same formality is having there. It can do the same thing. So now what we're gonna do in that instances, it's gonna get some props, right? What kind of props it gonna get? It's gonna get some items, and it also gonna get the metadata, right? Metadata. Now, what is the item and what is the metadata? We need to first recirculate that. First of all, we need to check that should be export. We will make that an interface, and we're gonna create a metadata interface here. So note the, I'm gonna keep the M is bigger, so it should be different. Okay, the metadata going to be having the several instances, remember, which the instances we have been created. It should be having the, like, say, what's the address? It should be having the order number, which is a string. It should be having the customer name is string, customer email is string, check a Clerk user ID should be string, and the address is optional. If there is address, the type would be an address, and it can be null, so nothing to worry about it. And another interfaces which can be a grouped item. So what we are sending from that group item, remember, we just simply pass the card item, right? So that card item contains in the store item parameter. So that's the card item which we are having there. So that's the same parameter it gonna happen. So it gonna get entire, the items will contain our entire card item. So we can just simply pass that group card items, and our metadata going to be contain the metadata segment which we are just passing it here. And as you see, we are having a good time here now. Okay, the group items, what is that? Is not assignable a parameter group items. Type card item is missing the following properties: product and quantity. So I think we are missing something. It's missing card item. So we can just pass. So card item. Okay, I think a card item contain the product and quantity together is contained itself. So I think instead of passing that, I think we can just simply pass that. It's not like that. Should be card item, but an array of card item. No. Anyway, I'm gonna check first. I'm gonna go with that. Then I'm gonna see if it's really happened to be get a problem. But it should not be having a problem. Missing the following properties from group items: product, quantity. So group items, the card item. This is the group items which we are having here. And if we check in our user store parameter, what we are passing, okay, if we go in our store, in the group items, where is that? In the group, okay, did we having that? Okay, get grouped items going to be contain okay, the entire product segment, and is resolving that. So it should work. Anyway, we're gonna check. We're gonna just right now, I'm gonna go with that, or you can just, if you're having any problem with, you can just go through the any version. Okay, even any is not configured, so means we have a legit problem. Okay, now we can say, or we can make the things like as the group item should be there, right? So what we can do here, instead of passing it directly, we can also make a condition if we have the group items, right? So means the group items is available, and if we have the group items and the group items dot length is bigger than 0, only then we're gonna render the entire segment. So we're gonna just simply pass that. So only then it's gonna pass that checkout. And first item we can make that. So yes, no, it's not solving the issue like that. There is something happening. So did we getting the group item? So first of all, what I'm gonna do, instead of passing that value here, I'm gonna just see if we can get the group item. So let's just get the group items. Okay, I'm gonna check if the group items is available, then it can be saving our purposes. So I'm gonna go with that. I think some of my caching error is happening. Okay, anyway, it's just gone. So great. Yeah, I am having my product, I am having the quantity, so no worries, we are having the group items. So even if you're facing any of the type error, we can just bypass that, and then of course we're gonna fix each and every single statement. No worries about that, nothing to be worried. Okay, I'm gonna get you back, no worries. So right now we have our cart item, and also what we can do, you see the metadata we use, we can also use that combination of metadata right here, because we can just import it. So we have the metadata segment. Okay, if the Clerk user ID is available, okay, we can see the ID, or we can also make that one, the ID can be there, or it also can be undefined. So it can be ID. If ID not there, it also can be undefined. I think why the error is there. So string undefined, what is there, type assign undefined to the string, which is declared here on, okay, Clerk user ID. Did I just misspell the name? Okay, Clerk user ID, if it's available, yeah, only if it's available, then keep like that. Okay, anyway, now it's working. So Clerk user ID. Okay, now what you need to do, first of all, if we go back here, so this is the this is where our function gonna run. So I'm gonna first, what I'm gonna do, remember we have one, did we create that lib directory here? Yeah, we have the lib. So in the lib we need to create a simple handy function by which we can just define our stripe parameter. Okay, so what I'm gonna do in that lib, I'm gonna create one more function here. So should be stripe .ts. This is just a simple configuration file function for our stripe. So stripe from, let's say, stripe. Okay, now after that we're gonna define that if in that process .env, remember we have our, like, say, stripe secret key. So should be stripe underscore secret key. So if there is no stripe secret key, means it's empty, we can just pass a simple message that stripe secret key is not defined or not set. So means we know that the problem is there. Okay, and then, like, now we can define the stripe. Const stripe is equal to new. Remember, we're gonna create a new stripe instances, and that should be defining okay, that should be defining the key, which going to be, okay, that should be updated, and that one, the Vercel one. So the stripe should be new stripe, and the key should be and the publishable key is not required. We're gonna just work with the like the secret key as we are running it in the server. So that should be our secret key, and then we can directly inject the stripe from here. So now here we can just gather the information, and we can be utilizing the stripe right here in that parameter. So first of all, I'm gonna get a try catch block from this parameter. So that should be one try block. If we fail, then we're gonna run that our close like the catch block. So in the catch block, we're gonna just simply get that console.error. We're gonna first formulate the error, populate the error to showcase that. So first of all, error creating, let's say it should be a checkout session. So that would be the session error. So, and after passing that, we also need to throw an error. So I'm gonna just simply throw an error. No need to put the throw new error or something. I can just simply throw the error right here. So now we need to do a lot of things right here, which will be very, very complicated, and it's very important to go with that. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we need to get the customer list. Remember, a single customer can have a multiple, like we need to set the order according to the customer. Like a user can have a multiple order, so we need to grab that. So now what we're gonna do, first of all, we're gonna do one simple parameter, which is that retrieve, and that should be retrieve existing customer or create a new one. So that should be handling that. So first of all, we're gonna go const customers is equal to, that should be await, and we're gonna use that our stripe from the lib stripe. So from there we're gonna just like accumulate our stripe. So that should be that stripe dot customers dot list. And now there is a very vocal point. If your stripe is not configured properly, you will not see those kind of things, right? The initial is not gonna come for you, so you need to be very careful and just check if it's set or not. So the email should be metadata dot customer email, and we just wanna limit as one, so a single email can only be a single user, like a single customer. So right now, as you see, if we have the we are just retrieving the user, if we like as we're retrieving the customer, so now we can pass the customer ID. Const should be customer ID, and the ID should be, let's say, customers dot data, and if the data dot, if the length is bigger than 0, only then should be that customer data dot ID, and otherwise instead of null we can just passing simply an empty value. Okay, so what we're doing, we are setting a customer ID, because every time whenever we're gonna check or create a payment instances, it will be upon within that customer ID. So the customer ID is setting to that ID. So if the customer has an ID, then okay, fine, we're gonna set the customer ID as an ID. If it doesn't have an ID, it should be a new customer, so it will go with that. The initial, it should be an empty value. So now we need to create a session payload by which we gonna dump everything, so that our like the stripe will know how it can handle that. So should be const a session payload, and that session payload, remember, we need to also import our stripe at the top the way we did that. So let's say import stripe from stripe, so that need to be imported at the top. So now the session payload gonna have so many things. First of all, it gonna have the parameter, or you can say the type safety as the stripe safety, and that should be from the checkout and from the session create params. So within that params, we're gonna create the session, and that should be an object. So now we are just passing that to create the session parameter. First of all, we need to pass the metadata. Remember, the metadata we are following through. The metadata should be taking that order number. So should be order number, and that order number should be, let's say, metadata dot order number. So that's the first instance it's gonna take, and then the same thing. And right now, okay, instead of passing that, we can just dump it like that. Okay, right now also the Clerk user ID is having the issue. Not knowing why is the okay. Clerk user ID should be string or undefined. String or undefined. Okay, string, number, or null. Okay, let's see if we can solving the problem. No, still having that. Okay, I want to check that one more time. So what is happening is saying the string undefined is not assignable to the string number, the type undefined. Okay, let me see again. Property is string or undefined, right? So that should be like that, but still it's not solving the issue. So the Clerk user ID, or we can just simply pass that yeah, that I think that's the minimal portion we can do. We can just say that, yeah, no worries about that, brother, it should be there. That's it. So that's the way you can just simply observe it. So right now we're passing the order number according the number which we are having in the metadata. We are having the customer name, customer email, Clerk user ID, and for the address we are stringifying the address. Remember, the address is gonna coming as an object, or I think the address is going to be an array of I think it's an object or array. We can just simply go in the address. Yeah, it's an object. So as it's an object, we cannot send the object within the, like for the network, we need to stringify that so that it can reach to our database. Now what we can do after passing that metadata, we should be providing the mode should be passing as a payment mode, as we're gonna receive the payment. And also the allow promotion codes, of course we want the promotion code to be true, because that should be, we're gonna add that, no worries about it. And for the payment method, so let's say payment method, and I think the payment method types, maybe, yeah, method types, no need the data structure. So there should be a multiple payment methods. We're gonna just simply use the card method right now, as we're gonna just take the payment and default payment. And after that also we will enable the invoice parameter, right? So should be invoice creation, we want to make the invoice creation as enabled as true, so user can create the invoice parameter. And the success URL, for right now, remember the success URL should be following through, like I'm gonna provide my one, which gonna be accelerate the scenario which you're having to be there. So the success URL gonna combine two parameters. First of all, one should be that process.env next public base URL. In your env file, there is the top one, which is the next public base URL. So that would be the first one. Then /success / we're gonna go with that for the session ID. We're gonna get the checkout session ID, and we go with the order number. The order number should be from the metadata.order number. And if any chance, if you cancel that, it's gonna just pass you to the return back to the card. We don't want to create a cancel page. We're gonna just redirect to the card. Okay, that's it. You can also create a cancel page and show the error and others. It's up to you. Now we need to create the line items. Because the way our product is there, Stripe can't read it, right? So we need to feed the data such a way so that Stripe can read that, right? And as we are having our items, remember, so items, we can adjust items.map. You can do like several parts. First of all, we can just pass that as a value here, which can be combining it all together. I think it will work. First of all, yeah, if we go in the okay, there is the problem. We need to solve it first before creating that line items parameter, because it will not take the value at all. And the problem is created. I think I find the solution here. As you see the group card items, I think I need to specify as that could be an array. Yeah, so that could be the simple solution for it. Yeah, that's what I'm missing. So right now what we need to do, we need to provide that line items. So you can also create that line items a separate way, or you can also render it here. It's up to you the way you feel it better. So first of all, I'm gonna go with that items.map, and every single thing it's gonna just take particularly as an item. I forget the dot, and that item, then we're gonna just provide it through, we need to make it inline return. Then we're gonna return a simple object. First of all, we will pass the price data. So the price data, it should be the data of that. We're gonna pass the currency, and then currency should be, we're gonna pass the currency as USD. So that's the currency, it will be there. And then also we will pass that unit amount. So the amount should be, let's say I'm gonna concat all together. So math dot, I will make that as a round figure. So the round should be item dot product dot price, and we're gonna multiply the price with 100, because we cannot send the price as a single price. We need to make it within a cent parameter. So that's the way we can do it, just passing that as 100. So $1 is 100 cents. If you're using the same like the Oman Real, 1 Real is around 1000 paisa. You need to multiply within the paisa, like 1000 paisa. So that's the base formula we need to provide within that. Then we're gonna have our product data. As the product data going to be having a multiple scenario, so every product data gonna contain the name, and the name should be first of all item.product. We're gonna pass the name. If the name is not there, we can also find a fallback unnamed product, or you can say the unknown product. And then we're gonna pass the description, and the description should be, let's say, item.product.description. It would be there, no worries about that. And then we're gonna have the metadata. And the metadata by itself, we can pass that. We simply just grab the ID, and the ID should be item.product._ID. Okay, so that's the one segment here. And after metadata, we need to provide an images. And by the way, our images is actually the images as an array of images. So we can just simply map that item.product. If the images is there, only then we can render that one. So item.product.images dot length. If the length is bigger than 0, then it should be something, otherwise it should be something. If it's not bigger than 0, we can just pass an undefined value. Should be no image should be passing there. If it's there, remember the array, so url4 need to pass that, because we are grabbing the image from Sanity, but we cannot directly send the image like that. We need to return as a version by which Stripe can read. So item.product. Let's say dot images, we're gonna just simply pass the 0 value. So that should be the first instances of images which it can read and which it can get. Now we also gonna pass the quantity, and the quantity should be, let's say, item dot quantity. So that's the quantity it gonna capture. Okay, I think for the images maybe something happened. I think did we just misspell something? Okay, what we did wrong? Let me just check one more time. If we have like the item product, okay, I think we cannot directly combine that. Maybe we cannot use that. Are you sure? I have no idea. Oh, it was good, because that should not be having a problem. If we have item.product.images and if we have that item product.images images dot length is bigger than 0, then we're gonna pass that url4. We're gonna pass that item.product.images. Okay, we need to send back the URL. Yeah, we missed that URL. That's it. So now we are having that our line items, and within the quantity, so we have the entire data. So as you see, that's the one is responsible to create our line items, means the product. So we are having the line items, so our data is fulfilled. So now we have a session URL like session payload, so we can now feed that payload. We can now complete, our payload is complete, so we can just make it minimized, as you see, after passing that. So that's the I think that's the one where it's finished. So as we're having the session payload, so what we can do now, so if we have the customer ID, right? Because without the customer ID, we don't want to render it. If we have the customer ID, the session payload dot, then we're gonna pass that customer. Customer, it should be the customer of our, let's say, customer ID. Okay, that I think session payload, that customer. Okay, so if that one is there, otherwise we're gonna create a new, because if we having the customer ID, the payload gonna assign with that customer ID. If we doesn't have that customer ID, we will create an ID according to the email. So the email is the unique. Then if like your email is like test1@gmail.com, so every time you order as a test1@gmail.com, your category or a table should be one table gonna handle with that, and then should be the multiple row over there. So that's the way it can work. So if we having the customer ID, it's gonna save within the customer ID. If doesn't having the customer ID, we're gonna just create a new customer ID. So we did it. Now we are having all of those things. Now we're gonna create a session. That session should be await. Okay, should be await, and then we're gonna pass that stripe.checkout.sessions, and from there we're gonna just simply pass the session payload, and we're gonna return our session dot URL. It should be URL. And also what we're gonna do, throw error return null. Actually throwing error, so it will not return. Okay, sessions, and then okay, sessions dot, we need to create a session, so it should be there. So if everything okay, we can get an checkout URL. So first of all, instead of passing that one here, I'm gonna comment that, because I want to log whatever the things we are receiving. So let's say checkout URL, save. And right now I'm gonna inspect my again, and then I'm gonna make a reload here, because you know we did a lot of things, so it's better to have a very good version of reloading and see everything from the beginning. Okay, done. And also we can combine with that, you know, once it's reloading, we can also pass that. What's the error is here? I think one issue we are facing, HTML. Okay, that's the client error. I think there's something happened from the Clerk itself once you're opening that. Anyway, okay, so now if I just go click, you see Please wait. Okay, if I just open that URL in somewhere, you see, that's open this Stripe payment authentication. As you see, it's getting my default currency, then it's also taking my other currency. So that's the same thing we are happen to be. If we have the checkout URL, we are just referring that URL to go back and open that URL which you're having, which you happen to be there. And first of all, because remember, we gonna need one success screen, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a success, and over here it should be oops, it should not be next. It should be another, let's say, page.tsx or fce, that gonna pass that as a success page. Okay, now what you're gonna do, you're gonna create a payment. I'm gonna go with the dollar. So first, the default variation 424242, so that should be the default, and 12, that should be a valid month, means a valid date bigger than today. Then 123 CBC, I'm gonna provide my name here, then hit pay. So now if everything is working properly, we should be having a 29088 payment, and also it should be redirected to there. Okay, cool. So it's taking me back to my shopcart.reactbd.com. No worries about that, because I need to reshuffle my that one, the variable which we are passing there. I'm going to replace that with the localhost URL right now. So I just replaced that. And now what I'm gonna do, as you see, I'm gonna come back again here, and I'm gonna create again this payment. So this one already, I believe it's received, because as it's happened to be there, the payment is gonna be holding within that position. But again, it's better to us to check if it's happening or not. So I will go with the transactions, and then if it's loading, yeah, payment is done, so means it's working. So I'm gonna go one more time with that. Let's try one more. 4242, and should be 12 30 123, and provide a name, pay. So now if everything combined together having a good way, we should be just entirely returning back to our localhost 3000. You see the success order number, all the tracker is right here. So now we are happen to be getting one success page. So it's the time we need to work with our success page to combine and make a good deal with that. Now whenever we are coming on the success page, we need to be passing some of the data flow. First of all, I'm gonna make it as a use client, okay, because the entire segment here, it will be dependent on the client, client interface, right? So we will make that within a very good way to go with that scenario. And to do that, first we can now go and show up the order value, because now the order is set, but right now there is no order is set. Remember, we doesn't create our the webhook. So first of all, what I'm gonna do here, whenever I'm gonna rendering or coming back here, I'm gonna go with that first to create that. So should be const, it will also taking the user, and that user should be is equal to, let's say, it should be coming from user from the Clerk. So we can grab the user, and also we're gonna get that const should be receipt card, and we're gonna take it from our store. st, I think use store, yes. So that's gonna happen to be, so whenever we're gonna coming in this page, we want to receive our entire card. And to do that, we're gonna just use first of that use effect parameter, so that we will easily or simply can do that. And now also before any further movement, we can also pass some of those parameter which can be really remarkable to go with that. First, I think we also need to grab that, let's say, search params should be use search params. So now we can just render that, and from the search params we can get the order number. As you see, order number, that's the number value should be similar of that key. So we can pass the order number as the number of that, let's say, use search params dot get, and that would not like that, use search params, not use search params, should be search params dot get, because the search params is right here. So should be get, and gonna pass that. So it's gonna track the order number, and according to that also we can get the success. So also you can get the session ID. So instead of the, I think the session ID can do a very good assessment here. I think so. So session ID. So whenever we're gonna having the session ID, or also we can pass the both segment, is up to you. I'm gonna go with the session ID, or you can also go with the like the order number. So whenever we are having the session ID, and also you're gonna rendering use effect parameter. So it means we need to make the empty effect. We need to clear our card. So we can just simply pass that whenever we are having that session ID. And also we're gonna pass that our like say clear a receipt card parameter. So receipt card, yeah. So now what we're gonna do, every time you're having there, we can just simply, if we have that session ID, we can just make that, let's say receipt card. You can also combine that for like the order parameter also, receipt card. So that's the function going to be there. As you see, that order ID should be removed, like that card number should be removed. Whenever it's gonna render here at the first instances, you see it's just an empty. So that's the one which we did. Now right now we also gonna render so many other parameters. So we're gonna create one by one, but also before going, first I'm gonna just design a bit, then we need to also set up the webhook, otherwise we will not be do the same segment which you're looking for. And for the div itself, we can just make that one as an the bg grade gradient is gradient from to bottom right, from gray 50 to gray 100, flex item center, justify center, to keep everything in the middle. Okay, right. So right now, after dealing with that, we also can use the motion. So I'm going to import the motion here. So should be, let's say, import motion. And the motion, we're gonna use it to generate like the way it gonna showcase the design pattern. So what I'm gonna do, as it's just going to be simple like the state ratio of that parameter going to be handled. So I'm gonna just populate the data here. So that should contain one div. And after that, I'm gonna passing that value here. So that should be containing those kind of parameter. No worries, I'm gonna explain that to you. First of all, what it's gonna do whenever it's going to be reloading. I think, yeah, I need to import the check here. That's what I'm missing. So the icon is not there. That's why the error is happening. One more error is coming. No, I think, yeah, order number. Yeah, okay, I need to provide the order number, because I'm showcasing the order number. That's why I was keep tracking with the order number. But you can also use the session ID, or you can use the both, it's up to you. So we are just showcasing the order number. And how we are showcasing, you see the order confirmed, and then thank you for your purchase, we are processing your order and will ship it soon. A confirmation email with your order details will be sent to your inbox shortly. Order number and the other parameter is going so on. So that's the way it will combine through it. So I'm gonna go and in the div instances, gonna make a div, and here I'm gonna make that background color should be white, and rounded should be 2 axle, and then shadow should be, let's say shadow should be 2 axle, and after that padding should be 6, and max width should be axle, and then width should be full, text should be center. So that's the combination here. As you see, looks better. So what we're doing, we are just like, if you reload here, you're gonna see how the things going to be coming. You see, okay, now this is getting an effect, and also we can just pass that one also within a motion.div, so that it will also gonna combine it all together. And the initial value and other value we're gonna popping up. As you see, the initially I'm getting it the y opacity 0, and the y like the vertical positioning getting 20, and on animate is 0 and duration 0.5. If you just reload that, you're gonna see it gonna popping up. Yeah, that's the one which you're creating right now. So first of all, in that div itself, the same is spring motion here is stiffness, and also scaling parameter. You see the same class name providing a check icon, the icon which is right here, then passing that order confirmed. Thank you for your purchase. Then we are processing the order and also send to your inbox shortly the order number. So now here also you can like show your order's length and other parameter, but right now I don't want to go and create lot of those things. Is you can do it, there is a scope for it. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go with that and populate the link itself so that it can just render in directly within the parameter where we are looking forward to. So let's create the shopping bag icon, and also one more icon should be the home icon. That's it. So what we are passing here, we are passing that to a redirector parameter like home, orders, and shop. So that's the way we can do it. And also we can deal with some of the parameter before going on that. I think rounded height 20, we can just make the gap. We can just make a space y, which can just pass that 3.5. So it's gonna provide a gap. Are they? No. Okay. I think this the containing the motion deep. So the outer confirm parameter. Thank you, confirm parameter. Then the grid parameter. It should populate, but why is not providing that? So okay. Space y. If we provide 6. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go with, let's say, providing a flex parameter. Yeah, flex column parameter. Okay, good. I'm gonna provide a gap of 5. I think now it's gonna show. Okay, so that's the way you can just make it a little bit more. Now you can design it. Remember, in our like the live site, there also we are showcasing the order tracker. You can also keep the order tracker if you're looking forward to. That's up to you, totally up to you. Now if we just go and open our studio here, we're gonna find something. And what is that? So let's just open admin studio. There you can see, sorry, it should be the studio, not admin studio. So here, as you see in the order, even we have to order, but remember we are not having those data is coming from our previous, like I'm using the same structure. So I'm going to remove that so that we can easily understand what's happening. We delete all of the orders. So now we're gonna go and try one more time. Let's go in the shop cart, and over here we're gonna try to create one more order. So let's go add to cart. We're gonna create a more checkout instances, and we're gonna see what is gonna happen. So we are processing with the checkout. We're gonna do the same thing which we did before, and then we're gonna go with that, and let's say 34. And by the way, if you're still with me, I know lots of people you are doing that same project with me. Have a little patient more, because we're gonna finish it maybe today, or maybe because there will be one more, maybe maximum one more part if possible. Then also I'm gonna combine it all together, and I'm really sorry because it's built is a lot of time consuming and I have a very limited time for it. So I did it as my best as it's supposed to be. So if you're still with me, like the video and subscribe the channel, it will be very helpful for me. So let's just pay, and we're gonna see if we're having any order to be in saved. First of all, it's gonna go and do all the setup, as you see, emptied and others. But in the orders, it's real time. If it's happened, it should be here, but it's nothing. It's because we need to set up our webhook. First of all, I'm gonna close each and everything, and you need to follow. I'm gonna provide the link in the description. You need to provide how you can install the Stripe CLI within your project. So you see, for the homebrew, for if you're using the Mac, you can use that. For the apt, if you're using the Linux, you can also go with that. And you see there is a Mac OS, Linux setup, Windows setup, everything is right here. For the Windows, you can go with their GitHub parameter, and on the GitHub you can see there is a version here. You can just use, it depends on your bits. So you see the 64-bit Linux, Mac OS, that's the Windows. So you can use that x86 underscore 64, and for the other parameter you can use that. So I'm gonna drop that link in the description. You just need to specify that, and after happen to be there, I want you to type the command. Okay, where is that? Should be Stripe V. If you're having that version, you are good to go. And after having the version, you need to make one more parameter, Stripe login. And what it's gonna do, you need to enter, it's gonna go and access your own application. And what you need to view here, that's very important. First of all, you see, okay, I need to verify. So it sent me one email verification. I just gonna retrieve my code. So okay, I need to see it here. Got my code. Let's paste it here. Okay. There is a problem. Again, I need to paste that. Okay, this time it got that correct one. And here you need to confirm. You see, there is the list here. You can switch about that, but whenever you are giving that allow access, that should be your application should be selected. Otherwise you're gonna get a thunderbolt error. Your your webhook, it will never work. So I will keep that allow access, and after keeping that, okay, access granted means everything okay. So now we go back here. So right now we're gonna create one of the most complicated things, that webhook, which is gonna help us to create each and every single parameter within our application to set up like a watcher. So I'm gonna do it and create it within the client. I'm gonna go and create an API, and over in the API there should be, let's say, webhook, and on that webhook I'm gonna create a route.ts file. So route.ts, so this is the file which gonna happen to be just get all the parameter to make the things to be done. So first of all, I need to make that, let's say I'm gonna go with that export. I need to create an asynchronous function, async function, and ction function should be, let's say it should be a post method, and on that post method should be a request, and that should be gonna come from the next request, and which going to be coming from the next server. You can also use an arrow function, so I'm trying to do as much as possible. And from here I'm gonna go get the body, and that body should be, let's say, await, and that await should be rec dot, I'm gonna take everything as a text format. You can console log whatever you are doing, but I know what I'm doing, so just follow through and you're gonna have a good shot on that. The const should be header list, headers, headers list should be, let's say, await, and we'll await for the headers, and then it should be coming from next headers, and after that we need to specify the signature, and the signature going to be coming from header list dot get, and the signature going to be coming as a stripe signature. Okay, that's the signature going to be coming here. So that's the things you need to combine that. So we are having a body getting request as a text format, then we are getting the header list, and from the header list which is coming from the next headers, we are just specify, we are retrieving the signature as a signature coming as a stripe signature, right? And now we're gonna provide that if we are receiving no signature, right? If we doesn't have any signature coming back, we're gonna return, and that return going to be coming from the next response.json format. Remember, we cannot directly pass that, we need to make it as a JSON format. So we're gonna pass an error, and on that error what we're gonna specify is that we're gonna write that no signature, okay, signature. What's wrong with that? Okay, signature found for, let's say, stripe, and after that we also gonna pass any status. The status should be 400. Okay, that's it. Now if we having the signature, right? So right now that contains that we are not having any signature. So if we have the signature, we need to set the webhook secret, webhook, let's say secrets, and that secret going to be coming from that process.env stripe webhook secret. So how we can get that secret? First of all, I need to run my webhook within that same parameter, and that should be stripe listen, remember, forward to /3000/API/webhook. So even I'm running from the client, is running in my direct instances. So /API/webhook. So if I enter, what it's gonna do, it's gonna provide me a listening key. As you see, that's the key which I am using. So right now I'm gonna take the key, I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna go in my .env file, and over here I'm gonna just paste it and save and return it back. Okay, so I have the webhook secret. I'm gonna copy it again. So maybe if I'm just making a typo mistake, it will be resolve the problem. Okay, so now I'm having the webhook secret, and I need to keep that open, okay, because now the watcher is constantly gonna read whatever is happening within my application. And also here we can now pass a simple parameter which is going to be there is okay, is like if we doesn't have a webhook secret, stripe webhook secret is not set, then we are also passing a next response where the status is 400. And now we're gonna create the event. So that event should be, let's say event should be I'm gonna pass that event as the type of stripe, which going to be coming from stripe dot event. So that's the event which we create. Now again, we need to also combine one more parameter which going to be there. I'm gonna pass that to you, and then okay, I need to get this stripe here. So after that, we're getting the event which going to be stripe.webhooks.construct event. We are constructing an event from this stripe, by which the mechanism is pretty simple. And what kind of mechanism we are creating is that we're passing our body, we are passing our signature, we are passing our webhook secret. So this three part going to be mixing it all together to combine and create an event, right? If we are missing any of this, so means we cannot create an event, then we're gonna pass that webhook signature verification fails. So that's the error we're gonna get. So means if this one is running properly, we are having an event, right? So now we can render whenever the event is happening, how the things can be initializing, right? So if event dot type, remember we gonna specify only a single type. The type is checkout.session.completed. So that's the one type which we're gonna handle. Okay, so if that type is okay, means our checkout thing is done. What we're gonna do, we're gonna retrieve this, we're gonna create a session which is going to be that event dot data dot, we're gonna get the object, and we're gonna get an as stripe checkout session. So that's the session we're gonna return from there. And also we're gonna get that invoice. So invoice, because we need to retrieve each and everything, otherwise we cannot pass that, because whatever the data we are grabbing from here, we are going to send that to our database or to our Sanity database. So the invoice should be is equal to, if we have the session dot invoice, if we having the invoice, then it should be await, otherwise we're gonna just pass that as a null value, and after await, and then stripe should be stripe dot invoices, then I'm gonna retrieve from there, and that retrieve, it should be happen from their session dot invoice as a string. Okay, so that should be a string here, by which it gonna just render the invoices parameter. So okay, we are having the session, we are having the invoice, so we have two things. Now what else we needing? We are also needing, now we are going to create a try catch parameter. This is the action which gonna handle each and everything. In the catch parameter, what we're gonna do, because we need to return something, and we're gonna passing that console error creating order in Sanity, and then the return is coming from the next response.json error creating order, and then giving a 404. So now over here in the try block, we're gonna await, and that should be, let's say, create order in Sanity, and that order will create within that invoice, and also session and invoice. So these two all together are gonna create an function here, by which we're gonna pass each and everything. So right now we're gonna create our like the order parameter. So at the bottom we can just simply create another async function here. So async function should be create order from Sanity, and that function going to be combine two props here. One, it will be the session props, which going to be stripe checkout session. Another invoice should be the stripe invoice, and it also can be a null parameter. So now we're gonna create our parameter. So as you see, that's the function which gonna handle. So as you see in the try block, you can also render the function directly here, but you know, there's a lot of logic and lots of separation going to be there, so I better to keep that at a different layer. So right now we're gonna also get an object retrieve from there, which going to be coming up from our session. Okay, so whatever the session is there, and from the session what we're gonna get, we're gonna get the ID, we're gonna get that amount total, we're gonna get our currency back, and also you're gonna get our metadata from this stripe, and then also you're gonna get the payment intent and the total details. Now as you see, we're retrieving everything from the session. So this thing's gonna also happen in the live. So whenever we are creating the payment itself here, it also going to be it's going to read each and everything from the session. And then also we also need that our order number and others, which going to be coming from as the metadata, and the metadata going to be coming as it can be as unknown, and also it can be as metadata, which is coming happen to be action create metadata, and it also going to be getting that address, okay, which going to be as a string. So now we will retrieve a lot of things on here. First of all, we're gonna pass that our order number, we're gonna get that our customer name, and also you're gonna get that our customer email, we're gonna get that our Clerk user ID, we're gonna get our address back. So everything so those are the data which we're gonna send it here, right? This is the data. If you just create a custom data layer here, and if you want to add something, you see what kind of data you need to have order number, invoice. So those are the data which going to be there. So that's what we are creating right now. So if we go here, we have the metadata. So also we need to get another parameter, which we're gonna get it, and that one is that line item with product, right? Const should be line items with product, and that should be coming from await. And also because right now we need to get the product, stripe.checkout, not charges, checkout dot sessions, and from there we need to also get that list line items, and from there we're gonna get the ID, and also we need to expand together with that. So we're gonna expand with, let's say, data dot price dot should be product. Okay, I think it's working. Okay, that should be coming within an array parameter. Okay, so now what we are doing now, see, we are having the session details, we are having the like the metadata, we are having also the product item. So now we have each and everything. Now we are good to go to create a several parameter to go and fetch or send everything in the Sanity. Now here we're gonna just create that instances const, and we're gonna make that as an item of, let's say, line product item dot, we're gonna get the data value as there. So right now we're gonna just go with that, create the product ID, or we can just pass that simple parameter. We can just go and create like that. We're getting the product ID, which is going to be item.price.product as a stripe product, and metadata, it's gonna match with the ID to retrieve that product ID. Then also getting the quantity. If we doesn't have the product ID, just getting the continue. And after that we also need to get that Sanity products. I think we need to before going further, we also need to back to the two set we need to require. First of all, that we need to also, let's say, create, we will create Sanity product references, references, and prepare stock updates. So remember, whenever our order is done, so the stock also need to be updated. As you know, we have the 10 items, then if its order is done, it should be, the quantity should be decreased there also. So that's what we are doing right here. So that should be, we need to create two separate portion, which is going to be, let's say, const, that should be Sanity products, that should be for these instances, it would be an empty array. Also const stock, let's say, updates, that also going to be an empty array. So these two parameter which we need to get that. So Sanity products, we need to push on that. So Sanity products dot push, and here we're gonna push that object parameter, and from that instances we need to also provide that key, which every product which is going to be I know there is the key should be the reference key, and value should be the Sanity key value. I know there is a lot of things coming here, and maybe you can just miss some of the alignment, but no worries, you will get it sooner. So should be, let's say, keep true dot I think get random UID. So we can just get the ID, and we are pushing that everything. And notice if you are missing anything, you see the part 10, you can find the code in the part 10 on that GitHub repo, and everything will be there. So that's the one which is selecting to create the Sanity product. And also, let's say, stock updates dot push, and here also we're gonna push within that, we're gonna push that product ID, we can push that quantity, so that will update the formula over there. Now as this thing done, we now it's time to create our order, so that should be create order in Sanity. Okay, so now how are we gonna create the order? It's a pretty simple way. We also need to like say const order, it should be is equal to await, and here we need to make that a backend client. We didn't create any backend client, so what I want you to do, I want you to do to go in our Sanity folder, so that should be here over I think in the Sanity directory. So Sanity lib over here, I'm gonna create a backend client, so should be backend client.ts file, I think, yeah, ts, and over here we're gonna pass that backend client. Remember the token which we used to do it, we keep the token, so this the time we need the token right here. So over here you're gonna follow through some of the setup. We're gonna get the create client from Sanity client, we are getting the API version, dataset, project ID from the .env file which we are having here in the ts file, and then we are also having the project ID, dataset, API version. We are using the use Shadcn true, and also the I'm just keeping that as a comment right now, and you need to have that token which gonna have also that like of that like a developer access. Okay, so because we are gonna write each and everything here, so now we're gonna pass that backend property here. So with that backend, it should be able to write within my database, so should be backend client dot we will create with the backend client. And after that, now what we're gonna create here, first of all, there's a lot of things, lot of data, so you know if I type and go with that, it's gonna take a bit of time. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna easily just popping up that for you, so you can, I'm gonna explain that to you, no worries about that. Okay, copy that and pass it here. Okay, I think I'm missing something. Okay, I'm gonna just grab that entire order segment, so create order in Sanity like that. Okay, so address, didn't get that. Okay, where it didn't parse the address anyway. Okay, no, I didn't parse the address. Yeah, we should do that. So I'm gonna go at the top after that metadata is finished. We also need to parse the address, so address.json.parse, because we need to parse, otherwise we cannot access that. Remember, we are passing that as a stringify value here. Okay, so now what we are doing, first of all, we are using the order parameter. We are getting everything selected or saved within that order value. We are just assigning that value here. So now what we are doing, we are creating that backend client.create. We are using an order underscore type order. We are passing the order number, stripe, checkout session ID going to be as an ID. Stripe payment intent ID is the payment intent. Customer name we are providing. Stripe customer ID is the customer email. Clerk user ID is the Clerk user ID. Email is the customer email. We are passing the currency directly. Account amount discount. Total amounts, total discount amount, and we are just passing that the discount amount which you're having. Remember the products, we are passing the Sanity products, the products which we are creating here. Remember, after that we are just pushing everything within the product data, so that's the product we are directly sending here right now. We're passing the total products, and here as you see we're dividing by 100, because whenever we are sending to Stripe, we're multiplying within the 100 value like the actual base currency, but whenever we are retrieving back from the Stripe, we need to multiply it to fill up the actual value. That's what we are doing. Status is paid, order data is the getting the to string to iOS string data. Invoice, if we have the invoice, we are passing that invoice ID, invoice number, hosted invoice URL. If no invoice there, just null. Address, we are passing the parse address is available, then state, zip, city, address name, otherwise is null. So that's the setup, just to be combine it all together. Right now we have the data. Now we will first update stock levels in Sanity, so like real times update for the stock management. Okay, so await, that should be, let's say, update update I think did we create that? We also need to pass another function. So stock, that should be labels, and over here we're gonna pass that stock updates, and over first of all we're gonna simply pass the order. So we need to get that stock updates label function here. I'm gonna just create that function, and if you are curious about that, you can dig it down a bit more. So now how we are updating the stock, as you see in the update stock, we are passing directly the stock updates, which we are passing it in the top. We, as you see, we are getting that product quantity, a product ID and quantity. So what we are doing here, we are getting just retrieving like we are passing the stock updates, which having the product ID, which having the quantity, and for each and which we're doing, we're getting the quantity, and for it's just getting through it together, making a try catch formula. First of all, we're getting the current stock. So every product gonna have a stock, so we're getting the document as the product ID. If there is no product, you see we are passing that error and continue. Then if we having that product ID, means we have the product, then we are setting the new stock minus the quantity. So whatever the quantity we are, like I have 20 product in, like 20 laptop in my store. Now one customer like order 5 items, right? So now I'm minusing that 5. Then how much I have? 15 product, right? So that's the one which you're doing. And also our backend client without patch, we are patching with all together, then commit with that, and that's it. Saving that. Now setting our order done. So each and every single segment is quite done. I'm gonna open my segment here. Gonna make it a little bit shrinker. So now is the moment of truth. I don't know what is happening right now. So let's go in our cart. We're gonna try to create one checkout instances, and we're gonna see if our Stripe webhook can read or not. And in the first instances, sometimes it works, sometimes it not, but you need to be very careful on that whenever you are providing that. So that's it. Let's go in our cart, and we're gonna try proceed to checkout. And as we do that, nothing happened yet, because nothing will happen right now. Whenever we're gonna start, remember the parameter, if the payment is successful, only then it gonna work, right? So even you are typing, you are going back, it will not having any impact right here. Okay, hit pay. So now it's gonna make the payment. If the payment is successful, you see charge succeed, payment succeed. Okay, no worries. That event they cannot get, so no worries. We're gonna just retrieve it back. Why is not happening? I think it could be because of that webhook secret. I think so, because the secret I think is outdated. So what I'm gonna do to implement that, I'm gonna go with my Sanity IO, and here I'm gonna just log in and check my secret. So okay, I'll go in my manage projects, and over here okay, I will populate a new secret, then I'm gonna return it back. So it was my mistake, I was not having a token right here. So you need to have this key itself, which going to say it could be, let's say Sanity API read token and Sanity API token. So these two token would be there, and you can simply create here. You see the add API token. For that the read like for the API token, you need to go and access the developer, provide a name, and it gonna generate a token for you, right? If you just, if I put that developer one, hit save, you can see it gonna populate that one. You need to copy that and pass that one. So I'm gonna just remove that, which because I'm already having a developer token. So right now let's go back in our shop cart, and we're gonna try this time again, and I'm gonna see if it's going to work or not, because I think that was the problem only. Okay, so let's go in our shop cart, and let's see if we try again. And for configuring the webhook, it's a bit of difficult at the first instances, but no worries, we're gonna fix it, we're gonna let it work. And also there will be some more parameter, because we're gonna also set that webhook at live in this Stripe. So you know, don't miss that in the next chapter, because there is a lot of things, because entire parameter we're gonna make it live within our own fashion. So no worries about that. Okay, now I'm gonna go and make another payment, and let's see if it can check through it. Okay, it's getting webhook. Okay, charge updated, charge succeed, updated. Okay, invoice created, invoice finalized. I think most of the data is done. some of missing part is still there, so no worries. We can fix that. First of all, if we go in the order, I think it didn't create because still it's having that 400. It will not be able to create that. So I'm gonna go and try one more time, structurize the data and then let it work. If it's okay, fine. Otherwise we need to find another solution. Okay, I think this was my application, so I think I was getting in the wrong API segment. That's why it was not working. Okay, see, I already get a read token, so I'm gonna go and get a developer token. So developer token here, and then I'm gonna just create as a like editor. So that could be having the publish it. Okay, so permission has a read access all data set. Okay, I'm gonna get the editor parameter also. So now I can get the token. I'm gonna just place it in my env file. Okay, now again I'm gonna try. I'm really sorry, sometimes it work at the first instances, but most of the times you need to be very patient about it. How you are configuring, how you're working, you need to be very careful. So there is no other solution for it except to prepare for this impact. Okay, so right now I will try one more time, and okay, there would be a problem. It will not work, remember, because I know what is gonna happen. I'm gonna just open that. I'm gonna make that Sanity login because it will not directly go and access my account. So I better prepare for that also. Okay, Google, I'm gonna go and let yeah, I'm gonna select my own account, so it's gonna have access my parameter. Okay, cool. So right now I can go and fetch use that. Proceed to checkout. Or is my Stripe is still running? Okay, so let's try this time. Okay, 1 2 3 1 2 3, pass it, hit pay. Now I believe it should. Okay, charge succeed. Okay, still we are retrieving the problem, so I need to find a solution to our power-its. Okay, I will not let it go. I think there is still some internal communication. I will check one more time my env parameter. So if we go in .env, I want to see, yeah, I have. You also check with that if you have everything. I have next public base URL, I have Clerk, secret, and then project, dataset, API, okay, API version, read token, Stripe, webhook, secret. Okay, done. So everything is right there. I think I just close that and open it again. So again, I will try one more. So let's go. Proceed to checkout. Okay. And then pass that. Let's try. Okay, we are getting a 500 error right now. Anyway, I'm gonna fix it. We're getting the error as a 500 means we are missing something. Did we passing any response here? When the event is there, okay, we didn't pass any responses here once the event is done. Okay, that could be happen to be problem because as you see, every time error happen, we need to pass a response, right? So should be we need to pass a return. Next response which received should be true. So that's the one we are not passing in a response. So it's getting the 500 error, which is an internal error. But as you see, once we are happen to be setting that, our order is getting up. Because we set the order, but in the response, we're receiving the order. Order data is right here. But you see, in the segment over there, we are receiving each and every data, but we are getting, we're not replicate the responses here because every single event, whenever you are passing on the route, you should respond something, right? So now if we go at the home, I think this time we should be out of any error. If we go here, if we try to click that, let's make the payment. I think I'm really sorry. There's a minor error, but it's a massive things happen to be there with that. So that's how we can just trigger on that. I tried a lot of things, so now I found out. So that was the actual error by so far. Okay, so right now we can trigger that what's happening, and you see the 5358 payment which going to be launched right now. Okay, 1 2 8 and pass that and hit pay. So I think this time it's gonna find that responses. Okay, cool. It's getting the response and having the 200. So means there is no error and everything working perfectly. It's reading the API, webhook, all the things is getting better. Okay, done. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we are having the things worked. If we go in our order, and as you see 5358 order data is right there. So now we will be filled up everything. We have order number, we have ID, number, hosted invoice URL, every single data is right here. Now we can retrieve it and we can use it, right? And so that could be a very good way to start with that segment. So I think I'm gonna just git add dot and git commit, and then we're gonna pass that message, which can be payment done. Okay, so now you're gonna have everything within the part 10. So now as soon as we did that, now it's our time to configure our orders and also the other setup by which we can track each and everything. So after showcasing the order data and then also setting the tracker for our delivery man and others, and then we can just deploy it directly in Vercel and Cloudflare. Now we will start building our order page, and first of all, as you see, I am logged in but I cannot go to any of the segment where I can find my order. So it's better to just deep dive into our header portion where we can find one segment here, and after the card icon, so as you see, we have the favorite button. And after the favorite button, we have our signed in portion, right? And before that signed in, like we have one user button here, and also in the user button we can also pass a link in between. As you see, we can just go through the link which will competitively pass that. Let's say we will pass that it will be logs icon, so logs. And for the href for this one, let's say href should be just gonna mark as in the orders, so it will redirect us to back to the orders. And also we can now go and collectively show the count number here for the orders. So I think you can find it here. Yeah, as you see, there's the order. So now what you can do, we can go and fetch the number to find what kind of orders we have. And to make that things happen, first of all, let's go to our Sanity and we'll go in the queries. So in the index we can just go and pouring the query which we are looking forward to, and that can be a simple query. So I'm gonna just popping up. So that will be my orders query. Okay, so and that could be, I think my query, we need to define the query. I think, where am I? Okay, I'm in the wrong place. It should be on in the query. Yes, so that would be in place here as we are making that. So it should be the my orders query segment. So I'm gonna just export from here, and what we're doing here, we are just going through the type of order and we are passing that according to the user ID, and we're making the order descending, and then we're fetching the all products, and every single order has individually the product itself, which that we count we are getting from there. So now if we go in our index portion here, we can now go and fetch those orders. So I'm going to just copy one of those things and then I'm going to paste like that, get my orders. So should be like that. Or the ERS orders, and on that orders it gonna be passing that as an user ID flag, and on that a try formula we can use that directly. We can pass the params here, so we can just systematically call that as the const orders, and also we need to get back our query here. And after that, as we are having that, okay, I think it should better to keep the product, or you can just mention the orders, that will be fine. So now we can go and generate the get my orders, which will just passing or returning all of my orders from there. So we are passing the query, we're passing the params, which is the user ID, then we're fetching the product. So now as you see in the header, we have our user, right? So as we're having the user, we can now also like encapsulate the user ID, should be user ID, and that should be is equal to a weight. We can just grab it from the auth, which is going to be coming from the Clerk server. So first of all, we're gonna just take a variable. You can go with also without the variable, right? So the orders we can just also, I think yeah, first of all I'm gonna keep it a null, then I'm gonna just pouring that thing, so you have a null order. And if we have the user ID, only then I'm gonna just grab the order. So should be order should be await get orders, get my orders, which you're going to be getting according to the ID itself. So I need to import that one. Done. So within that formula I should be able to get my orders, right? So if we go here, there is nothing to show up. So what I'm gonna do in that segment here where we are passing that the logs icon here, I'm gonna pouring my orders. So remember the spawn which we are the span a parameter which we are showcasing to particularly in for our card and others, the same design parameter and same style ratio which we are passing that. And also we need to make that one as an especially for to making as it will be a group, and also in relative hover text should be, let's say, shop light green. And we need to pass that our hover effect just to show the mismatching data. So now as you see, if we are having the orders, we should showcase the order. You see, there is it. If we click, I know it will possibly provide a 404 link because we didn't create any order page. So right now, as everything done pretty well, it's our time to create our order page, and where we will go and make other segment. As you see, the route is in orders. So if we go over here in especially in our client, I will take another folder, and the folder name it should be orders, and then page.tsx rafce, that should be like typically our orders page. That's it. So if we save, we can see we have our orders page up and running. I think it will just gonna take a reload, and then it will be providing my orders page here. So now we are having our order page. So what I'm gonna do, remember the same thing what we did before in our header. We're gonna go possibly do the same previous mature thing. We're gonna go and async await formula. First of all, we're gonna just get our user ID, and also need to provide the redirect method. If we doesn't have an user ID, you know, we don't want that to view that page here. Let me see, just check if we have a middleware. No, we didn't set it, so we'll go in that way. So if we doesn't have anyone having no user on your user ID, they cannot access that. So now according to that, we should be able to see the orders. We can just accumulate that. We're gonna just simply make that log just to see if we can see the orders or not. So let's bring back the orders, and the orders should be coming up here in our server, as it still is a server set rendering. You see all the details for the orders is right here. So now we know our orders is right there. So we need to make the design for the order in a bit. We're gonna just do in that in a very good fashion. First of all, I'm going to take everything within the container, of course, to make the design strict and clear. And then we're going to find that if we have the orders dot length, then means we are having the orders. And then we're going to have a, like say we're going to have a card which gonna coming from the components UI. Just pass that orders right now, or orders. And if we doesn't have the order, like right now, as you see, if our orders length is empty or 0, you can say we can just passing a simple structure of the design parameter, which gonna say that you doesn't have an order, you know, just to be combining passing a good message. So I'm gonna import those first, then I'm gonna explain it to you, and gonna get back the link from the next link. So now if I just go make it upside down, so it should be like passing the negative message here. So as you see, it's just passing no orders found. It looks like you haven't placed any orders yet. Start shopping to see your orders here. Just a clear message to view the users that you have no orders. And to building those things, you just making getting a div icon, and then the file X icon here on the div, the icon, and then h2 to combine the text. Then having a p tag, just get the description, which have an max width of MD. Then having a button, which if you click on the browse product, you see it will just redirect to our home page. That's it. So first of all, if I just go try to make sign out, let's see if I can stay here. As you see, I'm not there. If I just try to go, you see, I need to go through the login parameter. Otherwise, I cannot, I will not be able to access that. So that's what the basic feature is gonna coming up here. So now if we just go back there again, as I am having the orders, so I'm gonna just remove that null check because I have the truth value. So what we can do, first of all, as you see, we have the card, then we're gonna prepare one card header, and in that card header we're gonna pass the card title. So card title, and on the card title should be passing that order list. Okay, so that could be that order list. Okay, it will popping up, yeah, order list. And also for the container itself, for the class name, padding y should be 10, just to providing a gap in between from the header or on the other side. And also for the card itself, you know, by default it's gonna take the full width, but I love to provide that in case if it's missing that so far. Now after the card header, we need to provide the content of the card, right? So it should be card content. So in the card content, I'm gonna provide an scroll area, which gonna be coming from the components UI, and over here I'm gonna pass a table. So it will be just showcasing that one within a table ratio. And also in the card content, as we are defining that, I think couldn't find the card content. Did we import? I think I missed to import that card content. Yeah, that's it. So we have a table, and every table should be have a table header, right? So table header, and on the table header we should be providing the table row just to generate the details here. So in the table row we're gonna have a table head. So if we just combine that head, should be passing that order number. Okay, so that is the first table head it gonna accumulate here, just to showcasing the order number. Okay, yeah, that's the thing, that's the order number. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back the table header portion here, so all the tables can amplify here. So that should be the table header. And you can see here what we are bringing up. We have the order number, we have the date, we have our customer name, we have the email, we have total status, and also invoice number, then the action by which we can dispatch the delete method and any other method. So as you see, that's the pouring thing. If we just go in the smaller screen, as you see how that's hiding that one, as you see it's hiding the table head, and the email is hiding, the invoice number is hiding, see also the date is hiding. So we are just keeping whatever the important to showcase for the user in for the smaller screen. Now you can also show up all. It depends how the way you're gonna design it, but I'm gonna keeping that as much as important. So according to the importance, I'm gonna just place that. So I have the table header, right? So things is done. Now after the table header, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a simple component here. Okay, that should be passing that as orders component then the tsx. So rfce, so that's the component will be responsible to propagate all of the details. So here I'm gonna just simply call that orders component, and here I'm gonna pass all the data. So the orders should be according to the orders, because in the orders, once we click in the orders, there should be it should be coming as a model, and that should be the interactivity, the client-side interactivity, where we need to just go to create that. We need to define that one, right? So after the scroll bar area, you see we also need to provide that scroll bar, which we are already imported. No, not yet. So scroll bar, and in the scroll bar we're gonna pass the orientation, which should be horizontal. Okay, so that's the one which gonna make in providing that scroll area. If we are having the, like overflow on that time, we can just use this portion. Now we have that orders client, so this one should be providing that use client flag, as we're gonna have a client-side interactivity here. First of all, we're gonna just get back the data, and that should be the orders which we are propagating from there, and the orders should be according to that. It should be my. Okay, there is one thing still we didn't popping up, which we need to provide that, like that npm run type gen. Okay, just to generate the type for our orders, because right now even we click, like we just passing that orders, we're not having any of the type. Also, if we just go in the index for the function here, and you see if we just hover on the orders, you see still data is any. So just around the type gen, this okay, I need to place it y, then it's gonna start processing. Okay, let's just generate the data for our types. Not that, the types for our data. Okay, the types is generated. If we go in the orders, now we can see the my orders query result as for coming for other types. So now that could be passing that for that my underscore orders. So that could be that should be, let's say, orders. So that would be, and this y is not okay, that could be passing that according to, okay, I noticed my bad, should be orders, and then we need to populate that thing. So now I think this time it's gonna provide me that. So now we have the orders within that segment. So now what we can do, we can just definitely go to make some of the consent, but remember this is entirely going to be a table body, right? But I'm gonna go with taking an empty braces here, because we're gonna just inject a couple of things here. So first of all, let's go and decide that what you're gonna do. First, we need to generate our table body, right? So that could be, let's say it should be table body. Okay, under the table body, we also need to map through our orders, so we can go with that. So first of all, I'm going to go explain bit by bit, but I'm going to just generate this one as we are doing that all together, because we did it already before. So I believe you're going to have also a better understanding what we are doing that so far. First of all, I'm going to grab these things from like just getting the proper imports, the tooltip and others, which is just keeping that in our UI component, remember, which we get from the Shadcn UI. So that should be the table row. I'm going to just comment it right now. Then we're going to have the table cell, and okay, so all the cell going to be incorporated. Then we're going to have a format okay, which going to be that should be generating the order date. And then we have the formatter. Okay, I think the format need to be coming from the .fns. Did we import it? Did we install it? Okay, so import, that should be coming that as a format from .fns. Okay, so that could be generating from there. Then we're gonna having also that's on click event. I'm gonna keep it right now. Also need to getting that icon for which is the X icon, and after that we need to get the content. So I think and I believe that it's it. So we are having all the order details. So now I'm gonna explain how and why we are keeping thing. As you see on the hovering, the click to see all the details, and why we are doing that, because remember, like there should be a multiple items like 4 or 5 orders. Then you don't know how we can go and accelerate those particular things. So within that way we can just go and excel with that. Now what we are doing here right now, I'm going to explain that. First we are taking all the orders, then we're mapping through it, particularly taking a bit of every single order. Then as you see that we are wrapping everything as a tooltip provider. So with that individually we can generate that one, that tooltip. That's just for the tooltip provider. That's a fancy thing. If you want it to provide, is okay. If you don't want, you can skip that part. Then we are having because everything is coming from the table body, then we are passing the table row. So in the table row, first one is getting the order number, and also you are slicing it the last 10 digit, so you know the people can understand. You can just focus to grab that. Then we are having that in the format value for the day. As you see, it's the 2nd of April, so we are just highlighting on the day schedule. Then we have the customer name, we have our email, and then we have our total price. Then we have our status. If it's like paid, we are providing that. If it's not paid, like if it's just passing that is unpaid, you can see that their just color is getting different, and text also it can be different. So now after that we are having the invoice number. So now also as you see, we can just incorporate that one, like we can go over here, and as you see there is one handle order click, like handle order click. We can just go and combine that function here. So what I'm gonna do at in this position, I'm gonna just make that handle order click. Okay, so that should be passing that, and order should be generating that my order result. and that could be coming through an array, and then gonna passing the number, whatever the number we are passing, it gonna go that. So first of all, we can go and providing an state value where we gonna pass that selected order. So as you see, that's the state defined for this particular instances. So with that parameter, we can select the order, then we're gonna pass that order whenever the model going to be implemented. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply make that set selected order, and that should be our order. So why just doing that one? You see, this no need actually. So whatever we can do here, as we are referring that, we can just simply pass that, right? Set selected order, we can just simply pass our order. There is nothing to do so much more, you know, no need to define so much type, and everything gonna be okay. So now we have our order ratio done. So what we gonna do, we go after that, as you see, we are showcasing the order, and after this parameter we will create another component, or you can generate within the same component here, but I love to do it in a component structure. So should be order detail, and then I'm gonna make it as a dialog.tsx rafce. So that's gonna passing my order dialog component here, and I'm gonna generate it here. So order component, no, I think order dialog component, and as you see right now, it's just showcasing here. So in that segment, we will pass three separate visualization thing. So first of all, why we generate that one within that simple functional behavior, why we are keeping that here, is because of that reason, because we need to provide that function somewhere. So that's why we are generating that one, because as you see previously what I showed you, we can simply do that, right? But we are not doing that. We are just creating that function because we need to provide that function somewhere to be done and somewhere to be implemented, and what kind of things it can do. First of all, as you see, the same way, once we're gonna just on close that one, it's gonna make that set selected order as none. So that could be, oh, hold a second, I didn't pass that, so the function is not there. Yeah, I'm not passing that handle. Yeah, that's my bad, that's my bad understanding. So we can just passing that a simple combination, that set selected order, we are just passing that, making it null whenever closing. So in that way, if you have a multiple order, like if I click that one order is selected. If I click the second order, you know, the same order can be coming on and on, but whenever I'm gonna closing, it's gonna just release that one. So that's why we're gonna on close, we're gonna use that instances. So we are passing the order, the selected order is open, is true or false. It can be, if it's open, is providing the selected order, on close is just providing that as null. So let's go to define that a dialog box. So in that way we can go and much more make the effective way. So first of all, in the dialog, we need to combine the two, I think 3 interfaces which we are providing here. We need to grab the number from our result, and then we need to pass the value, which the value we are just providing that. First of all, we can just go and just passing that. You see the 3 statement which we are passing. We can just pass that simply. We can just take that react dot. We can just make that with an fc mode, so the functional component, and then we can pass our orders props. And as you see, once you're doing that, you need to just get the first parameter, don't get the closing one, otherwise you're gonna get the error. So right now, okay, I think I maybe have some, I made something messed up. What I did wrong, maybe taking, could be possible. I think I take one, yeah, one took I more. So now as you see, first of all, if there is no order, like if I'm not passing any order, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that return as null. So it will not do any action, that will not be appearing here. And after that, we will, instead of the deep pattern, we're gonna open a dialog. Okay, so that dialog will be responsible to provide the setup. So UI dialog, and on that dialog we're gonna get that dialog content. So dialog content, and don't import the Redis UI, just get the UI which we are having here. Then we're gonna have a dialog header. Over the header, then we're gonna have a dialog title. And in the title, we're gonna pass the order details, and after that we're gonna combine that one with the order number. That's it. So it's gonna popping up and showcase the order number. So first of all, whenever it's gonna open once it's gonna be passing that is open flag, and also whenever we're gonna make that is open change, it's gonna be changed whenever we are passing that on close parameter. So right now, as you see, we're gonna click, it's gone. If we click, it's just popping up. So that's the way it's gonna be compact all together. And as you see, the content is not look so nice. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just providing some max width for Excel, and max height gonna be 90% view height, and overflow scroll. So right now, if we go here, you see the max height, so we need to provide the details or provide the other properties. Only then it can go and provide the scenario. So what I'm gonna do, instead of pouring that, I'm gonna go and provide the another kind of data, which is going to be generating a div. Okay, let me get the button here. So that should be a button, and that should be generating the link here from the next link, and that's it. So now what we are doing right now here, we are creating another div. As you see, if we click here, so this is the sidebar div here. We are passing the all the details, then we are going through it. I think why we are not grabbing it. Okay, I think it's not bad. Max width of 4 XL, or we can just provide the 7 XL. We can make it bigger. Is it making bigger? No, it just okay. Or if we just go and provide, nope. Is it gonna take the class name? No. Okay, we're gonna see because we're gonna pouring the table content. Maybe that time it can go and excel on that. So what we're passing that on that div, as you at the margin top is 4, then we're passing the customer, and we're passing the customer name. After that, we're grabbing the email, providing the user email, which we are getting in the order, then providing, and you see the tag is the strong tag. So you don't need to make it bold by itself. Whenever you are using this strong tag, it's gonna be making the content as bold by default. And then we're gonna having passing that the order date, and then the order date we are making that the new date string, the order date to local date string. We're just passing the local date, or you can also use the date FNS, is up to you. Then we are passing the status similar way, providing that capitalized if it's paid. We are providing the status, then the invoice number, grabbing the invoice number, and also the download invoice. What we are doing on Snapper, we are just clicking on that. As you see, we are linking to that order invoice hosted invoice URL. If I click on that, it's gonna generate, it's gonna grab the link, and then we're gonna pass the link, like it's gonna provide me all of my invoice details from that particular parameter. So from here, I can download my invoice, I can download my receipt. It's a very good way to go start with your company structure. So now, as we are having those details here, so now I need to provide my other properties, which going to inject my for all the details. So that they're gonna table come up. So I'm gonna provide a table view here. As we are using the table view, I think if we are using more often that structure, it's gonna go align with my theme. So the table header, and on the table header, gonna provide the table row, and on the table row going to be, let's say, table head, and particular head, let's say passing that product, and after that product, quantity, and price. That 3 segment which I'm gonna provide that. So right now it's gonna go and combine the two. You see the product, quantity, and price. That's it. Now after that, in the table body, we're gonna provide some of those parameters. So I'm gonna go here, and after the table header itself, I'm gonna provide the table body. So on the table body, going to generate some of the more combination here. It's a very simple combination, and why I'm just copy pasting, because you know the idea, you have the idea, and I want you to explore a bit more. You can just use some more of your creativity to generate those things. So if you are copying with me, I will explain, and you can just post the video, you can just write it down, and by the way, you're gonna get all the code in the GitHub repo, so no worries about that. You can get each and every single thing. But if you're following that certain scenario, you better just stick on that. Okay, I think I think I'm messing up with the property here. So this is my dialog, right? So this is my outer component. So if I go here, I'm gonna go and make a class name here which should be full. Some way it's not grabbing the weight. Yeah, as you see, it's not getting it. So in the page where we are passing that other component, so that's the container, right? So on the container itself, we are just popping that orders component. I think I'm mixing something here, maybe. If I just go a I need to see that. Yeah, if we go, I think scroll area maybe gonna be a full width, because the scroll effect going to be horizontal. Maybe it need to be provided. I'm gonna make a reload here. Is if okay, yeah, it's getting the full. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. So if I make that, so I think the car, is it getting the full weight? Yeah, it's getting the full weight. And also if we make the background color as red, let's see how much things it's getting. Yeah, it's getting entire segment, but in the content, let's see, BG red, there is something which I'm missing around. It's also getting the entire segment, but as you can see here, I think for the table maybe class name with, I'm gonna provide the full width for the table. By default it's gonna inject the full. No, it's not incorporating. So I think I'm gonna go in my previous self, yeah, where I can see all of the things can okay, still, why this is annoying. That should work. Okay, that's now working. No. Also in the card, if we just remove that, okay, from where the data is flowing here, so the order number, we have the order number. The problem is getting from the order content, right? So order components, there is the problem. So if I go and make the BG of rate, so now I can view if it's getting the actual yeah, the problem is right here. So whenever we are just passing that order content here or order component, this is our table. So in the table, if we put a class name, let's say BG blue, okay, so our table is missing the contrary import parameter. So as you see, right now we yeah, that's the table is getting entire things. So table is okay. So there is no issue with the table, but I think the issue can be generating after the header. I think I need to provide within that table content. So where is my table table body? So class name bj blue 300. Let's see. Yes, there is the problem. So if I provide that full width for that parameter instances, is it gonna fix that? Nope, it's not fixing, and also it's not going to work. So what we are missing around, it's just simple things which we are missing. I think that simple provide okay, I don't want to make that. I will make it an empty basis again, because I don't want to distract those parameters. So that can be combining all together. I'm gonna keep it like that. And the other one which we are forecasting having a problem in the dialog component, we can just fix that. So if we click, okay, that is the having the problem. So let's go on the dialog component here, and I think in the dialog component that should not making a problem itself. Let's just go in the dialog, whichever the component we are just stagnating. So from here we can just make, so that's the background color, and as you see, bg background, That's the dialog portal. Where is our dialog header and dialog footer, dialog title, description? That's it. So let's just make that bg rate of 500. Let's see if we can see something here for the dialog description. No, nothing. This is really annoying sometimes. Sometimes it's working perfectly, and for certain things is providing an error. I think somewhere it's just breaking the property, but I can use one important flag, so it will just go and just release any other parameter, and it can just go and fix my error. And it's gonna combine me the passage just to use the wildcard. So in that way I can just negate all of the properties and get my things done. So as you're having that, like we are having the header, we're gonna have the content here. Now we need to showcase the price at the bottom layer, so I will just make that one done, passing the table at the bottom. So now after the table, what we can do here, we can take another div. On the div itself, we'll passing that order amount. So as we did these things, I'm gonna also grab that one, so no worries about that. Again, I'll explain it. Sometimes it's getting a bit of chunky over there, that so many people are asking why you're copy pasting. It's a lengthy video. Sometimes you can go just be used of it. So now we are getting another div, and in that div we're getting the order amount discount is not equal to 0, means we are having the discount amount. We are providing that amount discount value. Okay, only then when the discount amount will appear. And then also if we are having the discount amount, then we are generating the subtotal number. And what we are doing, we are adding the total price within that amount discount. So we are merging it and showcasing it all together, and after that we are passing the total number, which is coming according to the total price. And as you see the design pattern, the main div is getting the margin top of 4 text, right? So all the text going to be right aligned, and flex, item center, justify end, so it's gonna coming back right here. So whenever your order gonna have a discount amount, and also like whenever we are using the coupon, that's the time when we are gonna showcasing the discount amount itself. So that's the one it gonna be providing whenever you're gonna having those things. So right now, as you see, we are almost finished our orders component layer. One thing is pending. That's the one which I want you to challenge itself if you can do it or not. I'm gonna providing that one as the handle delete compatibility, if you can create that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now I'm gonna just showcasing one message to you, which gonna just provide you that that's the one you tags which you need to do it, that toast error delete method applied for admin. So whenever you're gonna click right here, you see the delete method applied for admin. So you need to provide that admin ratio, the data structure, so that it will provide you a more geek to understand and visualize those things. So right now we are almost finishing the build. I think, did we get the blog data? So I need to work with that if we didn't do that yet. Yeah, the blog page is the one which is the pending. So we are providing the latest blog right here. So what we can do right now, as we are having, we can just close all together all of those things. I'm gonna go my app, go the client in the blog, and then here I need to generate our entire blog segment. Also, whenever we click, we are getting in the single blog? I don't think so. Let's just pouring that things, no worries about that. So we need to just provide that blog segment. Okay, this design is okay, we created that but not finished yet. So first of all, we can go and generate our block criteria. So first of all, if we just go over here in our block page, we will make a synchronous call here. So should be a sync, and after that should be blocks is equal to, oops, it should be await get get all blocks should be. So get all no, we didn't create that. So let's go in our index queries. So over the queries, we can just go and create that. I think first we need to go first and foremost to create our query here. So we're gonna define a simple query here, which gonna provide our provide a simple gig here. So first of all, the query should be, let's say, The query gonna provide a get all block query, so I'm gonna just passing that query, so should be like that. Get all block, gonna pass that defined query. The type is equal to block, the order is descending, and we can provide the quantity, so we can provide a 4, 5, 6, so whatever the queries we want, we can just fetch that. Then we're gonna passing that within the title, so I'm gonna just provide that get all block data. So now as you're having that, now we can just manipulate that data, and within our index file or in this function, we can just generate like for that like the blocks query, and we can just grab it itself. And right now, as we are having that, so we can just simply showcase the method all blocks. So I think it can be looking something like that. So we need to import our block query. Okay, so that itself, we are getting the old entire block query. We can get the quantity, then we are just passing that, so it will be just get all blocks. Done. As our function is ready, we can just simply get call here, get all blocks. Okay, so right now I can provide the number how much I want. First of all, I will just showcase the 6th number of the blocks if we're having, then we can just go and generate the other blocks. And also again, we need to provide that run type gen to provide the type error. So if we just make a log here, showcase the block, I think we will be able to see the block itself. So okay, we are in the single block page. So if we go in our actual block page, we should be able to see console log block. It's okay, it should be blocks. That's my mistake. Okay, so now we should be able to see our whatever the blocks we are having. You see all the blocks parameter is right here. So now as you're having the blocks, now we will be able to provide and define the criteria. And I think the type is to generating, so let it be. So right now what we need to do is to provide our block segment, and you can do it just simply defining it all together. So in the div, in the container, as you see our blocks right here, and then we can just take another div, and over the div I will just map through our blocks. So blocks.map, everything gonna take as a block, and then I'm going to provide an inline return. And here, first of all, I'm going to return a div. On the div, it will be providing that if the block having the main image, only then we're going to provide the image. So should be providing our main image, going to be providing as coming from the next image. So the source should be, let's say, URL4, and on that URL4 itself should be block.main image, and after that I'm gonna just head back to grab the URL. That's it. So this is the URL for our main block image, and also I need to provide several kind of things. One is for the alternative tag, another for the width and height, then the class name, the width full, max height 80, and object cover. This just to showcase our entire segment of scenario. So right now as you see is saturated here, is because we need to provide some of the class dependency here. So first of all, I'm gonna make it a grid, and the grid calls, it will be by default 1, and MD the grid calls 2, and LG grid calls 3, gap should be 4, margin top should be 5, and MD empty should be 10. So that's it. So now you should be able to get a proper view of the block. And as you see over here in the home page, the way we design it could be similar of that. So if you already designed those segment, I think you are good to go. So I'm going to providing those things bit by bit. It's just a simple structure, the same way we followed it all together before. That's it. Grab it and use it. Need to provide the calendar here. So the calendar, and then also need to provide that DJS. There is a lot of things I used all together. You can just be with oneself, but also you can use the multiple. So first of all, I need to provide the key here as we map through it. So provide the key should be, let's say, block.id. That could be a good one. And then providing the class name, I'm gonna make it as rounded MD, and overflow should be hidden. And also one more property gonna be as the link, which gonna provide our next link. Okay, if we do that, so by so far I think we are still having an error. Not so. Okay, Now we're not having any error. As you see, that's the same scenario which we did before. We're just following up it all together. And I think did we okay, there should be a border calculation, and the hover effect is not working. So I think we can just make it as a group. No, not working. I think this one, instead of BG white, we can just make that a gray of, let's say, 200, just providing the bottom layer a bit of shadowy effect. You see that one? So instead of 200, I can just go with a 100 property, so that it can be look a bit of nice structural ratio. And also, as you see, as we make the group here, we can just make that a group hover. We can just make that scale through it, scale 110, and hover effects. That's it. So you see, whenever I'm gonna hovering on that, we should be having some of the effect. You see, yeah, looks cool. That's, if you want, you can keep it, but I don't want, I'll just keep it like that. So what we are doing the same way we did in our home. We are taking another div, we are showcasing our block categories. As you see, the lifestyle, and we are providing our date here with the calendar icon. Then we're providing the title. If you click on the title, it's gonna lead us to go in our single block page. So in the Slack, that's the where it will render our single block parameters. We're gonna render it as we already did, showcasing our product structure. It's the time just to render the structure by itself. So how we can do that? It's pretty simple. As you see, we are passing the Slack according to the Slack. So as we're having the Slack, we can just grab the block, right? So we can just provide that const block, and that should be, let's say, await. Oops, it should be await, and that could be get a single block. But right now we are having not created any of that parameter, so we need to provide or we need to create that single block parameter. So let's go back to our query. So in our query, we need to provide one of the query structure, which is going to be as a single block query, and that's block query gonna provide our block parameter. And what it's doing itself is providing the type as block slack.current, which providing the Slack according to the 0 index. So whatever the Slack, so in one Slack it can be multiple content, then it's gonna render through all of that. It's gonna provide the first one, then we're gonna provide the author name image, then also providing the block category, so we can have all things all together. And also in the index parameter, where we are writing our function, we can just simply make that function to go and provide that, should be providing that get single block parameter. So in index, we can just pass that, and the query should be get single block query. That's it. So now within that parameter, we can just call our same function, and I can just copy paste all together, but I want to copy and paste it whenever the mandatory segment is coming. In that way, you will not go lost on the project. You can just go and track with that. So that's the one which we are having that. So now what we can do, we can now provide an grab it all together, the segment and the scenario. But before doing that, I think get single block, and on that parameter I'm gonna just provide the Slack, and we can also pass that if no block, if no Slack is there, then we can also redirect, or you can show any message. It's up to you. If you can just go and show that one, and we can just simply pass if within that block parameter, if we are having no block, I'm just gonna return a, let's say, not found. Okay, next navigation, not found. If there is no block, you see nothing is there, brother, so you can go away. So okay, now if we just log through it, we can just pass the block. So I think it will show the block. Okay, you see the entire block is right here, and the type also generated, so we will be able to grab the type. It's the type. I think we need to run one more time as our Slack is generated. So as we did that, so we are having the details, right? So we have our container where we are showcasing all the things, but right now instead of that, we can just simply go with some of that good parameter which can really be effective. First of all, we are having the container, right? Then we're gonna have another div. So in that div, we're gonna just pass that one condition which going to be say, if the blog have the main image, only then I want to show that. So that should be coming with the URL for the way we grab that main image parameter, and we are going to, okay, I think we miscalculate something. So URL for, no, I think we're good. Main image, oh okay, the type is still generating. Okay, one more time. Okay, let me see. We're getting the URL. If we just grab that, this possibly can be. So if we have the blog.main image, did we have it? Anyway, I'm gonna keep that. I want to see one more time the blog. Okay, we can also see it in the real time on our in this place itself. I will leave that, and I'm gonna go in the console so that we're gonna have a proper overview. So in the blog, we are having something. Okay, that's the Clerk issue. No worries about it. It will disappear soon. Okay, yeah. So now we're having the blog, and if we just make it bigger, oops, it should be, you see that main image is right here. So we're having that, but where is just providing the property? So I'm gonna go one more time, and this time I will not copy paste, I will type. So now if the blog have the main image, so dot main image, it's not providing that. Yeah, that was the bad. So the typo is not generating. We are having in the index. If we go here, get single, okay, the single block query. So the query is generated. So it's generated already, but we need to provide it with the typo. So there we need to provide, it should be like say single block query. Okay, that's it. So if we do that, I think it will disappear the error. I believe so. So let's try this time here. Okay. URL, okay, I need to import that for sure, otherwise the image it will not generate. Okay, what's the problem here? String type created at, no worries, it's just a typo. I believe it could be generated for what? What is created at, updated at, undefined, or blah blah blah. It's a lot of things here. Anyway, we will forecast with that. So as you're having the image, so that's the image going to be combined it all together. You see the side by side, it can also be top notch. You see that's yeah, that's quite looks good. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do here in that a particular div itself, let's just put the class name should be py should be 10. So it's gonna provide a gap in between, and after that it's gonna also having a div property, and on the div here, so let's provide the class name which are going to be, let's say, grid. And also I'm gonna make that grid calls of 1 because we're gonna have two separate things, and lg grid calls of 4, and after that I'm going to provide a gap of 5. Okay, because we're going to have two separate components here. And for that div here, I think this not going to be here, that should be coming through our container. Okay, that would be for the container. And for the class name and for the md should be, let's say, grid call span should be 3. Not grid calls, should be call span. Call span should be 3. So it's going to expand a 3 ratio because we're going to have a 4 columns property, so that you see there is one blank properties there, so that we can provide other property here. So if you see here, in that after that things, we can just providing another div where we can say it should be blog left. So here we can see that data preview for our blog left part. So right now we need to provide the content here, which you're gonna have all of this part. So first of all, after the div itself, we can just go, I think that's the div here, which generating all of those things. So after the image, we can just take another div, and here we can just go like to provide, I'll just provide all of the things all together, because this is just a couple of things which we are making it all together, and already 2 or 3 projects which we are covering those methods. So I'm going to explain that, and also you're going to have the code itself, so you're going to have a better view and understanding itself. So now okay, so the number, and that is actually going to be coming as a portable text from the Next Sanity. And over here you're gonna have the calendar like before, then we're gonna have the DJS, and then we're gonna have the pencil icon. What else? So just ignore that error, no worries. They're just gonna coming up from the blog categories, because as you see in the categories we are manually just manipulating that. So right now if we go over here, you see, so first of all what we're having the category, we are having admin, we're having the date. So you did those things before, so you know what it means. Okay, so I'm not gonna go with that. So that div you can just go and design accordingly, because we have those all together before. Now after those things, you see that icon, that p tag, we are having h2 tag where we are passing that border title, then we are passing our border body. So that's coming with the portable text from the Next Sanity, and in the portable text we are passing the value as the body, and we are defining how the h2 h3 text gonna look like, how the block code look like, how types or images going to be, as you see those images, how those things gonna appear. That's just a passing that incorporated value, which gonna just putting it as legit. And at the bottom we are having the div, which gonna having a link ref, which always redirect to our blog segment. So this is the thing, if you just click on that, you're gonna just go back to the blog, and from there you can just come back again to just go and read those certain things. So that's the what is that. Then now we need to provide our blog left part, and again I'm really sorry because I'm going faster with that, because those the things you made it or you did it time to time, so no need to just go and combine it all together. So what I'm gonna do, as we are having that all together, set it directly, so I'm gonna just go and create another component within that same layer. No need to go and in other property, that is just coming as a blocked left. So in that property I'm gonna just pass that as a block left, and over here I need to provide our slag. So that should be slag, it should be our entire slag. Done. And also as you see, we need to provide that get block categories, which is not yet done, get other blocks. So 2 separate segments need to be implemented to go. No worries, again it will be there, I'm gonna define that to you. So there should be 2 particular data ratio here. So should be, one should be the block categories, one should be the other block. So first of all I need to define the type. So let's go in the query. Here I'm going to define that. So one is that getting that our block categories, where we're just getting all the categories the way we did before. Then we are, I think that categories we did before, right? No, it's just coming from the latest block. Anyway, then we are having that our others block, and in the other block we, whatever the block we are passing that the slag.current. So it's just removing the current one, then it providing all other block. Okay, so that's the one which we are going through on that. So we have our 2 property, which going to be, let's say, block categories and other blocks. So let's go our index here itself. So now we would be able to generate our like providing that 2 segment, where we will be able to just put that 2 signature step. One is to get our, like say, the block categories. So all the categories going to be generated on that particular segment, and we can grab it. Then we have our block query, so that will rendering all of the query. So get block categories and get other block would be defining and remain just grabbing that all together to that 2 segment. Okay, So you can just come with the files. You see, it's the same call passing the params as the select, the same call passing the query as the block categories. That's it. So now if we just go and grab that block categories, we can just provide that, and also we can just go and grab the block and the same ratio, and after that we will just run that run type gen just to grab all of the type property. And you see, that's the design which we are providing. If you click, you see it gonna just go and make that things appear. You see, that's the one which is just handling on that. You see, the current one is done. If you just click on that, so that laptop image gonna be disappear and others gonna pouring up. So that's the one which we are doing and dealing with this. So the border and the block left, we are having the categories. Those the categories, and every categories the count is there. So that's the block categories we're getting. Then we're getting the other blocks where we're getting the most 5. So that's the one which is indexing. Now in that here, we're providing the categories.map. We're getting the block categories index, and we're providing the data at the first one, the title, then also providing the value. We're just hard-coded one right now. Okay, and now you see, I'm just taking keeping some of the challenges for you, so you can keep it all together just to define it, how it can mention, or how it can you can provide itself. So this is how you can start building or reshaping your structure, or you can understand it in a better and a very good qualified view. So now we are having the block categories, then also we are having the blocks. So every single blocks we are passing the main image, we are passing the title, just to showcasing indirectly all together. So that's it. So this is the one which is combining it. So I'm gonna go and see the error, which is gonna coming with the link component href. So the link orders okay, this is coming from the sign in. So let's go here and let's go back to our header. But why is coming right now? Okay, I think it was before, but I forget to go and check. So if I just remove that one, because this, if it's removing, okay, after remove it's disappear. Okay, cool. But how we can see our, okay, yeah, we cannot see. So after the Clerk loaded, we can just pass that. If we have the users, yeah, we can just go with the users. Not also with the users. So the Clerk loaded, if we have, let's say, user and yeah, I think that would resolve the problem. Okay, let's provide some time to let it be implemented. Still loading. Okay, Clerk is loading. Okay, but still the issue is raising. What's the issue? The same issue. So what I believe, this segment, it could be coming directly here. So I think the one segment at a time it can be provided. That can be, but let's just have it try a bit so that it can make a lot of sense in between. Okay, so Clerk is loading. Let's see. No, the same thing. Maybe I made some mistake. I'm gonna go and remove the Clerk loaded. So the users and the href is coming here. That should disappear. It's only coming when I'm loading those instances. Let's go again. I'm gonna go in the home. Okay, okay, it's my bad. Connection timeout. Okay, my backend structure is just gonna popping up. It's just disconnected because of the network. You see, it's getting a lot of loading time. So now if we go in our particular segment of the data, okay, yeah, the error is disappear. Okay, we're good. So now that's the same thing. So that's the, I think, the top-notch build structure by so far. We're having all of those things. So ignore those error. As you see, we will build a structure. If you just go in our next config.ts, we will configure something like, we can fix that one. This is just a simple type error, but we will try something different. We'll try if we are having our error here, either we can build or not. So we have the type script, and I'm gonna make that ignore build errors as true. Okay, so that's the one what we can do. So right now, as you see, we are having in our like say we are having in our part 11. So I'm gonna clear off all together. So what I'm gonna do, as you see, I think we are finishing all of this all together, but if I'm missing anything, let me know in the comments. I believe so nothing is missing by so far, but you know, human error can be happen, and that something can be missed always. So if I'm missing something, let me know in the comments. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add all together everything, and let's say git commit so that should be passing the message part 11 done, and git push. So it's gonna pushing each and everything there. So now our all the things going to be providing passing on that march like a part 11 branch. If we go in our, let's say if I want to go in Vercel to provide and deploy that one, so from there add a new, I'm gonna take a new project here and deploy a predefined it all together directly from that component layer. And from the new projects, so that's the one which we are having that shop card right here, remember the same name. So that's the one as you see which we are providing here. That's all are so many people, you are cloning it, highlighting it. So that's the one which gonna having the part 11. So let's just go, and if we gonna import it, there should be some minor error, minor collaboration. So that's gonna coming up from the root. So okay, that's fine, but the problem is that it's gonna be providing, so that's the build import and output directory. I think we can add it, but we are having all of those things, all of those data, because it gonna taking the main by default. But remember, we have like in the main we doesn't have that code, right? If we go in the main, only the code is that whatever the branches, if we go in a part 11, that is coming in the, like we need to go, and so if we go in the particularly in the main branch, so now we need to go and compare comparability. I'm gonna go and compare and take a pull request. So all of the code which we did by so far, I'm gonna just grade it in the main branch. So you can either go in the part 11 or you can just follow through the main branch to have the entire code done. So no conflict. Okay, so I'm gonna just merge the pull request, confirm merge. So everything going to be like pulling that in my particular branch itself. So now if we just go and review my code, every single thing should be coming at the main branch. So if we go in our particular app, all the data like in the client, all the base is just ready and is working perfectly. So now in the new projects, I'm gonna go with our, let's say a Shoptech YT. So I'm gonna just go here and import it directly. And now there is something I want you to focus. Remember the environment variable. If you just go and focus, we have one .env file, right? .env. And what I want skip that hook. Okay, skip that react hook, because we need to configure it different way. Just you see that next public Clerk publishable key till then, just copy it all together, and then I'm gonna just go and just paste it here all together. That's it, it's paste and deploy. So now you know the error can be there. Again, I'm saying the error can be there. And also if you are going to learn about the webhook, let me know in the comments. I'm gonna go and make a separate one to just configure that webhook parameter and deploy. Okay, now it's gonna configure, it's done. Now it's gonna start deploying our project, and we can just see the build log. And of course it's a very big project, and there could be so many error. You see the npm error. It's because I think the npm npm installation, it cannot be providing any good segment. It's because we need to configure the setup. So let's go in our shopcard YT, and here as we are having the problem, I think we can just go in the projects. We can just recirculate the deployment with a proper flag. We're gonna go in the settings, and from the settings, build and deploy. As you see the build command, the installation command, I'm gonna override it. So npm install, I think we can just simply command that npm I install, I think, yeah, legacy path dependency. So that's the command I need. Okay, so that's the problem which is having. I will just manually override that. Okay, so that's the command which I'm just letting it to get through to initiate the deployment. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna redeploy again. Okay, redeploy. So now it should be able to get installation around the installation process, because there is a lot of dependency. Remember, when we are just installing some of the dependencies for especially for the Shadcn UI, for the Clerk dependency, there is something which we made that as legacy path dependency, and that's the one which it need to be configured here. So let's just get and provide, see what more error it gonna throw to us. And here, as we flag that it will ignore the TypeScript build error, so the major error which like the dependency problem or other error gonna popping up, and the minor error which gonna flagging from the TypeScript, it will just not go and flag on that. Okay, some certain error which is showcasing is just a minor. We can just go and fix those things. So one is coming from our cart page. So let's go in our cart. In the cart, so let's go here on the cart. Okay, what is defined here, app client cart page 4410. So 4410, yeah, that client state we define. But remember those things, if you declare any of the state but you not use that one or any variable, it's gonna popping up the error. So you need to be very careful on that. So that two is done. Then one is coming from the deal page. So let's go in the deal, and here is coming that, okay, I think we are passing that ts ignore. Okay, I don't want to put the ts ignore because it will automatically trajectory, or it's just, let's see if it's working or not. So success, and in the success user define, but we never use that, so no need to be done. Okay, so right now okay, oh, that's my bad. So I'm gonna make that stash on that, and I'm gonna make that git switch to main, and I'm gonna pull it all together. So git pull, and after that I need to also make that npm I, and let's go make that clear. And okay, that's just running on that. So npm I legacy path dependency, just to install those dependency all together. Remember, I keep all the changes in this dash, so you can see the success, the user again here. So what I'm gonna make git is dash pop, just to be popping up. So now I think this up and running, so I'm gonna make that git add, and that should be passing that error result. Let's try one more. I'm just forecasting on that. Let's say deal if they are ignoring the error. That's also a kind of test, you know. So let's just see, and also you can track on the deployment. Let's go in the shop code again, and we can just track the deployment building problem. You can also make the npm run build to test the build in locally instead of pushing it all together. So before, you know, that can cost the money, you know, it's running in the server. So it's better always run particularly the build structure in your local machine. Then it can be really feel sweet. If it's running properly, then just pass that one in, that especially for that Vercel. We can now view some of that warning here, but not any error. Okay, now we're getting an error. Okay, use params is coming from the success, should be wrapped in a suspense boundary. Okay, that could be coming on in that segment, so that should need to be coming on. And okay, let's go, it's coming, should be in success. So let's go here, and it should be in our success screen. So as what is saying, we have our search params. So the problem is that should be wrapped in a suspense boundary success. So you can read the docs here just to showcase the things, but we're gonna try to fix it in very soon. Then instead of providing two set, as you see the changes here, what I did before, it's instead of providing the two set of things, the session ID and others, we will just combine it with the one or the number and then. And let's try it again. I'm gonna just push with the same parameter, and let's see what kind of error we are getting it. So I think the error, it for you it can be different or it can be same, but you need to just continuously moving forward to just go and deploy it again and again just to check if it's running or just focusing it all together or not. Still we are having that error. It's just saying we need to provide that within a suspense boundary. So what we can do, we can just restructure the things here. So first what I'm gonna do, instead of the success page, we can just refer that as the success page content. So that should be the content it all together. And after that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my another parameter which is going to be coming with the suspense. So should be, let's say, success page, and here as we're having the success page content here, we're gonna just pass that suspense here. So suspense which need to coming from the React, and here we're gonna pass that, and on that issue, let's say in the fallback, we are just gonna passing a simple component, should be an equal, and that should be passing a div. And now later on you can design a bit. I'm gonna just pass a loading dot just to passing with that. So now I think it can go. I'm gonna just passing with the same message and deploy it again. Now this time, as it's asking for providing the suspense and we did that, let's just go what kind of things it gonna just popping on that issue. Either it can be okay or not okay, but we will move on. Let's just go this deployment. Okay, now it's generating all of our pages. So you can see in a real time we are having all this structure. We have like all the pages, like as you see we have the if you can just over to not found, like webhook, blog, all the pages is just structured here. And it's a pretty good and interesting thing is that we get our things live. If you just go in here, now you can see our app is running, but it's not configured. You see, it's just loading, so the app is not configured yet. It's because as you see, we need to go in our, let's say, the Sanity Studio. We need to configure some of the setup here. So in the configure, we will just go in our, so the shopcard YT. In that YT, in the segment here, I need to copy that link, that shopcard, whatever the link you have or generated by itself, or if you have your like your absolute domain. So in the settings, or if you can see in the API, on that at course policy here, I need to add that particular statement and then it allow the credentials and save, so that all the credentials should be allowed on that particular link. So if you just reload, you should be able to get your product back and each and everything is running perfectly. If I go and if I reload, I should be able to just go and see my details, which will be orders and others, all the things going to be like populate all together, all the scenario can be happened all together. That's the beauty of that build. Now there is only one simple part is happen to be the webhook, and one part is the middleware, because as you see in the orders, if you just go and follow through the orders, we are forecasting to have that like redirecting according to the user, but we will set that according to the middleware. But if you are really interested on, let me know in the comments, because then I need to go and set up some setup things on that to go and combine it. So one should be for the middleware and another should be for our webhook in real time. So within that two part, everything is good to go, and you should be able to catch up each and everything within that shopcard YT. As you see in the home, you have all the code according to needed for your project. So thank you very much for staying till the end, and all the very best to have your dream project to be deployed. And if you're having any issue, let me know in the comments. I know there is a lot of comments pending, I forget to reply, but I will try to reply as soon as possible. And all the best, do that, and I'm gonna see you in okay, I just close that, and I'm gonna see you in the next video.